Chapter 1 Hacking the System Parallel World. In the lobby of the villa with the courtyard, a middle-aged couple looked sad. The wife's eyes were red with tears in the corners of her eyes. "I told you not to let your son join the army, but you insisted on letting him go. Now you give me back my son." The wife's voice was slightly choked. The husband said in a deep voice, "Why are you crying? Is there any use in crying? My son is just missing now and has not been mentioned. He must be dead. Missing who knows? Let me tell you, if there is really something wrong with my son, I will never end it with you." The husband looked helplessly at the soldier standing next to him and said, "Comrade, I've made you laugh. Can you tell me the specific situation of my son?" Ugenda handed the folded military uniform to the middle-aged man with both hands, then saluted and said, "After Comrade Chen Jun completed the 3-month recruit training, he was assigned to Island No. 1 to become a logistics soldier. Some time ago Island No. 1 was attacked, and after that, he disappeared as the richest man in Donghai City." Chen Shan looked at the soldier in front of him in surprise. He held his son's military uniform and trembled slightly, saying, "My son became a deserter?" Ugenda shook his head and said, "No, he wanted to avenge his squad leader. Some people may think that he broke away, but he guarded the most important thing for us. He is a hero." The woman finally couldn't hold back her tears and asked with a choked voice, "My son, is he still alive?" Ugenda's eyes were slightly red, and he was obviously trying to control his emotions and prevent his tears from falling, which made him look glum. "Is Chen Jun still alive?" The location of Island No. 1 is a bit special and has special energy. Therefore, the soldiers stationed there are like nails, nailed there and never leaving. That's where Chen Jun went. It is said that he had no chance to go there, because he performed too poorly during his 3-month recruit period, and was about to be assigned to the logistics department to raise pigs. However, his squad leader Shiguo insisted on keeping him and took him to guard stationed on Island No. 1. Because of the special geographical location of Island No. 1, all soldiers who go there must sign a life and death agreement. Once an enemy attacks, they are not allowed to retreat even if the last drop of blood is drained. It is indeed puzzling to many people that Chen Jun would go there. The soldier who performed the worst during his recruitment period will have such courage, no matter what he thinks, but the soldier who can choose to go there is a good one. But is he still alive now? Ugenda really can't answer this question. Maybe he is alive, maybe he has died. What the soldier never imagined was that Chen Jun's parents were actually wealthy businessmen, the richest man in Donghai City. They controlled businesses and trade all over the world and were internationally renowned multinational companies. Such a well-established super-rich second generation would actually join the army. Ugenda now understands why Chen Jun's performance in the 3-month recruit training was so poor. Others said he was a young soldier. A rich man who has lived a life of fine clothes and fine food since he was a child suddenly enters a difficult place like the army and can perform well. What a hell! But Chen Jun actually chose to go to such a dangerous place as Island No. 1, and people have to admire his ideological consciousness and courage. In the end, he went deep into the jungle in order to avenge the squad leader. What kind of person is this Chen Jun? At this moment, when the woman saw that the soldier was silent, why couldn't she understand? "My son had a narrow escape from death." "Chen Shan, are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied? A good son is gone just like that. He lived a good life. You insisted on him becoming a soldier. Now my son is gone like this. How will you let mom live in the future? My son is in the rebellious stage now, so what if he is a little naughty? You have to let him become a soldier, and think that your son is gone. Are you worthy of me?" Chen Shan's eyes were filled with tears and he couldn't control it anymore. He said helplessly, 3 generations of my Chen family have been in the army, and many of them have fought in ancient times." He turned and looked out the window. "Son, where are you? If you don't come back, who will inherit these hundreds of billions of assets? There is also the fiancé that the old man arranged for you. You have not consummated your marriage." When Chen Jun's parents thought they had lost their son in the dense jungle in the area where Island No. 1 is located, Chen Jun was naked from the waist up, wearing half a pair of jeans under his crotch, and wearing tattered shoes at his feet. He was sticking to the ground and doing push-ups crazily. 999, 1000, 1001 every time Chen Jun exercised, the muscles in his back seemed to become stronger. The originally fair body has now turned into a bronze color, full of the power of ambition. When sweat seeped out of his skin, Chen Jun was filled with an indescribable sense of manliness. His crazy training in the jungle has lasted for 10 days, and he is like a wild beast in the jungle every day. The system is about to be activated. Men need to be ruthless to themselves in order to become truly strong. A mechanical voice sounded in Chen Jun's mind again. When Chen Jun heard this, he looked helpless. He traveled to this parallel world for exactly 10 days. After merging the memories of his original owner, his current identity is a soldier of Team 1 on Island No. 1. During the 3-month training of new recruits, Chen Jun was so useless that if it weren't for his squad leader Shiguo Shengbao, he would have gone to feed pigs. Just a month ago, the original owner followed Shiguo to fight against the intruding militants, fighting until the last moment. Because the other party blocked the information and could not pass it on, Shiguo wrote a suicide note and asked Chen Jun to take it out, and he dedicated his last drop of blood to the country. After Chen Jun took out the suicide note and handed it to the troops who came over in order to avenge the squad leader, he took off his military uniform and entered the jungle. Although Chen Jun's combat effectiveness is not very strong, his mind is very flexible. In addition, after arriving here, the squad leader taught him a lot of knowledge about jungle warfare. Relying on this and his tenacious willpower, he managed to fight the militants entrenched here for 20 days. However, on the 20th day, in order to avoid the pursuit of armed men, Chen Jun ran so hard that he collapsed. In the end he escaped the pursuit of armed men and fell into a severe coma. Now Chen Jun time traveled. Chen Jun, who had traveled through time, had been training in the jungle to make himself stronger and activate the system he carried as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of the militants, let alone kill them. In the past month, he had obtained a lot of information about Red Scorpion. He also knew one of the other party's hidden hideouts, but he did not have the ability to eliminate it. Now Chen Jun's strength is much stronger than a month ago, but his original foundation was too poor, so he killed the chicken in vain. At the moment, it's just an upgrade from a white chicken to a rooster. System, are you alive or dead? If you die, how long will you have to die? Hurry up, or I won't be able to hold on anymore. Chen Jun used his last strength. 1,500. Puff. Chen Jun fell directly to the ground and turned into a ball of mud. Unexpectedly, such a fall would actually activate the system. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. The hacker system is activated. The dormitory can acquire different hacking skills and become the hacker king of this world. The ultimate goal of the host is to build the Matrix Empire. Chapter 2 Hacker Assassination Technique. Chen Jun's future goal. Chen Jun's eyes lit up, and the blood in his body boiled. After going crazy for so long, the system finally died? What the hell, hack the system and build the Matrix? What the hell? Chen Jun was a little confused. The Matrix, Chen Jun knew, was a popular science fiction blockbuster around the world back then. But what does this have to do with now? Wouldn't you like to introduce the system? System. When Chen Jun saw no response, he subconsciously asked, is there a gift package for newbies? The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. The host has received a hacker gift package. Do you want to integrate? Really? If I didn't ask, wouldn't it mean I wouldn't give it to you? Chen Jun is in a very bad situation now. He can persist until now, which is largely due to luck, otherwise he would have suffered a second blow. The only belief that keeps Chen Jun persisting until now is to quickly activate the system, quickly make himself stronger, and avenge the squad leader. Although he said that he had traveled back in time, the original owner still had obsessions that were affecting him. Every moment he spent with the squad leader became his memory, just like what he had experienced himself. If he cannot avenge the squad leader, Chen Jun will never feel at ease in his life. Fusion. Chen Jun didn't hesitate. The host acquires hacker assassination skills. The host gets one chance to strengthen his body. Before Chen Jun could react, information about hacker assassination technique was constantly being integrated into his mind. Hacker assassination, the essence of fighting skills. Within 10 steps, you can kill with one blow in an instant. Chen Jun felt that his hands, feet and even any part of his body could become a weapon, and every leaf or tree in his hands could kill the enemy. Wave the silk into a stick and take people's lives, just like taking something from a bag. When Chen Jun subconsciously grabbed the saber, the only weapon at his waist, he felt as if the man and the sword were one. He had only learned simple military fighting techniques from the squad leader, and coupled with his poor physical fitness, his combat effectiveness could be described as weak. Although his physical fitness is not good now, he feels that his combat effectiveness has skyrocketed because of his possession of the hacker assassination technique. If he were to compete with the squad leader, he would be afraid that none of the 10 squad leaders would be his opponent. It's worthy of a hacker assassination. He can kill with one blow within 10 steps. This reminds me of a line in the movie, a gun is faster from 7 steps, but I am the fastest within 7 steps. This is the confidence of a master. The aura on Chen Jun's body also began to change, like a sleeping beast starting to wake up. System, please explain, what does the Matrix mean? System prompt. The parallel world where the host is located is used to tolerance, but the hacker system must be ruthless. The truth is within the fist, fearless, and sneak thousands of miles just to kill the enemy. The task of the host is not only to improve its own strength, but also to build the country into a matrix and stand at the top of the world. Therefore, all enemies are just virtual numbers to you. Every time you kill an enemy, you will get experience points as rewards. Experience points are the only criterion for system upgrades. Chen Jun suddenly felt an indescribable domineering force. All enemies are virtual numbers. Killing enemies to gain experience points, isn't it just like killing NPCs in the game to gain experience points? The system can still be upgraded. Chen Jun's eyes lit up completely. I like this system. The next moment, the system's voice rang again. The hacker system has released a mission. Hackers must be ruthless and fearless. In view of the current situation of the host, please go out and assassinate your enemies. The first kill will reward you with 100 experience points. If you kill normally, you will be rewarded with 1 experience points. 10% gain experience points. The expression on Chen Jun's face froze instantly. What the hell, are you going out to assassinate me? System, are you forcing me to die? This is the territory of that group, and there are a large number of mountain people disguised as armed men, forming a very powerful fighting force. In order not to alert others, Chen Jun's training for the past 10 days was carried out secretly, and he did not dare to approach their activity area. And in order to track down Chen Jun, they sent dozens of people to search the nearby mountains and forests every day. After all, Chen Jun had given them great fear before. Chen Jun did not have the ability to fight them head-on, but every time he appeared in a sneak attack to kill their lone people. The most troublesome thing for them is that this guy's fighting ability is not strong, but his ability to escape is better than anyone else, just like a ghost in the jungle. Because every time Chen Jun takes action, it's at night. Therefore, among these militants, Chen Jun was nicknamed Ghost. If you go to assassinate them now, isn't it like hitting an egg with a stone? It is true that Chen Jun has integrated the hacker assassination technique, and it is true that his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, but he is only one person. How can he shake an armed force? He knows best why 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Another point is that Chen Jun's physical fitness is not good enough and his endurance is limited. Once he encounters a large-scale pursuit, he simply does not have enough physical strength to support his escape. System, you want me to kill someone? Chen Jun said. He wanted to avenge the squad leader, kill all those bastards, cut off their heads one by one, and pay homage to the squad leader. But host, you have one more chance to strengthen. Chen Jun was stunned. Yeah, how could I forget this? Strengthen. Chen Jun chose directly without thinking. In an instant, Chen Jun's whole body seemed to have a surge of heat flowing through his body, stimulating every inch of his skin, muscles, and bones, even his internal organs. He could clearly feel that under the stimulation of this warm current, his skin became tougher, his muscles became stronger, and his bones became harder. This is a feeling of physical strength, as if his body is being reborn. With this strengthening, Chen Jun's original fatigue quickly disappeared, replaced by majestic strength. Is this what reinforcement feels like? In Chen Jun's mind, he originally thought that strengthening was equivalent to body modification, and this process would be a very painful one. But who could have imagined that it would be so comfortable, much better than traditional handicrafts call? Chen Jun suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The host's body has been strengthened, and all attributes have increased by 1. The next moment, an attribute list automatically popped up in Chen Jun's mind. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level. 0 attributes, spirit 2, constitution 2, strength 2, speed 2, normal person. 1 hacking skills, hacker assassination. Chen Jun glanced at the attribute list. Spirit, physique, strength, and speed all reach 2. Ordinary people represent 1? Chen Jun frowned. Before, my physical fitness was quite rubbish. After being crazy for a month, it became normal. How to define the attribute division of the system? The system prompts. According to the parallel world classification here, attribute 2 is already the physical fitness of the elite soldiers of the regular army here. Elite? Chen Jun turned over and jumped, and the dagger in his hand stabbed out like lightning. Call out. The saber spun in midair, slashing at a tree trunk 3 meters away at an oblique angle. Snapped? A green snake hanging on a tree trunk was easily cut in half by a saber and fell to the ground. The saber slashed 3 centimeters into the tree trunk at an angle. Is this the power of hacker assassination? Chen Jun suddenly felt like he could reach the sky in 1 step. Chapter 3 Within 5 steps. Blood-splattered steps. Although Chen Jun had never killed anyone, at this moment, he was extremely confident. Within 10 steps, he will be killed. This was the confidence that the hacker assassination technique and enhanced physical fitness gave Chen Jun. If it was just hacker assassination technique, Chen Jun was a little hesitant whether to go there now or wait until after dark. And after his body has been strengthened and he has the physical fitness of an elite soldier, if he still dares not go, what is the difference between him and a waste? What's more, the first kill can get you 100 experience points, which can improve the system. If the system continues to improve, you can get more hacking skills, and you can continue to strengthen your body. Strong men have always grown in battle. The original owner was a weakling. In order to avenge the squad leader, he would rush to the enemy without hesitation. Now that he is stronger, how could he not dare? Kill! In an instant, Chen Jun exuded a strong fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, Chen Jun immediately ran towards the hidden den. About an hour later, Chen Jun lurked in the jungle near the den, and suddenly there was movement from ahead. Chen Jun immediately ran towards the direction of the movement and lurked. This month's crazy shuttle in the forest has allowed Chen Jun to accumulate a lot of experience in fighting in the jungle. Part of it was accumulated by the original owner, and the other part was improved by the current Chen Jun's own efforts. Plus, hacker assassination itself is the strongest concealment method combined with attack methods, making him like a real ghost in the jungle. When he passed through a bush, he saw an armed man pushing a woman out of the forest ahead. The woman is slender, and although her face is a little embarrassed, she exudes a heroic temperament, especially her sharp eyes. Although she is in danger, she has no fear at all. Chen Jun, who had integrated the hacker assassination technique, felt that this woman had a military temperament. At this moment, Ayn Rand is in a very bad situation. As a female soldier with a background as an agent, she likes to take risks to investigate things. Just like the oath she wrote to herself when she was 16 to join the army. Plum blossoms are blooming on the red rocks. Thousands of miles of icy peaks are treading underfoot. There is nothing to be afraid of in the cold winter. A heart of loyalty is blooming towards the sun. This time, Ayn Rand personally investigated the shoe matter and went deep into the tiger's den. Unexpectedly, the inside line she had laid out for many years went wrong and betrayed her, the militant who was escorting her. Bucket was an orphan in the past and grew up in an orphanage. After Ayn Rand met him, she believed that he had the potential to become an excellent agent, so she trained him personally. After completing the training, she began to work for her. She obtained a lot of information from Wu Jai, so she has great confidence in his ability to work. She didn't expect that someone she trusted so much would actually trick her. Ayn Rand stared at Wu Ji and said, "Wu Ji, if you use me to claim credit, do you think you will end well?" Wu Jai showed a sneer, and his eyes revealed evil intentions, especially the scar on the corner of his eye, which when wrinkled, gave people an indescribable ferocity. Swish! Wu Jai raised his gun, pointed at the tied-up Ayn Rand and said, "Zai Liuolan, you know I have always liked you, but I didn't expect you to be engaged to someone else. Do you know what it means to lose all hope? I work so hard, go through life and death, don't I just hope that there will be a future? One day, you can accept me, but you are engaged to someone else and want to be someone else's woman. I won't accept it." Ayn Rand shouted, "This is a matter decided by the previous generation. Besides, have you ever asked your conscience?" "It's not me," Wu Jai scolded. "Shut up. Don't tell me about the past, I only talk about the present." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around. "Let's have fun first. It's still early. You are the woman I recognize. No one else can get you." And Rand frowned and said, "What do you want to do?" Click. Wu Jai threw the AK-47 aside, pulled out the dagger, snorted coldly, and said, "What do you think I want to do? You know I like you. If you had chosen me, what happened today would not have happened." As he spoke, he gently picked up the dagger in his hand and opened Ayn Rand's clothes. Ayn Rand's expression changed drastically and she wanted to retreat, but Wu Jai pushed her directly to the ground. How could Ayn Rand, who was tied up by Wu Hua, break free? "You beast. You will definitely pay the price." "Definitely." Ayn Rand cursed. Wu Jai laughed loudly and said, "The price? What price? I can even risk my life, so what should I be afraid of? Yes, you are a high-ranking elite agent, a goddess in the army. You can make many people sacrifice their lives for you with just one word. But now that you are in my hands, I will film the process. What kind of reaction will it cause if you send it to the army? Are you still a goddess?" And Rand's face was livid, his clenched fists clenched, and he cursed, "Despicable. It doesn't matter what you say, but I risk my life to get you." As he spoke, he began to untie his. At this moment, a figure flashed out of the jungle 10 steps away from Bucket, and a saber appeared at the same time. Wu Jai noticed the movement and hurriedly looked up, only to see that figure rushing towards him like lightning. His expression changed drastically and he subconsciously waved the dagger in his hand to block. Swish! Like lightning, the moment the saber appeared, it was inserted directly into his throat and penetrated to the back of his head. The next moment, blood gushes out from the wound like spring water. Wu Ji didn't even react. He didn't realize he had been stabbed until he felt the sting. He grabbed his throat, trying to suppress the blood, and took 5 steps back unsteadily. The fear of death struck his heart, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Only a little bit away, he can turn and ran into his own woman. Why? Unwilling. In order to wait for this moment, I had been planning for so long, even betraying my country, but in the end, a bastard was killed. In an instant, Wu Ji's face became extremely ferocious, and a large amount of blood poured out of his mouth. He looks towards the figure, subconsciously grabbing the communicator in his hand, and a line of smoke came out. You are a ghost. Wu Ji fell weakly to the ground, blood staining his upper body red. After the last 2 twitches, his body lost all vitality. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The first kill of the host is successful, and the reward is 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and being promoted to level 1. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacker shooting skill. Do you want to fuse it? Congratulations to the host for getting an opportunity to strengthen. Do you want to strengthen it? Chapter 4 Hacking Shooting. Chen Jun's heart trembled slightly. Are you ready to reach the sky again? Fusion hacker shooting. Hacker shooting is the king of cold gun shooting. Man and gun are integrated into one, fast, ruthless, and accurate. A real hacker shooter is good at hiding his gun, and he will kill with his gun. In an instant, various technical experiences on how to hide a gun and how to draw a gun were continuously integrated into Chen Jun's mind and became part of his memory. With the integration of hacker shooting techniques, Chen Jun began to feel a natural compatibility with firearms. In just a few breaths, Chen Jun felt like he was a gun. Of course, Chen Jun had shot a gun before, but during the 3 months of training for new recruits, his shooting skills were the worst. After arriving in Area 1, the squad leader also conducted a lot of shooting training for him, but his talent was limited. Still can't master shooting. At this moment, Chen Jun felt that he was already a shooting master. If you don't come out, you will kill if you use your gun. As expected of hacker shooting, I like it. Chen Jun knew very well that the fastest and most effective way to kill those militants was to shoot them. Otherwise, with the latent methods Chen Jun had mastered before, he could kill more militants. Of course, if the original owner was so awesome, nothing would happen to Chen Jun now. It's a pity that we don't have a gun now, otherwise we can try the feeling and the urge to masturbate. Chen Jun suppressed the impulse in his heart. Strengthen the body. Chen Jun no longer hesitated and immediately chose to strengthen. This is the basis for him to become stronger. When a tall building rises from the ground, the foundation is the most important. Only when the body is stronger can he become stronger. In an instant, waves of warmth surged through his body again, continuously strengthening his skin, muscles, and bones. The host's body has been strengthened, and all attributes have increased by 0.5. Chen Jun was slightly startled. Why is it only 0.5? Shouldn't it be 1? Chen Jun said in surprise. The last enhancement doubled his physical attributes, but this time it was only half. Is the effect still half discounted? The system said. Host, I would like to remind you that if a host wants to become stronger, it must be done step by step, not to reach the sky in one step. The strengthening effect will become smaller and smaller. In the future, you need to strengthen your training to feel it deeply. As a strong man, he is not only physically strong, but also mentally strong. The process of constantly becoming stronger is also a process of the host's own cultivation. Chen Jun was silent for a moment. System, you are the boss. Whatever you say will be whatever you say. In short, you won't harm me, right? Chen Jun has been a man for 2 generations, so he naturally knows that one bite cannot make him fat. But one strengthening increases the strength by 0.5, which is quite scary. Others may not have such an effect if they exercise like crazy for a year. Chen Jun could feel the majestic power in his body. Just by clenching his fists, he could feel that the power was much stronger than before, and the muscles and bones all over his body felt stronger and harder than before. The body's response is also more sensitive and it moves faster. It was only an improvement of 0.5, but it made Chen Jun feel like he was completely different. If it can reach 3, how much stronger should it be? Chen Jun thought for a moment, and the attribute list popped up in his mind. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, soldier level. 1 attributes. Spirit 2.5, Constitution 2.5, Strength 2.5, Speed 2.5. Normal person. 1 hacking skills. Hacker assassination, hacker shooting experience points. 0/200. Next to Chen Jun, Aran looked at Wu Ji's body and couldn't help but be horrified. She is very aware of Wu Ji's abilities. She has trained him in his growth, especially in close combat. His ability in close combat is not inferior to hers. It will definitely not be easy to kill him. But in front of the opponent, he couldn't catch a single move and was directly stabbed through the neck. What kind of attack method is this? And Ren didn't even see clearly how the other party took action just now. He just felt like a shadow flashed by and Wu Jai was killed without even a chance to react. An absolute master of close-range assassination. As an excellent agent, assassination is the most basic means of self-defense, and Ren is also a master in this aspect, but she cannot do it at the speed of the opponent. If you face such a sneak attack, you will definitely die. And Ren took a deep breath and turned to look at Chen Jun. The other person is young and has good facial features. He should be said to be very handsome, but there is a fierceness on his face that is extremely inconsistent with his age. His exposed upper body revealed strong muscles, full of indescribable explosive power, while his lower body was dressed like a wanderer in the woods. After the other party committed the murder, there was no trace of nervousness or panic in his eyes, but instead a kind of excitement. This isn't the first time someone kills someone, it's more like a seasoned one. How did Ren know that strictly speaking this was Chen Jun's first murder, but the original owner avenged the squad leader, and his body's potential fully exploded, killing 5 or 6 militants, and his body had adapted to the feeling of killing. Chen Jun's mentality also changed a lot after he was assassinated by a fusion hacker. When he took action, he only thought that he was a killer without any distracting thoughts in his mind. Murder is a matter of a white knife going in and a red knife coming out. Because of this, Chen Jun did not have any discomfort either psychologically or physically after killing Buji. "Are you a ghost on the border?" Ren said. Before, Wu Jai told her that in the past month, a ruthless person appeared in this area. The other party has been secretly dealing with people from the Liu family organization, and has killed 7 or 8 of them in just 1 month. This person's strength cannot be said to be strong, but he is very good at hiding. Every time he looks for someone who is alone and then leaves after killing someone. Boss Liu was very angry about this, as if his inverse scale had been touched, and he summoned many people overnight to deal with it. But the other party was too cunning. He hid when he saw a crowd and didn't show up. Until last time, Boss Liu laid a trap and almost killed the other party, but he still let him run away. There was no news from the other party after that. Because the other party's behavior was very strange, they gave each other the nickname Ghost. This guy who looked a bit like a savage suddenly appeared to save him. Apart from the legendary Ghost, Ren couldn't think of anyone else. Ghost? Chen Jun looked at Ren. Do you know who attacked Island No. 1 a month ago? The murderous aura brought about by the hacker assassination technique surged out of Chen Jun like a tide. Ren immediately felt the murderous aura emanating from Chen Jun's body. The pores on his body suddenly felt a chill and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. There is such a strong murderous aura in him, how many people must be killed? Chapter 5 As a hacker, this time, is to hide the gun. Ren was keenly aware of Chen Jun's problem. Is he a border guard? Ren was aware of the attack on border island No. 1 and she appeared here precisely to investigate this matter. You are. As soon as Ren opened her mouth, Chen Jun suddenly pulled her and pressed her down hard. It made her feel like she was about to be molested and she was about to scold him call out. A bullet passed in front of her eyes, hitting exactly where she had been, and a ball of soil exploded on the ground. And a streak of blood appeared on the shoulder of the young man who was pressing her down. Swish. Chen Jun rolled violently on the ground with Ren in his arms, rolling towards the lower bushes next to him. Ren was caught off guard and felt dizzy. Fortunately, the other party protected her head and prevented her from being hit by a hard object. Ren, who has experienced many battles, naturally knew that the enemy must be attacking suddenly, and shouted, "Let me go, I will do it myself." Her voice has not yet fallen. Intensive gunshots suddenly sounded in the mountain forest. Puff puff. It was like raindrops of bullets hitting the surrounding trees, and the sound of the soil covered up her voice. Chen Jun growled, "Get down, there are many of them coming." He still hugged Ren without letting go. This posture made Ren quite speechless. After all, Chen Jun was bare-chested and only wearing tattered jeans, which were still half-length, and Ren's hands were still tied. When had Ren ever been so close to a man? Although she has received special training and has a strong psychological quality, after all, there are some natural physiological reactions that the brain cannot control. She tried to struggle, but it seemed to get tighter. Just then a drop of blood dripped from Chen Jun's shoulder and fell on Ren's face. If Chen Jun hadn't pounced on her in time, she might have died by now. After all, the other party saved me twice. Forget it, why do we care about this at this time? There are no men or women on the battlefield. How could Chen Jun understand Ren's thoughts about women now? All his attention was focused on this group of militants. He knew that there was a den of militant organizations nearby, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The iron blood and sense of honor of a soldier in his heart made Chen Jun not hesitate to flinch, saying, "We must find a way to kill these people." And Ran came back to her senses, with a speechless face, and said, "Let me go before you talk. How can you think of a solution if you are holding me down?" Chen Jun said, "As a hacker, you have to hide your gun at this time. Don't move." "Hiding the gun?" And Ren's pretty face suddenly turned red, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Chen Jun lowered his voice, stared at the forest ahead, and said, "The leader of them is codenamed Kahua Snake. He likes to abuse women. I didn't expect to bring people here so quickly. There are more than 20 people in total. It's a pity that I don't have a gun. Don't make a move, they are coming." When the original owner launched an operation against the surrounding militants, he was desperate. He once took the risk of catching 2 mouths and got some information from them, including the cauliflower snake who led the team to chase him. This guy's biggest hobby is lust. As for his abilities, I'm not sure, but he is considered a figure in the organization. If Chen Jun fights them head-on with bare hands, he will definitely suffer a loss. If he had a gun in his hand, the situation would be different. After integrating hacker shooting, Chen Jun regained his understanding of shooting. Now he just needs to practice and feel the taste of shooting. Although they haven't fought yet, Chen Jun has a strong feeling that as long as he has a gun and enough bullets, he can easily kill these people. And Ran's ears turned red and she said, "Don't you have a gun? You hit me." "Ah?" Chen Jun was slightly surprised. When did he have a gun? At this moment, the cauliflower snake mentioned by Chen Jun was standing in the forest, holding an AK-47, a green vest on the upper half, and carrying a pile of magazines, all of which were full of bullets, and his face was full of murderous intent. The centipede scar on the corner of his right eye made his entire face look very ferocious. Behind Cauliflower Snake stood several other militants. One of the militants who rushed over said in a deep voice, "Boss, Buji is dead. The female soldier should have killed him with the knife that pierced his throat." Cauliflower Snake licked its mouth, with evil intentions in its eyes, and said, "What a pity. I have seen that woman with a sweet voice, beauty, good figure, and a natural gun mount. What a pity. That trash and Buket, a woman I can't even stand it, I deserve to die. The gun mount I prepared to get made her fly." As he said that, he turned to the deputy next to him and said, "Don't let her run away, otherwise she will be replaced by a woman." The deputy's mouth twitched. He was such a bastard for his boss. "But there is no way, the boss needs it and must give it, and there are a lot of women, so I can just catch one back later." He said into the headset, "Sniper, pay attention to the movements around you, don't kill, capture the ones alive, the boss needs it." A man's voice came harshly from the headset, "Understood." Subsequently, the deputy and Kahua Snake separated and led another team to search for Chen Jun's previous location. Soon, they tracked Chen Jun's location just now. The deputy squatted down and looked at the ground carefully. There were signs of rolling and some blood on the ground. He pinched the blood on the ground and felt that it was still warm. The next moment, the deputy roared, "Spread out and look carefully. She is injured and she will not be able to escape far." "Yes." The 7 or 8 armed men who followed the deputy quickly dispersed and began a blanket search into the surrounding woods. The deputy stayed at his original position and reported to Kahua Shehui through the headset, "Boss, I found traces of the other party. There are bloodstains. The other party is injured. He should not leave." Cauliflower Snake said excitedly, "Look for it quickly, don't let me die." "Understand." The deputy cuts the signal. "Paralysis, your mind is filled with women. Sooner or later, you will fall into the hands of women." The deputy couldn't help but complain. Swish! Suddenly a dark shadow flashed in front of the deputy's eyes. The next moment, a sharp saber cut his throat and a stream of blood spurted out from his wound. The deputy's eyes bulged, full of disbelief and fear. How could the other party appear here? "You know, this is where my men started searching, how could they not find it? And wasn't the other party injured? Why is there such a fierce attack?" He could only ask the king of hell these questions. "You are a ghost." The moment the deputy fell, he struggled to utter a few words. Chapter 6 Injured. The moment the saber in Chen Jun's hand passed across the opponent's throat, the opponent's blood shot out at a terrifying speed. 83.3 ml/sec. Chen Jun subconsciously calculated the bleeding speed of the opponent's wound. "It's really scary." Looking at the scene of the blood shot out, Chen Jun himself was frightened. After all, this kind of picture could only be seen on TV before. "I didn't expect that I would strike so fast with all my strength. The hacker assassination technique is really awesome." Chen Jun seemed to instinctively know what kind of speed and angle to use to swing the knife to the extreme in an instant, and at the same time cut the artery in the opponent's neck. The blood was like a jet of water ejected from a ruptured water pipe under high water pressure. The next moment, Chen Jun reacted and immediately grabbed the AK-47 in the opponent's hand and snatched it away. The moment he clenched the gun, Chen Jun became excited again, even more excited than holding An Ren just now. This is hack shooting activated. Swish! Chen Jun held the gun with one hand, grabbed the corpse with his left hand, and blocked himself in front of him, forming a wall of flesh. Hacking fighting technique let him know how to hide himself better. Now Chen Jun fell into a state of incomparable excitement, no fear, only excitement, feeling as if the blood in his body had been ignited. Bang bang bang. Chen Jun shot 3 times in a row, as fast as lightning. 3 militants in the forest ahead fell to the ground upon hearing the sound. A bloody hole burst out on the back of their heads. However, after Chen Jun killed the 3 people, he also felt a sharp pain in his left arm, and another piece of flesh was scraped off by the bullet. Fuck. Chen Jun felt that he was hurt again, and couldn't help but let out a low growl. Now he is full of murderous intent. With a bachelor like a hacker, he can do things to the end. Paralysis, pull a few more backs, and avenge the squad leader. Chen Jun, who had entered a state of enthusiasm, was full of killing intent, and the obsession left by his original master also imperceptibly affected some of his thoughts. To avenge the squad leader is a must. For Chen Jun, revenge for the squad leader is his biggest goal, otherwise he will not feel at ease in this life. Kill! Chen Jun locked his eyes on a militant, flicked his gun, and emerged from the hidden corpse. Shoot! Boom! 150 meters away, the militant had just raised his AK-47 and was about to shoot Puff. The sound of bullets tearing flesh. A bloody hole burst out between the eyebrows of the militant, and blood splattered everywhere. His body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The opponent couldn't figure it out until he died. Wasn't the opponent holding an AK-47? How could it feel like a sniper rifle? And outside the forest, the cauliflower snake, who was still thinking of a woman, came over. Seeing the bloody hole bursting out of his subordinate's forehead, he looked in the direction of the opponent shooting, and his face changed slightly. Damn it, a woman, what a powerful shot, but the fiercer it is, the more delicious it is. The cauliflower snake smiled wickedly. Outflank, catch alive, must catch alive, only such a woman can make me excited. With a wave of the cauliflower snake, 5 or 6 of his subordinates behind him surrounded Chen Jun. Why haven't you fired yet? Just don't kill me. The cauliflower snake cursed into the headset. The sniper's voice immediately came from the headset. Understood. Bang! Dull gunshots sounded in the forest. The inside of Chen Jun's right leg was in severe pain, and a large amount of blood gushed out immediately. Fuck. I almost became a father-in-law. Fortunately, the bullet scraped off a piece of flesh and did not hurt any bones. Chen Jun gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and his figure was like a poisonous snake running through the jungle, rushing towards the denser place ahead. When he was sprinting, the cauliflower snake, who had been paying attention to his direction, felt a little wrong when he saw Chen Jun's back. This the woman's back? Why does it feel a bit thick? Isn't that woman very slender, petite? The cauliflower snake scolded. What are you eating? Why did you let her run away and beat her legs? I only want her body. The next moment, a sniper's voice came. Boss, that kid's figure is like a ghost, and it's not easy to kick. Boss, when did your taste change and you like men? The taste of the boss often changes, but it is limited to different women. For men this taste is really strong enough. Is it because of being stimulated? The cauliflower snake was taken aback and said, Fuck, is that a kid? Isn't it the mother's? In an instant, he felt green. No wonder the figure of the other party just now is not sexy at all, more like a big man. What a mistake. The cauliflower snake has never let the sniper kill it. It always thought that the other party was the woman. Who would have thought that it was a man? What does that mean? It's probably the guy who killed Bu Jai and saved the woman. Bastard, fight with me. The cauliflower snake rushed towards Chen Jun with the rest of the people, and at the same time shouted into the headset, Get rid of him for me. Yes. Immediately, all the militants began to launch the most violent attack on Chen Jun. When the distance was shortened to about 100 meters, the militants who came from locked onto Chen Jun's position and fired continuously. The intensive gunfire sounded, and bullets rained into the jungle. Sawdust flew horizontally, and the branches and leaves were continuously knocked off by bullets, falling to the ground, making a rustling sound. In just a few breaths, the trees around Chen Jun were left in a mess by bullets. Under the intensive firepour, Chen Jun had no room to fight back. The opponent's firepour is too fierce. More than a dozen people shoot at the same time. How fierce is the firepour? Chen Jun only had one gun in his hand, and once his position was exposed, he was immediately covered by firepour. This is the great power of collective attacks. If it weren't for Chen Jun's hacking assassination technique and his ability to use trees and surrounding terrain to quickly move, he would have been shot into a hornet's nest by stray bullets from all directions. Suddenly there was a dull gunshot puff, the sound of bullets tearing flesh. Chen Jun gasped. His shoulder, close to his heart and lungs, was pierced by bullets and a lot of blood gushed out. It's that sniper again. It is true that Chen Jun has hacking assassination technique and hacking shooting technique. It can be said that such skills are not enough to find the position of the sniper when facing so many militant attacks. The severe pain did not make Chen Jun lose his mind and feel fear, but instead made him have a more bloodthirsty impulse. He gestured in the direction and Ran was avoiding, telling her to leave quickly. Chen Jun suddenly turned around and roared at the enemy, "Come on, come and kill your father." And Ran's eyes turned red when he saw Chen Jun, whose whole body was covered with blood. Chapter 7 Shocking Scenes. Phantom Legends. Just when Ran was about to rush out, Chen Jun had already changed the magazine. And during the severe pain, he turned over to a hidden spot nearby and fired in the direction of the militants. Ding! Chen Jun bit off the grenade safety ring he took from the corpse and flicked it hard. Boom! A huge flame erupted where the militants had gathered. The huge explosion covered up all the surrounding sounds. Taking advantage of the huge smoke rising, Chen Jun launched a fierce counterattack, and Ran felt inexplicably warm in her heart when she looked at the guy who was desperate for his life. This Gian Ran was thinking of a way to break out of the encirclement when suddenly, the sound of a helicopter propeller rotating at high speed was heard in the east sky. On the side of the helicopter is written Wu 10, and Ran was overjoyed. Support had arrived. Before she was ready to contact Buji, she had already notified the Thunder Commandos of Lengya and asked them to come quickly for support. Hard idea. Withdraw. When Cauliflower Snake saw the arrival of the armed helicopter, he immediately ordered the pursuing militants to retreat and run towards the jungle in the distance. Not long after they disappeared, and Ran saw Lei Zhan, whose face was covered in oil paint, rushing over with the Thunder Commandos. "Sai Luo Len, how are you?" Lei Zhan's eyes were full of concern, and Ran pointed in a direction to the west and shouted, "Quick, save people, he saved me." Lei Zhan and others rushed towards the direction pointed by and ran without any hesitation, while Ran followed behind. Chen Jun, who was in the woods, was covered in blood and his consciousness was a little blurry. He didn't realize that reinforcements had arrived. The AK-47 bullets in his hand have been used up, and there is only one glory mine left on his body, ready to die with the group of militants. Tread Lei Zhan and others rushed over quickly, just in time to see Chen Jun lying on the ground. "Quick!" Lei Zhan shouted. Lei Zhan and others quickly surrounded him, but when they got closer, a smoking grenade suddenly rolled out. "Fuck!" Lei Zhan's expression changed drastically, and he had no idea that Chen Jun would directly greet them with a grenade. "They're here for support. Why the hell does this guy think of them as enemies?" This made Lei Zhan a little confused. He even forgot to pick up the grenade and throw it out immediately. And Ran rushed over desperately, picked up the grenade and threw it out, then quickly fell to the ground. Lei Zhan and others also reacted quickly and immediately fell to the ground. A loud bang. In the mountain forest more than 10 meters away, a huge cloud of gunpowder smoke rose, and the trees within 10 meters around were blown into pieces and turned into a mess. Lei Zhan looked at the rising smoke with lingering fear. He was so close to being played to death. Lei Zhan said angrily, "Who is this? Why are you throwing grenades at us?" If the grenades had exploded around them just now, most of the Thunder Commandos would have been destroyed. If this is the case, Raiden must become the biggest joke in the entire army. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Chen Jun lying on the ground and said, "He is a ghost on the border, save him quickly." "Ghost, it's us, our reinforcements are here, not the enemy." And Ran possessed Chen Jun, and the health worker rushed over and quickly checked his wounds. "The ghost on the border? When did it appear?" Lei Zhan said in surprise. And Ran said, "I heard from insiders that they invaded Sentry Post No. 1 but failed. The soldiers responsible for the defense fought until the last man, and then support came. By the way, wasn't it supported by your thunder and lightning?" Lei Zhan immediately thought about it and said, "A soldier gave us the letter, but considering that it was a special area, we didn't chase him. Unexpectedly, he was the last soldier alive in Class 3. But how could he be a ghost? I have seen his training results during the recruit period. He is no different from trash." And Ran shouted, "Don't always look at a revengeful soldier with such eyes. Hatred will make people stronger, bursting out with fighting power you can't imagine. If it weren't for him today, I would have turned into a corpse." She will never forget the sword that Chen Jun used to kill Wu Jai. He was definitely a master. Also, during the exchange of fire with the militants just now, one militant fell after another and Chen Jun was like a ghost in the jungle. Especially at the end of the fight, even if he died, he still wanted to fight her way out. And Ran believed that with the opponent's skills, if it wasn't for holding back the militants, he would have been able to escape from here. But the other party didn't. Even if such a soldier was weak before, that was in the past. After such a life and death battle, he had completely transformed. He is a predator. While Lei Zhan was talking to and ran, Chen Jun had already woken up a little. He stared at Lei Zhan suddenly, with murderous intent in his eyes, clenched his fists and roared, "It's all you. If you had brought people here earlier that day, how could the following situation occur? It took us so long to make the call, why haven't you come yet? Aren't the special forces fast? Why?" In Chen Jun's memory, the squad leader immediately passed on the information the moment he discovered the militant sneak attack. However, no reinforcements arrived until the last moment of the fight. Lei Zhan looked at Chen Jun with red eyes and blood all over his body. He frowned and said, "A-okay, your squad leader is not dead, but his feet are disabled and he is still being treated in the hospital." "Not dead?" Chen Jun's pupils suddenly opened and he fainted with excitement. The health worker who was examining Chen Jun hurriedly said, "He has 5 wounds on his body. The most serious injuries are in the heart and lungs. He has lost too much blood and needs to be sent to the hospital immediately for surgery, otherwise his life will be in danger." And Ran hurriedly shouted, "Hurry and lift him to the helicopter." Not long after, Chen Jun was carried onto the helicopter, followed by Ran, who quickly flew to the military hospital. Lei Zhan led the team to pursue forward for a certain distance. The voice of the King of Hell came from his headset. "Thunder God, the enemy has retreated and entered the gray area. We cannot catch up." "Son of a bitch." Lei Zhan clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger. The gray area is the red line, and soldiers cannot cross it easily, otherwise it will cause serious consequences. They could pass by, but not as soldiers, which is why Chen Jun took off his military uniform before passing by. The last time the opponent escaped, Lei Zhan was already very angry, and because of this, he was severely scolded by the wolf head. Unexpectedly, this time Lei Zhan thought of Chen Jun's angry eyes when he looked at him, and suddenly felt an indescribable aggrievedness. "Maid!" Lei Zhan couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. "Thor God, we also found the bodies of 20 militants. Do you want to come and take a look?" The King of Hell said with surprise in his tone. Chapter 8 News from Squad Leader Shiguo. Lei Zhan's expression condensed. 20 corpses? After receiving the communication from Ran, he rushed here as quickly as possible, but he didn't expect to arrive late. But this rookie who used to be a member of the Iron Fist group actually carried out an attack with dozens of militants on his back and killed 20 of them? Lei Zhan was so surprised. Before, Lei Zhan had specially checked Chen Jun's file. This guy could be said to be a rookie among recruits. He was supposed to be assigned to the logistics to raise pigs. It was because of his squad leader that he protected this guy to the death. In the end, then he followed his squad leader to Area 1. In the end, no one expected that this kid would take off his military uniform and enter the gray area to hunt down the enemy in order to avenge his squad leader. This trip has lasted until today, exactly 1 month. Who would have thought that the former rookie did not die, but became the ghost that the militants feared? What happened to this kid? Is it really possible for revenge to stimulate a person's potential to such an extent? Lei Zhan is a special soldier, a commando captain, and a king of soldiers. He naturally understands the potential of people and can do incredible things when stimulated. But a person's potential is limited. Chen Jun was wandering alone in the fringe area with no support, no supplies, and no equipment. You can imagine how difficult it is to deal with such a group of armed men. "I am going now." After Lei Zhan hung up the communication, he walked forward along the traces of Chen Jun's battle. There are bloodstains all the way, some left by Chen Jun and some left by militants. In the jungle, corpses of militants lay scattered everywhere. Some were shot, some were blown to death, and some had their throats pierced with sharp blades. From the scenes at the scene and the expressions in the eyes of the deceased, there is fear, disbelief, and unwillingness. Were all these people killed by that kid? Lei Zhan's eyes were full of doubts. According to the traces left by the battle at the scene, it is not difficult to restore the battle scenes at that time with Lei Zhan's ability. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Judging from these traces, Chen Jun showed amazing assassination and shooting abilities. Every attack is a fatal blow to the enemy. Such skills should not appear in a new soldier. Even the veterans of Thunder and Lightning may not be able to do so brilliantly. How did this kid do it? Lei Zhan, as the military king of the military region for 3 consecutive times, is proficient in shooting and fighting and has rich experience in jungle combat. In this situation, he was able to kill these militants, but he was not sure if he wanted to do so cleanly and swiftly. After a while, Lei Zhan met with the King of Hell and others. The King of Hell said, "I have carefully counted the corpses. There are a total of 20 corpses. 4 were killed by bombings, 12 were shot dead, and 4 were killed by hand. In addition, This guy was killed under the pressure of the opponent's sniper. These people are amazing. As a sniper, Yama couldn't help but take a breath after carefully observing the scene. This guy is not a new recruit. If any member of their Thunder Commando team encounters this kind of situation, he may not be able to do better than him. Lei Zhan said nothing, looked around, and ordered, "Retreat and take all the bodies back." Yes. Military hospital, in the special care ward. Chen Jun woke up from his deep sleep and saw himself lying on the hospital bed, and Ran was standing in front of the hospital bed, looking at him with surprise. "You finally woke up," Ran said with a happy face. Chen Jun hesitated for a moment, and immediately remembered what happened in area. He hurriedly asked, "Where is my monitor? Is he still alive?" Chen Jun remembered that Lei Zhan said that squad leader Shiguo did not die, but became disabled and was in the hospital. After traveling through time, all the memories of the original owner and the obsession left behind by the original owner were combined, making Chen Jun also have deep feelings for Shiguo. Chen Jun crazily killed armed men in the gray area just to avenge the squad leader. How could he not be excited now that he knew there were no sacrifices in the class? Ran saw Chen Jun anxiously trying to sit up, and hurriedly put pressure on his shoulders, saying, "Don't be anxious, I'll call the doctor over, don't move around, you are still in a dangerous period, don't get too excited. Your monitor is still alive, don't be nervous." Chen Jun nodded. Shortly after, Ran ran out. Director Mu Guo of the main hospital walked in with an assistant and a nurse following Ran. Director Mu quickly checked Chen Jun, and after asking about Chen Jun's situation, he said, "The dangerous period has finally passed. If the bullet deviates by just 1 centimeter, even the gods will not be able to pull it back." Chen Jun said, "Thank you, Director Mu." Director Mu smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. On the contrary, I have to thank you. If it weren't for soldiers like you who shed blood and sacrificed their lives to protect our country, where would we have the peace we have now? You just need to take good care of your injuries and recover as soon as possible. This is the most important." Chen Jun nodded and said, "Director Mu, is my squad leader Shiguo also in this hospital? According to time calculation, he should have been sent here on this day last month. How is he now?" Director Mu was stunned for a moment and said sadly, "He is also a hero. He fought in the same class until the last person, and he was rescued. Although his leg was too seriously injured and had to be amputated, hey, we have tried our best." Chen Jun looked extremely solemn when he heard this. When he knew that the squad leader was still alive, he was happier than anyone else, but amputation, this was such a cruel thing for the squad leader. However, this is the best result, isn't it? Fortunately, his fiancée is here and has been taking care of him and enlightening him, but it seems to be a bit troublesome now. Director Mu showed a helpless expression. Chen Jun hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Director Mu hesitated for a moment and said, "It seems that your squad leader's fiancée's family came over. I listened at the door as they persuaded her to leave the squad leader. It would be a pity if this happened. She is already 6 months pregnant. If she had an accidental miscarriage, this matter, and it's not easy to persuade. It's pity the parents in the world. Everyone wants their children to live a better life, but who can understand the suffering of soldiers?" Director Mu shook his head and sighed. He has seen a lot of this kind of situation. The hospital stipulates that you cannot induce labor after 6 months of pregnancy, but if the woman wants to abort the child, there are many ways to do it, and there is absolutely nothing she can do about it. Now it depends on what the woman thinks, but according to this situation, if she disagrees, her family will definitely not give her a good look. Chen Jun was stunned, and a ball of anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 9 Upgrade again. Hacking and Stealth. Director Mu saw Chen Jun's excited expression and immediately said, "Don't be excited. I just heard that the specific situation may not be so bad. The most important thing for you now is to take good care of your body. Even if you want to help your squad leader, you have to take good care of your body, so that you can have strength, right?" Chen Jun regards his squad leader as his own brother. He is like this now, and he must not be allowed to suffer any more injustice. Whenever he mentioned that he was going to be a father, the squad leader looked indescribably happy, and said that he had found a good woman and that after he retired, he would give her a happy home. But now that the monitor is disabled, the woman's parents want to force them to break off the engagement and remove the child. How could Chen Jun not be angry? He wanted to rush over now, point at the girl's parents, and ask them if they had any conscience at all. Had their conscience been eaten by dogs? The squad leader fought bravely on the battlefield to protect his family and country. He is a hero. He is now disabled, and in the end he cannot even save his own flesh and blood. This is so heartbreaking. If all parents in the world are like this, who will let their sons serve as soldiers in the future? Who will protect this country? Chen Jun tried his best to suppress his anger and nodded. Director Mu saw Chen Jun calm down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that he would be impulsive and run out. Such is the comradeship between soldiers that they value it more than their own lives. Director Mu said, "By the way, what's your family's phone number? You can call them and ask them to come over. You can't move for the time being." Chen Jun was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered his cheap father and mother. "From the memories left in my mind, my family seems to be quite wealthy." And Ran said softly, "Give me your phone number and I'll make the call. You can rest in peace and recover. I can also visit your squad leader for you and see the specific situation. Then I'll tell you, don't be impulsive. Your own body is important, do you understand?" Chen Jun nodded, and then gave and Ran his father's phone number. After, and Ran asked him to have a good rest, he walked outside and was about to make a call when his cell phone rang. It turned out that Kang Lei, the leader of the Iron Fist group, called over. And Ran had worked with Kang Lei before and had a good relationship, but when she saw his number this time, she felt like she didn't want to pick it up. She hesitated for a moment, but still connected the phone. "Hello, Chief." And Ran said. Kang Lei said anxiously, "Comrade and Ran, my soldier, Chen Jun, is still alive, right? I just heard from Langya that you are with him now." And Ran said, "What do you want to do?" Her tone is not very good. "Yes, Chen Jun is your soldier, but he was thrown into the jungle for a month, and you didn't send anyone to search for it. Those places are frequented by militants, so you are not worried at all? Now that the unsung hero Chen Juncheng is back, do you now remember that he is your soldier?" And Ran is a person who has a clear sense of grudges, and she is the most unhappy about this kind of thing. Even if Kang Tuan's military rank is higher than his own, so what? Wrong is wrong. The fact that Chen Jun was able to survive was a sign of his good fortune. Of course, it was also related to his cheating skills and had nothing to do with the Iron Fist group. Kang Lei was startled and said anxiously, "How is he doing now?" "I'll go visit him." And Ran said coldly, "He just woke up. He is an unsung hero. He has done things that even the special forces cannot and dare not do. At the same time, he is also my savior of Violet. Kang Tuan, do you understand what I mean?" Kang Lei was silent for a moment and said, "I really didn't expect that he was a soldier who was going to raise pigs. After he was taken to Area 1 by Shiguo, he would change so much. If this soldier is decided by Kang's regiment, I will report it to his superiors. Apply and let him return to our Iron Fist regiment and lead troops directly for me." Langya also told him some general information about Chen Jun. When Kang Lei heard the news, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The ghost on the edge of Area 1 is a well-known character in that area, and the militants entrenched in the gray area are afraid of it. Who would have thought that the deserted soldier would do such an earth-shattering thing? This is better than the top soldiers like He Chengwang, Wang Yanbing, and Lai Erniu in the same period. Of course, such a resounding soldier cannot be buried. We must publicize and study it in the whole regiment, so that everyone in the regiment knows that soldiers can still be like this. In the past, it was always said that soldiers have a bloody nature. What is a bloody nature? What Chen Jun showed was the bloody spirit of a soldier. On the way here, Kang Lei had already thought about it. Even if he quit because of his position, he would still keep this soldier. After all, Chen Jun took off his military uniform without authorization and entered the gray area to pursue the enemy, which was a serious violation of discipline. When An Ran heard what Kang Lei said, the resentment in her heart disappeared a little. "You still have a conscience. Kang Tuan, there are not many soldiers like this left." An Ran said. Kang Lei nodded and said, "I know very well that the soldier Shiguo is interested in is a coward. I have already lost a good squad leader, and I will definitely not let his soldiers bury him again. By the way, I've already walked to the hospital. It's at the door. Which ward is he in? I'll go up now." An Ran frowned. "You're already at the door. Why are you calling? Can't we just come in directly? What a waste of time. Kang Lei didn't come here just because he was drinking, right?" An Ran knew Kang Lei's temperament very well. When he drank, his mind wandered and his mouth was full of artillery. He didn't know what he said afterwards. "Kang Tuan, it's morning now, haven't you had a drink?" Kang Lei said in a deep voice. "What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person without discipline?" "Comrade An Ran, you have to believe in my personality as a soldier." An Ran complained, "When you drink and don't remember anything, do you still have a personality?" After telling Kang Lei the room number, An Ran hung up the signal. Kang Tuan can come and show such an attitude, Chen Jun's subsequent affairs should be easier to handle. But even if Kang Tuan doesn't help, An Ran will find a way to help Chen Jun return to the army. Not just because the other party saved him, but because it would be a pity for such a soldier to leave the army like this. After An Ran thought for a moment, she started to call Chen Jun's father. But the next moment, something strange happened. Just as Anne Ran entered her mobile phone number, Uncle Chen appeared. In other words, this is a mobile phone number that has been saved in her mobile phone. This Chen Jun is his son, the man who was appointed by my father to be engaged to me, but who I have never met before? And Ran felt as if he had been hit by 1,000,000 points. Chapter 10. Stepping into the threshold of the King of Soldiers, Kang Lei arrives. Chen Jun was in a daze, and only after undergoing various tests did he finally wake up. After one inspection and more than a dozen times, it was impossible for Chen Jun to relax. At this time, a systematic sound suddenly came from his ears. The host is completely awake and can issue rewards. The host turns on the enemy killing mode, kills 20 enemies in a row, and will be rewarded with 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and being promoted to level 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new hacking skill, Hacker Stealth. Do you want to fuse it? Congratulations to the host for getting an opportunity to strengthen. Do you want to strengthen it? A series of prompts seemed to be exploding in Chen Jun's mind. Chen Jun was so happy that he didn't even think about it. Integrate Hacker Stealth skills immediately. Hacker Stealth is a real hacker. It can travel 800 miles a day without a trace or sound. It is the best auxiliary skill for hacker assassination. As the Hacker Stealth technique was integrated into Chen Jun's mind, the muscles and bones of his body began to undergo obvious changes. The skin and flesh become tight and strong, as if full of flexibility, like a spring, while the muscles and bones become stronger, and the strength of the muscle fibers becomes greater. Generally speaking, the muscle strength of black people is 150 to 200 kilograms, which is more than 100 times that of white people at 1.5 kilograms. Moreover, black people have more red blood cells in their blood and are more likely to recover from fatigue. At this time, after Chen Jun integrated the Hacker Stealth technique, whether it was the strengthening of body muscles or the content of red blood cells, it was about 10 times that of black people. This ratio is quite terrifying. In other words, Chen Jun's explosive power and endurance are about 10 times that of black people. It would be quite scary if this was spread. To put it simply, if it were in a sports arena, Chen Jun could easily kill any top black athlete in an instant. Of course, it refers to physical fitness. A few breaths ago, Chen Jun felt that he had changed a lot. Looking around the room, he could easily tell which position was best for hiding. How to use the body to move quickly in a small space, so that the other party could not detect it to one's own existence. This suddenly reminded Chen Jun of a movie he had watched called Room Moves. To put it simply, the other party can move behind you like a ghost, but you don't notice it at all. It will only make you feel like there is a ghost behind you. Someone is watching you. Chen Jun feels that he can do this too, as long as he gives himself some time to become familiar with his body again. Awesome stealth skills. I like it. Strengthen the body. Chen Jun no longer hesitated. What he needed most now was to make his body stronger. Strengthening is the most direct and quickest way. In an instant, the feeling that the skin, bones, muscles, and internal organs are constantly getting stronger hit my heart again. In just a few breaths, Chen Jun felt his whole body suddenly relax and feel an indescribable feeling of comfort. The host's body has been strengthened and all attributes have increased by 1. Chen Jun's eyes lit up. It actually increased by 1, which is 0.5 more than the second strengthening. Doesn't it mean that the further you go, the harder it becomes? The system prompts, broken and then rebuilt, the effect will often be greater. The host's body will be seriously injured and reach the limit of the body. It's still like this. Well, the hacker system is really user-friendly. Chen Jun was excited. This is the effect of reaching 1, which is equivalent to doubling the strength. It feels like a poor guy suddenly won 500 million. Can you not be surprised? What does Chen Jun lack most now? Physical fitness is not strong enough, reaction speed is not fast enough, and movement is not flexible enough. If he had moved faster and reacted more sensitively when confronting the militants before, he would not have been so seriously injured like now, and almost lost his life. The next moment, a list of attributes popped up in Chen Jun's mind. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, soldier level. 2 attributes, spirit 3.5, constitution 3.5, strength 3.5, speed 3.5. Normal person. 1 hacker skills, hacker assassination, hacker shooting, hacker stealth. Experience points 0/300. Chen Jun scanned the same attribute. 3.5. According to the system's classification of military personnel, my physical fitness, excluding the burst of hacker stealth skills, has already entered the threshold of a junior soldier king. It can be regarded as the physical fitness of an elite special forces soldier. This is a huge step forward. Chen Jun's improvement in physical fitness can really be described as unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, if a recruit's physical fitness wants to reach that of an elite special forces soldier, it is best to need 1 to 2 years of crazy training, and he has to undergo crazy special training again, and make sure that during the process, he cannot there is a regression. How long did it take Chen Jun? It only takes 1 day to make a full calculation. Against the sky. If it weren't for system card cheating, Chen Jun might not be able to reach this level in his life. Cheating in life is really different. At this time, a soldier walked in at the door. Chen Jun subconsciously turned his head to look and couldn't help being surprised. It turned out to be Captain Kang Lei of the Iron Fist Regiment. After the 3-month training of Chen Jun's recruits, he followed the squad leader and left the Iron Fist Regiment. Therefore, his feelings for the Iron Fist Regiment were not very deep. For Kang Lei, he only had a casual relationship and did not have much affection. Unexpectedly, the first person to see him was the famous Kang Lei. Kang Lei gave Chen Jun the feeling that he had a tough image and was a man. Chen Jun saluted with some difficulty and said, "Report, it turns out that it is Chen Jun, a soldier from the 3rd Squadron of the 1st Company of the Iron Fist Regiment." Kang Lei walked over quickly, took his hand and said, I know, don't move, just lie down." Chen Jun put down his arm. "How's it going? Do you feel better?" Kang Tuan asked with concern. He looked at Chen Jun, who was wrapped like a mummy and felt particularly uncomfortable. Fortunately, there are many people with broken arms and legs. Otherwise, it would be like Shiguo, which would be very uncomfortable. "It's okay now. It's just a leg injury and a body injury. As long as you rest well, it can grow back." Chen Jun said, "Much better, I can't die." Kang Lei nodded and said, "I don't know how happy I am to know that you are still alive. I am proud to have a soldier like you. You are the hero of our Iron Fist team. Now you are the last one left in the 3rd class. Squad leader Shiguo is disabled and retirement is a must, but I can't blame you. You have done a good enough job." That day, your call for support went to staff fan of Langya. That guy was a bit tricked. He sent the thunder and lightning to attack, but he arrived late. Those bastards, it's a pity for my soldiers. After saying that, Kang Lei's eyes turned red. Chapter 11. This guy has such a big breath. Kang Tuan felt more sorry for Shiguo. In his impression, Shiguo was the fiercest soldier and the best squad leader. He had led many outstanding soldiers. The most important thing was that he was absolutely loyal to the country. As for the impression of Chen Jun, he always stayed at the stage of useless soldiers. In the recruit company at that time, He Cheng Wang, Wang Yanbing and others all went to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Even the bloated soldiers like Lai Erniu went to the cooking class of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. The other soldiers were all assigned to not bad companies, but no company was willing to accept Chen Jun, a young soldier. He couldn't go back, so after discussion, the company headquarters was ready to send him to the logistics pig farm to be responsible for raising pigs. In the end, Shiguo begged the company for mercy, and then followed Shiguo to Area 1. If it weren't for Shiguo, Chen Jun would only have a chance to perform in the pig farm. Of course, Kang Tuan's view of Chen Jun has changed now. Chen Jun values love and justice. In order to avenge squad leader Shiguo, Chen Jun took off his military uniform and risked his life to chase the enemy. For a whole month, I was alone in the wilderness fighting with armed men. How many recruits can match such courage and courage? Shiguo's vision was right. Both of them fell silent at this time. Chen Jun's mood was extremely heavy. What happened at that time was vivid in his mind, but he could not do anything about it. At this time, someone opened the door and came in. "Captain Kang, Chen Jun is not a soldier of your Iron Fist Regiment now, right? He is a soldier of our border defense." Kang Tuan hurriedly turned towards the voice and saw a lean and capable officer standing in front of him. The other party saluted Kang Tuan with a swish. "This is Yujunda, the company commander of the 6th Company of the Border Guard Regiment. He once went to Chen Jun's home to give relics to his parents." Kang Tuan returned the greeting. "Yes now, but in the past, they were the soldiers of my Iron Fist Regiment." Yulian did not argue with Kang Tuan about this. He turned to Chen Jun and said, "Comrade Chen Jun, how do you feel now?" Chen Jun wanted to salute, but he also stopped him. "Don't move around, just lie down." "Yes, Captain." Yulian looked at Chen Jun, who was wrapped in gauze with a look of horror in his eyes. It was a miracle that the other party came back alive. No one believed that Chen Jun could come back intact. "Langya made special reporting materials for you. In this operation in Area 1, you killed 20 enemies and allowed Langya to eliminate the militants' den in the final operation. You are the hero of our border defense group." Chen Jun, after studying the border defense and reporting it to your superiors for approval, you will be given a 2nd-class personal merit and an exceptional promotion to the rank of 2nd lieutenant. You can return to the border defense regiment and directly serve as platoon leader, or even be promoted to company commander without any problem. Kang Tuan's heart trembled slightly. So fierce. What he cared about was not the award given to Chen Jun by the Border Defense Regiment, but that Chen Jun killed 20 militants alone. There are 20 people, which is equivalent to 2 classes. Chen Jun, who was once a low-level recruit, has undergone such a big change in just 1 month. It is incredible. With such a record, even the special forces may not have it. Kang Tuan received the news from Lengya and didn't know such details. Once when a person is stimulated, he can burst out with such powerful potential. This reminds Kang Tuan of a person, the literary and art soldier Lei Qiming. This is a legendary figure in the army. Chen Jun's current situation is surprisingly similar to his opponent's experience. At the beginning, no one would have thought that a literary soldier would, without saying a word after knowing that the sacrifice of his leader valued him, would rush into the enemy's position in the middle of the night, kill dozens of people, blow up the enemy's arsenal, and finally kill the enemy leader. The head was chopped off and used as a memorial. Chen Jun also created such a miracle. Kang Tuan and Yugenda both looked at Chen Jun, especially Yugenda looked at Chen Jun with more disbelief. He knew Chen Jun's other identity. His father was the richest man in Donghai City and he had countless assets. Who would have thought that such a second-generation super-rich man with no worries about food and clothing would become a fighting hero? At this time, there was no smile on Chen Jun's face. Yugenda couldn't help but sigh. He could understand Chen Jun's thoughts. If it were him and he could get back the monitor's legs, he would rather not have these honors. But now the situation is the best result. His squad leader is still alive and Chen Jun is still alive. Yugenda gently patted Chen Jun on the shoulder and said, "You are a good soldier who values friendship. Come back to our border defense. We will continue to fight together, uphold your squad leader's will and continue to move forward." Kang Tuan reacted and hurriedly said, "Chen Jun, go back to the Iron Fist Regiment. Where was your home? I will give you a better position and the best training. You can become a member of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Don't you want to become a Special Forces soldier? That is the cradle of Special Forces and a necessary stage. I remember you said to your squad leader that you want to become a special soldier. Let those who once underestimated you see your changes, teach them a lesson, and let them know that people can change." Yugenda's mouth twitched slightly. When did Kang Tuan become so old? How did the Iron Fist group become Chen Jun's former home? If squad leader Shiguo hadn't pulled Chen Jun along, he would probably still be raising pigs in the logistics department now. How could he have become a fighting hero? However, the conditions offered by Kang Tuan are indeed very attractive. To become a Special Forces soldier, Yugenda said, "Chen Jun, there are people in our border defense regiment who can become Special Forces, and once they become the most elite soldiers." Suddenly both of them looked at Chen Jun expectantly. Soldiers like Chen Jun must be fought for. Let alone whether he can exert strong combat effectiveness in the future, the positive impact he will bring to the army is difficult to estimate. And they believe that Chen Jun will only become stronger and stronger after this transformation. Chen Jun showed a wry smile in his heart. Who would have thought that a month later, a regiment commander and a company commander would personally come to grab the useless soldier that no one wanted? "Squad leader, did you see it? You still have vision." Chen Jun thought for a moment and said, "Captain Kang, Captain Yu, thank you for your attention to me. I am very grateful. In the past, only the squad leader believed that I could become a good soldier. Now you are here. If the squad leader knew, he will be very happy because the soldiers he brought out are finally showing promise. However, I won't make a decision for the time being, but one thing I can be sure of is that I will eventually go to the Special Forces and join the commando team. I want to tell them that they can't take it easy when performing tasks, and can't wait for targeted strikes or call for support." Kang Tuan and Yugenda looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. This guy has such a loud voice. Chapter 12 Promotion. Chen Jun's future path. Chen Jun's tone is very loud, but he has this ability. He single-handedly fought with militant groups in the jungle for a month, killed 20 militants in one battle, and finally came back alive. If you don't have the confidence, who has the confidence? And judging from Chen Jun's tone, he has a lot of resentment towards the Special Forces. But it's normal to think about it. The person Chen Jun respected the most almost lost his life because support was late, and ended up being disabled for life. How could he not be resentful? If Shiguo died, he would probably resent Lengya for the rest of his life. Yugenda took a breath and said, "Okay, no matter what choice you make, you have to show them that our border guards are all men. I respect your choice." Kang Tuan didn't say much. Shiguo was also his soldier, and becoming a special soldier was every soldier's dream. "Sure, I'm waiting for your news. Our Iron Fist team will welcome you home anytime." Just after the two left the ward, the system prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind again. The host has turned on the military merit mode, obtain second-class merit once, and will be rewarded with 1 experience points. A list of hacker attributes pops up. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level. 2 attributes, spirit 3.5, constitution 3.5, strength 3.5, speed 3.5 normal person. 1 hacker skills, hacker assassination, hacker shooting, hacker stealth experience points. 200/300 You can gain experience points by making meritorious service. It seems that you can strive for whatever you can in the future. With 200 experience points, there is still 100 experience points left to meet the upgrade conditions. I don't know when the next mission will come, but no matter what, be prepared first. Continuously gaining experience points, thereby accelerating upgrades, acquiring more hacking skills, and making himself stronger is the direction Chen Jun wants to take. Revenge against the squad leader is Chen Jun's biggest goal. In addition, Chen Jun also knew that his main mission in this world was to build the Matrix, so he had to start with his own commando team in order to grow up quickly. Just which one to choose now for transition? Whether you return to the Border Guard group or go to the Iron Fist group, each has different advantages. The 4th company of sharpshooters of the Iron Fist Regiment has produced many special forces. It can be said to be the cradle of special forces. Once you go there, you have a high probability of passing the selection of special forces. As for the Border Guard Regiment, there are more opportunities for actual combat and it has also grown rapidly. Don't worry about it for now. Let's recover from our injuries first and then think about this issue. There's no rush now anyway. Chen Jun put this issue aside for the first time. What he was most worried about now was the situation with the squad leader. He didn't know what happened to him. So when Ayn Rand came back, Chen Jun said, "I want to see my squad leader." Ayn Rand said, "You can't act casually in your current situation. Wait until things get better before you act. Also, your parents are already on their way here, so it shouldn't take too long." When Chen Jun saw Ayn Rand talking about his parents, his face turned slightly red and his eyes twinkled. "I can use a wheelchair. I must see my squad leader as soon as possible, otherwise I will not be at ease." As he spoke, Chen Jun wanted to get off the bed. Seeing that Chen Jun couldn't move, Ayn Rand understood his mood at the moment and hurriedly came over to support him. "You are really as stubborn as a donkey. Don't move. I'll push the wheelchair over," Ayn Rand said softly. Chen Jun said, "Thank you. Actually, you don't have to do so much for me. You can just call the nurse." Ayn Rand said, "You saved me, I should take care of you." Chen Jun said nothing more. Ayn Rand is such a sweet-tempered woman, gentle and considerate, and knows how to take care of others. Soon, Ayn Rand pushed a wheelchair, helped Chen Jun sit on it, and then pushed him towards the door. It's okay to go out for a while. His wounds have been taken care of. As long as he doesn't exercise strenuously or touch water, it won't be a big problem. Ayn Rand was worried about Chen Jun's mood after seeing Shiguo. Seriously injured patients should not be too emotional. But how could this guy listen to me? Ayn Rand pushed Chen Jun to the nurse station to ask about Monitor Shiguo's ward. A young female nurse looked in the direction of Shiguo's ward and said, "Monitor, she has relatives coming to visit. He was pushed out by his fiancée just now. I don't know if he is back now. If you are in a hurry, you can go to the door downstairs to see." Look. As she said that, she turned back to look at Chen Jun, her eyes full of admiration. All the nurses in the hospital know about Chen Jun. He is a fighting hero and squad leader. She is his squad leader. It's a pity that Captain Shi became disabled at such a young age and has to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. It's really sad to say that. The key is that something like that happened in his family. Ayn Rand said, "Thank you." Ayn Rand pushed Chen Jun toward the door. Not long after, Ayn Rand pushed Chen Jun to the lobby of the hospital building. Just as he was about to walk towards the door, he saw a middle-aged man standing at the door, pulling Shiguo's wrist and saying sternly, "You are not married yet. Xiaopeng is still so young, man. Why do you want to be a burden to her? You are disabled now and you can't take care of yourself. How will you take care of her and your children in the future? If you really like Xiaopeng, you should leave her as soon as possible instead of hanging on to her. You may find it unpleasant when I say this, but this is the reality. This is real life, not in the army. If you are really together, how will you live? Are you still asking us to provide relief? I will raise my daughter at such an old age. I don't expect her to be able to take care of her until the end of her life, but I also don't want to see her live a miserable life every day." Shiguo's pale complexion was indescribably ugly and his body couldn't help but tremble. He said nothing and looked at his fiancée Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng was pulled by a middle-aged woman and said earnestly, "Daughter, listen to Mom. It's only been a few months and aborting it won't have any impact. You can't live with a cripple for the rest of your life, right? Look back, Mom. I will definitely help you find someone who is 10 times better than him." You are still young. With your conditions, what kind of good man can't be found? I was opposed to you being together at the beginning, but now you see it? You will be at a disadvantage if you are dating a poor soldier, so why don't you stop now? It's too late, listen to me, you can't be confused again at this time, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Xiaoping shook her head with red eyes and said, Mom, how can you say such a thing? The child in my belly is your grandson, how can you abort it? Moreover, Shiguo is a soldier and a hero of the country. Even if he is disabled, he will not be alive anymore. How about, I will take care of him for the rest of my life. Snapped? There was a crisp slap, but it didn't hit Xiaoping's face, but the squad leader Shiguo's face. Chen Jun happened to see this scene, his eyes turned red instantly and he growled, Push me over, quickly. Chapter 13 Monitor. Nobody can bully you at this moment. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, it is the time when the hospital has the largest flow of people. The movement here immediately attracted many patients and family members to watch. Shiguo was sitting in a wheelchair, with a bright red slap mark on his face and his body trembling slightly. He was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage and was able to grow up. Therefore, as soon as he reached adulthood, he signed up to join the army and became a soldier. What makes him feel happiest is meeting his fiancée Xiaoping, having his own love, and being able to start his own family. But now, he is really not qualified to choose his own love. Xiaoping would only suffer if he followed him, but he was unwilling to do so. The middle-aged man continued, My daughter is very good. You are from two different worlds. I didn't agree before and I won't agree even more now. It is impossible for her to live a hard life with a disabled soldier. Suddenly, he grabbed Shiguo's wrist and was caught by someone, as if he was caught in an iron clamp. Who? The middle-aged man looked up hurriedly with a gloomy face and saw a young man with his upper body wrapped in red gauze standing up with a slight trembling body. The opponent was so hard that it felt like he had used all his strength and his eyes were staring at him like a knife blade, as if he was about to cut him. A disabled soldier, he is also a soldier. He was injured while protecting the country. Chen Jun growled. The middle-aged man tried to throw it away, but he couldn't. Let go! The middle-aged man scolded. And Ran grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist and said to Chen Jun at the same time, You just finished the operation. Don't be impulsive, sit down quickly, don't use force. She was really anxious. Before, and Ran disagreed with Chen Jun's arrival because she was worried that he would be too excited and lose control of his emotions. Chen Jun looked at Shiguo, his eyes were red, and he said in a hoarse voice, Squad leader Shiguo's eyes were dull. Since he became disabled, he has suffered a lot of grievances. Especially today, Xiaoping's parents had a showdown directly in front of the hospital. This was such a big blow to him, it felt like a knife was stuck in his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. If Xiaoping hadn't carried his child in her belly, forcing him to grit his teeth and persevere, he would probably have collapsed. Now, he suddenly saw Chen Jun, his eyes were stunned for a moment, and then he smiled happily and said, Great, great, Chen Jun, you are still alive. I thought it would be good to come back. Chen Jun combined the memories in his mind and regarded the squad leader as his closest person, even deeper than his parents. In the army, if it weren't for the love and trust of the squad leader, he would have been a deserter long ago. In the last battle, if the squad leader hadn't protected Chen Jun would have turned into a corpse. Why did Chen Jun become so crazy that he chased people in the jungle and turned himself into a human and a ghost? It was because he wanted to avenge the squad leader. Squad leader, no one can bully you. In the past, you protected me, but now it's my turn. Chen Jun said firmly. Shiguo's body kept shaking as he looked at the blood on Chen Jun's upper body and the red bandage on his leg. It was the gauze dyed red as the blood from the wound continued to seep out. His whole body was almost stained red. How serious was his injury? He knew that on that day, Chen Jun, the most low-key soldier in ordinary times, thought that after he was sacrificed, he entered the gray area like a madman to avenge him. There has been no news since then and many people thought he died. Because in that complex area, even the special forces did not dare to enter easily. It was a place where there was no return. After Shiguo learned the news, he also fell into self-blame. He felt that he had harmed him. If he hadn't dragged him to Area 1, Chen Jun would not have encountered such a thing and would definitely still be alive. Are you okay with your injuries? Shiguo said excitedly. In an instant, Shiguo felt a storm-like murderous intent sweeping out of Chen Jun's body. Shiguo was horrified. Such strong murderous intent was much more powerful than any special forces he had ever come into contact with. The middle-aged man who was caught was completely stunned and speechless at all. He felt as if a ferocious beast was staring at him and could devour him at any time, making him dare not say a word. That is an invisible pressure. Ayn Rand also felt it and hurriedly comforted, Chen Jun, don't get excited, otherwise the wound will open again and your life will be in danger. I beg you sit down. If anything happens, let's sit down and discuss it. Nothing can't be solved. Sit down, don't get excited. Your parents will be here soon and you don't want to faint in front of them. Squad leader, she's matter can definitely be resolved satisfactorily, you believe me. Her nerves were tense. Chen Jun had injuries on his legs, arms, and chest. He must not exert excessive force, otherwise the wounds would open again. Once infected, his life would be in danger. Director Mu had repeatedly emphasized that Chen Jun should not be overly excited. At this moment, when the middle-aged woman saw her husband being caught, she immediately screamed and rushed over like a shrew, shouting, "Let him go! Why do you bully others? What about soldiers? Are you allowed to beat people at will? Security, come quickly, someone is beating someone here, call the police, call the police." When the onlookers saw this scene, their brows furrowed and expressions of contempt appeared on their faces. How could there be such a selfish woman who confuses right and wrong? Just now it was clear that she slapped the injured soldier and called him a loser, but now why did she say that someone else was bullying her? Did she have the nerve to say that she wanted to call the police? The people who were watching before could see and hear very clearly. The disabled soldier in a wheelchair is disabled for the country and he is a hero. Such people should be respected, but this middle-aged woman calls her trash when she talks about it and forces her daughter to abort the child in her belly. Does this middle-aged woman still have any conscience? However, it is difficult for upright officials to stop family affairs. Although they turned to Shiguo and Chen Jun, they could not say much. Soon, a security guard who walked unnaturally came over. The middle-aged woman immediately pointed at Chen Jun and cursed, "If you catch him, he will beat him. Send him to the law enforcement station." There was a sound of contempt all around. How can there be such shameless people? My conscience has been eaten by dogs. Confusing right and wrong, does this kind of person deserve to be a human being? Various abusive voices sounded around. The security guard looked at the middle-aged couple and said, "No matter what happens, they are both soldiers injured for the country. I am also their support. I am not on your side." Chapter 14. We are all soldiers backing. The middle-aged woman was stunned. She didn't expect that a poor security guard would dare to contradict her. "What do you mean? Are you a bad security guard that you don't want to work anymore? Believe it or not, I will complain to your leader and ask you to get out of the hospital." The middle-aged woman raised her voice and immediately cursed. As for other people's sarcasm, she seemed not to hear it. Ayn Rand was worried about Chen Jun, frowned, took out a wad of money from his pocket, handed it to the woman and said, "I can help them. No, many people will help them. Shiguo is a hero, and you are breaking them up like this. You will definitely regret it in the future." Seeing that Ayn Rand was wearing a military uniform, the woman knocked the money out of Ayn Rand's hand. She snorted coldly and said, "What's the use of this little money? This is a lifelong matter. Today my daughter must come with me and then abort the child. No one can bear it, just you poor guys. The matter between my daughter and Shiguo has been settled like this. It's useless for you to get involved. I don't care who you are. In short, this is our family matter." The woman looked at Shiguo, pointed at him, and cursed, "You loser, listen up. My daughter is the worst person to follow you. You are like this now, how can you be worthy of my daughter? No matter what happens today, whether you agree or disagree, my daughter will never have anything to do with you in the future." At this moment, the hospital's private helipad is usually used for emergency rescue and where helicopters land. A private helicopter landed slowly. When the helicopter stopped, the door quickly opened. 4 bodyguards filed out and stood on both sides of the hatch. Then a middle-aged couple with excellent temperament walked down and hurried towards the hospital door under the escort of the bodyguards. When the group of people walked to the gate of the hospital, they saw many people gathering together and quarreling. Just as they were about to go around, the woman with outstanding temperament trembled suddenly when she saw Chen Jun. "Old Chen, isn't this our son Chen Jun?" "There?" The middle-aged man hurriedly looked into the woman's eyes. "It's our son. This couple is Chen Jun's cheap parents, Chen Shan and Lu Hong." Both of them turned red immediately, and tears almost fell from the corners of their eyes. Their son is still alive. At this time, Xiaoping's mother was scolding Chen Jun and others as poor people just like Shiguo, and said, "What's so good about being a soldier? How about now? If you become disabled and you can't even support yourself in the future, how can you support your daughter? Separate, we must separate. No matter how many of you there are today, the two of them must separate. For just a small amount of money, I want my daughter to follow a poor guy like him and dream." Xiaoping's mother was furious. The people around him were very angry, but there was nothing they could do except say a few words. Chen Shan and Lu Hong walked over quickly, pushed through the crowd, and came to Chen Jun. Lu Hong looked at her son, her hands were trembling, her expression was so excited that she couldn't say a word. The same is true for Chen Shan. This all-powerful businessman's fingers were trembling at the moment, and he couldn't control his excitement. They originally thought that their son had been sacrificed, and the troops sent his belongings to their home. How much of a blow was this to them? The white-haired man gave a gift to the black-haired man, but he didn't even have his son's body, so how could he give it away? How could they not be excited now that their son was still alive and standing in front of them? At this time, Chen Jun stared at the shrewd woman with red eyes. Lu Hong came back to her senses and said, "Son, are you okay? Why are you covered in blood? Who bullied you? Tell your mother that she will make the decision for you." She saw Chen Jun staring at the woman. The next moment, her eyes became extremely sharp, staring at the woman. "You bully my son?" Lu Hong said sharply. Shen Shan looked Chen Jun up and down and made sure that his son was in good spirits except for being a little excited. As for the bleeding on his body, it didn't matter. If a man sheds some blood, it doesn't matter. Just live. Shen Shan breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone that had been pressing on his chest finally fell to the ground. It's good that he's not dead. I'm scared to death, thinking that no one will inherit the hundreds of billions of family assets. At this time, Chen Shan heard a voice, "Uncle." Shen Shan turned to look at An Ran next to him. "Uncle Chen, I'm An Ran, I'm calling you." An Ran said. Chen Shan was stunned and immediately said happily, "An Ran, he has grown so big, he has become more graceful and graceful. Look at me, you can't even recognize him." Shen Shan has not seen An Ran since An Ran's family decided to get married when he was 10 years old. Time flies by more than 10 years, and An Ran has grown into a tall and graceful girl. Although she has changed a lot, she still has the beauty she had when she was a child, and she still vaguely looks like she did when she was a child. "What's going on?" Shen Shan put aside his emotions and asked hurriedly. An Ran explained the matter briefly and said, "Uncle Chen, Chen Jun must calm down. He was shot 6 times, so he can't get too excited." Chen Jun's face was gloomy, and he exuded the aura of a superior. With a wave of his hand, the bodyguard next to him walked over quickly. The bodyguard took out a checkbook and pen from his handbag and handed them to Chen Jun. Chen Jun took the check, quickly signed his name and today's date, then tore it off and handed it to Xiaoping's mother. "Isn't it just for the money? We Yanyuo people are all the backing of the military. This check is less than 1 million. You can fill it out as you like. I have already signed it. It can be exchanged at any bank in the country within a month." As he spoke, he took out a business card and handed it over as well. "If you think I'm lying, here's my business card, and if you can't get the money out, you can sue me for fraud." Xiaoping's mother was stunned. The husband next to her glanced at the content on the business card and exclaimed, "You are the richest man in Donghai City. We are sorry for causing you trouble." Xiaoping's mother's eyes widened and her voice was trembling as she said, "This the richest man in Donghai City? You read that right? The husband scolded, "It's true, it often appears on TV. Tomorrow it will be written about the group position." Xiaoping's mother was completely dumbfounded. Her aggressive aura fell to the bottom, and her legs began to weaken. Her heart skipped a beat and she felt a little confused. Just now she pointed at the son of the richest man and called him a poor man? Are you crazy? At this time, Shen Shan looked at his son and said, Shen Jun looked at his son and said, "You tell me, I will give you as much as you want. Anyway, it will be your money from now on. You, a soldier, are very important to me. Satisfy." This cheap father is really howling. Chapter 15 Hot discussion on the internet. Son of the richest man joins the army. Xiaoping's father looked at Chen Jun, then turned to look at Chen Shan. "Mr. Shen, excuse me, I didn't know Shiguo was your son's monitor." With that said, he turned to look at Xiaoping and said, "Forget it, you make your own choice, I won't stop you." Hearing this, Xiaoping let out a cry, turned around and ran to Shiguo, crying, and the two held their hands tightly. Although the two of them were not childhood sweethearts, once they met, Xiaoping knew this man for the rest of her life. So no matter whether this man was disabled or whether he would be poor for the rest of his life, she accepted it. Soon, Chen Jun was pushed back to the ward by An Ran and his father. He thought that the matter was over for the time being, but he didn't expect that the scene just now was filmed and the whole process was photographed and posted to Moments. With this announcement, the entire network exploded instantly. After watching the video, friends in the circle of friends quickly forwarded it. In a short period of time, it was passed on to 10 to hundreds, hundreds to thousands. It spread wildly in a very short period of time, and caused an uproar in society. At this moment, in the director's office, Director Mu, the chief surgeon, had just returned from a ward tour and sat down with another chief surgeon to talk about Chen Jun's situation. Chen Jun's vitality is too tenacious. He was shot 6 times in the body, one of which was less than 1 centimeter away from his heart. As long as he went in a little bit, even the gods could not save him. Now he is holding on. It is his tenacious willpower. Let him persist until the end. This is the miracle of life. Director Mu said. Another surgeon in charge nodded and said, the probability of him surviving in this situation is too low. It only shows one thing. Of course, a person with strong willpower can indeed create miracles. Yes, the power of willpower cannot be explained by science in many cases. It's a pity that another soldier Shiguo, his life was saved, but he became a disabled person for the rest of his life, which was a huge blow to him. I'm really worried that he won't be able to pass this test. Director Mu said. Another surgeon said, his situation is quite special. We have tried our best. Now we can't get out of the psychological shadow. We have to rely on him and his relatives. We doctors can't help. I heard from the nurse that his fiancé's parents have been asking them to separation. Is it true? Director Mu nodded and said, it's true. It's understandable for parents to think about their daughters, but understanding is understanding. If every girl's parents thought like this, those heroes would be heartbroken and sacrifice their lives for the sake of this country. Passionate, but in the end, you can't be with the one you love. Hey, his fiancé's parents are too snobbish. I heard that the child in the belly is already 6 months old. They should at least wait until the child is born to consider it. If they can't even keep their own flesh and blood, it will be very disappointing. Isn't that true? But it's really not easy for soldiers to intervene in such matters, Director Mu said. It is indeed not easy. The international situation is changing rapidly and wars are happening at every turn. Our country can now have such prosperity and stability, and the people can live in peace and contentment. These are all inseparable from the efforts of the military. The years are quiet and peaceful, and it is because there are people who bear the burden and move forward. Some of our compatriots just live too comfortably, and they don't know that the fighting has never stopped where they can't see it. When Director Mu thought of this, his eyes were quite helpless. At this time, the assistant sitting at the next table was scrolling through the video on his mobile phone and exclaimed, the son of the richest man joined the army. His body was stained with blood. He became a comrade and praised the soldiers. It's a gimmick, isn't it? The son of the richest man will join the army? Nowadays, those rich men, who either play sports cars or cruise ships, follow female celebrities and female internet celebrities in all kinds of affairs, will they have time to join the army? Are you kidding me? How can a rich man live such a carefree life and endure the hardships of being a soldier? 9 times out of 10. It's a traffic trick, but the question is quite good. Let's take a look. He lowered his interest and clicked on the video. Soon, a clear picture appeared on the phone screen. A young man with bandages all over his body stood in front of a man in a wheelchair and said with red eyes, "Monitor, no one can bully you. You protected me in the past, now it's my turn." This soldier, covered in blood, stood in front of the soldier whose leg had been amputated. His voice was full of domineering and moved people. Then, 1, 2, 3 security guards came over to support them. They were all retired soldiers, but that was nothing. The last retired soldier who appeared was Chen Jun, the famous richest man in Donghai City. He said very domineeringly, "We Yanyuo people are the backing of the soldiers." He asked the bodyguard to bring over the checkbook and wrote a check for million on the spot rate. This is what we should do. I didn't expect that Chen Jun's background is so scary. The assistant doctor stood up excitedly. Director Mu looked at the other party in surprise and said, "Zhao He, why are you so excited?" Assistant Zhao He hurriedly looked at Director Mu and said excitedly, "Our hospital is famous. I just saw the video on Moments. I will forward it to you now. You will understand after watching it." With that said, he quickly forwarded the video to Director Mu. Director Mu turned on his phone and directly clicked on the video link sent by Assistant Zhao He. Soon, he looked at this scene in surprise. Chen Jun, Shiguo. Director Mu recognized the person in the video at a glance, and the surrounding environment was the gate of the hospital. He looked down bit by bit, getting more and more excited as he watched, and subtitles kept popping up at the bottom of the video. This is a role model in the new era. The son of the richest man not only becomes an internet celebrity, but also stains his clothes with blood for his comrades. I admire him. The richest man's son went to serve as a soldier. Look at the blood on his body. He was injured in battle. Who said that none of the rich men are bloody? The richest man's son is a tough man. I want to give him a thumbs up. Who said that soldiers can't have love or have their own home? What if he is disabled? I support his life. I don't have million, but I can give. I want to support him. His father, the richest man, is also a handsome man. The people of Yan country are the backing of the soldiers. He is handsome. It goes without saying that the disabled squad leader is protected. No, I am also from Yan country. I want to donate. Which hospital is this? I'm going now. Military Region Headquarters. Mighty, I'm going now. Director Mu stared at the video in surprise. Chen Jun, that young soldier is actually the son of the richest man Chen Shan. I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. There was an indescribable look in Director Mu's eyes. Chapter 16 The fiancé is in Ran? At this moment, in Shiguo's ward, Shiguo's eyes were red and he said, Zhao Chen, the squad leader is so happy that you can come back. I thought the squad leader would never see you again in this life. It's great. It's a pity that Lao Yang, Lao Wu and the others can't come back. Chen Jun clenched his fists and couldn't say a word. Lao Yang's favorite thing is to work. A restless person will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't do something for others every day. When you train hard, he will wash your clothes for you. It's just a matter of time. I haven't folded the quilt for you. What a good person, he is gone. I often still think about how great it would be if Lao Yang went to the mountain to have a tooth ceremony that day. It happened to be his turn to rest that day, so he didn't have to go on patrol of. Old Wu, he likes to write novels the most. He always says that he came to be a soldier, so that he can write his experiences into novels in the future. Especially with your experience, the most cowardly soldier in the recruit company dared to sign a life and death agreement, come on a dangerous place like this in the no area is very rare. If you had the chance to become a special soldier and a king of soldiers, you would be the material in his novel. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance, and he couldn't finish his novel. Shiguo murmured bits and pieces about his old comrades, as if he had returned to their scene at base no. 1. Chen Jun kept nodding his head, his eyes becoming moist without knowing when. Shiguo took a deep breath and tried his best to show a sad smile. Let's not talk about it anymore. Our soldiers died on the battlefield, and it is an honor to be shrouded in horse leather. They are all good people. No one in our class is a coward. Chen Jun nodded heavily and said yes. Is your body okay? Chen Jun shook his head hurriedly and said, It's okay. I just got a few bites from the bullets. They will grow back after a while. I will definitely return to the military camp then. Okay. I just told you that the soldiers that Shiguo likes are so bad. Shiguo said happily. Squad leader, what are your plans for the future? I will definitely help you. Shiguo shook his head and said, No, you can help me out today, which is the greatest help to the squad leader. That's enough. Chen Jun knew Shiguo's temperament and would not ask for help unless he had to. When the situation was desperate, he would not ask for help. Monitor, no matter whether my sister-in-law has a son or a daughter, I am the godfather. Shiguo nodded and said, medium. He naturally knew what this meant. If it hadn't been for what happened today, he would never have thought that Chen Jun was the son of Chen Shan, the richest man in the East China Sea. If his father hadn't come forward, the affairs between him and his fiancée, including the child in her belly, wouldn't have been saved. Shiguo remembered this kindness. By the way, all the relics of Class 1 were taken away by the people who came to support us. It seems that the Thunder Commandos suspected that someone in our Class 1 had rebelled. When he said this, Shiguo's face was indescribably solemn. I believe in them, I believe in my soldiers, they are all innocent, they are all heroes. Shiguo, after you recover from your injuries, can you help them get it back and send it home? Chen Jun was slightly stunned. No one had told him that there was such a thing before. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Are they the Thunder and Lightning gang again? Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Hacker mission, to get back the relics of comrades in arms. It is a matter of iron-blooded morality and a hacker's life creed. Completing the mission will reward you with 100 experience points. Chen Jun clenched his fists. Due to both emotions and reasons, he had to go through the Thunder and Lightning. Squad leader, I must go. Lao Yang, Lao Wu, they are heroes, no one can slander them, Chen Jun said seriously. Shiguo looked at Chen Jun with relief and said, Thank you, Lao Yang, Lao Wu, they are all watching from the sky, I can't let them feel cold. Chen Jun nodded. Zhao Chen, I know you are a capable person. The reason why you have not shown it before is because your potential has not been unleashed. I hope you can return to the Iron Fist group if you have the chance. I can't go back. If I have the chance, it is my greatest wish to become a special soldier in my place. Chen Jun looked at Shiguo, squad leader. I will tell you personally when I become a special soldier. Okay, I'm waiting for this news. Shiguo nodded repeatedly. Okay, you go back and have a good rest. Don't worry about me. Although the squad leader's legs are gone, he still has his hands. Life will not be difficult for me. Chen Shan and Lu Hong, standing on the other side, listened quietly to the conversation between their son and the monitor. Lu Hong kept wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Although they did not talk about the battle, they knew that her son could survive. It was a narrow escape, and Chen Jun sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that his son would change so much after entering the army, and this change is inseparable from the squad leader in front of him. His son has grown up. As the squad leader, he would help no matter what. Thinking of the experience of squad leader Shiguo, and the sacrificed comrades, Chen Shan looked at and ran, hesitated, and said, and ran, after you and Xiao Chen got engaged when you were young, you and Xiao Chen haven't contacted each other for many years. Your old man has also left. Does your engagement still count? And Ran didn't expect that Chen Shan would suddenly ask this question at this time. To be honest, Lei Shan had been pursuing her in the army, but because his grandfather and uncle Chen Shan were comrades in arms, the two families got engaged when they were young. Just because this, she has always refused Lei Shan. But Lei Shan never gave up, and Ran naturally rejected this marriage. She had only met Chen Jun once when she was a child and had no contact with him since. How could she be willing to marry such a strange man? However, through this contact with Chen Jun, Ayn Rand discovered that Chen Jun had a special charm and was a real soldier. Of course, this was not gratitude because Chen Jun saved him. Ayn Rand thought for a moment and said, Uncle Chen, we can have more contact. We can talk about marriage later. Although we are a free society now, with freedom of marriage and the matchmaking advice of elders, it does not mean that it should be discarded. Especially in some special families, elders value this most. Ayn Rand does not reject Chen Jun psychologically, at least for now. As for whether they can get together in the future, it is a matter for two people. She doesn't care what she says now, maybe Chen Jun doesn't mean that to her either. So it's a little early to talk about this issue. As for why Chen Shan suddenly raised this issue at this time, he was probably influenced by squad leader Shiguo and his sacrificed comrades, who wanted Chen Jun to get married early and have children. Otherwise, he would suddenly die one day, and Ran can understand. At this moment, Chen Jun had just finished his conversation with the squad leader when he suddenly heard what his father and Ran said and frowned. And Ran is my fiancé? Chapter 17 Engagement. Sassy and Ran turned out to be his fiancé? Chen Jun was a little confused. He rescued a fiancé in the woods and came back? Chen Jun didn't have any impression of Ran, nor did he have these memories in the original owner's memory. All he knows about Ran is in the original play. Ran is a good girl, but unfortunately she chose the wrong man. This is why, when Chen Jun saw Lei Shan, he was somewhat upset. If it wasn't for Lei Shan being too masculine, how could Ran sacrifice? I never thought she would become my fiancé. Will this affect my speed of drawing the sword? Chen Jun has no intention of getting married and having children now. At this time, Lu Hong wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pushed Chen Jun out, and said with a smile, Son, Ran is a very good girl. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and has a good personality. She is also a soldier like you. I remember when you were young, you liked being with Ran very much. You should like it even more now. Anyway, mother likes it very much. Chen Jun was dumbfounded. This and that? My comrades in arms have not reported their revenge. Talking about the relationship between men and women will affect me, sorry. Chen Jun said directly. Ran was dumbfounded and couldn't help but blushed a little. Judging from the meaning of Chen Jun's words, it seems that this girl has already identified him. Where does his confidence come from? Lu Hong smiled and said, What are you talking about, kid? We can talk about our feelings slowly. Didn't my father and I come here like this? You can get a certificate first. Now the conscripts are 2 years old, and you can apply for retirement in 1.5 years, and then get married without delay. In ancient times, where would it be my turn to decide on my marriage? It was all arranged by my parents. Ran said in a strange way, How can you disobey the orders of your parents and the words of your matchmaker? Swish! Lu Hong suddenly turned her head to look at Ran and said happily, Yes, Ran has agreed. Why are you still hesitating? This matter is settled like this. The marriage is a matter of parental decision. A mountain Ran covered her face, wanting to find a crack in the ground, and got into it. What did I just say? Crazy. Chen Jun glanced at Ran in surprise, then turned to Lu Hong and said, I don't care about this. I still have tasks. Don't affect me. Ran pursed her lips, feeling like she was about to explode. It sounds like I am a burden in this guy's eyes. How unbearable is she? Ran. If those who admire Ran hear this, they will definitely be beaten. Chen Shan and Lu Hong looked at each other. Why did they feel that their son had become so domineering? It's better to be domineering masculine, and girls will like it more. Isn't that why a girl as good as Ran likes it? Lu Hong was smiling all over her face, but immediately put away her smile and said, What task? What impact? Can you speak? Xiao Ran, don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. This marriage is settled like this. In the following days, Chen Jun's parents and Ran took care of Chen Jun together. Of course, the old couple is also very knowledgeable, and they both give up more time to let Chen Jun and Ran be together alone, and slowly develop their relationship. A month passed in a flash. During this period, both Kang Lei and Eugenda came to visit Chen Jun several times, but the people Chen Jun was expecting to meet in Area 1 did not come, not even once. This made Chen Jun feel a fire in his heart. After a month of recuperation, Chen Jun's injuries have fully recovered. The hospital's medical technology played a certain role, but the most important thing was that Chen Jun's physical fitness reached 3.5 and his recovery ability was strong in itself. In addition, hacking and stealth itself can improve his physical fitness and stimulate his body to recover faster. That's why Chen Jun can fully recover in just 1 month, unlike other people who need at least 5 months. Chen Jun also made a good decision. According to the wishes of squad leader Shiguo, he will return to the Iron Fist group first, and then look for opportunities to become a real special soldier. Chen Jun was discharged from the hospital today, but the car stopped at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Hong said, "Son, I don't care if you are going to be a soldier, but you must get your certificate first. Maybe I can hold my grandson early. Mom can't stand it anymore. You have an accident again." After speaking, he burst into tears. Chen Jun felt a headache, clenched his fists and looked at Ran. During this month of getting along, Chen Jun has accepted the identity of his parents and regards them as his relatives. Before crossing, Chen Jun was an orphan, never enjoyed the love and warmth of his parents, and was always longing for it in his heart. The reason why he has such deep affection for the squad leader is because after he crossed over, the squad leader treated him like a brother. It was the warmth of family affection. Chen Jun doesn't want to lose. Ran said generously, "I've talked to my parents. They agreed to this marriage, but I can't help it. We can get the certificate first and then we can understand." Chen Shan waved his hand and said, "Son, why are you dawdling? It's such a society now, you get on the bus first and then pay the fare. You are considered decent people." "Chen Jun, are you sure Dad isn't driving?" For Ran, Chen Jun also appreciates it. There is a man's fortitude in women and she is maverick in her bones. However, her pure appearance has a pair of charming eyes, which is definitely a combination of coquettish and pure. Such a woman is really charming. Of course, what makes Chen Jun most fond of is her careful and gentle temperament. In real life, she is a delicate little woman. Just get the certificate right away. Won't it be too hasty? In a daze, Chen Jun and Ran walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau together and then received the Red Book. Because the two of them were too outstanding in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure, they were both asked for brown sugar by the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ran looked at the Red Book in her hand and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. I really didn't expect that one day I would marry myself like this. Impulse is indeed the devil. However, Ran couldn't say she regretted it. After all, if it wasn't for Chen Jun, she would have been in the forest that day with her personality. Once that kind of thing really happens, she will definitely die with those bastards. Now, it is very good to have such an ending. In short, it doesn't matter whether it's to repay a favor or whether they were engaged in the first place. The important thing is to look forward. Ran took a deep breath, shrugged her shoulders, turned her head to look at Chen Jun, and said, "Don't worry, I won't pester you. You have your business and I have my job. The two of us are independent of each other. In addition, you are a man, so you can do whatever you want. I also heard what your squad leader said. When you are free, I will take you to Leyden and get back the relics of your comrades in arms." Chen Jun nodded. This woman was extremely sassy, and it didn't affect the speed at which he drew his sword. You can. Chapter 18 Dismiss Kang Tu and Chen Jun stared at Ran, and Ran stared at Chen Jun. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Ran is the best agent. In terms of psychological quality, Chen Jun is far behind her. At least that's what she thinks. If Chen Jun didn't speak, she would never speak first. Looking at Chen Jun at such a close distance, I found out that this guy is indeed handsome and sunny, and he is the type that girls prefer. Moreover, after Chen Jun had experienced a life and death fight, he had an aura that was different from ordinary soldiers. To put it simply, he was more stable. Men are the most reliable when they are stable. Thinking of the mission that just ended, Wu Jai's rebellion had a huge psychological impact on Ran. It is indeed ironic to say that the person you trained with your own hands betrayed you. The most critical point is that the other party died in the hands of his current husband. Life is indeed a very strange thing. Anything can happen. Who would have thought that today she would get married in such a confused way? Lei Shan had been chasing her for so many years and she had never even let him touch her. After being relatively silent for a while, Chen Jun said, "You are indeed special. After I avenge the sacrifice of my comrades by the squad leader, I will get along well with you. And Ran was about to speak when she heard two words coming from Chen Jun. Have a baby. She turned away. Who will have a baby with you? When the two of them arrived outside, Lu Hong looked at their red notebooks, her face almost turned into a flower with laughter. They are such a perfect match. They are a perfect match. The more my mother looks at them, the more she likes them. Lu Hong directly blocked Chen Jun and Ran's hands. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Zio Ran, if nothing happens, go home and lie for a month, so that you two can increase your relationship. Chen Jun's face darkened and he said, Mom, go back to the Iron Fist Regiment, not go home. How is this possible? You just received your certificate today, and you just left your wife aside and went back to the army. What's going on? You are in good health now and need to rest for a while. Can't you wait a month before going? Lu Hong said. Chen Jun said, Mom, this is our life and hers. Don't interfere with us. In addition, I have contacted our team leader and said that I will report back today. You kid. Chen Shan hurriedly grabbed Lu Hong and said, Men have ambitions in all directions, and the military is where men spend their blood. Go, Dad supports you. He is a retired soldier himself, and he took his wife after he retired. If a man is charming enough, wouldn't he be able to make women wait for a few years? Besides, occasionally the woman can visit the army. 1 month after he got engaged, he visited Chen Jun for the first time. You men are such a virtuous people. Lu Hong couldn't help but scolded, Why did I fall in love with you in the first place? Zhao Ran said, Aunt, what my uncle said is right. A man's ambitions are all over the place, so what does the love between his children mean? I also have something to do in the army and I can't stay too long. Lu Hong said disappointedly, Okay. Chen Jun took a taxi directly to the Iron Fist Regiment's headquarters without his parents sending him there. He didn't want his identity to cause too much trouble. After all, the title of the richest man in Donghai City has great influence. Now, the test Chen Jun has set for himself is to train like crazy, join the special forces, start from building a hacker commando team, and avenge the squad leader. Arriving at the gate of the Iron Fist Regiment, Chen Jun stood aside, looking at the imposing gate, and couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, the 3-month training of new recruits was conducted here. Chen Jun was known as a waste and no company wanted him, including the automobile maintenance company. If squad leader Shiguo hadn't taken him with him, he would definitely still be feeding pigs at the pig farm in the logistics area. When he returned here again, he was the only one left in Class 1. The scenes between the recruits and the squad leader during their 3-month stay here seemed to have happened yesterday. Chen Jun, no matter what others say, you must first think highly of yourself and tell yourself that you can do it. They are stronger than you now, and they are progressing faster than you, but this does not mean that it is the end. This is just the beginning. Whoever can persist to the end will be the strongest soldier. No matter what others think of you, the monitor's favorite is still you. Squad leader Shiguo's voice seemed to be in Chen Jun's ears. Chen Jun looked at the door and muttered to himself, I couldn't come out of the door in glory back then, and now there is no need for me to walk in from here. Let's give Kang Lei a warning first. Kang Lei was once an old soldier who had participated in the war and was a veritable veteran. Although I heard that he is a bit of a drinker, and when he is drunk, he dares to say anything and can send his good soldiers out one after another, but his ability to lead troops is unquestionable. Otherwise he would not be able to bring the Iron Fist group to the forefront. So loud. When Kang Tuan visited him, he said that he was awesome and powerful, and hoped to join the Iron Fist team. However, Chen Jun knew that the other party still looked down on him as a useless soldier. Otherwise, there are no tasks or positions in the transfer order for myself. Obviously, I want to see Chen Jun's performance before deciding to place him in this way. If he behaves well, he will be entrusted with important tasks, but if he behaves badly, it is not impossible to send him to raise pigs just like before. In short, Kang Tuan has given himself a platform, but whether he can stand firm depends on his own performance. This is Kang Lei, a serious person who can talk nonsense. Chen Jun scanned the surrounding area. Under the hacker stealth technique, he could easily remember the surrounding environment and generate information in his mind about how to sneak in. It's like he was born to be an assassin. The next moment, Chen Jun locked onto a huge wall at the corner on the right and immediately emitted his perception ability. Hacker stealth technique involves sensing the surroundings, such as the emergence of various routes, and finally locking in the safest route. This is the scariest thing about hacker stealth. If Chen Jun had this ability in the jungle, it would be much easier for him to kill those militants. Maybe he could keep the little boss behind instead of nearly being seriously injured and killed himself. Chen Jun stepped forward and jumped up, like a suddenly leaping cheetah. His shadow quickly disappeared at the door, as if it had never been there before. The sentry on duty at the door did not notice that except for the initial appearance of the surrounding surveillance, no paintings remained behind. At this time, at the door of Kang Lei's office of the Iron Fist Group, Kang Lei stood there, looking at the squad leader Lao Hai, who was sent out to pick him up, and said, "Old Hai, Chen Jun was discharged from the hospital today. He called me in advance, but you didn't receive him." "What do you mean? Half a year ago you said he was a waste. You don't want to accept it, right?" Chapter 19 Assassination of Kang Lei. Lao Hai had a bitter look on his face, truly feeling unspeakably aggrieved. "This you really can't blame me. After I received your notice, I went to pick him up as soon as possible, but when I got there, he left early. I heard that he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so I chased him immediately. But when I got there, he was gone. I'm going around here, every time I'm a step slower. It's not that I'm slow, but that kid moves too fast. What can I do? Moreover, when I was at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I heard that he and Ayn Rand registered for marriage. Well, that kid was discharged from the hospital early because he was going to get married." When he said this, Lao Hai was a little envious. Ayn Rand was a beauty in the army, and those who cared about her could form a reinforced company, including those from the Langya Special Forces, who all admired her. Kang Lei was stunned for a moment and said, "You also said that he married Ayn Rand?" Lao Hai nodded and said, "Anyway, that's what the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau said. If this kid hadn't gotten married, why would he have gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Kang Lei muttered, "This boy can do it. He started so quickly. In just 1 month, he actually picked the violet flower away. It's awesome. That guy Gong Jian was interested in her back then. I introduced him, my cousin offered it to him, but he wasn't even interested, so he gave up this time. Very good, very good." As he said that, his face darkened, and he stared at the old gangster and said, "What's your excuse? Why don't you drive faster? Don't you just think that he is still a waste? I tell you, Chen Jun is Enron's savior, and he has won the ghost of the gray area in the area. His name is very loud now. Let me tell you, in the last battle, he single-handedly rescued and ran from militants and killed 20 militants. Don't stop at the time when he was the last person. Now there are so many people rushing to get him. If I hadn't gone to the hospital again and again to play the emotional card, do you think he would have agreed to join our Iron Fist team?" Lao Hai's heart suddenly trembled, and he looked at Kang Lei in surprise. "Chief, is it true or false? This news sounds more fantasy than Chen Jun marrying Ayn Rand. Is that kid cheating?" Lao Hai is in charge of recruit training and knows Chen Jun's strength very well. This guy was a recruit from the same batch as he Cheng Wang, Wang Yanbing and others. During the shooting assessment, he only got 3 rings out of 10 rounds, and he ranked last among the recruits in the same period. Not only in shooting, but also in cross-country, fighting, etc. He is a leader. Lao Hai has led recruits for so many years, but he has never encountered one with such poor performance. If it weren't for squad leader Shiguo, he would have been thrown to feed the pigs long ago. Has it become so powerful now? Killing 20 militants in one battle, such a terrifying achievement, Lao Hai cannot do it. To be honest, when Kang Lei informed him to pick up Chen Jun, he was a little moody and reluctant to go. As Kang Lei said, he just looked down on the other party. Why should he be asked to pick up such a bad soldier? So when driving, Lao Hai slowed down because he didn't want to arrive so early. "Now it seems that it is my fault? Did you make a mistake?" Seeing that Lao Hai was still in a daze, Kang Lei growled, "What are you still doing? Go quickly. If you can't find anyone to come back today, don't come back either." "Yes." Lao Hai immediately got out. Kang Lei returned to the office, still surprised. This boy is very handsome. It's strange. Why did Ayn Rand agree to him? He saves a beautiful girl and pledges himself to her? It's not that cliché. What kind of era is it now? We still do this. Kang Lei thought for a while and then thought no more. This is a problem for young people. If someone is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. What is there to say? It would be better if Ayn Rand got married earlier so as to save so many people from worrying about her. Kang Lei took out his phone, checked the news, and relaxed. I was so angry at Lao Hai just now that my head hurt. Recently, because Chen Jun and others were injured, a reporter reported on their injuries. The next moment, Kang Lei was attracted by a headline. "The son of the richest man joins the army." What kind of news is this? Kang Lei clicked on the topic, and a bunch of comments appeared below. The son of the richest man in Donghai City is really awesome. He is much better than the principal, Mr. Wang, who specializes in dating internet celebrities. He is a contemporary role model. This is what the second generation of rich people should look like. Our son, the richest man in Donghai City, likes it. He is a passionate young man and a role model for us to learn from. Look at other rich second generations. Do you know what the gap is? This is the gap. Kang Lei immediately became interested and quickly clicked on the video. Chen Jun Shiguo? Kang Lei recognized Chen Jun and Shiguo at first sight and was stunned. The more he looked down, the more surprised he became, and huge waves surged in his heart. Chen Jun is actually the son of the richest man Chen Shan. Such a super rich second generation actually came to serve as a soldier. No wonder the recruits performed so poorly when they were 3 months old. How can a rich second generation young soldier have good physical fitness? Where to go? But even if this is the case, so what? People are very enlightened. A super rich second generation. From a rookie who was behind in everything to a fighting hero, this is such a magnificent transformation. Yes, for what he did for the squad leader, this soldier is really good. There is nothing wrong with Ran marrying him. If I were a woman, I would marry him too. Chen Jun is young, handsome, capable, and his family is so rich. He is a very wealthy man. Boys like this are the most popular. Of course, Ran is also very good. She is a flower in the army, gentle and generous, thoughtful, and knows how to take care of others. She is definitely the dream goddess of many otakus. This boy has hidden deep enough. Yes. Only a man with a family can be said to be a real man. He will definitely become more stable in the future. Very good. Kang Lei thought for a moment and immediately called Gong Jian and asked him to come to his office immediately. After the phone call, Kang Lei continued to watch the video. The more he watched, the more emotional he became. He didn't expect Chen Jun's ideological consciousness to be so high. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in from the door and no sound could be heard. Who? Kang Lei growled. After all, he is a veteran, and he was once a comrade with Fan Tanlei, so his reaction was naturally not slow. When the figure flashed in, he was immediately alert. Swish! A cold dagger was already placed on his neck, and then a cold voice sounded. You're already dead. Kang Lei was shocked and asked, Who are you? Because the other party has already circled behind him. The opponent's speed was even faster than Kang Lei's reaction speed. Looking at the entire Iron Fist group, he has not found anyone with such skills, including Lao Hai. Lao Hai estimated that he was only half as fast as his opponent. Chapter 20 Chen Jun's past. The person who lurked in was none other than Chen Jun. Chen Jun said calmly, If I were the enemy and your neck had been cut, they say that the Iron Fist group is the toughest and strongest. In my opinion, it is nothing more than that. Kang Lei growled, Who are you? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it a long time ago. Why are you talking nonsense to me? It's not my first day as a soldier because you were pretending to me. Because his back was turned, it was difficult for Kang Lei to make a move. In addition, the opponent's attack speed was really fast. From the door to the desk, there was a distance of 5 or 6 meters. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even see how the opponent came in. Absolutely a master. Could it be that Lao Fan sent people to ruin things again? Chen Jun put away the dagger with a swipe, walked quickly around Kang Lei, and saluted. Report, 2nd Lieutenant Chen Jun. I have been ordered to report here. Please give instructions. Chen Jun? Kang Lei looked up and saw Chen Jun standing in front. He was stunned for a moment and almost wanted to curse. But I couldn't curse, so why did I curse? Isn't that embarrassing enough? Lao Hai searched for a long time, but couldn't find the person. Now the person appeared in front of him like an assassin. This was a slap in the face. Kang Lei's stomach twitched and his stomach hurt. No wonder my eyelids kept twitching this morning, especially since this kid was coming to kill me. It's all the guy from Lao Hai. He just went to the hospital a little earlier and received Chen Jun back. Wouldn't it be such a shameful thing? I must give Lao Hai a good beating when I turn around. Why did you run in so quietly and still make such a joke? This joke is not funny at all, you know. Kang Lei looked a little ugly. After being the boss for so many years, he was killed in his office. If word spread, where would he put his old face? Chen Jun said, reporting to the leader, I'm really sorry. I was a waste here in the past. I was scolded by many people and was about to be thrown into raising pigs. This time, I want to prove that I will not embarrass my squad leader. Kang Lei was completely awake now. His old face looked like he had been drunk and his eyes were red. This kid's meaning is very clear. He wants to prove himself and directly attack him, the boss of the Iron Fist group. This slap is loud enough. Kang Lei originally had some doubts about Chen Jun's strength, but now he doesn't. This is the headquarters of the Iron Fist Regiment. From the gate to his office, there are a total of 3 outposts. No one can enter without permission. But when Chen Jun came in, there was only one possibility. He broke in. Regarding the defense of the regiment, Kang Lei did not dare to say that it was impregnable. But if he wanted to get in without any movement, even if the special forces came, he would not be able to do it. As expected of the ghost in Area 1, he appears and disappears. This kid has really become stronger, he is not comparable to what he was before. What does it mean to look at each other with admiration after 3 days of separation? This is a very powerful move. Kang Lei didn't know whether to praise Chen Jun or scold him. Just at this time, Gong Jian came from outside and saw that the door of Kang Lei's office was open, so he poked his head in. He happened to see Chen Jun holding a dagger in his hand and pointing it at Kang Lei. Gong Jian's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "There is an assassin." He casually grabbed the broom at the door and threw it at Chen Jun. Swish! The broom flew over very quickly, reaching a distance of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. However, Chen Jun took action faster, stretched out his left hand like lightning and grabbed the wooden pole. Gong Jian rushed up immediately, preparing to kick away Chen Jun's dagger. Kang Lei scolded, "Stop. He is not an assassin, he is Chen Jun." Gong Jian hurriedly stopped his feet and looked at Chen Jun doubtfully. Chen Jun? That trash in the recruit camp? Gong Jian was the one who caught and trained new recruits, and was deeply impressed by Chen Jun. He, a top military student who had drunk foreign ink, had led many soldiers. Under his training, they all achieved results, but facing Chen Jun, there was nothing he could do. Gong Jian couldn't understand how such a person could be recruited into the military camp because he was a weakling in everything. He needed physical strength but not physical ability, and talent but not talent. It can be said that Chen Jun has been labeled the most incompetent in the world among him. Didn't this kid follow Shiguo to Area 1? Why are you back again? Gong Jian looked Chen Jun up and down. Yes, his appearance had not changed at all. His skin had become a little darker, like wheat color. He was very healthy and not as fair as before. Of course, the most crucial point is that he exudes a murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura is not something that ordinary soldiers can have. Not even Gong Jian has this kind of murderous aura. Gong Jian knew that this kind of murderous aura could only be felt after killing the enemy. He had felt it in the special forces before, but the murderous aura in Chen Jun was obviously stronger than the murderous aura he had seen in the special forces. What on earth has this kid been through? How could he have such overbearing murderous intent? How did Gong Jian know that Chen Jun killed 20 militants in the last battle, and with his physical fitness reaching 3.5, he had already entered the threshold of the King of Soldiers. So at this moment he looks like a professional killer. Why isn't Gong Jian surprised? He would never forget how cowardly Chen Jun was back then. Now in comparison, it's really a huge difference. And just now the opponent grabbed the flying broom, his movements were neat and agile, and you could tell at a glance that he was someone with a solid foundation in Kung Fu. Chen Jun's fighting skills were so poor before, how did he suddenly become so strong? This is not right. Gong Jian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. You are the loser. Shiguo is covering up. Gong Jian hurriedly covered his mouth, and did not continue, feeling a little embarrassed. Chief, what's going on? He's holding a dagger. What did I think he was going to do? Gong Jian hurriedly changed the subject. The situation just now really looked like Chen Jun was going to attack Kang Lei, so Gong Jian was so anxious. Kang Lei coughed a few times and said, "Okay, this is a misunderstanding. Let your sharpshooters gather in the 4th company." Gong Jian glanced at Chen Jun again, then turned to Kang Lei and said, "Yes." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Kang Lei suddenly said, "Gong Jian, after get off work, go to my house and I will ask my sister-in-law to cook you a delicious meal." Gong Jian turned around, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Chief, you can eat, but don't introduce me to anyone. Every time I go to Kang Lei's house for dinner, I always talk about introducing my cousin. Kang Lei's cousin is good, but she is not suitable now." Gong Jian is afraid when Kang Lei asks him to go to dinner. Kang Lei twitched the corner of his mouth, turned to glance at Chen Jun, then stared at Gong Jian and said, "You kid, don't worry about that green flower in the army, he's married." Gong Jian was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he felt like a deer was bumping into his heart. Chapter 21. The greatest recruit in history and Ran got married? Gong Jian felt as if his brain had been hit by 1,000,000 points. He came into contact with Ayn Rand during a special mission, and was deeply impressed by the other person's heroic demeanor and gentle and generous character. So Gong Jian's favorite object is her. Of course, Gong Jian also knew that Lang's Lei Zhan was also pursuing Ayn Rand, but didn't he fail to catch him? Before a relationship is truly established, everyone is equal, right? Now it suddenly breaks out that Ayn Rand is married? This is impossible. Chief, you were talking nonsense again. Didn't you have a drink today? How could Ayn Rand get married to Lei Zhan? Gong Jian waved his hand. There is no news that Ayn Rand has a boyfriend, so how could he suddenly get married? This speed can't be so fast. Flash marriages are not popular in the army. King Tuan looked at Gong Jian, who was a little sour, turned around and laughed at Chen Jun. Comrade Chen Jun, don't blame me for exposing you. Squad leader Lao Hai went to the hospital to pick you up, but couldn't pick you up. He heard that you and Ran went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so he chased after you non-stop. He knew about your good deeds. Aren't you going to give out wedding candy? Congratulations on your beautiful girl. You don't know how many people in our army miss Comrade Ran, including me, a capable subordinate. They are all her admirers. For her sake, they don't know how to reject me. How many times have I introduced him to his girlfriend? Chen Jun's expression did not change. It didn't matter to him. After all, it was nothing shameful. As Ray would say, this is a happy occasion. Of course, Chen Jun also knew that he had just beheaded Kang Lei, and the other party was just counterattacking for him to draw hatred. Ayn Rand had many admirers in the military, and Chen Jun certainly knew that if the news spread, those admirers would most likely cause trouble for him. There will definitely be no big trouble, but there will definitely be some chance to wear some shoes. If Chen Jun is not strong enough, there will definitely be a lot of doubts in the future. Sure enough, when Gong Jian heard what Kang Lei said, he stared at Chen Jun. Why? Gong Jian's tone was very unnatural. Would an outstanding woman like Ayn Rand marry a new soldier like Chen Jun? In the past, everything was still at the tail end, and almost everyone was left to raise pigs. Why? Kang Lei snorted coldly and said, why not? He is younger than you, more handsome than you, and richer than you. Isn't that enough? Okay, let's go together. As he said that, he patted Chen Jun on the shoulder and said, come on, I didn't mean to expose you. Military marriages must be registered. Strictly speaking, you have to apply and the organization agrees. However, as long as it is consensual between you, you can make up for it later. For a moment, there's no problem. Let's not talk about it anymore. I like the way you beheaded this time. Haha, let's go. When you were a recruit, didn't you always want to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? Go and see. Chen Jun nodded and followed Kang Lei out. This made Gong Jian, who was standing behind him, a little confused. What the hell, really married? Gong Jian felt that the world was not so beautiful anymore. The 4th Company of Sharpshooters is the strongest company in the Iron Fist Regiment, a company with a glorious title, which represents its glorious history in the past. All recruits are proud to join the 4th Company of Outlaws. However, it is not that easy to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. There were more than 100 recruits in the new camp, but in the end the only ones assigned to them were He Chengwang, Lai Erniu and others. Lai Erniu was able to enter because he had a Book of 2 level chef certificate, went to Huatu Army. Therefore, if you want to join the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, you must be one of the best soldiers. Tail soldiers like Chen Jun are not even qualified to sweep the floor. Not long after, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters was assembled. Chen Jun saw that besides He Chengwang, Wang Yanbing was also in the team. It seems that the plot has changed. At this time, Wang Yanbing should still be in the maintenance company, repairing the tank. Kang Lei glanced at everyone and said loudly, Chen Jun. 2. Chen Jun took a step forward and walked to the front of the team. When the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters saw Chen Jun, all of them had strange looks on their faces. Because Chen Jun is so famous in the Iron Fist Regiment, almost everyone knows that this new recruit is the most incompetent recruit in the history of the Iron Fist Regiment. Other recruits were at the bottom in 1 or 2 subjects, but when he got there, he was at the bottom in everything. That was all, he was at the bottom, and he even set a new record for the lowest grades among recruits. This has become a big joke for the Iron Fist team. By the time the new recruits were assigned to companies in March, no company was willing to take this soldier, and he was finally going to be thrown into the rear to feed pigs. I don't know what kind of bad luck he had, but he was taken to Area 1 by squad leader Shiguo. Why are you back now? Could it be that he was withdrawn by the border guard group? This is too embarrassing. He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing, who were in the same period as Chen Jun, performed quite well, especially He Chengwang, who was already comparable to or even better than the veterans. Kan Lai could tell from their eyes what they were thinking, but it didn't matter. Comrade Chen Jun is a fighting hero who came out of our Iron Fist Regiment. He once stationed in Area 1. Now he comes back to serve as the commander of your 4th Company of Sharpshooters. As soon as he finished speaking, the minds of everyone present seemed to explode. Chen Jun becomes the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? That's right. The Sharpshooters never had a company commander, only an instructor, Gong Jian, and not even a deputy. Gong Jian single-handedly led them. Occasionally, Lao Hai also played the role of deputy company. After Chen Jun came back from garrisoning the island, he directly became the company commander? This is incredible to them. This trash from the new recruit company becomes our company commander? How funny. Does he have this ability? Has the chief been drinking? It doesn't look like it. His face is red and he doesn't smell of alcohol. When Gong Jian suddenly heard this decision, he was equally confused. What does Lao Kang mean by this? Is it too sudden? Even if Chen Jun is different from the past, he is still a recruit who is less than a year old. How can he be a company commander? Gong Jian stared at Kang Lei. Regardless of what they thought, Kang Lei continued to fan the flames and said, "The 4th company of sharpshooters has never had a company commander, because I don't think you have anyone with this qualification. But today there is one, and that is Chen Jun. It can be said that he is already the strongest recruit in the history of our Iron Fist regiment." Everyone's expressions changed again, and when they looked at Chen Jun, their eyes became even weirder. Chen Jun immediately heard someone in the team say, "That loser has been kicked back. Guarding Area 1, he can directly become our company commander? Become the strongest recruit in history? Just have fun. What is he capable of? A recruit? Danzi dares to take us? Is he worthy?" Chapter 22. Chen Jun's face was like a cold blade, without any fluctuation at all. In the team, Wang Yanbing lowered his voice and said, "Most of them are here for gold plating. Anyway, the 4th company of sharpshooters doesn't need a company commander. Guarding Area 1 is so awesome. If I had known, I would have gone too." When Chen Jun was dragged to Area 1 by Shiguo, many people still thought it was funny. How could a young soldier like Chen Jun be able to persist wherever he went? If not, he might become a deserter. Rather than that, it would be better to go to the logistics and raise pigs. If you really become a deserter, that would be a real shame. Area 1 is the toughest, loneliest, and most dangerous garrison area. None of the many recruits want to go there. He Changwon looked steadily and said softly, "Just wait and see what happens. Don't get excited. I'm afraid things are not that simple." Lao Kang is confused sometimes, but the 4th company of sharpshooters is the signature of our regiment. He will definitely not mess around. Say no, that kid must have really changed. The ancient Confucius master had been separated for 3 days, and he was impressed. Others might not be able to tell, but as a fighting champion, He Chengwang could see the murderous aura emanating from Chen Jun after going through crazy battles in the ring again and again. This is completely different from Chen Jun when he was a recruit. Wang Yanbing snorted softly and said, "A muddy person, even if he puts on a dragon robe, he still has muddy legs. He just pretends to be cool." He Chengwang said, "Don't underestimate any opponent. This is my magic weapon to win in the ring." At this time, Kang Lei heard the whispers in the team and did not stop them. Instead, he turned to look at Chen Jun. "Good guy. This guy has a cold face, like a machine without emotions. This kid is not simple. At least he is not a good guy, otherwise he would not assassinate himself just to get back at him." Kang Lei doesn't hold grudges, but he also doesn't want to exaggerate what Chen Jun has done and why he was promoted out of the ordinary. He just wanted Chen Jun to prove himself. Kang Lei, who is well aware of the principle of commanding troops, knows that the best way to prove himself is to fight it by himself, not by others saying it. Chen Jun wiped out 20 militants in a battle alone. He was absolutely awesome. Although the 4th company of sharpshooters is strong, it is still some distance away from the special forces, that is, they are not ruthless enough. So Kang Lei wanted to use Chen Jun, the ghost in Area 1, to stimulate these guys and bring out the bloody nature in them. To put it bluntly, Kang Lei regarded Chen Jun as the detonator for the 4th company of sharpshooters, causing these guys who had been comfortable for a long time to explode. It is true that the 4th company of sharpshooters is very strong. The soldiers of the Iron Fist regiment all want to join the 4th company of sharpshooters, but this is just a trap. What's the point? What Kang Lei needs is soldiers who can fight out. Just like Chen Jun now, he can do things even better than the special forces. Kang Lei is an ambitious leader. Sure enough, when Kang Lei said this, the discussion gradually changed, especially those veterans who had been in the 4th company of sharpshooters for a long time. One of the veterans shouted directly, "Report, Kang Tuan. I heard that his shooting test a few months ago was 3rd level. Why should he be the commander of our 4th company of sharpshooters? Is he so strong? We want to see look." Another veteran also shouted, "Brothers, do you want to see what our new company commander is capable of? Think." Everyone roared in unison. This is what Kang Lei wants. He also wanted to see what kind of ability Chen Jun had, being able to kill 20 militants in one go. Although this matter cannot be fake, it always feels a bit fantasy if Kang Lei doesn't verify it. If he didn't know Chen Jun's past, Kang Lei wouldn't care. It's just that a soldier who was so good at Chen Jun before became so strong in such a short period of time. This is really incredible. Kang Lei, who retired from the special forces, knows very well that improving combat effectiveness is not something that happens in a day or two. It requires long-term training and talent, and it also requires a good teacher. Chen Jun goes to Area 1, who will teach him? Squad leader Shiguo's ability is limited, otherwise he would not have almost lost his life in that battle. In short, there are still many doubts about Chen Jun. Kang Lei immediately turned to look at Chen Jun and said, Company Commander Chen, look at this. Chen Jun didn't waste any words, and said, if you don't accept it, then do it. Kang Lei was overjoyed, he liked soldiers like this. Go! Kang Lei yelled. Suddenly everyone walks towards the training ground in a hurry. At this time, Gong Jian had complicated thoughts. He didn't know what to say or what Kang Tuan was thinking. He has no objection to getting a company commander for the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, but at least give him a notice in advance, so that he can be mentally prepared and know which kind of god he is, right? This sudden change disrupted all the plans in his mind. The most critical point is this candidate. Forget it, let's see. Gong Jian walked up to Chen Jun and said, well, Company Commander Chen, what do you need? Chen Jun interrupted Gong Jian. Just let the most powerful veterans of the 4th Sharpshooter Company come together, and you can name them. Gong Jian was stunned for a moment and said, I said Company Commander Chen, this is not a performance, why not do it directly? Chen Jun stared at him and said, in fighting, you only kill people and don't perform. A real hacker will kill you with one move. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Gong Jian's mouth twitched, feeling blocked in his heart. This guy will die if he doesn't brag. Kang Lei laughed loudly and said, well said, our Iron Fist group. The next moment, Chen Jun also interrupted him, pointed at the veterans who had been talking most fiercely in the team, and shouted, come out, the truth is within the scope of your fists, aren't you dissatisfied? Use your fists to speak. As he said that, he pointed at He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing. You two, come out and stop chattering there. Fuck, the veteran who was directly named by Chen Jun was confused. What on earth is this kid doing? Challenge them? Your skin is itchy, right? Although the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is ranked first as sharpshooters, it does not mean that their other abilities are poor. On the contrary, they are equally strong in other categories. Chen Jun, a useless soldier who had been in the army for less than a year and ranked last in all recruit assessments, challenged them? What do you mean the truth is within the fist? What the hell? If these words fall into the mouth of instructor Gong Jian, they think it makes sense, but if it comes from Chen Jun's mouth, it will be a joke. In the words of the instructor, you little brat, you will die if you don't brag. He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing looked at each other with surprised expressions on their faces. Is this the real Chen Jun? Why does it feel wrong? They were recruits from the same batch as Chen Jun. They had been trained together in the recruit camp for 3 months, and they knew Chen Jun's abilities very well. Is this guy's brain stimulated? Chapter 23. This lunatic is definitely on the hook. Chen Jun glanced at the 8 people who came out, and the next moment he frowned. If 2 more come out, I'll hit 10 of them. Chen Jun roared. Damn, that's so arrogant. Everyone in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters felt as if their minds were exploding. They have seen arrogant people, but they have never seen such arrogant people. This is the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Even the Special Forces have to keep a low profile when they come here. This waste who was once a new recruit camp wants to challenge 10 of them? Annoyed. Not only the members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were annoyed, but Gong Jian's heart couldn't bear it. He growled, Lao Lai, Lao Guan, get out of the queue. The next moment, 2 lean veterans walked out quickly. In an instant, 10 people walked in front of Chen Jun, all of them filled with murderous intent, as if there was a beast lurking in their bodies that might burst out at any time. Chen Jun is provoking them and playing with fire. Wang Yanbing stared at Chen Jun and said, that loser from class 3, if you hadn't been a drag, the whole army wouldn't have been destroyed. What the hell? Before he could finish his voice, Chen Jun turned into a shadow and rushed towards Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing only saw his fist enlarged and suppressed his words. Bam! Wang Yanbing only felt a huge force coming from his chest. He was thrown backwards and flew 3 meters away as if he was hit by the front of a high-speed car. Boom! Wang Yanbing hit the ground hard, his body rolled continuously on the ground, and rolled more than 3 meters away before he stabilized his body. Everyone's expressions changed drastically and everyone looked horrified. So fast, so cruel. 10 steps away, 1 move will kill. Although Wang Yanbing is a newcomer, his fighting skills are inferior to that of He Cheng Wang. Some veterans are no match for him, but he can't stop him with any move. Chen Jun's attack was too overbearing. Those who insult class 3 will die. Also, with your reaction speed, you are just a corpse in the eyes of the militants. Chen Jun's powerful murderous intent burst out instantly. In an instant, all the remaining 9 people except He Cheng Wang pounced on him. The honor of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters must not be trampled upon. At this time, Chen Jun seemed to have returned to the forest in Area 1. The hacker assassination technique made his body look like lightning. Bam! One of his shoulders flew away and he fell out with the person behind him pressed down. Snapped. A dull crash sounded. Chen Jun punched the opponent's chin. Originally, according to the hacker assassination technique, He was supposed to hit the opponent's Adam's apple and break the bones, but Chen Jun held back. Otherwise the opponent would be seriously injured even if he punched him. However, despite this, the opponent's eyes blackened under this punch and he fainted on the spot. The wind roared behind Chen Jun. He didn't even turn his head and moved his feet slightly. His figure was like a ghost and he shrank back, avoiding the two people who were rushing towards him, and strangely walked around behind them. Chen Jun grabbed the opponent's head with his left and right hands and knocked him inside. Bam! The two guys squatted down directly. Kill! Chen Jun roared. He suddenly punched out and collided hard with the fist of an oncoming veteran. A dull impact sounded, and the veteran's arm felt a huge force coming on him. His body couldn't help but retreat and his arm felt a sharp pain as if it was about to break. The veteran's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Chen Jun's power to be so terrifying. The power he exploded was superimposed on the two forces with the help of the inertia of his body. He originally thought that the opponent would be repelled. As a result, as soon as his fists came into contact, he realized that he had far underestimated the opponent's strength. Great! But the next moment, the veteran was even more horrified. Almost at the same moment, Chen Jun stepped forward, got close to his body, and swung a knife with his hand. Snapped! The veteran only felt a stinging pain on the back of his neck, his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground without even a chance to dodge. He was aware of Chen Jun's attack, but he knew that he couldn't react. Chen Jun flickered like a butterfly through flowers, wandering among the attacking crowd. In just a few breaths, 9 people had fallen on the ground, almost all of them killed with one strike. No one could withstand Chen Jun's 2 moves. He Chang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and saw all his comrades falling to the ground. He clenched his fists, let out a low roar, and rushed towards Chen Jun. Chen Jun's attack did not change and he directly punched him to kill him. He Chang Wang knew that Chen Jun's fist was strong and he did not dare to resist. He hurriedly dodged and at the same time changed his fist to his elbow and hit the opponent. Chen Jun took a step back to avoid He Chang Wang's elbow. The next moment, He Chang Wang kicked sideways. Chen Jun swayed, took a step forward, avoided the opponent's feet, and hit the opponent with his fist at close range. He Chang Wang hurriedly stepped back, bending his body to avoid Chen Jun's fist. He has a strong foundation in Kung Fu and his body is very flexible. However, under He Chang Wang's continuous attacks, no matter how he changed his moves, Chen Jun's fists would hit him. Damn it, I guess it's not that difficult. This guy is like a ghost. When did he develop such weird movements? The fighting skills used by Chen Jun were not the close combat they learned in the army. They were completely different. Moreover, when he was a recruit, Chen Jun's fighting skills were so bad that He Chang Wang could fight 10 of them with no problem. Now Chen Jun is beating 10 of them one by one. This change is too big. Swish! Chen Jun's sharp punch hit He Chang Wang's face very suddenly and He Chang Wang could not avoid it. Fight! He Chang Wang clenched his fists, unleashed all his body strength, and faced Chen Jun head-on. Bam! The 2 iron fists slammed together. He Chang Wang's feet were unsteady and he kept retreating. At the same time, a sharp pain came from his arm, and his fists were so painful that they were numb. Is this guy's fist made of iron? Just like that, He Chang Wang felt like he was hit by an iron block. Tread Chen Jun's figure approached He Chang Wang, and he seemed to feel no pain at all. This lunatic! He Chang Wang immediately blocked with both hands, but his speed was still a little late. Chen Jun's fist tore his arms apart and hit He Chang Wang on the neck. He Chang Wang almost couldn't breathe. If the other party pulled it again at this time, he would definitely get a black eye. With a plop, He Chang Wang simply sat on the ground and stopped fighting. He couldn't beat him anyway, so he just lay down. There is no way around this. In terms of strength, the opponent is stronger than him. In terms of speed, he cannot match him, and in terms of movement, he is not as weird as the opponent. How to fight? If he continues to fight, he will definitely end up like everyone else. This lunatic must have cheated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his fighting skills to improve to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. He Chang Wang started practicing martial arts at the age of 8. He participated in various competitions and constantly competed with others. When he joined the army, he combined fighting skills with Kung Fu, which gave him his current strength. And what about Chen Jun? I was a newbie just a few months ago. Chapter 24. He is a hero, and must be respected by all of us. The members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were all stunned as they looked at the 10 people who had fallen down in less than a minute. The fighting strength of these 10 people is definitely the highest among the 4 sharpshooters. 10 people working together could not withstand Chen Jun's attack. It's too fantasy. How is this possible? Why is his fighting ability so strong? When he was a recruit, wasn't his fighting ability the weakest in the group? Yes, it's too strong. With such power, even the special forces are not that powerful. And when he took action, I felt a shiver, as if he was murderous. What exactly has he gone through? How could his fighting strength improve so horribly in such a short period of time? Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, and when they looked at Chen Jun, their eyes became complicated. After all, Chen Jun's previous performance as a recruit was so poor that he was said to be the worst recruit in the history of the Iron Fist Regiment. But what is the concept of such a worst recruit, who knocked down the 10 strongest members of their 4 company of sharpshooters in a single face-to-face confrontation? Gong Jian was shocked. Chen Jun's fighting strength is comparable to the fighting skills trained by special forces. No, it should be said to be stronger than the fighting skills. With the speed and power of his attack just now, if it were on the battlefield, these 10 people would have turned into corpses. How can this kid be so strong? No wonder he is so arrogant. The other party is not bragging, but he really has this strength. What exactly happened to him? Gongjian looked at Chen Jun's face and his face was filled with excitement. Kang Lei looked at the 10 people who had fallen into pieces and exclaimed, no wonder he was able to kill 20 militants. I don't think those special forces have as much fighting experience as he does. Okay. There's something to watch this time. Someone has dealt with these bastards. That's right. We must stop drinking. We can't let such a soldier run away. At this time, Chen Jun glanced at everyone with a cold face and said coldly, my squad leader said that the 4th company of sharpshooters is the best company of the Iron Fist Regiment. Now it seems that it is nothing more than this. On the battlefield, you are not gods, but he is a weak chicken, slow in speed, small in strength, with many flaws, and he is still living in the glory of the past. I look down on you. Chen Jun had seen how powerful those militants were. At that time, he had already obtained the hacker assassination technique and hacker shooting technique, but he was still shot 6 times and almost died. The 3rd class he was in was very strong, but he still kept coming. Someone sacrificed. What does this mean? Lack of actual combat. It is true that Yongyuo soldiers are the best soldiers, but their long-term peaceful life has left them lacking in actual combat. Only by training on a real battlefield and surviving can you quickly grow up and become a true warrior. Growth comes at the price of blood. Chen Jun has already seen Zai die, and he doesn't want to see such a scene happen again. On the battlefield, with your actions like this, you don't even have a chance to shoot. Chen Jun's sarcasm followed Kang Lei's wishes. He knew very well why Kang Lei invited him. The 4th company of sharpshooters is indeed the best company in the Iron Fist Regiment, and the best example of the 4th company of sharpshooters was when Kenrei was caught during an exercise, which stimulated them to rebound and start to reflect. What Chen Jun has to do now is to make the 4th company of sharpshooters stronger in advance, so that when war suddenly comes, there will be fewer sacrifices and there won't be so many sad families. You have disappointed me. Chen Jun put aside these words, turned around, rushed to the playground, and started running. Wang Yanbing, He Changwang, and others who were originally lying on the ground recovered and slowly stood up. Their eyes were on fire under Chen Jun's sarcasm. Everyone in the 4th company of sharpshooters had fire burning in their eyes. Kang Lei growled, you can't compete in fighting, are you afraid of running? I think you are all soft-fisted soldiers, and I will call you imps from now on. Swish! He Changwang took off his upper body clothes, threw them on the ground, and said angrily, let's go, run away from him. Wang Yanbing gritted his teeth. Mater, sneak attack, we can't lose to this loser, go. With that said, they rushed directly towards Chen Jun's figure. This would not just be the people who were beaten down, but the entire 4th company of sharpshooters would rush forward and start running behind Chen Jun. They all want face. They have already been kicked and scolded at the doorstep, but if they are still holding it in like a soft bag, who are they? Coward. Tread on the playground, dense footsteps sounded. A battle of endurance begins. 1 lap. 2 laps, 3 laps. After the team ran 10 laps, the gap between the team members began to show. Some people began to slow down, but some still kept up with Chen Jun's rhythm. But when it reaches 20 laps, fewer and fewer people can keep up with Chen Jun's running rhythm. The originally neat team has now turned into a long snake formation. Kang Lei kept standing aside and watching, with excitement in his eyes. Report to the chief, Chen Jun was not found. Lao Hai rushed over and reported to Kang Lei. He saw the scene in front of him and said in surprise, Chief, what are you doing? The 4th company is setting up a long snake formation. Kang Lei said with a smile, no need to look for it. Chen Jun is back and is comparing the performance with the 4th company. Look at the one running in front. It is already the 22nd lap. Lao Hai immediately looked at the soldiers rushing at the front. It's really Chen Jun. Lao Hai's pupils suddenly opened and his mouth opened wide. Good boy, I really made a mistake. The potential is so great and the strength has improved so much in such a short period of time. No wonder squad leader Shi Guo is so optimistic about him and wants to protect him with all his life. It's amazing. He still has such speed after 20 laps. Comparable to the special forces. Lao Hai exclaimed. Kang Lei said, you may have made a mistake. I asked you to pick up someone but you were still so careless. Where can you find such a good soldier? Let me tell you, our Iron Fist regiment cannot lose this soldier no matter what. Lao Hai hesitated for a moment and said, Chief, I got some information. He is indeed an elusive ghost in Area 1. The border guard commander you attaches great importance to him and wants him to go back. The commander has the ability to let him come to our Iron Fist regiment, but Yulian's intention is that the pickets seem to be targeting him, so let's be careful, he may be expelled from the military. Kang Tuan was stunned, his eyes widened, and he growled. Get out. What that bastard thinks. He is a hero and must be respected by all of us. The country and the people need people like Chen Jun. Those on the picket team, whoever targets him, Kang Lei, will be the first to disagree. Chapter 25 Move Lao Tzu's soldiers. Let them try. Kang Lei was completely annoyed. Of course he knew that Chen Jun took off his military uniform and broke into the gray area to hunt down the enemy. But what was this? He has not forgotten his mission as a soldier. The enemies are coming, killing your comrades, preparing to take your life, and rob the country of important resources. As a soldier stationed there, do you still have to hold a farewell party for them? If Kang Lei had been present at that time, he would have done what Chen Jun did. Apart from blowing air conditioners in the office, what else can those pickets do? Lao Hai knew Kang Lei's temper and said, Chief, it's better to be more prepared. Kang Lei snorted coldly and said, take advantage of my soldiers, let them try. At this moment, Chen Jun continued to rush forward, and it was already 30 laps. Calculated according to a 400-meter lap, it was already 12 kilometers. In the past, the limit of training for troops was 10 kilometers. After all, they are not special forces, so the training intensity is much different. By this time, most of the members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters had been thrown away, with only a dozen or so still persisting, including Wang Yanbing and He Changguang. Lao Hai naturally knew Chen Jun's previous performance in the recruit camp and stared at Chen Jun with very shocked eyes. Chen Jun ran lightly, as if his heels were not touching the ground. What the hell is this, a ghost? He noticed that Chen Jun's complexion was a little redder and his breathing was still very steady. It didn't look like the state of someone who had run 30 laps. Can the environment really change that much in such a short period of time? Running at such a speed, but with such great endurance. A tough guy. Lao Hai felt like he was in a dream. After a while, Lao Hai said to Gong Jian, pinch me. Gong Jian didn't respond, his eyes were slightly narrowed with complicated expressions. When the number of laps reached 40, only a few people could persist, and the others were already lying on the ground and could no longer run. 45 laps. Gong Jian muttered in a low voice. If Gong Jian remembers correctly, during the recruit assessment, Chen Jun only ran 10 laps before lying on the ground unable to move. It's still so easy after 45 laps now. This improvement is a bit exaggerated. Even if I take stimulants, it won't have such an effect. At this time, Wang Yanbing and He Changguang were sweating profusely. They wished they could take out their lungs and breathe. The tight-fitting vests they were wearing were already soaked through. The sweat kept pouring out like spring water. Every time they took a step forward, they walked from the sweat falling from my body was like rain. Wang Yanbing felt that his legs were not his own. They were extremely heavy and felt like they were sticking to the ground. His breathing continued to get heavier. Every time he took a breath, his lungs were burning. He looked at the figure in front of him and said with a cracked mouth, a paralyzed person can still run. Is this guy a donkey? Even the donkeys in the Zhou dynasty dare not run like this. This bastard is playing ball. You can't lose. You can't lose. You have to run forward even if you die. You can't lose to him. The situation of He Changguang and Wang Yanbing are similar, but he started practicing martial arts at the age of 8 and has been training hard for 10 years. His foundation is much stronger than Wang Yanbing, so he feels slightly better. Time passed little by little, and only the last 3 figures were left on the scene. Chen Jun was still running in front, followed by He Changguang, and finally Wang Yanbing. 50 laps, 20 kilometers, is already the training standard for special forces. Gong Jian said thump. Wang Yanbing's legs went weak as he was cursing, and he fell limply to the ground, turning into a ball of mud. He is so hard. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. He had already broken his best score, but he still lost. I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. A complete defeat, lost to a pig farmer. Now there was only a single seedling like He Changguang chasing Chen Jun on the field. When Wang Yanbing lay down, He Changguang felt that he was about to die and his body was holding on purely by willpower. He, like Lao Hai and Gong Jian, couldn't figure it out. What's going on with this kid? Are you still human? Before the run started, he had already done 10 rounds by himself. Now after 50 laps, he still looked like nothing was wrong. It was like a ghost. This guy is possessed. After Chen Wang persisted for the last 3 laps, he fell to the ground as gloriously as Wang Yanbing. At this point, all the soldiers of the 4th company of sharpshooters fell down. Lao Hai shouted loudly, "I'll go, you are really pests. All the 4th company of sharpshooters have been wiped out." Gong Jian, how did you become an instructor? Gong Jian had a black line protruding from his forehead and cursed, "What the hell does it have to do with me? He's cheating. Let's see how long he can last. If he has the ability, he can break the entire army's record." In fact, Chen Jun is no longer relaxed now and has reached his limit. Sweat like raindrops formed an obvious water mark on the ground as Chen Jun ran across it. His steps were no longer as graceful as before and began to become heavier. People around him could feel that Chen Jun had reached his limit. Chen Jun's legs have lost all feeling. They feel like stepping on sand when he steps on the ground. They are soft and may fall down at any time. Because of the lack of oxygen, Chen Jun's lungs felt like they were torn every time he breathed. The stinging feeling made him very painful. It was this pain that kept his consciousness a little bit awake. Chen Jun's physical fitness is stronger than that of He Chengwang and others, so when the limit is reached, the maladaptive reaction will be even more violent. The expression on his face began to become distorted. People around him noticed the twisted expression on Chen Jun's face, and knew that he had reached his limit. "Stop, stop, if you keep running like this, you will die. Stop running, you've already won." Everyone was staring at Chen Jun. At this moment, their hearts were moved and they had an indescribable feeling. It was an inexplicable feeling. They no longer care whether they are being slapped in the face or not, or whether the other party is causing trouble. Now, everyone hopes that Chen Jun will stop and stop holding on with his own life. When the human body is in its ultimate state, relying on willpower to support the body in running is overdrafting. Once overdrafted, people will die. Suddenly, everyone saw Chen Jun's legs bent and his body leaning towards the ground. Is he about to fall down? Gong Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This kid's body was too overdrawn. If he didn't fall down, his life would be in danger. But it's a bit of a pity. If he had persisted for 5 more laps, he would have broken the 60-lap record. It is really a pity. At this time, when Gong Jian breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a trace of regret. What? But at the next moment, Gong Jian's pupils suddenly opened wide, and his eyeballs were so round that they seemed to be protruding. Chapter 26. Why is he a ghost? Swish. A shadow fell from Chen Jun's body to the side. He took off his clothes, revealing his strong body. Under the sunlight, scars appeared in a crisscross pattern on his shoulders, back, chest, arms, waist. Shocking. Especially on Chen Jun's chest, there was a very dazzling scar, which was the hole left by the bullet passing through there. Because the wound was so large, there was a pale indentation in the flesh. And this location is less than 1 centimeter from the heart. Gong Jian completely understood at this moment. Why did Chen Jun become so powerful in such a short period of time and become a ghost in Area 1? This was a life-or-death battle with the enemy. How many times were you injured? Gong Jian was completely moved. He now finally understood why Kang Lei paid so much attention to it and directly made Chen Jun the company commander. Such a person is qualified. Suddenly, Chen Jun bent his legs and threw himself on the ground. Was he about to fall? The next moment, Gong Jian's eyes widened even more. He saw Chen Jun suddenly grab the railing of the track. Because of the excessive force, the nails on his fingers were broken and blood splattered. Gong Jian was completely stunned. Why is this guy working so hard? It's just a competition, and it's not on a life-and-death battlefield. Is it necessary? Why? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Why is he working so hard? You have already won. You have won. You don't have to run anymore. This is too cruel. How painful is it? At this moment, there was only one voice in Chen Jun's heart. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. I don't want to see such a tragedy. As long as I was stronger, neither Lao Yang nor Lao Wu would die, and the squad leader would not become disabled. I want to be stronger. Chen Jun put his bloody hands on the ground, supported his body, and stood up bit by bit. Get stronger, get stronger. What? Chen Jun, who was in an extreme state, let out a low roar, his eyes burning like a ball of fire. He stood up suddenly, his feet trembling as if they were going to cramp. I want to kill those guys. Why do brothers take revenge? Avenge the squad leader. We can't fall. We can't fall. The depression caused by the 30 days of Kong Lilin assassination, and the self-blame of seeing the squad leader's disability made Chen Jun run again. A figure appeared in his mind, a real assassin. The powerful assassin stalks thousands of miles to kill, killing with one strike without any hesitation. There is no doubt that the enemies Chen Jun faces will only become stronger and stronger in the future. Only by continuously getting stronger can he survive in battles again and again. The hatred of the brothers, the hatred of the squad leader Chen Jun's strong persistence is the source of his strength. Run, keep running. At this moment, Wang Yanbing, who was lying on the ground, calmed down a lot, looked at the crazy Chen Jun, shook his head and said, I am convinced. After joining the 4th company of sharpshooters, I am definitely very good at it. It is crazy enough. Now I suddenly feel, I lived like a dog. Chen Jun's madness completely stimulated Wang Yanbing. Although he didn't want to believe it, it turned out that the other party was really much stronger than him. A person who was once considered a waste by everyone can grow to such a point in such a short period of time. Will he be a waste? If he is a waste, everyone is a waste. He Chengguang said, I have read the notebook left by my father. This is the true military spirit inherited from our ancestors. Otherwise, our ancestors' straw sandals are too big for the grass, millet and rifles, and it is -°C. How can we survive? This is strong willpower, an existence that can defeat everything. With that said, He Chengguang looked at Wang Yanbing, brother, can you still run? He stretched out his arm towards Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing grabbed him and said, run, the man is dead and the bird is in the sky. If you are afraid of a ghost, run. He Chengguang and Wang Yanbing slowly stood up and started running forward. Although I am running slowly, I am still persevering. That's great. Kang Lei's eyes started to heat up. He is a veteran and knows best the miracles that this strong willpower can create. What he wants is this kind of fighting spirit. It is not scary to be defeated, but the invincible fighting spirit is the truly scary thing, and it is also something that can be inherited to the next generation. Why can Chen Jun be called a ghost? He is definitely not a cheater, but a master who has stepped forward step by step on his own. There is no shortcut to being strong. Only by constantly tempering yourself, forcing yourself, and constantly unleashing your potential can you become a truly strong person. Kang Lei was excited, feeling that the blood that had been dormant for a long time was boiling again. Okay, that's it. This is the soldier I want most. Kang Lei looked at Chen Jun, who kept running, his eyes full of passion. 60 laps. Gong Jian shouted excitedly. This guy. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Jun's figure quietly. No one said anything, they just stared at it intently. At this moment, time seems to have frozen. Tread, breathe out. The only sounds on the track were Chen Jun's running, heavy breathing, and the sound of sweat dripping on the ground and the sound of the bright red flag swaying in the wind on the training ground. Time passed little by little, and when Chen Jun reached the 70th lap and could no longer run, and finally stopped, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. The host insists on extreme special training, and the hacker stealth technique has reached a great level. Suddenly, Chen Jun felt the hacker stealth technique had more understanding, and with this understanding, his body's skin, muscles, tendons, bones, etc. relaxed in an indescribable way. In this relaxed state, Chen Jun felt as if he was in peace. The heavy breathing gradually returned to normal, the feeling of tearing in the lungs gradually weakened, and the muscle pulling and twitching also weakened. This feeling of rapid recovery allowed Chen Jun's body to relax all of a sudden, without having to worry about his body suddenly collapsing at its limit. Integrating hacker skills can make you reach the sky in one step, but to go further and reach a higher level, you need continuous training before you can improve your skills. The system's voice prompted again. Chen Jun was slightly stunned. It actually had such an effect. No wonder there would be such a big change after hacker stealth technique reaches its peak. According to this explanation, hacking skills still have room for improvement and are not static. Train, fight, challenge yourself. Chen Jun's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Hacker mission, get back the relics for your comrades. Completing the mission will reward you with 100 experience points. The system voice sounded. Chen Jun clenched his fists. I will. Chapter 27. Did Kang Lei get drunk on purpose? Lao Hai looked at the only figure still standing on the runway. Although there were beads of sweat the size of soybeans hanging on Chen Jun's cheeks, and the clothes on his body looked like they had just been fished out of the water, there was something on his body. Not a trace of embarrassment. Chen Jun's bloody fingers showed no abnormality on his face. Lao Hai has already seen the shadow of a veteran in Chen Jun. How can it be? Lao Hai's face was full of astonishment. You know, only veterans who have experienced real war can have a will of steel. What has this Chen Jun experienced? To have such a terrifying will. In addition, the Iron Fist Regiment has a glorious tradition, and all of them are sharpshooters, especially the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, which can be ranked among the regular troops across the country. As a result, Chen Jun was lucky and he went through 3 rounds of shooting training. He set the shooting record since the establishment of the Iron Fist group, but it was the worst record. There are also various physical fitness tests. Yang Crane's tail, especially his physical fitness, is a mess. If it weren't for his squad leader Shiguabao, he would have gone to raise pigs at this moment. As a result, now, the opponent actually ran down the entire magic gun 4 times in a row. Is this Chen Jun cheating? As expected, desperate situations can best stimulate a person's potential, but Shiguo did have the vision to bring out such a good soldier. The 4 sharpshooters were all wiped out, which meant that the entire Iron Fist group was wiped out by him. So amazing. Kang Lei also had a surprised expression on his face, his eyes full of surprise. He knew that Chen Jun killed 1 militant in Area 20, so he must be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that his fighting skills and physical fitness were so abnormal. He found a treasure this time. Kang Lei took a deep breath, with excitement in his eyes, and walked towards Chen Jun with a smile and said loudly, "I did not misjudge the person. You are indeed different from the past. From now on, you will be the legitimate company commander. Help me take care of these things." "Guy, captain of the 4th company of sharpshooters? Chen Jun?" Lao Hai had an unbelievable expression on his face, wondering whether Kang Lei's decision was too hasty. Chen Jun's current fighting skills and physical fitness are good, even surpassing those of ordinary special forces. However, this does not mean that he is qualified to serve as the commander of the 4th company of Shen expression. You know, the position of company commander of the 4th company of sharp guns has been vacant for a long time. Because all the 4th companies of the sharp guns are masters, the requirements for company commanders are very high. This position is not something that ordinary people can fill. Kang Lei has now appointed Chen Jun, a new recruit, as the commander of the 4th company of sharpshooters. Does he feel that the Iron Fist regiment has been too quiet recently? Lao Hai felt that Chen Jun would be ecstatic, and when he readily agreed, Chen Jun shook his head, still with a cold expression on his face. Chen Jun said calmly, "Chief, I don't plan to stay here for too long. I promised my squad leader that I would go to the special forces." Kang Lei's face suddenly stiffened. This kid is also a straight man. Special forces are the goal of every soldier. In the army, which soldier is not proud to join the special forces? However, it is a good thing that Chen Jun has such a pursuit. Soldiers who do not want to be generals are not good soldiers. Kang Lei immediately nodded vigorously and said, "Not bad, not bad." Chen Jun looked at Kang Lei in surprise. What did he mean? Lao Hai staggered, almost losing his balance. This kid is quite a sweetheart. It's just that the chief just wanted to promote you and you just said you wanted to leave. Isn't this too simple and rude? Kang Lei looked at Chen Jun's confused expression, nodded and said with a smile, "Come with me, I will tell you something." After saying that, he walked forward with his hands behind his back and Chen Jun followed quietly. Kang Lei recalled those passionate youthful years in his mind. After a long time, he said in a deep voice to Chen Jun who was following him, "You may not know that I also came from Wolfang. Special forces are indeed the best place for soldiers to belong, and they are also the goal of every soldier. Don't forget that Staff Fan comes to my place to recruit people. He brings wine to get me drunk every time. In fact, I am just giving him a way to get him drunk on purpose. Because I have feelings for Langya, I also hope that Langya will develop more and more powerful in the future, and I also want to send the best soldiers there. After all, the Iron Fist regiment will eventually make a transition." Chen Jun was slightly stunned. He also knew that Kang Lei had served in Langya and was a comrade with Lao Fan, but he really didn't know that he deliberately got drunk, real or fake. Kang Lei didn't care whether Chen Jun believed it or not and continued, "Anyway, you are my soldier. In Class 3, you are the only one left." When Kang Lei said this, he paused and said sincerely, "I don't know why you were so powerful all of a sudden, but I think you have left a deep imprint on the 4 Divine Guns Company. This is a kind of inheritance." In fact, Kang Lei has seen soldiers who are stronger than Chen Jun. The reason why he values Chen Jun so much now is because he sees in him the iron will and courage to move forward that only veterans have. This is also the inheritance that the 4th company of sharp guns needs most at the moment. Chen Jun nodded and said seriously, "Chief, I will try my best, but I need to meet some conditions for my next training." "What conditions?" "I have a lot of abilities, but I still need more training and training resources." Kang Lei was stunned for a moment, thinking what was the other party worried about? Isn't it just a training resource? For an army with a glorious tradition like the Iron Fist, the training resources are still sufficient. Kang Lei immediately smiled and said, "I thought it was a big problem." "Don't worry, your training resources will be enough." "Thank you, Chief." "What resources do you need?" Chen Jun was silent for a moment and said, "Give me 100,000 bullets first." Kang Lei staggered and almost lost his balance. His open mouth could fit into his fist, and he looked at the other party in surprise. What the hell? You know 100 rounds of ammunition, which is enough for a month's worth of 4 rounds of sharpshooters. Can you consume so many bullets by yourself? Kang Lei couldn't help but ask. He knew that sharpshooters were fed bullets, but could he finish the shooting with rounds of bullets by himself? Chen Jun said seriously. My marksmanship is not good enough, otherwise I would not be injured. To reach a great level of marksmanship, I have to fire rounds of ammunition. This is indeed a system requirement. Suddenly Kang Lei's expression was a little stiff, feeling that he had agreed too early. However, he did not believe that Chen Jun could shoot out rounds of ammunition in a month, unless he was an animal, which would be too much for an individual. Kang Lei thought for a moment and said, I'll try my best to prepare it for you. Also, as you know, my special training method is more brutal and requires some training. Who do you need as a sparring partner? Chen Jun said bluntly, Old Black Squad leader. Chapter 28 The Story of the Battlefield Cough. When Chen Jun mentioned his name, Lao Hai in the distance couldn't help but sneeze, and he rubbed his itchy nose with his hand in confusion. What's the situation? There is nothing wrong with my body. He didn't know that Chen Jun was already thinking about him. He never imagined that the next period of time would be a nightmare in his military career. When Kang Lei heard Chen Jun say that he wanted Lao Hai to be his sparring partner, he was slightly startled, then laughed and said, Old Hai looks down on you, so it's normal for you to slap him in the face. In the army, the strong are respected. Only the strong can gain the true respect of others. You have been through life and death, and you understand this truth well. It's just that if you had the fighting power you have now, your squad leader Shiguo wouldn't be disabled. It's a pity, Kang Lei said in a hoarse voice. Swish! Chen Jun couldn't help but clenched his fists. Due to the excessive force, his finger joints made a sound like popcorn and his eyes showed incomparable anger and hatred. It can be said that without the squad leader, there would be no Chen Jun now. If he had not sacrificed his own future to keep him, he would have been raising pigs now. The disability of squad leader Shiguo is an eternal pain in Chen Jun's heart. Although he took off his military uniform in anger and killed more than 1 militant in Area 20, it was not enough. If he wants to avenge his squad leader, he must become stronger. Chen Jun's eyes were extremely firm. Kang Lei looked at Chen Jun with a painful look on his face, then looked into the distance. His eyes became far-reaching, and his voice was low, and he said, Actually, I have had such an experience. Chen Jun was stunned and looked at the other party in surprise, obviously not knowing that Kang Lei had such a story. I participated in the battle in southern Xinjiang. At that time, Langya was not called the Langya Special Forces Brigade, but the Langya Reconnaissance Brigade. The reconnaissance team I was in at that time had incorrect intelligence, and I was responsible for sending the intelligence back. But when I went back, the captain who covered my retreat, including all the team members, stayed there forever. All of their heads were cut off. When Kang Lei said this, his expression became painful, and crystal tears shone in the corners of his eyes inadvertently. This is the deepest secret he has buried in his heart, and it is also the pain he least wants to mention. Every time he mentions it, his heart bleeds. He saw the shadow of the past in Chen Jun. He didn't want the other person to be blinded by hatred and live in pain. When Kang Lei said this, he paused, and then choked up and said, Many years have passed, but I have not forgotten the way my comrades died in silence. I'm useless. If I had been strong at that time, my comrades wouldn't have died miserably in front of me. Chen Jun was stunned, with surprise in his eyes. In his impression, Kang Lei was a leader who was willing to give up and work as a monk and ring the bell every day. Kang Lei likes to drink, and he gets drunk by Fan Tankang every time, and then poaches away the best soldier of the Iron Fist Regiment. Also, at the beginning of every exercise, he is the first leader to be beheaded by the Wolf Fang Commando. What's even more outrageous is that in the last exercise, recruit Lai Erniu, a bad guy, jumped off a cliff while being carried on his back. He almost fell to death and his arm was broken. Kang Lei almost became the first leader to truly die since the exercise. Many people are talking behind their backs, saying that Kang Lei is a bigger cheat than Fan Tanlei. Fan Tanlei cheats others, but Kang Lei cheats his own people and even himself. Some people also find it strange why a person like Kang Lei can stay in the Iron Fist group as the leader. It turns out that everyone is still too young. Chen Jun did not expect Kang Lei to have such an experience, and he should not underestimate any veteran. And what he just said, deliberately getting drunk to trick Lao Fan and sending his best soldiers away one by one, Chen Jun believed it. Kang Lei wanted to make his soldiers stronger. Chen Jun nodded heavily and said firmly, I remember, I will become stronger. Kang Lei quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with satisfaction, Okay. I really didn't expect that Shiguo left me such a good seedling. Shiguo still has a good vision. Kang Lei felt extremely emotional, because before this, he had not been optimistic about Chen Jun. This was the first time he had seen such a bad recruit in the Iron Fist Regiment for so many years. Do not erupt in silence, die in silence. Chen Jun transformed in a desperate situation. Kang Lei was very pleased. After that, he personally sent Chen Jun back, arranged his dormitory, and then left without disturbing Chen Jun again. After Kang Lei left, Chen Jun carefully took out several photos of his comrades from his backpack and placed them on the bedside. He looked at the familiar faces of his comrades and couldn't help but think of the bright smiles of his former comrades. Chen Jun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you with my own hands. I will improve all my abilities to a great level, then take back all your things and send them home to you. For a long time, Chen Jun stood quietly. Unconsciously, tears shone in the corners of his eyes. He is still too weak, just like Kang Lei said. If he had the ability now, his comrades would not have sacrificed, and the squad leader would not have become crippled. I must become stronger. It was not yet time for dinner, so Chen Jun began to practice hacker assassination skills in the room. Hacker assassination skills. Before the system was activated, the ghost Chen Jun continued to practice crazily and hard in the jungle, and only survived until now. Now that the system is activated, he already has his own training method, which is to meditate, then train, then meditate, and constantly summarize. Chen Jun's heart moved and he suddenly exerted force on his feet. Figures appeared strangely in every corner of the dormitory. What was strange was that they did not make a sound. Sometimes he stood motionless, capturing the momentary inspiration in his mind. Hacker assassination is the essence of fighting skills. It can kill with one blow within 10 steps. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment flashed through Chen Jun's mind. His limbs and even his whole body became extremely flexible in an instant. Movements that could not be completed before could now be done at will, and any part of the body could be turned into a weapon. Chen Jun's movements became faster and faster, and his figure gradually became blurry. Every time he landed, he was like an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no trace at all. I don't know how long it took, but the clear voice of the system sounded in Chen Jun's mind. A host's hacker assassination skills have reached the level of Xingqiang. Become. Chen Jun's eyes lit up and he suddenly stopped. It's really fast and it's worthy of being produced by the system. Although it can't reach Sheng at once like the stealth technique, it is fast enough. After all, the two are different skills. The stealth technique requires madness, and the assassination technique requires you to understand it. But the speed is already shocking. Chen Jun felt the changes in his body carefully, and was confident that if he were to fight against 10 people from the 4th company of sharpshooters now, they might not even have room to fight back. As for the militants, after mastering the hacker assassination technique, Chen Jun was able to assassinate 10 people at close range and then retreat completely. The opponent would not even be able to touch his shadow. If the hacker's assassination skills are perfect, 20 people will have no problem. As for the ultimate state mentioned by the system, it will be even more terrifying. It is estimated that one of them will hit 100 people, just like the fangs of the wolf warriors in the movie. Chen Jun couldn't help but be filled with expectations. Chapter 29 3 Fires. When the new official took office tomorrow, I will start practicing hacker shooting skills. This skill has only reached a minor level, but it is still not enough. When faced with the siege of more than 20 armed men, the counterattack speed is not fast enough and the dodge is not fast enough. The fundamental reason is that there is no way to predict it in advance. Judging their shooting trajectories and discerning opportunities, this led to being hit. Especially in a chaotic environment, you cannot quickly find the opponent's sniper. When Chen Jun had a gun battle with militants, his biggest threat was the opponent's sniper. The most serious injuries on his body were caused by snipers. Fortunately, the opponent only had one sniper. If there were two, Chen Jun would definitely die. Therefore, Chen Jun is very aware of the importance of hacker shooting in gunfights. In his mind, he constantly summarized his combat experience, pointed out his shortcomings, and then set new goals for himself. Okay, that's it, let's start conquering hacker shooting tomorrow. Chen Jun put away his thoughts and prepared to sleep. At this time, the mobile phone beside the bed vibrated and a text message was sent. He took it casually and clicked it. This is a text message from Anran. How are you doing in the Iron Fist Regiment? I don't want to disturb you, but I just want to remind you that when you have time to go to Langya to retrieve the relics of your comrades, let me know and I will go with you. The two had already testified that they were nominally a couple, but Chen Jun thought for a moment and did not reply to the message. Now is not the time to think about emotions. Women will only affect the speed of his gun. As for getting back the relics of his comrades, Chen Jun can handle it himself. Chen Jun quickly closed his eyes to rest and let himself fall asleep quickly. When Chen Jun opened his eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Chen Jun quickly got up, put on his clothes, and then took a deep breath at himself in the mirror and stared for a moment, allowing himself to return to his most awake state as quickly as possible. System, how can I practice hacker assassination technique to a great level? The system prompted. 100 people killed. Chen Jun's eyes flashed with an icy cold light. Understood. He checked the time, it was 2:05, and quickly rushed out of the room. After Chen Jun ran quickly on the training ground for 20 minutes and performed warm-up exercises, he returned to the dormitory downstairs and blew the assembly whistle. The time is exactly 5:30. What's the situation? Gong Jian, the instructor of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, has always been responsible for the training of the entire company, including when performing missions, and Lao Hai is actually the nominal manager. When the two heard the whistle, they instinctively jumped out of bed. Has the gathering started? Gong Jian grabbed his phone and looked at it. It was only 5:30. This is not a special force. The regular gathering time is 6 o'clock. Lao Hai's eyes were still filled with stars. The two of them slept together last night and talked about Chen Jun all night. They didn't even change their clothes, so they just lay there and squinted for a while. Who would have thought that just after squinting for a while, the assembly whistle sounded? They knew without thinking that Chen Jun must have blown the whistle for this gathering. Except for him, no one in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters dared to do such a thing. We'll be beaten. The two of them walked quickly outside. When they came downstairs, they saw Chen Jun already waiting downstairs with a stopwatch in his hand to count the time. You pervert, these are the 3 fires that a new official takes office. Yesterday he burned 2 fires and now it's the 3rd fire. I don't know how many more times he can burn them. Really, he who was once a crane, now trains veterans and once gaining power is just a matter of restlessness. Lao Hai chuckled and said softly. He is a veteran and knows these tricks best. Chen Jun, a newly reborn recruit, what he wants to do most now is to establish his own prestige. Yesterday's fighting and cross-country were witnessed by everyone in the 4th Company, and it was a big lesson for them. It is estimated that there will be a big move next. What kind of method it will be, Lao Hai actually has some expectations. Gong Jian looked at the still dark training ground around him and said, let him fiddle with it first and then take a look. It's just a test. Just treat it as an emergency. That's right, 4th Company has been a little relaxed during this time. By the way, you said this boy really married Ziyuolan? That's awesome, he's very lucky. The old gangster said. Gong Jian's face turned dark and he really wanted to kick him. This bastard had ridiculed him all night, he should have known better than to sleep with him. Chen Jun has been appointed as the company commander by Kang Lei, and his task is to train the 4th Company well. The company commander and the instructor have a clear division of labor. The company commander is responsible for training, and the instructor is responsible for ideological work. The two complement each other. In the past, Gong Jian only handled matters between the company commander and the instructor. Now that Chen Jun is here, naturally, he, the company commander, has the final say on training matters. Gong Jian is a top military student who graduated from Foreign Inc. Under his leadership, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters has always performed very well and is very stable. Therefore, he also wanted to see what kind of abilities the ghost that suddenly returned could improve the overall combat effectiveness of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. If you just rely on fighting and running to lead a company, it will not be enough. Chen Jun is strong in fighting and running, which can only mean that he is good in actual combat, but leading troops is another matter. Gong Jian had learned so many theories abroad, and coupled with the training at home, it took him more than 5 years to make some small achievements. Chen Jun has never been to a military academy. How can a recruit who has barely been a soldier for half a year lead a company? Gong Jian is not optimistic. 3 minutes and 3 seconds passed and all the talents were gathered. Chen Jun stood in front of the team indifferently and said loudly, "This is the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. I think it should be renamed the 4th Company of Waste. An emergency assembly takes nearly 4 minutes, and the Border Defense Regiment assembles within 2 minutes. If this was a war, you and your comrades would have fallen under the enemy's gunfire." Everyone stood silently. No one dared to refute. Anyway, you can't fight, you can't run, and it's even more useless to refute. Tread at this time, Kang Lei got up at some point, strode over, and shouted directly, "Chen Lion is right. From now on, let's change the 4th Company of Sharpshooters into the 4th Company of Waste. A collection takes 4 minutes. Do you still have the face? You used to brag about how awesome you were, and you couldn't even compare to the Border Defense Regiment. How dare you say that you were the strongest company in the Iron Fist Regiment? Practice, practice until you die. Chen Lion, you trained them hard for me. They are all trained according to the standards of special forces. They are worse than border guards. This is a shame. Use whatever tricks you have at your disposal. I'll crush them so hard that they'll have a long memory. They'll have their nostrils in the air all day long, pretending to be great. Chapter 30 Encountering the enemy, no chance to shoot. Needless to say, Kang Lei is here to support Chen Jun. The members of the 4th company of sharpshooters were all yelling, but no one dared to complain in front of Kang Lei. However, it is a bit redundant for Kang Lei to come to the platform. Even if he doesn't come, no one will dare to jump out. Chen Jun's fist is hard. Of course, the key point is that what they say makes sense. The Border Defense Regiment gathered within 2 minutes, while they usually gathered within 3 minutes, which was 1 minute behind. On the battlefield, if 1 minute is wasted, their bodies will probably turn into dregs. After Kang Lei's scolding, the atmosphere at the scene became more solemn. Gong Jian and Lao Hai naturally did not dare to say anything. Kang Lei came to support Chen Jun. Who dared to confuse Kang Lei at this time? That is definitely looking for abuse. Kang Lei said, Chen Lion, come on, you can train me however you want. Yes. Chen Jun shouted loudly. Chen Jun looked at everyone and said, you are all weaklings because of the endurance you showed in fighting and long-distance running yesterday. Today I want to see your special skills. Isn't it that the 4th company of sharpshooters claims that even the chefs are sharpshooters? Let me see what you are capable of. As soon as he said this, everyone in the 4th company of sharpshooters had their eyes gleaming. Mud, it's finally time to show off your skills. Everyone in the 4th company of sharpshooters is a sharpshooter, and this reputation is not in vain. The most basic requirement for each of them to join the 4th company of sharpshooters is that their marksmanship must be accurate. If they don't have the ability to pierce the enemy with 100 steps, they will have no chance of getting in. It is such high standards that exclude many new recruits and veterans. In previous military exercises, the 4th company of sharpshooters has achieved excellent results because of its strong shooting ability and the honor it earned. Yi Cheng Wang and Wang Qianbin looked at each other, their blood boiling, and they felt eager to try. Chen Jun didn't waste any words and directly ordered them to prepare. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the shooting range. After cleaning up the scene and preparing firearms, the first team prepared to shoot. Chen Jun looked at Gong Jian and said, Instructor, how many meters do you usually hit? Gong Jian said, 200 meters. Chen Jun said in a deep voice, the sharpshooters only hit 200 meters in the 4th company. It's too close. Let's just hit 400 meters. Gong Jian's mouth twitched. Is 200 meters still close? You know, they all use 95 rifles and the effective range is 400 meters, which is the ultimate effective range. But with the naked eye, without the help of auxiliary equipment, the chest ring target 400 meters away will appear blurred. Do you really think that the 95 rifle is the 88 sniper? You are the company commander and you still have the final say. First team, adjust the shooting distance to 400 meters. Gong Jian gave the order directly. Soon, the first team completed preparations for shooting. Then gunfire continued. After 10 minutes, the shooting results came out. Wang Yanbing has 30 bullets and 24 rings. Yi Cheng Wang has 30 bullets and 29 rings. Hang Dahai has 30 bullets and 20 rings. After this round of results, everyone is above 20 rings. After Gong Jian heard the results, a smile appeared on his face. For 400-meter rifle shooting, a score of 30 rings with 20 bullets is already very good. After all, the distance is too far, and the target is blurred when viewed with the naked eye. Judgment depends entirely on experience, so if you can hit the target, you are considered qualified. If you can hit this number, it is considered excellent. Yi Cheng Wang and others showed excitement on their faces, especially Wang Qianbing. He can usually shoot 400 rings at 22 meters. Today, he shot 24 rings, which is already a superb performance. Gong Jian turned to look at Chen Jun and smiled and said, Chen Lion, how about it, are you still so-so? Chen Jun said calmly, General, what the hell? Is this normal? If you don't brag, you will die. Gong Jian said coldly, Company Commander Chen, how is your marksmanship? Chen Jun said, I have seen real militants. They will not give you that long time to lie on the ground and aim. You have already encountered a hail of bullets without even raising the muzzle of your gun. Let me ask, Instructor Gong, in such a short period of time, can you hit the enemy? Gong Jian said unconvinced, You are so awesome, why don't you give it a try? Lao Hai also said with a smile, Yes, let Chen Lion give it a try, we all want to see it. Isn't this guy a picky guy? If it is in a hail of bullets, who can accurately hit the enemy from a long distance in a short period of time? This is 400 meters, not 4 meters. Random shooting is luck. How many times can you be lucky on the battlefield? The 4th company of sharpshooters burst out laughing when they heard this. Report to Chen Lion and give us a show. Chen Lion, come one, come one. The veterans of the 4th company took the opportunity to make a fuss. Chen Jun's fighting skills are good, and his physical fitness is also very terrifying, but he can practice these two under any conditions. As long as he is willing to fight and practice to the death, he can quickly improve, but his marksmanship is different. No matter how good the talent is, without enough bullets, you still can't feed a sharpshooter. It's like if you don't have a girlfriend and you say you are an old gun, who will believe it? When Chen Jun was a recruit, he shot 100 bullets at 10 meters and got 3 rings. Only one shot hit the target and the others missed the target. What does this mean? The opponent has no shooting talent at all. Less than 4 months have passed, how much can his shooting ability improve? Even if you are in Area 1, if you were given shooting training every day, it will not improve much. To say this so brazenly at this time is so awesome, using Gong Jian's catchphrase. If you don't brag, you will die. So they were all waiting to see Chen Jun's joke. The results you get later will not be as good as them. How embarrassing would that be? Yesterday, they were defeated by Chen Jun. When they gathered in the morning, they were scolded again, and they were all filled with anger. This shooting performance was obviously very good, but in the end, he was picked on by the opponent. Who the hell can stand it? Chen Jun looked at the old gangster and said, "Come and press the bullet for me. I have asked the chief for instructions. You will be my sparring partner from now on." What the hell? Lao Hai staggered and almost lost his balance. Who was he, Lao Hai? I have been a veteran for more than 10 years, an outstanding squad leader every year, and a member of the management team of the 4th Sharpshooter Company in name only. Will I be your training partner? Are you kidding me? Lao Hai hurriedly turned to look at Kang Lei and said, "Chief, is it true?" Kang Lei nodded and said, "Yes, you are also a veteran in this regard. Learn from Chen Lion Duo. Sooner or later, he will leave our Iron Fist group. You are an old man who has stayed in the Iron Fist group for a long time. You are suitable for this." Lao Hai's stomach twitched and his stomach hurt. "Oh, Chen Jun, you are such a pest. Didn't I just go over there to question you, but why did you trick me like this?" Lao Hai felt uncomfortable all over his body. Chapter 31. The action is as fierce as a tiger, and the shooting skill has reached the middle level. Chen Jun ignored Lao Hai's expression and picked up the Type 95 and walked towards the 200-meter shooting target. Under the hacker shooting technique, when he holds the gun barrel tightly, he feels like a man and a gun are one. At present, Chen Jun's shooting talent is extremely high, and no one in the field can match it, but his shooting ability is still at the level of primary proficiency. He wanted to see what level the primary mastery level had reached. Lao Hai bravely followed Chen Jun. He came to the side and honestly took the magazine and loaded the bullet. After loading it, he handed it to Chen Jun with a twitching corner of his mouth. This is a bit embarrassing, but Chen Lai is watching. What can be done? He cannot be replaced by others. Chen Jun took the magazine, quickly loaded the gun, set the muzzle, locked the target, and pulled the trigger. Boom. Under the primary proficiency of hacker shooting, his movements are very smooth and standard, better than textbooks, and look like an indescribable beauty. This action is really perfect. Lao Hai looked on beside him and was stunned for a while. The postures are all so standard, and you can tell at a glance that they are veterans who have been trained for a long time. They must have been in the military for at least 10 years. It is impossible for a one-year recruit to have such strength. Why is this kid so talented? That's not right. When he was a recruit, his shooting movements were like a piece of shit. Lao Hai shook his head, not knowing what to say. Gong Jian was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Feng's operation to be so violent. He hurriedly picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the chest ring target. 7 rings. Gong Jian shouted. When the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters heard this, they were stunned for a moment and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Chen Jun's operation just now was as fierce as a tiger, which scared them all, and the result was a slap in the face. I only got 200 rings in the 7-meter shooting. With this result, I can't say that I can easily hit the 400-meter rapid shooting? Sure enough, how bold the people are and how productive the land is. Gong Jian smiled and said, Chen Lion, 200-meter shooting, in our 4th Company of Sharpshooters, the 8th ring is not considered good, the 9th ring is considered excellent, and the 10th ring is full of people. Lao Hai next to him was stunned when he heard this. Only 7 rings? This is just showing off and being strong on the outside. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand what happened. It must be that after Chen Jun went to Area 1, he practiced shooting postures every day because he had no bullets to practice with. I was actually frightened by a kid. I thought he was so awesome. Lao Hai felt less stuffed. And everyone in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters was in a state of shock. How dare you be so arrogant with your shooting ability? Soldiers ultimately rely on firearms on the battlefield. That is the foundation. If you are strong in combat, you can only use close combat. To kill more enemies, you still have to rely on shooting. Yeah, look at that action just now. It's so standard and the operation is as fierce as a tiger. Who wants to see it, but it's useless. Running the train with your mouth full. Boom! Gunshot sounded again. Chen Jun was very focused and didn't care what the people around him said. Gong Jian immediately said, "Yes, it's 8 rings." Boom! 9 rings. After 3 consecutive shots, Chen Jun had gradually become accustomed to the physical reaction of shooting. The reason why he did not achieve good results is not that his marksmanship is not strong enough, but that the man and gun are integrated into one, and he has to maintain the stability of his body and adapt his upper body to the effects of the gun on him when shooting. To put it simply, he is familiar with the gun. This situation is like a super racing driver adapting to the track. He has to run several laps in a row to master the road conditions and finally achieve the best result. Bang bang. Chen Jun still fired continuously. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. After Chen Jun fired his 5th shot, all shooting skills were 10. Gong Jian whispered, "Damn it. Why are you so strong?" Because Chen Jun's shooting speed was very fast, one shot after another, with almost no pause in the middle. Soon, Chen Jun finished firing 30 rounds of bullets, and the red heart of the 200-meter chest ring target had already been smashed, leaving a big hole. Everyone was stunned and the scene was quiet. Anyone present can shoot 10 rings and can shoot more than 20 times in a row. Under rapid fire, all 10 rings are achieved, and no one can do it. This is simply impossible. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? He was so bad just now. Is he just kidding us? Gong Jian muttered. At this time, Chen Jun stood up and said to the old gangster, "Press the bullet. What are you doing standing still?" Lao Hai was a little uneasy and quickly pressed the magazine and handed it to Chen Jun. Chen Jun picked up the magazine and turned around to walk to the shooting position 400 meters away. Lao Hai also walked over carrying the bullet. Chen Jun quickly lay down, quickly raised his gun, locked it and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out. This time Chen Jun fired continuously. The butt of the gun kept hitting Chen Jun's shoulder, and bullet casings kept popping out of the gun chamber, making a tinkling sound when they landed on the ground. In less than 15 seconds, all 30 rounds of ammunition were fired. The next moment, Gong Jian shouted, "29 rings." Chen Jun growled, "Keep pressing." Lao Hai quickly pressed the bullets with his hands, becoming a veritable bullet-pressing expert. Chen Jun continued shooting with no intention of stopping. The smoke of bullets enveloped him, and bullet casings fell to the ground around him. Others thought it was automatic, but in fact it was burst fire, but its shooting speed was fast, giving people the illusion of automatic bursts of fire. As a result, the recoil of shooting that his shoulders endured was terrifying. When Chen Jun fired to the end, he fired more than a dozen bullets at a time, and he had to keep the rifle stable to ensure a greater probability of hitting a target 400 meters away. You can imagine how difficult it was. This is not about shooting once and adjusting once, but shooting almost without adjustment in order to maintain the fastest speed. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes when they saw Chen Jun shooting like this. Can this hit the target? You're so stupid. After all, this is a distance of 400 meters, and the target is blurry. You can only shoot based on experience and feeling. If the shooting speed is too fast, it is just luck. But when Gong Jian revealed that his score was 30 rings instead of 29, everyone was stunned. This is horrible. It's not something humans do. He Cheng Wang, Wang Yanbing and others all looked ugly. Compared with their opponents, their shooting was child's play. They were a little proud just now, thinking that the other side was just talking, but now it seems that the other side is starting to play poorly. It was a test of their guns. What is crushing? This is. Chen Jun kept shooting, finished one magazine, quickly replaced it with another and continued. Lao Hai felt that his hands were almost overwhelmed. I don't know how long it took, but the system prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host's hacker shooting skills have reached the intermediate level. Chen Jun breathed out, stopped shooting and stood up slowly. When the smoke around him dispersed, Kang Lei came over and said loudly, "Chen Lion, take off your clothes and show everyone your body." Chapter 32. Raise your vigilance and prepare for war. At this moment, Chen Jun let out a heavy breath, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart. However, if he encountered those militants again at this time, even if it was a close combat, he would be sure to kill 10 of them in one go before they could react. This is the horror of success in hacker shooting. It will be even more terrifying if it reaches Desheng, that is, after 100,000 rounds of bullets. Chen Jun is very much looking forward to what he will feel when he reaches that moment. Kang Lei's shout interrupted Chen Jun's thoughts, and he immediately took off his clothes. Kang Lei pointed at Chen Jun's red shoulder and said, "He is not a god, but also a body of flesh and blood." The mark on his shoulder is called a blood-stained red flag by us veterans. This is willpower. Everyone looked at the mark on Chen Jun's shoulder that looked like a fluttering red flag, and complex expressions appeared in their eyes again. They all knew that this was caused by the butt of the rifle hitting the same position on the shoulder repeatedly when the rifle was fired again and again. This is bleeding. Can you imagine how much pain Chen Jun endured while shooting? In this case, he can still maintain stable shooting without making the rifle deviate too much. How much willpower does this require? They have finally seen what madness is. In the past, when training for shooting, holding on to one position for a little longer felt like it would kill them. If they were like Chen Jun, could they still shoot? And Lao Hai, whose hands were numb from the pressure of the bullet, said to himself, "It's so crazy, what a pest." When Lao Hai thought about having to press bullets for Chen Jun like this in the future, he immediately felt like he was about to collapse. How long will this kind of life last? Kang Lei looked at Chen Jun and said, "Did you do it on purpose when you first started shooting?" Chen Jun handed the 95 style to Lao Hai, reporting to the chief, "No, but I was not used to using it at the beginning. The border defense used Type 91, and this is Type 95. Chen Jun said. Kang Lei didn't know what to say, he was just not used to it, but after firing 4 shots in a row, he immediately got started. This is so perverted. Kang Lei now fully understands why Chen Jun was able to kill 20 of his opponents despite being besieged by dozens of armed men. Powerful fighting strength, terrifying endurance, and first-class shooting ability. What kind of terrifying combat power are these three combined together? The Ghost in Area 1 certainly lives up to its reputation. Kang Lei turned around and said to He Changguang and others, "Did you see that? You usually say that you are crazy enough and that your marksmanship is not inferior to those of the special forces. Now do you know what a soldier's willpower is?" This time, the members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were completely convinced. Shooting was their best skill, but in front of Chen Jun it was just a joke and not worth mentioning at all. The most critical point is that Chen Jun's soldier, who was so weak before, is now so powerful that they look up to him. Can they not be convinced? Suddenly, when everyone looked at Chen Jun, their eyes were filled with admiration. This is the case in the army. Only by being strong can you gain the recognition and respect of others more easily. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Kang Lei said to Chen Jun, "Put on your clothes and say a few words to them." Chen Jun put on his clothes, walked to the front of the team, and said loudly, "I'm your company commander now. Many of you are very clear about my performance in the recruit company, but this is not important to me. People are the commander of the company. Look forward, not just past. When I was in the recruit company, my strength was very poor, but so what? I'm very strong now, stronger than any of you, and that's enough. And I become your company commander. This is only temporary. My goal is not here. I know you also want to be the strongest soldier, so I will be the company commander here for 3 months. In 3 months, I will take the strongest soldiers among you to Langya and prove to those special forces that the soldiers who came out of the Iron Fist regiment are not inferior to their special forces." Chen Jun paused for a moment and shouted loudly, "Be vigilant and prepare for war." Everyone shouted in unison, "Be vigilant and prepare for war. Be vigilant and prepare for war." A deafening roar rang out from the shooting range. The blood of the men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters was boiling. Chen Jun's words were like detonators, completely igniting the fire in his body. Who doesn't want to be the strongest soldier? Who doesn't want to compete with those special forces, and let them understand that the soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment are no worse than them? They saw the undefeated fighting spirit in Chen Jun. Kang Lei looked at the soldiers with burning eyes and his heart naturally blossomed with joy. This is what he wants most. Okay, let Chen Jun be the company commander. That's right, my 4th Company of Sharpshooters has finally come to life. Maybe I can really challenge Lao Fan as a soldier in the future. Kang Lei is very much looking forward to what the 4th Company of Outlaws will become in 3 months. In the following days, Chen Jun followed the training methods mentioned in hacker shooting technique to practice their marksmanship, hacker assassination technique to train their fighting skills, and hacker stealth technique to train their weight-bearing skills. Off-road. It can be said that even special forces training consists of these 3 major items. Cross-country, fighting, and shooting are the most basic and most practical 3 things. These 3 things are no longer very noticeable to Chen Jun now. His hacker assassination technique has reached the intermediate level, hacker shooting technique has also reached the intermediate level, and hacker stealth technique has reached the Desheng level. Therefore, during training, no matter how crazy he is, it is not his limit, but the people of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters are in dire straits. After a day of training, you can no longer feel that the parts on your body are not yours. What kind of feeling does that feel? When they were training before, compared to now, it was like traveling. Gong Jian and Lao Hai were too friendly to them, and when the day's training ended and they saw Chen Jun still training, they were too embarrassed to take a rest. During the day, Chen Jun trained with them, and the intensity was more than twice as intense as theirs, unlike Gong Jian and Lao Hai who watched from the sidelines when they trained. The difference. While others were so tired that they lay down and fell asleep, Chen Jun was still training in this way. Time passed little by little, and it was 1.5 months later. After completing the 10-kilometer warm-up exercise, Chen Jun opened his attribute list. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, soldier level. 2 attributes, Spirit 3.8, Constitution 3.8, Strength 3.8, Speed 3.8. Normal person. 1 hacking skills, Hacker assassination dashing, Hacker shooting dashing, Hacker stealth dashing. Experience points, 200/300. Chapter 33. She is my daughter-in-law. We got the certificate. Chen Jun looked at the personal attribute panel in his mind and thought secretly. The 3 major hacking skills have been mastered. This is the result of his crazy training for a month and a half, but it is not that easy to reach the highest level of the ultimate realm. When the 4th company of sharpshooters was training, he was training. When the 4th company of sharpshooters was taking a break, he was still training crazily alone. Now the 4th company of sharpshooters knew that their company commander was an animal and trained tirelessly. From the initial shock, they are now numb. They couldn't see the limits of this perverted captainy. Unfortunately, they had to suffer along with Chen Jun's crazy training. Now Chen Jun looked at the attributes of 3.8 and felt relieved. His efforts during this period were not in vain. With an attribute of 3.8, this is already the physical fitness of a soldier king. Coupled with Deshen's hacker assassination skills, hacker shooting skills, and hacker stealth skills, Chen Jun is confident that if he encounters the previous predicament again, he will not be as embarrassed as before. It's time to get back the relics of our comrades. Chen Jun's resolute face and eyes were extremely firm. This is a system task, and there is a 100 experience point reward. Chen Jun basically understood the urinary properties of the system. However, there is a reward of 100 experience points for getting back the relics of comrades, which shows that this task is not as simple as it seems on the surface, otherwise there will be no experience points reward. After passing the test of life in Area 1, Chen Jun is no longer a rookie in the recruit period. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, his strength has reached a bottleneck, so he planned this operation. In fact, it doesn't matter if I get 100 experience points. Getting back the relics of my comrades is what I personally promised to the squad leader. Squad leader Shiguo is his rival. Without the squad leader, Chen Jun would not be what he is now. Since he promised the squad leader, no matter how difficult it is, he will find a way to do it. Chen Jun was not a procrastinator. Now that he had made up his mind, he immediately went to find Kang Lei Dong Dong. 5 minutes later, there was a gentle knock on the door of Kang Lei's office. "Come in," Kang Lei shouted loudly. "Chen Jun, it's you." Kang Lei's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Jun coming in, and he said excitedly before the other party could speak. Chen Jun stood at attention, saluted, and said, reporting to the chief, "I would like to ask for a leave of absence from you." Ask for leave? Kang Lei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this training madman would still want to rest. In the past month and a half, he has seen Chen Jun's performance. It can be described in 2 words: crazy. In addition to training, this guy is still training. In the words of the people of the 4th Gun Company, he is a madman and an animal. Kang Lei is still having a headache how to let the other party take a rest. After all, a person's nerves are too tight, and it will not work for a long time. What a good thing. Now, the other party actually proposed to stop thinking about it, which is great. Immediately, Kang Lei didn't ask any questions and said, "It's approved. Training must be a combination of work and rest. You can take a good rest these 2 days. Also find Lao Huang and ask him to take you where you want to go." Kang Tuan doesn't care what Chen Jun is doing now. He is happy that the other party can still think about resting. During this period, he saw all the changes in the 4th Gun Company. Under Chen Jun's training, it can be said that the level of the 4th Sharpshooter Company has been raised to a higher level. The key is that the opponent has aroused the training enthusiasm of the 4th Sharpshooter Company. The 4th Sharpshooter Company conducted such crazy training. I don't know how many years ago it happened. After getting Kang Lei's approval, Chen Jun was not polite and immediately left the base in a special car arranged by the other party. The news that Chen Jun had left the Iron Fist Regiment's base immediately caused a sensation in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Holy shit! Has that ghost left already? Wang Yanbing looked at the military vehicle slowly leaving the base gate with an expectant expression. Haha, I am finally free. I feel like I am no longer myself. I have lost interest in traditional crafts. When Wang Yanbing confirmed that Chen Jun had really left the base, he jumped up with excitement too crazy. Wang Yanbing is a person in the 4th Company of Sharp Guns who was particularly good at running. As a result, he was dragged away by the beast Chen Jun and fainted 3 times. Although this was more exciting than when he was a hawker running for urban management. What is a traditional craft? Why didn't I know you had this specialty? Lai Erniu asked with a grin, staring at Wang Yanbing curiously with eyes as big as bull's eyes. Wang Yanbing chuckled and said, He Cheng Wang can do it too. All of them can. You let them teach you. Really? Brother He, you are a nice person, please teach me. Lai Erniu immediately asked He Cheng Wang for help. Roll! Ha. Suddenly the 4th gun company burst into thunderous laughter. At this moment, He Cheng Wang also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed, and he complained, It's so perverted. Why the hell did he find squad leader Lao Hai as a sparring partner? Lao Hai passed the blame to me, and asked me to come here every day, so I became a target. This month and a half has been like a year for him. At the beginning, He Cheng Wang refused to admit defeat. He was a free fighting champion, how could he lose? However, after training with Chen Jun, he was fine for the first 3 days, but then he was beaten almost every day, and he almost turned into a sandbag. Now his limbs are still swollen, and he is completely convinced by Chen Jun in his heart. When the 4th Sharpshooter Company cheered knowing that Chen Jun had temporarily left the base, Lao Hai was actually the happiest. He was grinning, his grin almost reaching his ears. He didn't feel so excited about the salary increase. This month and a half has been so difficult, God knows how we got through it. Every day I am either pressing bullets or preparing to catch ducks on the shelves. Chen Jun, an animal, actually fired more than bullets. This was enough bullets for 2 months of the entire Divine Gun 4 battery. The key was that the opponent's shoulder actually withstood it. But Lao Hai was so miserable. He squeezed the bullet, but even his fingers were blistered when he squeezed it. He wanted to cry but had no tears. When he was still thinking about regaining his place in fighting, after all, he was a rookie and his fighting skills were limited. But it was even more tragic, as he directly became the opponent's human sandbag. In the end, Lao Hai couldn't stand it anymore, so he used the name of the squad leader to drag He Cheng Wang onto the pirate ship. As a result, He Cheng Wang was miserable. Looking at the faces of the 4 sharpshooters with smiles on their faces, it turned out that Gong Jian had a complicated mind and a complicated expression on his face. Why do I feel like he went to find his wife to relax? I don't know what kind of shitty luck this guy is gone. He felt sour in his heart. The goddess and ran in his heart was now engaged to this guy. At the base of the Iron Fist Regiment, while everyone was celebrating, the ghost they called Chen Jun had already arrived at the station. The beautiful and Ran was already waiting there, with a pretty face, tall figure, and a green military uniform, making her look heroic. And Ran stood there quietly as if standing out from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention from time to time. They had never seen such a beautiful female soldier. When Ayn Rand saw Chen Jun, she immediately looked him up and down with her beautiful eyes, secretly surprised in her heart. This guy had changed again, and the faint murderous aura in his body made her, a battle-hardened person, feel a little depressed. You get in my car, Langya Base, your car can't drive in. Ayn Rand said immediately. Chen Jun nodded and got into the car and asked the driver to go back first. Ayn Rand started the car and looked at Chen Jun with a determined look in the mirror, his eyes filled with admiration. Since getting engaged to Chen Jun, the two have become husband and wife in name. Naturally, they always pay attention to each other's developments. She knows Chen Jun's recent performance in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Now, Chen Jun, a new recruit, actually used the magic gun to make a group of unruly people scream. This was something Ayn Rand could not have imagined. Due to the unusual relationship between the two, neither of them spoke, and the car was filled with an awkward atmosphere. After 20 minutes, the car went directly to Lengya Base. With a squeak, the fast wheels emitted green smoke and stopped steadily at the entrance of the base. The King of Hell and others were already there. When he saw Ayn Rand's car approaching, he said hello to the sentry and then wanted to jump into the passenger seat. Immediately, he spotted a young, expressionless young soldier sitting in the passenger seat, as steady as a rock. Who is this? The King of Hell had a surprised expression on his face. Obviously he did not expect such a young soldier to appear in Ayn Rand's car. Ayn Rand smiled and said calmly, "Don't you remember? Thunder and lightning saved him." Immediately, the tragic figure in Area 1 who took off his military uniform and returned to the isolated island resolutely appeared in the mind of the King of Hell. "So you're not dead yet? You're quite fierce. What's your relationship?" There was a surprised expression on the face of the King of Hell. It was obvious that he did not expect that this guy survived. This was a miracle. You know, Area 1 is a gray area and the militants inside are all extremely vicious. Even if a special soldier enters, he may not be able to come back alive. Unexpectedly, this guy survived, which is a bit incredible. Just when Ayn Rand was about to speak, Chen Jun said loudly, "She is my wife, and we have obtained the certificate." Chapter 34. Oops. When Ayn Rand heard Chen Jun say that the two of them had received their certificates, her heart skipped a beat. Everyone in Lei Dan didn't know that Lei Zhan was chasing her. Although she had never promised Lei Zhan, everyone in Lei Dan had already acquiesced, and they almost talked about her sister-in-law. She came here this time to help Chen Jun get his squad leader's things, and then explain it to Lei Zhan, but sure enough, when the King of Hell heard that Chen Jun said that he and Ayn Rand had received the certificate, his face suddenly sank. This guy wants to die and dares to steal the captain's woman. Seeing that Ayn Rand had no intention of refuting, the King of Hell became even more angry and said in a dark voice, "Is what he said true?" Chen Jun said straightforwardly, "Our border guards only need a mouthful of saliva and a nail." The King of Hell was so angry that his body began to tremble. He stared at Ayn Rand with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, "Why? Don't you know how our captain feels about you?" Chen Jun's expression suddenly dropped. What did this guy mean? It seemed that only his captain Lei Zhan could be worthy of Ayn Rand. Also, Ayn Rand is his wife in name now, so what does Lei Zhan have to do with it? However, Chen Jun knew the purpose of this time and did not get entangled with the other party. He said straightforwardly, "I am here to get back the things that my squad leader and others reserved on the No. 1 island. Also, you Leiden were too slow to save people and did not chase those militants. This is an indisputable fact and I can understand it. After all, it is a gray area." Chen Jun said, his voice raised 2 beats, and then he said sternly, "But it is impossible for my comrades to have traitors. You have almost found out during this period. Give me their belongings. I want to return it to their families one by one. This is their last thought." Chen Jun said, his face became extremely heavy. There were 3 people in the 12th class, and now only he and the squad leader were left. The squad leader was now disabled, so Chen Jun had to help them get back his belongings no matter what. Also, he wants to prove to everyone that his comrades are heroes and no one is a traitor. However, at this moment, the King of Hell ignored Chen Jun at all and gritted his teeth and said, "You guys are really married? What's going on?" Although Ayn Rand never refuted Chen Jun, the King of Hell did not believe that Ayn Rand would really marry him. They all see what Lei Zhan has done for Ayn Rand over the years, but the other party has no intention of letting go. As a result, now he suddenly said that he is getting married to a person who appeared out of nowhere. The King of Hell was unwilling to accept it, and it was not worth fighting for the captain. This guy is just a fool. What's so good about him? How could such a new recruit Dan Zai compare to his captain? He didn't even know what Ayn Rand wanted from him. Ayn Rand remained silent and nodded. She understood what Chen Jun meant. There was no need to deceive, and the other party obviously didn't want to get her things through a woman's relationship. The King of Hell's face darkened and he asked, "Why?" He still couldn't accept that Ayn Rand accepted another man besides the captain. Ayn Rand said softly, "When we were young, the older generation helped us get engaged. I thought it was invalidated, but I didn't expect that we still remembered each other." So the King of Hell shook his head and said, "This is not a reason. What kind of society is it now? How can the baby kiss of my childhood count? You know Lei Zhan, he has been waiting for you for many years." King of Hell said, clenching his fists and his eyes becoming serious. Ayn Rand was silent for a moment and said, "When I was 7 years old, I went to Chen's house to play and accidentally fell into the pool. He held my hair tightly and held on for half an hour. His own arm was dislocated. I didn't let go in the end. If it weren't for him, Ayn Rand wouldn't be where we are now. I always remember him. This time, he happened to save me again, so ha ha." The King of Hell suddenly laughed, interrupted Ayn Rand's words, and said with a sarcastic tone, "Are you telling a fairy tale? Why didn't you just say that you fell into the water tank?" Why did he suddenly think of something, and then smashed the water tank to save him? "You, Ziluo Lan, although Lei Zhan didn't save you, he helped you many times. I can understand that you got engaged to other people silently, but Lei Zhan is my captain after all. I can't help you this time you." After the King of Hell finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Chen Jun and said sternly, "We can't return your comrades' belongings to you. After all, you are all suspects. You go back. Those things will be handed over to the picket department directly later and they will investigate. By the way, they have indeed said hello. After all, you took off your military uniform and acted without authorization. They will also investigate this. If you come from there, go back there. Leiden doesn't like soldiers who violate discipline." Swish! Suddenly, Chen Jun's face darkened, and a strong murderous aura swept out of his body like a flash flood. The temperature around him seemed to have dropped a bit, and his sharp eyes were burning with raging anger. His squad leader has been disabled, and there is no possibility of recovery for the rest of his life. There are 3 people in class 12 and he is the only one left who can stand. These people are all his comrades, brothers, and soldiers from the Iron Fist Regiment, so the political review will naturally be no problem. It's been a month and a half now. It's time to hand it in. Why wait until now? Chen Jun originally had a problem with Leiden. If the other party hadn't been slow to send troops and stuck to its laurels later, Class 3 would not have ended up in such a tragic situation. What's more, the King of Hell is now talking about a traitor. Chen Jun felt a rush of blood from his chest rushing to his forehead, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He didn't want to take advantage of Ran's relationship, but the King of Hell was definitely targeting him. It's so murderous. The King of Hell's heart trembled, causing a huge wave. Chen Jun seemed to have a wild beast lurking in his body. He suddenly woke up and exuded a terrifying aura that even the old man like the King of Hell could not help but feel chills in his heart. What on earth has this guy been through? Why is there such a strong murderous aura? The King of Hell narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling wary. He had experienced the feeling that Chen Jun gave him now from his captain Lei Shan. However, Chen Jun was just a new recruit, so why did he feel like this to him? And Ran was also startled by Chen Jun's murderous intent. She knew that Chen Jun was no longer what he used to be, but she didn't expect that the other party had improved so quickly, and she suddenly became more and more interested in Chen Jun. Go in. Since Chen Jun has already arrived, he will naturally not return halfway. And Ran was not a shy person, so the car immediately accelerated and drove directly into Leiden's base. As soon as the car stopped, the King of Hell was the first to jump out of the car and shouted loudly to everyone who was training, "Brothers, the ghosts from the border are coming. It seems that they are coming to destroy the place." What? Who dares to come to Leiden's base and cause trouble? Who has the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Hasn't he died? What kind of bullshit ghost? You dare to come and act wild with thunder and lightning? You must be tired of living. Let's go and see if our famous ghost has 3 heads and 6 arms, and dares to threaten us with thunder and lightning. Suddenly, Old Fox, Harley, Yuan Bao, Little B and other 7 people gathered around aggressively. Chen Jun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a cold face without any emotion. He clenched his fists and snorted in his heart, "Smash it? Then just smash it." Chapter 35 Chen Jun's provocative method. Sirius is the deputy team of the Thunder Commandos. Sirius strode up to the King of Hell and said with a bit of a smile, "What's going on? Who is here to cause trouble? Isn't that Violet? Come here to find thunder and lightning?" He saw Ayn Ran at first sight. Ayn Ran is Lei Shan's dream girl. She has been single until now because of him. If she comes to mess up the situation, it will be too late for Lei Shan to like her. If Lei Shan really marries Ayn Ran in the future, she will be his sister-in-law. Sirius and others were very polite to Ayn Ran. The King of Hell's face darkened, and he lowered his voice and said, "Don't mention this. Now Ayn Ran is that boy's woman, and everyone has received the certificate. Don't you recognize it? Don't you remember the ghost in Area 1? Sirius stumbled and almost lost his balance. Tianling was just surprised that Chen Jun could become a ghost. He thought that this kid probably had a lot of luck, so it just made his eyes light up. But when Ayn Ran suddenly got married to him, he was really shocked. This is going to turn the world upside down. Everyone in Langit didn't know that Lei Shan changed from a young boy to an older man in order to wait for Ayn Ran. Lei Shan once said that he would not be able to fall in love with you unless Ayn Ran was gone. He also said in a polite way that only when there is no water in the mountains and heaven and earth are harmonious would he dare to break up with you. Who is Lei Shan? The king of soldiers and captain will have unlimited growth in the future. He is the target of Langdu's key training. He is very likely to be Langya's successor in the future. Many people admire Ayn Ran, but there are very few who actually take action to get close to Ayn Ran. Only Gong Jian, who has returned from studying abroad, has the courage. Now Ayn Ran is actually married? How embarrassing is this for Lei Shan? Sirius's mind flashed to Lei Shan's devastated expression when he learned the news. Would he go crazy? Lei Shan would really go crazy for Ayn Ran. Moreover, Ayn Ran married such a boy. He was more sunny and handsome, better looking than Lei Shan, but he was so handsome that he could not be used as a meal. Lei Shan is much stronger than him. If Ayn Ran marries a person who is stronger than Lei Shan, Tan Lang will naturally have nothing to say. But if this guy takes advantage of Lei Shan, Tan Lang will not be happy. Sirius' eyes immediately locked on Chen Jun and said, "What is he here for? Come to show off? Are you not afraid that the boss will punish him?" The King of Hell smiled bitterly and said, "He came to get back his comrades' things. It was okay in the past, but now we also have to face it, right?" "Nonsense." Tianling hooked his fingers at Chen Jun and shouted, "Come here, you undisciplined little guy." "Undisciplined? Yes. They may be right, but none of their comrades are cowards. Chen Jun's heart immediately surged with anger. He immediately clenched his fists and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand said to Sirius, "To be fair, you did something wrong this time. They are not traitors. On the contrary, they all died." The squad leader was crippled. Chen Jun was a soldier who fought to the end. If it were before, Tanlang would naturally give Ayn Rand face, but it was impossible now. It's not that he's stingy, it's that Chen Jun came to the door like this and they didn't express any sympathy. From now on, thunder and lightning will be a joke. As for Ayn Rand, forget it. Lei Shan's mood was affected because of him, and the speed of drawing his gun slowed down. Tanlang had already persuaded Lei Shan more than once not to have any illusions about Ayn Rand, but Lei Shan never listened. Now Lei Shan can give up completely. "I know, but just follow the procedure. The superiors will handle it as they please. Once the matter is handled, the results will be notified and they will be returned at that time," Tanlang said. Chen Jun pulled and ran aside and said, "Stop talking, I can't talk to them. These people are the most proud people. When encountering an accident, they will only call people and weapons based on their position. They are not bloody enough." "What did you say?" Sirius raised his eyebrows, and a burst of anger and murderous intent instantly burst out. "What qualifications do you have to say that?" Chen Jun stood forward, looked directly at Tanlang, and said indifferently, "If you have the ability, let me show it. If you don't have the ability, just give the thing to me, or you can call someone to kick me out. Anyway, this is them specialties." Fuck. King of Hell, Harley, Daniel and others were all angry. "This guy is so arrogant." Harley said in a long accent, "You are really awesome. You came to our thunder and lightning territory to run wild. You were the first one since our thunder and lightning was founded. I admire your courage. However, people, if you are too arrogant, you will be miserable." Daniel had already clenched his fists and said, "This little guy deserves a beating." Little B said, "He looks quite sunny, but it's too bright. If his face turns into a pig's head, let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant." Tambao looked straight at Chen Jun. "Leng Qingtu is Leng Qingtu. This Kikyubian." The King of Hell shook his head and said, "It's not a good thing for young people to sound too crazy." The corner of Sirius's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and nodded, staring at Chen Jun and said, "It's interesting, let me see what you can do." Chen Jun immediately said, "Okay, fighting, cross-country with weights, and shooting. If any of you beat me, I will apologize and leave immediately." When Sirius heard this, he suddenly became angry. This guy is so crazy. Does he think they are just freeloaders? "You said it, okay. If you want to be tortured, I will grant it to you." Chapter 36. Ayn Rand felt nervous and hurriedly grabbed Chen Jun, lowering his voice and saying, "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Let's go find the wolf head. The wolf head is a reasonable person. If he knows about this matter, he will definitely not leave it alone. There is no need to confront them head on now." Chen Jun's combat effectiveness is very strong, but if he fights against a thunder and lightning commando, his chances of winning are not very high. After all, their strength is there. The strongest blade of Lengya is not something that is blown out, but something that is actually made through hard work. Chen Jun will suffer a loss if he challenges them rashly like this. Chen Jun shook his head and said, "Today I want to suppress these local gangsters and let them understand that their comrades are the ones who are handed over to each other behind their backs. Whether they are ordinary troops or special forces, they are all soldiers of the Yan Kingdom." And Rand saw Chen Jun's firm face and knew that he could not be persuaded anymore, so he said no more. Chen Jun's voice was loud, and it immediately reached the ears of Tanlang and others, and they were all exploded in an instant. "Mail go by, who does this kid think he is? Where did a green onion appear from? He said such big words without fear of flashing his tongue." Daniel immediately started scolding. "This grandson has such a bad mouth, and he speaks so high-sounding. The grandsons on the picket team don't even dare to be so arrogant towards our thunder and lightning," said Little B. "Damn it, is this kid looking for a dick?" The special forces have a bad temper during training and they are used to scolding others. Once they start scolding, their ancestors will start scolding them for 18 generations. This is the first time they have been pointed at their noses and scolded. The other party is still an ordinary border guard who has just passed his recruitment period. "This my uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't bear it anymore." Tianlang looked at Ayn Rand, who was standing next to Chen Jun, as if he was a little bird, and he had the feeling of a wife singing along with her husband. He really felt sorry for Lei Shan, who was going to the meeting. Sure enough, the charm of pretty boys is still strong. Lei Shan is rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and his face is dark, so he is not liked by women. This kid is very lucky. He saved Ayn Rand once, and Ayn Rand agreed to marry him. God of Thunder, you are still not thick-skinned enough. No matter how Sirius looked at it, he was unhappy and it was not worth it to start a thunder war. Forget it, Thor's matter is another matter, one thing is another thing. Sirius said to the King of Hell, I will fight. The King of Hell knew that Tenling's fighting was only under Lei Zhan, so he nodded and said, be careful. Last time this kid killed 1 militants in Area 20, 2 of them were assassinated at close range. So this kid's close range the battle is not bad, if you can't do it, shoot me. When he inspected the corpses of the militants, he knew very well the cause of their death. They were assassinated at close range and killed with one move. Such a method was not something that an ordinary border guard could accomplish. This kid must have something to rely on if he dares to say such words now. The King of Hell is a cautious person, and Chen Jun's words were very irritating. But they did not make him angry. Sirius' face turned dark and he cursed in a low voice. What do you mean I can't do it? Get out of here. The King of Hell chuckled and said, slip of the tongue, you can do it. In any case, Tanling's fighting skills are also among the top 10 in military competitions. He won't be able to defeat even a new recruit. Otherwise, where would they put their thunderous faces? Harley, Little B and others were a little surprised to see Sirius coming in person. Harley said, Lieutenant, if you go up, will people say you are bullying others? Why don't I come and deal with this little guy without so much trouble? Little B rolled up his sleeves and said, I'll do it. I'm the weakest in my fighting team. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. Dan Yu said, go away, I will beat him. The old fox waved his hand, okay, let's put aside any fights. I'll be fine. I have the thickest skin. When Sirius saw everyone fighting, his face darkened and he said, everyone, get out of here. With that said, he stood up and pointed directly at Chen Jun. You, come here. The next moment, a black shadow flickered. Whoosh! Silently, a whip leg swept toward Sirius like lightning. After Chen Jun's hacker combat technique reached the pinnacle, his attack was like day and night, with no power escaping at all. It looked like an ordinary kick, but it was a little faster. But Sirius, who was proficient in fighting skills, immediately felt the terrifying explosive power contained in it, and his expression changed drastically. The so-called biting dog does not bite, and the silent one is the cruelest. Swish! Sirius immediately raised his hands, and his strength was instantly concentrated on his arms. The muscles on his arms bulged like taut iron balls. Bang! Chen Jun's whip hit Tanling's arm hard. Sirius immediately felt a huge force coming, and his lower body could not withstand such a huge impact. He hurriedly took 7 or 8 steps back, trying to stabilize his body, but he still couldn't. It felt like he was falling from 60 yards. The feeling of the car jumping off. That's not something you can stabilize if you want to. The next moment, Sirius shouted loudly and hurriedly used the 1000 Jin pendant to stabilize his lower body. It was not until he took 3 steps back that his body stabilized. Is this kid's explosive power so terrifying within 10 steps? Although Sirius was not prepared and resisted this blow, the power he burst out in a hurry was not something that ordinary people could easily shake. As a result, he was kicked back 10 steps by the other party's seemingly light kick, and his arm was injured. It was a little numb and aching from the shock. If he hadn't unleashed all the strength in his arms and used his body to retreat and release part of his strength, he would have capsized in the gutter after this whip kick. The attack power of this kick alone is comparable to Thor's full blow. No wonder this kid's tone is so loud. He really has 2 attacks. At this moment, Chen Jun didn't say anything nonsense. Tap tap tap. Once again he pressed towards Tanling, with a strike from his hand. Just like the whip legs, it is silent, vague, real, and completely incomprehensible. Sirius was shocked. If the opponent's kick was a surprise attack, he didn't pay attention to it, but this hand strike was right in front of him, but he didn't know how to resist it. With his feet a little lower, he could only retreat again, not daring to be careless and treat the other party as a powerful enemy. Swish! Chen Jun's hacker stealth technique had reached its peak, and he took advantage of the opportunity to step behind Tian Lang in a very strange way, and then slash Tian Lang's neck with another hand knife. Sirius felt the wind blowing on his back, and his expression changed drastically. He screamed in his heart, but it was too late to dodge. Snapped! With a dull crash, Sirius felt a stinging pain on the back of his neck, his eyes turned white, his mind went blank, his legs went weak, and he immediately fell to the ground. At this point, the second in command of the Thunder Commando was knocked unconscious by Chen Jun in less than 5 seconds, because of his carelessness. Chapter 37. Stop talking. You can't bear to talk too much in terms of physical fitness. Tanling's attributes are also above 3, which is not very different from Chen Jun. In addition, he is a master who has broken through the Dragon's Pond and Tiger's Den. He has experienced more life and death battles than Chen Jun. This time it took less than 5 seconds. Time was brought down by Chen Jun. He was really careless. Chen Jun's hacker assassination technique has reached its peak, which is a very clever attack method. If Tianlang is careless, he will definitely not be able to withstand a series of fierce attacks. If Tianlang had treated Chen Jun as his opponent from the beginning and launched an attack with all his strength, he would have lasted longer and the defeat would not have been so ugly. After all, Sirius's physical fitness was strong. He shook his head and soon woke up. He looked around, his eyes a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? Sirius felt like his brain was going to explode. The dignified deputy captain of the Thunder Commando, a master of combat, lost to a border guard in combat. This is a bit fantasy. The opponent's lightning-like speed, terrifying power, and weird movement skills suddenly burst out, and it was difficult to resist without being prepared. Therefore, when facing Chen Jun's attack for the first time, Tianlang was careless. But when the opponent attacked for the second time, Tianlang was already prepared, but he still couldn't resist. The other party is so powerful? When the King of Hell reminded him just now, he said that the opponent was very strong in close combat and told him not to be careless. He also said that he was not good at it. Damn it, I really am not good at it. The King of Hell, Old Fox, Harley and others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Are my eyes deceived? Sirius fell down so quickly? Little B rubbed his eyes, shook his head vigorously, and then looked at Sirius who was sitting on the ground in a daze. Chen Jun couldn't move. Is this guy really that strong in close combat? What did Sirius do last night? Has he become so incompetent? The King of Hell smiled bitterly and said, I know that his fighting skills are very strong. The aggressiveness he showed when he killed 2 militants at close range, I knew he was not easy to mess with, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Lightning with such attack speed and ghost-like movement, how many people can resist such an assassination method in an open field or in a jungle? No wonder he is said to be the ghost of Area 1. The old fox nodded and said, It is indeed very strange, and the explosive power is very terrifying. Within 10 steps, I am afraid that the gun is not as fast as him. Facing such an opponent, you must be prepared to die together, otherwise you will not be able to kill the opponent. This guy is not. Are you a new recruit? How come you have such strong close combat skills? Can the border guard's fighting style develop such strong skills? Harley drawled his accent. It's incredible, no wonder he is so arrogant. It's a king who exploded, not a bronze. A line of cold sweat broke out on Daniel's back, and the impulsive blood suddenly cooled down, and he said, I am no match for him. Even if I go all out and fight him desperately, I won't be able to do it. This kid learned his skills from there. Yuan Bao shook his head and said, no matter where he learned it, this guy is a tough guy. Chen Jun's attack method just flashed through their minds, and it could only be described as terrifying. If they were confronting each other just now, even with all their strength, they might not be a match for them. Of course, if you use the Special Forces killing move, you may be able to resist the opponent's attack, but in that case, both sides will suffer. In addition, the fact that this kid was able to bring down Sirius easily meant that he definitely had some killing moves that he had yet to use. Thinking hard, they now somewhat understand why the other party was able to kill 20 militants in one go. There must be something secret about this guy. Ayn Rand also had a look of surprise on her face. She knew that although Tianlang's fighting strength was not as good as Lei Zhan's, the difference was not very big. He could not last more than 5 seconds in Chen Jun's hands. This is a bit exaggerated. At this time, Chen Jun looked at Tianlang and said, do you mean what you say? Otherwise, if I hit you again, you can say that you were careless and didn't hide. What the hell? This is murder. Everyone's expressions changed again, and this kid also had a poisonous mouth. Tianlang came back to his senses, stood up slowly, looked at Chen Jun and said, what kind of trick are you doing? If the opponent's first attack is a strong attack, it uses speed and strength, which is simple and crude, but the second attack is not as simple as speed, it involves body skills. This is the first time Tianlang has encountered such a weird movement technique. If it happened again, Sirius wouldn't be sure he could dodge this move. Chen Jun said, first, there are no fixed tricks. It's because your reaction is too slow as an old lady. Second, you are really careless and think I am just a rookie. Who knows, even if a lion fights a rabbit, he must use his full strength. Don't be petty. Look at any opponent. Third, you are not ruthless enough. Your fighting skills have lost the ruthlessness of assassination. Fourth, forget it, don't say it anymore. Talking too much will be too big for you, no matter what. They are all Raiden's vice-captains. The King of Hell, Old Fox, Little B and others were all stunned. They never dreamed that someone would teach the Thunder Commando a fighting ideology class in Langya. You know, their captain Lei Zhan is the 3-time fighting champion of Langya in a row. He has fought all over Langya in fighting and can't find a single opponent. So who dares to come to the door and teach them how to fight? No. Tianling's fighting skills are not as strong as Lei Zhan's, but the difference is not big. If Lei Zhan competes with him, he will have to use more than % of his strength to defeat him. If it is a life and death fight, he will also pay a heavy price. How could such a master of fighting be so miserable in Chen Jun's eyes? Is everything wrong with your whole body? If he's so weak, who are the rest of the thunderbolts? Aren't they all worse than garbage? For a moment, the faces of the King of Hell and others felt hot, as if someone was slapping them hard. This slap was loud. At this moment, Tianlang couldn't say a word to refute. This is the fighting he has practiced hard for so many years, but there are so many flaws? The other party didn't even want to say anything. Sirius never felt that he was missing out on the fighting skills he had practiced so hard. On the contrary, he felt that if he worked harder, there would be more room for improvement. But when Chen Jun said this, he was a little doubtful about life. He was easily defeated by Chen Jun. Sirius was silent for a moment and suddenly stared at Chen Jun. Chen Jun looked calm. Sirius sighed one last time and said, "I keep my word, you have passed this level." Chen Jun turned to look at the King of Hell and others and shouted, "Shooting, who's coming? I have to rush to see my squad leader, so hurry up." Chapter 38 Traditional Crafts. Let's see who is faster. Sirius took a step back and touched his neck. He still felt a dull pain. The feeling of being knocked unconscious by lightning was so uncomfortable. He used to knock others out, but now the boat has capsized in the gutter. Sirius looked at the King of Hell and said, "You should be more alert. This kid is not simple. He doesn't dare to go to Liangshan without being in 2s and 3s. The King of Hell grinned and said, "You are careless and it's not me. It's up to me." A black line stood up on Sirius' forehead and he walked aside to rub his neck. The King of Hell thought for a moment, looked at Chen Jun and said, "It's okay to compete in shooting, but shooting involves firearms, so let's start with assembly and then shoot. Be careful in sailing the Wanyan ship. If Chen Jun dares to attack and is so arrogant, he must not be Ling King too." Plus, the heavenly wolf fell into his hands. The King of Hell must not dare to be careless. So he just split a project into 2 types. Anyway, no matter which one, he is professional, and he is relatively biased in the field of firearms assembly. If you want to practice quickly, it will not happen overnight. Assembly is very easy. You can basically get started after disassembling and assembling it a few times. However, if you want to achieve the fastest speed, you must practice hard and practice every day. How long has Chen Jun been holding a gun? No matter how you calculate it, it's less than a year, but the King of Hell has been touching it for more than 10 years. Can the two be compared? The King of Hell grasped this point exactly. If Chen Jun loses in assembly, then in the shooting competition later, even if he is very talented and wins by luck, it will still be a draw. Therefore, no matter what, the King of Hell is invincible, not to mention that the King of Hell is a sniper and his shooting ability is stronger than Lei Zhan. How can he defeat Chen Jun? When Sirius heard what the King of Hell said, his eyes were slightly startled. This guy is so thoughtful, he can think of all these things. The corners of the old fox's mouth twitched and he said, "The King of Hell is the old fox. That boy is still a little too young to win." Harley chuckled and said, "You can't say that. Hand speed is also a way to be powerful. Older people are still smarter." Little B nodded and said, "Yes, this is also another kind of competition." Dai Niu said, "Who makes him so arrogant? If you don't play with him once, he really thinks he is so awesome." Yuan Bao said in a deep voice, "The King of Hell will definitely win. It depends on whether this kid dares to accept it. If he doesn't accept it, it's okay to go back in despair." In their view, the King of Hell proposed this point of competition as a sure win, and Chen Jun had no chance of winning. But how did they know that Chen Jun's hacker shooting technique was all-encompassing and naturally included the assembly of firearms, and it would also be upgraded to Desheng when it reached Desheng? Chen Jun frowned and said, "You are the one who has done the most shit, so let's get started." And Ren saw Chen Jun agreeing so readily, and quickly reminded, "Don't be careless, they are all veterans, and the King of Hell once ranked among the top 10 in the military region in terms of firearms assembly." "So what?" Chen Jun said safely. She didn't know Chen Jun's situation. In her opinion, being good at shooting did not necessarily mean that he was strong at assembly. Many shooting masters only focused on shooting results and neglected assembly training. Even if Chen Jun is talented in shooting, the assembly of this piece relies on his hand speed, and there is no other way. He has not been exposed to firearms for as long as the King of Hell, and he has no chance of winning at all. Hey, Chen Jun is still too impulsive. These old fritters are such bastards. Seeing Chen Jun like this, and Ran didn't know what to say. At this time, after seeing Chen Jun's agreement, the King of Hell immediately asked people to prepare Type 92 pistols, Type 95 rifles, and 88 snipers. After preparations were completed, The king of hell smiled and said to Chen Jun, I may have taken advantage of you. I know that your border defense only has Type 92 pistols and Type 81 rifles. Chen Jun walks to the assembly platform and said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. As he spoke, he touched the gun. Chen Jun had never assembled a firearm, but the hacker shooting technique allowed him to combine man and gun into one, so he didn't need to train at all. The next moment, the various parts of the firearm seemed to become a part of his body. The structure and parameters of each part of the firearm appeared in his mind one by one and became the memory of his body. This is like a master of traditional crafts, who is particularly familiar with his own weapons. The corner of Yama's mouth twitched, suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and said, Firearms are divided into disassembly and assembly. Let's do one part first, disassembly. I count 1, 2, and 3, and that's the beginning. Whoever can finish it in the shortest time will win. 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as the voice of the King of Hell fell, his hands immediately started to move, and he quickly disassembled the pistol. The movements were very fast, which was a bit dizzying. Chen Jun still had his eyes closed, but his hands were already moving. There are constant clicking sounds all around. Yanling and others all stared at Chen Jun, their eyes full of surprise and shock. The other party is still tearing it apart with his eyes closed. This is not difficult for them. But this is a competition to see who is faster. No one has the confidence to do this. It's not easy, it's really fast, and the speed is getting faster and faster. This hand speed is such a fast shooter. You can say he is Mr. 3 seconds. There is definitely no such master in traditional handicrafts. Hey, I made a mistake. I originally thought it was bronze. I didn't expect it to be a king. No wonder you were so calm and talking about rushing things. Old Fox and others lost their temper when they saw that Chen Jun could do that with his eyes closed. Just now they felt that they were a bit out of their depth, and that the King of Hell was taking advantage of the opportunity to bully him. Now it seemed that it was not certain who was bullying whom. Time passed quickly. After dismantling the last part of the 88 sniper, the King of Hell exhaled and looked up at Chen Jun. He calculated the time silently and found that it was 2 seconds faster than during normal training, which was considered an extraordinary performance. When he looked at Chen Jun opened his eyes and looked at him. Can we start assembling it? I'm in a hurry, Chen Jun said. The King of Hell looked at Chen Jun in astonishment, then turned to look at Tanling and the others in confusion and said, What's going on? He cheated? Sirius scolded, You're cheating. You're careless. Be more serious. You can't lose again. The King of Hell didn't even react. Chen Jun said, Let's increase the difficulty. I'm in a hurry. After speaking, he reached out and grabbed the gun parts in front of the stage, including all the parts disassembled by the King of Hell. Then he shook them and completely messed up all the parts. Everyone was dumbfounded. What does Chen Jun want to do? Is it necessary to assemble it like this? No way, the difficulty is more than doubled. After all, these parts are all mixed together, and although the parts of the same firearm may look the same, they are actually slightly different. If you make a mistake, you will not be able to assemble them. Chen Jun looked at the King of Hell and said, Traditional craftsmanship, let's see who is faster. Chapter 39. Is this a ghost? No wonder he is called a ghost. The King of Hell twitched his mouth and cursed in his heart. We are all men. Who wants to be quick? However, his expression also became more solemn than ever. It's not that the raptors don't cross the river. If he had been extremely confident before, however, the other party's disassembly speed was even faster than him. If Sirius and the others hadn't been staring at each other, he would have doubted whether this guy was cheating. After all, in the Thunder Commando, he is more professional than Lei Zhan when it comes to dismantling guns. However, just because a gun can be disassembled quickly does not necessarily mean that it can be installed quickly. What's more, this guy is showing off by mixing the parts of the 92, 95 and 88 snipers together. How will he be slapped in the face this time? Even if he had been immersed in these 3 types of guns for almost 7 or 8 years, he would not dare to be so arrogant. After all, some parts of these 3 guns are very close and cannot be distinguished without careful identification. With Chen Jun messing around like this, even the King of Hell himself has no confidence that he can complete the assembly of 3 guns in a short time. As for Chen Jun, it is not ruled out that the other party did it on purpose. After all, even if he loses in the end, he can use this as an excuse. However, in view of Chen Jun's amazing performance in dismantling the gun just now, the King of Hell was still very energetic and decided to slap the opponent in the face with the best result. Immediately, he took a deep breath and growled, Start. Before he finished speaking, his hands had already touched the parts, his eyes were staring closely at the pile of parts in front of him, and he had already gone through the assembly process in detail in his mind. Chen Jun didn't dare to be careless with a solemn expression on his face. Judging from the way the King of Hell dismantled the gun and the speed just now, the opponent is indeed a master. However, after Chen Jun mastered the matrix shooting skills, he has reached the state of Mangun integration. He doesn't have to look for parts with his eyes wide open like the King of Hell. In everyone's surprised eyes, Chen Jun's hands were like magic. Without a pause, he grasped one accurately. In a few breaths, click, click, the 92 and 95 rifles were completed at the same time, less than 10 seconds time. Damn it. 92 and 95 were assembled at the same time. The King of Hell is going to lose. This time the King of Hell has met his opponent, and he won't lose unjustly. Isn't this guy a new recruit? Why does it feel like he understands these guns better than a veteran? Sirius and the others became stunned one by one, their eyes almost popped out with horrified expressions on their faces. They had never thought that one person could assemble two different guns with his hands at the same time, and at such an amazing speed. It was incredible. At this moment, Yama's 92 rifle has just been assembled and is now assembling the 95 rifle. Chen Jun didn't pause at all, put the assembled 92 and 95 rifles aside, and then assembled the 88 sniper. Like magic, his hands were flying quickly on a pile of parts, and those parts were constantly decreasing, and the 88 sniper had been quickly formed. Everyone has always been amazed by Chen Jun's performance. They never expected that one person could have such great enjoyment in assembling guns. At that moment, they had forgotten the existence of the King of Hell. Click, Chen Jun placed the assembled 88 sniper on the table, and the time was fixed at 36 seconds. The King of Hell is indeed the ace of thunder and lightning sniper skills. When the time came to 41 seconds, he also completed the assembly of the final 88 snipers. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was a full 44 seconds ahead of his best record of 3 seconds. It was indeed easy to set a record under pressure. Stable this time. However, when he confidently turned his head to look at Chen Jun, he was dumbfounded. Chen Jun didn't know when the assembly had been completed, and a 92, 95 rifle and an 88 sniper were neatly placed in front of the opponent. How can it be? The King of Hell turned his head to look at Sirius in disbelief. Tanling shook his head at him, one code after another. Chen Jun did not cheat. However, the King of Hell was indeed famous for his shamelessness in thunder and lightning. He smiled as if nothing was wrong and said, "Okay, if you have some skills, let's compete in shooting." However, the King of Hell's heart was far from being as calm as it seemed on the surface. Instead, it was already in turmoil. What the hell has this guy been through? The King of Hell wouldn't believe it even to death. The other person has been playing with guns for as long as he has. Could it be that the other person started playing with guns when he was still in the womb? Sirius looked at the unconvinced King of Hell, quickly pulled him back, and said in a deep voice, "Your mentality has jumped. Please take a rest first. Also, in terms of shooting, mobile shooting is the most practical. After all, our battle targets are all living people. Let's add another event, 100-meter sports rapid fire." Sirius is worthy of being the second in command of thunder and lightning, and he has thought of a foolproof method so quickly. After saying that, Tanling didn't care whether Chen Jun agreed or not, and immediately turned to Harley and said, "Harley, 100-meter sports rapid fire, you are responsible for it, don't embarrass Leiden. Promise to complete the mission." Harley and Sirius have been cooperating for so many years, how could they not understand each other's thoughts, and immediately strode out. Harley is a thunder and lightning assaulter. His specialty is rapid fire. He may not be as good as the King of Hell in terms of sniping, but he is definitely better than the King of Hell in rapid fire. What's more, the King of Hell's mentality has already jumped, and he will definitely need time to recover. How could Chen Jun not know what Tanlang was planning, but he didn't mind. He knew that the special forces were all rebellious people. If he didn't convince the other side today, he wouldn't be able to get the relics of his comrades. After 2 minutes of preparation, Chen Jun and Harley stood on a horizontal line together. At this moment, Harley had a serious look on his face, his eyes fixed firmly forward, and he had adjusted himself to the best condition. "Start!" Sirius shouted loudly, and at the same time, he immediately pressed the stopwatch. The King of Hell standing aside stared at Chen Jun tightly without blinking. This time he wanted to see all Chen Jun's movements clearly. At Sirius's command, Chen Jun suddenly kicked the ground with both feet and shot out like a sharp arrow from a string. What a great speed! The King of Hell couldn't help but take a breath when he saw Chen Jun's back heel not touching the ground at all. Is this guy a ghost? No wonder he's called Ghost. What's even more terrifying is that the 95 rifle held by Chen Jun was firing continuously while running fast. Even if it rolled, it could still fire at the same frequency. This is terrifying. This is a long continuous shot. To be able to do this, one must reach the Dasheng state in marksmanship. Currently, no one in the entire Thunder Commando team has reached such a state. Harley is already the benchmark machine gunner of Thunderbolt, which is just the level of Dezhencheng. Tianlang also stared at Chen Jun. He didn't look at his marksmanship, but at his speed. What a terrifying speed! Sirius couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and his eyes almost popped out. Is this guy definitely a rookie? In just 2 breaths of time, Chen Jun had already pulled Harley away by 3 positions and it was getting bigger and bigger. Isn't this guy from Yaluzi? Why does sports rapid fire look more professional than an old guy like Harley? Listening to the opponent's strong rhythmic gunfire, Sirius couldn't help but pick up the binoculars. He was also curious whether this guy was just shooting randomly or if he had real skills. As a result, the expression on Sirius' face quickly solidified. For the 2 targets in the distance, both sides kept hitting 10 rings, but Chen Jun was faster. Sure enough, in less than 20 seconds, Chen Jun completed the 100-meter rapid fire, while Harley finished in 30 seconds. There was a full 10-second gap between the 2. Harley didn't even ask about the results. He knew from Sirius's expression that he had lost. This time, Harley was convinced of the defeat. You must know that even the king of soldiers, Lei Zhan, could not surpass him in 100-meter rapid fire for 10 seconds. When Chen Jun returned, King Yama walked out with a confident look on his face and said, 1,200-meter sniper attack. He has clearly seen that Chen Jun's movement speed and shooting are very abnormal, but this does not mean that the sniper is very strong. Get up from where you fell. The King of Hell decided to regain face by sniping, his strongest point. As a result, Chen Jun looked indifferent and said in a cold voice, "It's an endless waste of time. What is your limit?" Chapter 40. Let him go. He deserves our respect limit. Suddenly the King of Hell was a little confused. You know, no matter who is using the 1,200 sniper at a distance of more than 88 meters, they dare not say that they can hit the target 100% of the time. Because the effective distance of the 88 sniper is 800 meters. Beyond 800 meters, unless you are a first-class sniper, you will not be able to grasp the deviation of the 88 sniper bullet. A small difference, 1,000 miles lost. The farther the distance, the greater the deviation. At 1,200 meters, even the King of Hell can only accurately hit the target when he is in peak condition. Does this guy know anything about sniping? As a result, Chen Jun looked at the confused King of Hell, showed a hint of impatience, and said bluntly, "Don't talk about those nonsense. Let's do this. Don't change the gun, just the 95 rifle. I will fire continuously, you can do whatever you want. It's like trying to see who can hit the most hits at a distance of 400 meters within a fixed period of time. The distance of 400 meters is exactly the limit of the 95 rifle. This can not only show a person's sniper level, but also see who can hit the most hits within a certain period of time. It can also test the stability of this person's shooting. This tests one's sniping skills." Not to be outdone, the King of Hell immediately shouted, "Okay. That first-class sniper fed a lot of bullets?" As the ace sniper of Thunder and Lightning, the 95 rifle is also the firearm he is best at. Moreover, he has never lost to the 400 rifle in the 95-meter race. Even against the Captain Lei Zhan, the outcome between the two was. Chen Jun immediately turned to the direction of the old fox and shouted to him, "Who is that? You are responsible for giving me the magazine. Shall I press the bomb for you?" The old fox pointed at his nose with a puzzled expression on his face, and did not react for a while. As the chief of staff, the old fox actually knew about Chen Jun. Apart from being a little surprised by his flash marriage, he also had a certain sympathy for the ghost Chen Jun. We are all soldiers of the Yan Kingdom, and it is uncomfortable for anyone to see their comrade sacrificed in front of them. At that time, Chen Jun was able to take off his military uniform and resolutely return to Area 1 to avenge his comrades. The old fox also admired him from the bottom of his heart. But he didn't expect that in the gray area of Area 20 that even the special forces might hate, this new recruit Dan Zai would actually come back alive, kill militants, and gain a reputation as a ghost. Now, it was reasonable for Chen Jun to come and take back the belongings of his class, but he never expected that he would actually be clicked, or would he be handed the magazine. If Old Fox had ever been to the Iron Fist group, or met Old Hai, he would definitely not agree. In that month, Lao Hai lived like a year, and looking at Chen Jun was like seeing a savage beast. Even Lao Ti, no one has ever been able to shoot out 10 bullets in a month, even without eating or drinking. Because humans are made of flesh and blood, no matter how strong the body is, it cannot withstand the recoil of the gun but so many times. However, Chen Jun, an animal, persisted. One person actually fired 10 bullets in 1 month, which was an amount that the entire 4th gun company could consume in 1 month. At that time, Lao Hai was so loaded with bullets that he doubted his life, and none of his 10 fingers were intact within a month. However, in the face of Chen Jun's provocation, as a veteran, the old fox couldn't help but nodded and said, "Okay. Isn't it just to press the bullet? Looking at your arrogance, I will see how much you can fight then." Young and fearless, the higher you jump, the more painful you fall. The next moment, Chen Jun strode 400 meters away and skillfully grabbed the 95 rifle. Hack shooting! Suddenly, the 95 rifle seemed to become a part of his body, and he immediately entered a realm that others may not be able to enter after pursuing it all their lives. The man and the gun become one. An unstoppable aura suddenly swept out of Chen Jun's body. The bullseye 400 meters away kept magnifying in Chen Jun's mind. He picked up the 95 rifle, without aiming at all, and fired wildly at the target. This is Yanling's heart skipped a beat, and he was startled by Chen Jun. Just now, Chen Jun's movements were extremely skillful, like an old gunman who had been immersed in sniping for many years, but the way he shot was so awesome. Does this guy know how to shoot? The recoil of the 95 rifle is not small. After each shot, the muzzle has deviated from its original position. If it is not adjusted, it is impossible to hit the target. Don't talk about the bullseye, maybe the bullets won't even hit the target. Seeing Chen Jun's confident look, Tianling couldn't bear it anymore and immediately picked up the binoculars. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Sirius couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. What kind of magical marksmanship is this? Click! Before Tianling could react, Chen Jun ran out of bullets and the 95 rifle made an empty sound. Magazine! Chen Jun growled without looking back. The old fox had no choice but to carry the magazine over. Raiden had no shortage of these, they were all loaded magazines. Click! Without looking back, Chen Jun quickly took the magazine handed over by the old fox, loaded it neatly, and loaded the gun in one smooth motion. Ta-da! The next moment, before the old fox could return, Chen Jun started to pull the trigger of the 95 rifle frantically again. They were all fired in succession, seeming to completely ignore the recoil. And Sirius could see it clearly at this moment. Chen Jun actually used amazing power to firmly control the vibration of the muzzle after shooting. Sirius seemed to be unable to see the shaking of the muzzle. What a terrible power. But isn't this guy worried about breaking his shoulder? You know, the recoil of the 95 rifle is not small to begin with. With Chen Jun's shooting method, the recoil is even more shocking. As a result, after Chen Jun finished shooting the second magazine, he continued to take the magazine. After changing 5 magazines in a row, the old fox couldn't stand it anymore. Paralysis. If the fight continues like this, even if Chen Jun is not defeated, the gun will be useless. He had never seen someone shooting so wildly. He couldn't bear it anymore and immediately asked Sirius, "How are the results?" Sirius swallowed his saliva, his mouth trembled, and said, "No surprise, they are all 10 rings." The old fox staggered and almost lost his balance. His heart was already in turmoil. Not to mention a soldier in the regular army, even the top special forces soldiers do not have such abnormal marksmanship as Chen Jun. It is incredible. The old fox said in admiration, "No need to shoot, it's a waste of bullets. I admire you Lucy for reaching such a level. Don't your shoulders hurt? Such a powerful recoil?" The old fox then looked at Chen Jun curiously. This guy went from fighting to sports and rapid fire, and now his sniping has beaten the thunder and lightning all over the place. At this moment, he is also full of curiosity about Chen Jun. Chen Jun has already reached such a terrifying level without receiving professional training from special forces. If he had been trained, how could he still do it? This is definitely the embryo of the king of soldiers. Chen Jun had no expression on his face and said coldly, "Compared to my comrades being investigated by you for so long, I feel more pain. Is there still cross-country with heavy loads now? Who will come?" Chen Jun's sharp eyes glanced at Lei Dan and others. Sirius and others were silent. This kid looked like a freak. He had been tortured in the previous fights and shootings. Is he really going to have his head shaved by the other party? In the future, would Raiden be able to hold his head high in front of other commandos? Wait! The old fox suddenly spoke. He didn't know why Chen Jun could do this, but he couldn't imagine that a normal person could shoot such a volume of bullets in a short period of time. Wouldn't his shoulder be crippled by the recoil? Chen Jun looked at the other party in confusion, not knowing what the old fox and the others would ask for, but no matter what conditions the other party put forward, he was not afraid. No matter what today, he would take home the relics of his comrades. This was what he said to the squad leader. Promise of. The old fox walked up to Chen Jun, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Can I look at your shoulder?" Without saying a word, Chen Jun immediately took off his coat, and the coagulated blood stained the red flag, which was shocking. Although Chen Jun's physical fitness of 3.8 is already at the level of a special forces soldier, he is not a god, he is still a human being, a body of flesh and blood. The crazy firing just now, the terrifying recoil of the 95mm rifle, has already made the red flag seep with blood. The old fox's heart trembled, causing a huge wave. He didn't expect that at such a young age, Chen Jun already possessed the iron will that only veterans could possess. The old fox looked silently for a moment, then said in a deep voice to Sirius, "Return the relic to him and send him away. He deserves our respect." Chapter 41 Lei Zhan's wrath. Tianlang was stunned for a moment and stared at Chen Jun's body. What he saw was not only the blood-stained red flag, but also the crisscross scars on his body. These are the immortal traces left on him by the other party's previous battles. Once, Sirius went deep behind enemy lines and was caught by the enemy. After all kinds of inhuman torture, he also had many scars on his body. In the end, he couldn't forget the Brothers of Thunder and Lightning and found a way to return. But it was just a return. Chen Jun did better than him. Chen Jun not only endured, he also turned into a ghost, holding his head in front of his head to avenge his comrades, killing every enemy in fear. This is Chen Jun, once a little-known border guard. The other party used his actions to explain what it means to be a comrade in life and death. Sirius couldn't express his endless feelings. Looking at the opponent's rifle shooting skills at such a high level, you can see how crazy he was during training. Why are people crazy? It's because of the obsession in my heart. The obsession in Chen Jun's heart is the blood feud between his comrades. Revenge has become the strongest motivation in his heart. At this moment, Tianlang had nothing but admiration for Chen Jun. Such a tough man deserved his admiration. He looked at the King of Hell and said, "Let's not compete anymore. Give him the stuff." The King of Hell looked at Chen Jun deeply for a while and said, "Wait a minute." After saying that, he turned around and ran out quickly. About 5 minutes later, he came over with a big box in his arms and placed it in front of Chen Jun. "It's all here." Chen Jun squatted down and opened the box. Inside are the military uniforms worn by Lao Yang and Lao Wu, as well as the notebooks they usually wrote in, and the suicide notes they wrote to their families. Looking at these familiar things, tears rolled down from Chen Jun's eyes and hit the ground. What's the point of washing some clothes? You train hard. I'll take care of all the things in life. You will definitely become stronger. The squad leader will not be wrong. Lao Yang smiled and took the clothes that Chen Jun had changed. Clean. Old Wu laughed on the side and said, "Chen Jun, just let him do it. He is a man who can't sit still. What you have to do now is to become stronger and become a special soldier in the future. Then you will be worthy of him. By that time, I will also have material for my novel. You will be the protagonist and you will counterattack in a desperate situation. It must be very inspiring." "Haha, it's settled. Go to training quickly. Come on, stand guard today. I'll help you. Today I'm going to the teeth ceremony, and I'll come back in the evening to make soup for you to replenish your body. You've been training hard and need to supplement your nutrition, so that you can have the strength to train. Don't be embarrassed. We are comrades in arms, aren't we? We should help our comrades in arms." The figures of each comrade in arms flashed in Chen Jun's mind. Their words, their smiles seemed to be in front of his own eyes. They could all have lived well. Chen Jun gently touched the folded military uniform, the thick notebook, and the letters from home. The man did not cry easily because he did not reach the sad spot. Chen Jun took a deep breath, closed the box again, then took a deep breath, stood up, saluted to Sirius and others, and said, "I'm sorry." After saying that, he picked up the box, turned around and strode outside. Ayn Rand was watching the scene from behind, and she could understand Chen Jun's mood at the moment. If it weren't for the deep friendship between comrades, he wouldn't have been able to fight alone in Area 1 for a month, killing the enemy even at the risk of his own life. If it weren't for the obsession in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to train himself to be so powerful. Ayn Rand followed immediately, and then drove quickly away from the Thunder Station. Not long after they left, a military warrior drove in off-road. When the people in the car saw Sirius and others standing silently, they immediately shouted loudly, "What are you doing, lying dead? Why don't you train?" "Bam!" The moment the car stopped, the car door was pushed open hard. Lei Zhan jumped out of the car and strode towards Tianlang and others. The King of Hell looked at Lei Zhan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Thunder God, and rain came just now." "Where?" Lei Zhan, who was still gloomy at first, immediately jumped up excitedly. "Just right, haha, I just prepared flowers to propose to her, and she came here. It's just right." At this time, Lei Zhan was like an excited child, not a bit like the third-term King of War. Tianlang and others couldn't bear to look at Lei Zhan's childlike expression. "What's the matter?" Lei Zhan took out the white chrysanthemums from the car and said with a smile on his face, "I picked these specially on the road just now. They are all fresh. I didn't expect to use them so soon. Do you think this is God's will? God asked me to propose to Ayn Rand today. Do you think Ayn Rand will like it?" Sirius looked at everyone and then walked over and said, Thor God, please be mentally prepared first. What will happen to you if your proposal fails? Lei Zhan said in surprise, why did you fail? And Ran has never accepted me. It is said that it is because of the engagement. She wants to make sure that the older generation dissolves it before accepting me. There is no word failure in my dictionary. And Ran will definitely agree to me. As he spoke, he excitedly played with the large handful of white chrysanthemums, with a smile on his face. Tanling was a little speechless. Lei Zhan was an awesome captain, but when it came to relationships between men and women, he lacked a muscle and had no emotions at all. No wonder and Ran refused to accept him for such a long time. Who has ever seen someone proposing with a bunch of white chrysanthemums? Sirius coughed softly and said, Thor God, and Ran came with her fiancé just now. Lei Zhan was stunned and said, what fiancé? Where did Ran get his fiancé? Tanling said, the thing is like this. He briefly told what happened to Ran and Chen Jun, and finally said, her fiancé, you have seen it, is the ghost of the border guard. Just now he has taken away the relics of his comrades, which we lost to him. Thunder God, give up. There is no need for a real man to have a wife. You can definitely find a better wife than Enrun. The white chrysanthemum in Lei Zhan's hand fell to the ground, his eyes turned red, and the expression on his face looked a little excited. Tanling knew that Lei Zhan must feel uncomfortable in his heart, but he still had to face what should be faced. Cutting through the mess with a sharp knife would only be good for Lei Zhan, not bad. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the greater the damage will be to Lei Zhan. The old fox also came over and said softly, Thunder God, give up. And Ran and you are really not suitable. There is no need to hang yourself from a tree. An outstanding man like you. Lei Zhan suddenly roared, a bunch of losers. I lost a woman, you have even embarrassed Lei Diane. Where is he now? I want to ask him personally. I don't believe it. Chapter 42. Knowing Lei Zhan's stubborn temper, the old fox would definitely not let it go. They have gone far. Forget it, Thor. Life is not what you want. 9 times out of 10, some things cannot be forced, especially the relationship between men and women. You are so good. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth and interrupted the old fox again, and said sternly, I don't want to. Tell me, what exactly happened? Tell me clearly in detail. Everyone looked at each other and finally turned their attention to the King of Hell. The King of Hell grew up watching Lei Zhan. He is the person who understands him best and knows how to talk to Lei Zhan best. How could the King of Hell not know what Lei Zhan was thinking at this time? The King of Hell said, this is what happened to the God of Thunder. He told what happened in detail. They were indeed careless and did not expect that the ghost Chen Jun really lived up to his reputation. If they knew he was so powerful, they would definitely think of other strategies instead of fighting head-on. However, this also allowed them to see Chen Jun's terrifying potential. As long as such a person is given a period of time to grow, he can definitely become a first-rate military king. As for why Enran chose Chen Jun, it doesn't matter at all, or they want Lei Zhan to come out of Enran's fantasy more. Now, Enran is married, which may be a good thing. After hearing this, Lei Zhan clenched his clenched fists and roared, everyone has it. Unlimited off-roading. Without my order, don't even think about coming back today. You can't even compare to a border guard. What do you do for food? It's a loser. Yes, Sirius answered loudly. He immediately led the King of Hell and others to leave quickly. The best way at this time was to stay away from Lei Zhan and don't touch his bad luck, otherwise it would be very miserable. After Tanlang left with his team, Lei Zhan drove to the brigade headquarters out of breath to find He Zhijin. 10 minutes later, Lei Zhan stood at the door of He Zhijin's office, knocked on the door, and shouted, report. Come in. Lei Zhan opened the door and entered the office. When He Zhijin saw Lei Zhan coming in, he put down his pen and said, what's the matter? Lei Zhan said, report, in the last attack in Area 1, Chen Jun violated discipline, left the army without permission, and pursued the enemy. But just now he entered the Thunder base through Enran's relationship. The King of Hell and others were a little careless and were subjected to. He lost the battle with his provoking skills, and all the relics of Chen Jun's comrades were returned to him. These relics were originally going to be handed over to the pickets. It was our Thunder commandos who acted impulsively. Please punish them, Chief. Snapped. He Zhijin slammed the table and cursed. You are all veterans, but you were defeated by a new recruit from Chen Jun. I am ashamed of you. Lei Zhan knew that he would be scolded by the wolf, so he stood and did not dare to say a word. He Zhijin was silent for a moment and said, this guy is a bit bloody. By the way, which army is he in now? Lei Zhan said, he has returned to the Iron Fist group. He Zhijin thought for a while and said, those guys on the picket team like to cause trouble, so you don't need to worry about this matter for now. I am starting to be a little interested in that guy Chen Jun. Find a time and come with me to Lao Kang's place. Yes. Lei Zhan was panting like an ox. It sounds like Lang Du is planning to suppress this matter. Is he still interested in that guy Chen Jun? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to him? However, Chen Jun's performance was indeed remarkable. He killed 1 militant in Area 20, and now he came to kill Lei Ding. Regardless of whether Raiden was careless or not, it would be strange if Wolfhead wasn't interested in him just because of this matter. Ishijin looked at Lei Zhan in surprise and said, "What's wrong with you, kid? Your wife has cuckolded you and you have such a bad temper." He knew Lei Zhan's temperament very well. Except for emotional problems, nothing could shake his emotions. Being beaten down by the Thunder Commando would stimulate Lei Zhan's emotions, but he would never show it in front of outsiders. Lei Zhan said in surprise, "Lang Du, do you know?" Ishijin said in confusion, "You know what you don't know. Tell me, what's going on?" Victory and defeat are common matters for military officers. There is no shame in losing a game. With your temperament, you won't be in such a mess. Lei Zhan looked at Ishijin and sat down a little dejectedly. Lang Du, this matter is a bit embarrassing at this time. Chen Jun, who was sitting in the car, naturally didn't know what happened to Langya after he left. The host completes the task issued by the hacker system, goes to the appointment alone, and gets back the relics of his comrades, and is rewarded with 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and being promoted to the first level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacker medical skill. Do you want to fuse it? Congratulations to the host for getting an opportunity to strengthen. Do you want to strengthen it? A series of prompts sounded in Chen Jun's mind. Chen Jun's expression remained unchanged. This mission was suitable for him. Regardless of whether the system released it or not, he had to get back the relics of his comrades. He glanced at the personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, soldier level, 3 attributes, spirit 3.8, constitution 3.8, strength 3.8, speed 3.8. Normal person, 1 hacking skills, hacker assassination dashing, hacker shooting dashing, hacker stealth dashing. Experience points, 0/400 experience points. Chen Jun glanced at it and ignored it. Fusion of hacker medical skills. A real hacker can kill, save others, and even save himself, because hackers are the most dangerous characters in the world, and having first-class medical skills is a necessary skill for killing people. Chen Jun was overjoyed. This skill is indeed very practical. He had experienced a crazy month of pursuit and counter-pursuit in the jungle. There were dangers everywhere and injuries were commonplace. When Chen Jun was injured at that time, he used the simplest method to deal with it, and then relied on his body's resistance to hold on. This method is simple, but it is also the most dangerous. If the body's resistance is weak, you will die without knowing how. But having first-class medical skills is different. It is equivalent to saving several lives. Why is there a medical staff member in the commando team? It is used to save the lives of all team members. On the battlefield, injuries are inevitable, and having an excellent medical staff by your side can minimize casualties. Take the simplest example. When Chen Jun fought last time, he was seriously injured and almost died. If there were top doctors at the scene, as long as he did not die on the spot, there would be a way to delay his life for a while and persist to the hospital. Then carry out rescue. First-class medical skills are to compete with the king of hell for people. Therefore, Chen Jun has the deepest experience with this skill. Hacker medical skills are great. I just lack this kind of auxiliary skill right now. Chapter 43. Soldiers love fusion. The next moment, Chen Jun's mind was filled with information about hacking medical skills, just like the information about hacking skills that had appeared before. Hacking medical skills compared with traditional medical skills, it is more direct and efficient, and there are even some secret methods, such as stopping bleeding and self-rescue with bare hands, acupuncture methods, reconnecting broken arms, nerve reshaping, cardiac electrical stimulation, blood transfusion, etc. Chen Jun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "The medical skills of hackers are really awesome. These medical techniques are full of fantasy. If they are used, they will definitely cause a sensation." The witch doctor's method involves the movement of the 5 elements of Qi and blood, and the coordination of yin and yang in the muscles and bones. These are all superstitious methods. It is indeed a hacker system. After Chen Jun completely integrated hacker medical skills, he was shocked by the various healing secrets inside. Some secret techniques that I thought were only legendary in the past actually exist here. Once they are performed, they will definitely be mythical. At this time, Chen Jun felt like a famous doctor who had been practicing medicine for nearly 100 years and was proficient in various treatments. If he were allowed to return to the state of his last injury now, he would be able to heal most of the wounds on his body with his bare hands without nearly losing too much blood and becoming comatose. If Chen Jun were allowed to live in the jungle, he would have countless ways to deal with his wounds. This is a way to save lives. No wonder everything can be lacking on the battlefield, except doctors. Chen Jun calmed down his mind. Opportunity to use reinforcement. The next moment, Chen Jun once again felt the feeling of his skin, muscles, bones and even internal organs being strengthened again after a few breaths. The host has been strengthened, all attributes plus 0.5. Although it only increased by 0.5, the strength and speed of the whole person have increased a lot. Strengthening has brought about the biggest change in physical fitness. Chen Jun had been training crazily for more than a month, and his physical attributes only increased by 0.3, but this time the enhancement directly increased by 0.5, which is a huge increase. After all, as Chen Jun's physical fitness improves, it becomes more difficult to improve his attributes in the future. The next moment, the personal attributes list automatically pops up. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, soldier level. 3 attributes, spirit 4.3, constitution 4.3, strength 4.3, speed 4.3. Normal person. 1 hacking skills, hacking assassination dashing, hacking shooting dashing, hacking stealth dashing, hacking medicine Ziacheng. Experience points, 0/400. The physical attribute reaches 4.3. This level of physical fitness will definitely crush Sirius. Sirius's physical attributes are only about 4.3 points, which is a big difference from. In other words, if I compete with Sirius now, I won't even need the assassination technique and stealth technique. I will crush him directly. Sirius' physical fitness is similar to that of Lei Zhan, so Lei Zhan's physical attributes are estimated to be around 4. He may even surpass his opponent now. Now against Lei Zhan, although I am not completely sure that I can win, the opponent can't do anything to me either. In addition, under the influence of hacker medical skills, I have a new view on the movement of Kai and blood and the control of power. For example, I can cut someone with a knife and directly cut off the opponent's Kai and blood, causing a certain part of the opponent's body to. It is possible that a part of the body suddenly becomes blocked, becomes dull quickly, or even becomes stiff, which is as magical as acupuncture in a TV series. Hacker medical skills can indeed save people, but they can also kill people. Chen Jun carefully considered the use of hacker medicine and hacker assassination, and found that they could complement each other, especially the use of hacker assassination attacks. Chen Jun, don't be so impulsive next time. Fortunately, Lei Zhan is not here today, otherwise there will be trouble. And Ran drove the car and noticed that Chen Jun's expression was always tense, so he couldn't help but remind him. Although Lei Zhan can't be said to have any major faults, he is a bit small-minded and a bit chauvinistic. Today Chen Jun beat Lei Dian to the ground. With Lei Zhan's temperament, there is a high chance that he will cause trouble for Chen Jun. And once he finds out that he is married to Chen Jun and Ran had no romantic relationship with Lei Zhan, he had been pestering her all the time. Now that he knew that he was married to Chen Jun, he would most likely transfer his anger to Chen Jun. I need to make it clear to Lei Zhan sometime. And Ran had a plan in mind. Chen Jun came back to his senses, hugged the box, was silent for a moment, and said, "This box not only contains the relics of my other comrades, but also a love letter written by my squad leader to my sister-in-law. I remember that he had to write it every day off. Write very carefully. The monitor's educational level is not high." He basically said what he meant, and then I ghostwrote it. After I finished writing, the monitor copied it twice, sent one copy out, and kept one for myself. At that time, I felt that the monitor was stupid of. Now I understand that the squad leader's love is enviable. He has found a good woman. My sister-in-law's family has always opposed her dating the squad leader, but she has been waiting and unswerving. She should be the most determined woman I have ever seen. Even though the squad leader is disabled now, she still doesn't give up. I'm really happy for the monitor, so I'm very grateful to my sister-in-law. Without my sister-in-law, I don't know what the monitor would have done in the rest of his life. And Ran nodded and said, "Military love is indeed rare. Squad leader Shiguo is very happy to meet such a good woman. I believe they will live a better life in the future." Chen Jun showed a smile and said, "Of course, the squad leader is a strong person. Although sometimes he is stupid and takes care of everything by himself, but stupid people often have stupid blessings. He often tells me that the greatest blessing in this life is meeting my sister-in-law. That day when my sister-in-law came to the military camp, the squad leader pointed at me with a silly smile and said, 'Call me sister-in-law.' At that time, the monitor was really smiling and very happy. The squad leader also told me that when waiting for a partner in the future, I must find someone with a kind heart. As for other things, I don't have to worry about it. It doesn't matter if I don't have money. In today's society, no one will starve to death or be beautiful. It doesn't matter. There will be times when people grow old." And Ran glanced at Chen Jun secretly. The brave ghost before was now like a child, talking about himself and the squad leader. At this time, Chen Jun suddenly said, "I'm going to buy some fruit and go see the squad leader. By the way, you can put me down and I'll go by myself. You go back and do your own business, so you don't have to pick me up." And Ran's heart felt blocked and she couldn't help but curl up her pretty mouth and said, "Comrade Chen Jun, we are already married in name." Chapter 44. Chen Jun was stunned. He didn't expect and Ran to say that. What does this woman mean? They got the certificate, but it was at the request of their elders and they were not really a couple at all. "What do you want to do?" Chen Jun said. Chen Jun can't say he likes and Ran, nor can he say he doesn't, but talking about becoming a real couple is a step too far. And Ran said seriously, "I know that you have no feelings for me. We are two strangers originally, but I explained to them at the Thunder base why I chose to get the certificate with you. Legally, you and I are already husband and wife relation. You don't want to disappoint your family and I don't want to embarrass my family, so let's do it. We'll spend 2 years. If we don't get any calls within 2 years, then we'll separate. You go your way, and I'll go my single plank bridge. What do you think? I won't affect your speed of drawing the sword." Chen Jun was stunned again, thinking that Ayn Ran was so straightforward and she knew exactly what she was thinking. He is indeed an excellent agent. Before Chen Jun had time to express his position, he was pulled out of the car by Ayn Ran and went to buy fruit and prepare to visit squad leader Shiguo. Ayn Ran is really not like other women. As long as it doesn't affect my speed of drawing this sword, anything will work. Chen Jun is a very decisive person. Naturally, he will no longer be entangled in his relationship with Ayn Ran and deal with it calmly. Soon, the two were walking together on the street to buy fruit. Suddenly, Chen Jun saw a girl dressed as a student on the street in front of her and said to a soldier in military uniform, "Let's break up. You are a soldier. It will take at least 2 years for you to retire, and your ambition is in the military camp. You won't retire after 2 years. You don't have time to accompany me at all, and you don't know what I need. Only he understands me, and knows what I need best." After saying that, the girl reached out and grabbed the man next to her who had a vicissitudes of life and was at least 10 years older than her. This man couldn't be said to be old, he was about 30 years old, but he exuded a mature aura and was more calm than a soldier in military uniform. When he was pulled by the girl, the man's face showed an indescribable confidence. That's the gesture of a winner. The man didn't speak, with a smile on his face, while the young soldier had a painful expression on his face and reluctantly held the girl's hand. "Sayak Xiao, we grew up together, childhood sweethearts, don't you know what I need? And joining the army is also a requirement of my family. You don't like me, but you can't find an old man. It's only been half a year since I left you. How did you change so quickly? When I called you, you kept saying that you were busy and didn't have time. It turned out that you were with other men behind my back. When I came to serve as a soldier, you also agreed. You agreed that you would wait for me, but it has only been half a year and you have forgotten everything you said?" Chen Jun, who was standing not far away, frowned and immediately recognized that this young soldier was He Chengguang, and wasn't the scene in front of him the scene where He Chengguang broke up with his girlfriend Lin Ziaxiao. Suddenly, Chen Jun felt a surge of anger in his heart, not because of Lin Ziaxiao's transference, but because of the sacrifice of his comrades. The squad leader became disabled. After investigation, it was found that there was a shadow of Scorpion behind this. The old man Lin Ziaxiao chose was Wang Yadong. Who is Wang Yadong? He has an unclear relationship with Scorpion, and even some information that Scorpion obtained about Area 1 was provided by him. This bastard did countless bad things abroad. When he got tired of it and didn't want to do it anymore, he returned to China to wash his hands and open a shop. He lived a comfortable life and even dated a freshman female student, who was He Chengguang's girlfriend. If the development of the original plot was followed, Lin Ziaxia would be pregnant before marriage, which would put He Chengguang in pain for a time. It's normal for the relationship between a man and a woman to fade. Some people don't see each other for a few months, and the temperature naturally cools down. There's nothing to say about that. If Lin Ziaxia liked a boy in school and disliked He Chengguang when she was studying, that would be understandable, but she was with Wang Yadong. It would be best for Wang Yadong to find a girlfriend to hide his identity. He originally had this purpose in approaching Lin Ziaxia. Lin Ziaxia is a silly girl and a bit vain. She naturally falls under the other party's sweet words and sugar-coated bullets. However, the ending was good. This bastard was tricked to death by Wen Tiankang. Speaking of Wen Tiankang, it is not inferior to Fan Tanlai's Tiankang. Fan Tiankang always cheated his own people but never cheated bad people. He was a typical one-sided person who harmed himself and benefited others. This Wen Tiankang did not reject anyone who came. He was tricked by his own people, and the undercover agents who were instigating rebellion outside were also tricked, and they were also tricked by the girlfriends of soldiers, such as this Lin Xiaoxiao. Wen Tangkang knew that the other party was the girlfriend of a soldier, so he just watched the tragedy happen in order not to alert the enemy. Otherwise, according to normal people's thinking, he would at least secretly remind the other party not to be deceived. Wang Yadong is an international killer. Although he committed crimes outside the country, his hands are stained with the blood of people from other countries. And he has connections with Scorpion. Will he have a good ending in the end? Impossible. Knowing that there would be no good results, Wen Tangkang still pretended not to know and let them continue to develop this huge pit is really extraordinary. Thinking of this, Chen Jun clenched his fists and walked over. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao cried and threw away He Cheng Wan's hand, shook his head and said, "It's impossible. It's impossible. I already have his child. He will take good care of me. You don't know what I need. You only have in your heart troops, only troops. I am a girl and I also need someone to accompany me. I don't want to be alone. When I am sick, I want someone to accompany me. When I am unhappy, someone can go shopping with me or watch movies with me. What I need is actual warmth, not just hearing your voice. Go away. Don't come to me again. It's impossible for us anymore. You can continue to be your soldier. I hope you can find someone who suits you." Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shed tears. It was impossible to say that she had no feelings for He Chengwan. After all, the two grew up together and the relationship could be broken without saying goodbye. But now it's really impossible for them. Now she just hopes that He Chengwan can come out as soon as possible and start a new life. He Chengwan was stunned. He felt as if he had been hit by 1,000,000 points. His whole body was numb, his face was green, and the top of his head was even greener. In an instant, his eyes turned red and his clenched fists clattered. Chapter 45 Swish. He Chengwan suddenly stared at Wang Yadong and cursed, "You bastard. Don't you know she is still a little girl? She is not sensible, don't you understand? Percent your whole family." With that said, he rushed towards Wang Yadong, but as soon as he moved, he was stopped by Lin Xiaoxiao. "Morning light, we're done. Stop making trouble and leave." Lin Xiaoxiao opened her hands and stood in front of Wang Yadong. "Get out of the way," He Chengwan said angrily. He was so angry that he liked Lin Xiaoxiao so much. The two had grown up playing together and had such a deep relationship. He thought he could grow old with her. But only 6 months had passed and Lin Xiaoxiao was pregnant with someone else's child. How could He Chengwan bear such a blow? Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, "Chengwan, calm down, calm down. This is my business and yours, it's no one else's business. If you still treat me as a friend, can you bless us?" Damn, the expression on He Chengwan's face was distorted. That bastard poached himself, got his girlfriend pregnant, and asked me to bless him? Moonlight? He Chengwan wanted to slap Lin Xiaoxiao hard, but he couldn't. He stared at Wang Yadong and said angrily, "You are a man, just stand up. Don't hide behind a woman. She is only over 18 years old, you are a bastard, a beast." Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned red and she slapped He Chengwan directly on the face, cursing, "That's enough. I don't want to see you in the future, you go away. Go away." A bright red slap mark appeared on He Chengwan's face, and it hurt 1,000 times compared to his heart. Wang Yadong looked at this scene with a victor's attitude. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Jun came over, stared at Wang Yadong and said coldly, "Area No. 1, you just came back from there not long ago." Wang Yadong trembled slightly, looked at Chen Jun in surprise and his expression changed slightly. He did participate in that operation, and it was also his last operation, but how did he know? His identity is very secret, and he never showed his face from the beginning to the end of that operation. No one knew about him except Scorpion. How could the other party confirm that he was coming back from Area 1 as soon as he opened his mouth? To this day, Wang Yadong still remembers the scene in which those Yongnuo soldiers resisted frantically under the attack of Zai Zai's men, and the last man bit a grenade, and died with them. Wang Yadong's conscience was finally strongly condemned, and he finally decided to leave Scorpion and return to a normal life. And that action will become a dusty memory in his life, and no one will mention it again. But how will the other party know? Scorpion sold him? Impossible. In just this moment of surprise, Chen Jun let out a low roar, pounced on Wang Yadong, and hit him hard with his fist. Wang Yadong's face changed drastically, and he instinctively waved his fist to meet him. However, the moment he punched, the opponent's figure swayed. He did not block Chen Jun's fist at all, but Chen Jun had already ducked behind him. Not good. Wang Yadong turned around quickly, and at this moment, a huge force came and his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Snapped. Chen Jun put his foot on Wang Yadong's back and pressed down hard. Wang Yadong struggled hard, but the force of the opponent's foot pressing on his back was too great, like a mountain pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to exert any strength at all. How did he know that Chen Jun's physical attributes reached 4.3, but he was only at 3, which was not at the same level at all? In addition, for more than a month, he could not keep up with training and his physical fitness continued to decline. After a while, he is about to become a greasy middle-aged uncle. Shen Lion. He Cheng Wang immediately recognized Chen Jun and shouted, and Lin Zixiao rushed over when she saw Wang Yadong being stepped on. Let him go, let him go, how can you hit someone? If you don't let go, I'll call the police. Lin Zixiao shouted. Shen Jun looked at Lin Zixiao and said, you are still young, I will not scold you, but I tell you, the blood feud of my comrades is all on him. He pointed at He Chengwang. He is a soldier, protecting his family and country and bringing you peace, but the woman he protects is with the enemy. It is really sad. Lin Zixiao shook his head and said, I don't believe it. You are talking nonsense. You made up all this blood feud. You and He Chengwang are in the same group. Don't even think of deceiving me. Let him go. Don't think that you are soldiers. I won't dare to call the police. In her impression, Wang Yadong was so gentlemanly, thinking about himself and taking care of himself in everything he did. How could such a gentle and considerate man be burdened with a sea of blood? Several sisters in the dormitory knew that she was with Wang Yadong, and they didn't know how envious they were. Now, tell me, Wang Yadong's hands are covered in blood? Impossible. Chen Jun no longer paid attention to Lin Zixiao, but stared at Wang Yadong and said, you were present at the attack in Area 1 more than 2 months ago, right? Wang Yadong struggled and shouted, I don't know what you were talking about. Brother, have you recognized the wrong person? Your name is Wang Yadong, right? Shen Jun said. At this time, Lin Zixiao came over to pull Chen Jun, but was pulled by He Chengwang. As a result, he was bitten by Lin Zixiao. As soon as he let go, Lin Zixiao crashed into Chen Jun desperately. Chen Jun's body swayed, and Wang Yadong took advantage of this opportunity to quickly get up and rush towards the street in the distance. Shen Jun did not pursue him. He knew that the people in Wen Tankang had been staring at Wang Yadong and would definitely not be able to escape. However, Shen Jun did not see a person with small eyes and a terrifying aura emanating from a corner of the street, who quickly turned and left. Shen Jun grabbed Lin Zixiao's hand, and an invisible murderous aura burst out, scaring Lin Zixiao from moving. She didn't expect that Wang Yadong would leave her and run away. If he didn't have any evil intentions in his heart, why would he run away? How could this happen? Is he really a criminal? Shen Jun stared at her and growled, soldiers, don't you deserve true love? My former comrade in arms, he and his fiancée were also childhood sweethearts. He was in the army for 10 years, and she waited for 10 years without any regrets, even after arriving. In the end, my comrade became disabled, but she still insisted on staying with him and taking care of him. Even though her parents objected repeatedly and even came to accuse and even insult her, she hasn't given up yet. This is a real military wife. You don't deserve it. You are just a spoiled child. You don't deserve the love of a soldier. Lin Zixiao looked at the direction where Wang Yadong disappeared, but couldn't see him no matter how hard he looked, and finally couldn't help but squat down and cry loudly. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Lin Zixiao cried to herself. The stone stuffed in He Chengwang's heart seemed to loosen a little, and the uncontrollable tears finally fell from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 46 Warning Wen Tankang He Chengwang looked at Lin Zixiao, who was scolded and cried by Chen Jun, and his originally tangled and painful eyes became complicated. Sure enough, distance and time can change so many things. Even 2 childhood sweethearts have reached this point in just a few months. In fact, He Chengwang didn't know that Lin Zixiao was also one of the victims. What kind of life experience can a freshman girl have? She happens to be young and ignorant, full of longing for love, and naturally hopes to have a white prince by her side. At this time, He Chengwang happened not to be by her side. Under the deception of a veteran like Wang Yadong, it was naturally easy to break through the defense line in her heart. Shen Jun looked at Lin Zixiao, whose face was filled with tears, but still had an indifferent expression, and said coldly, you are just a woman who wants to enjoy herself. You are not worthy. You are not worthy of the love of a soldier. Shen Jun looked at Lin Zixiao, and couldn't help but picture the squad leader Shiguo's lover in his mind. The two were also childhood sweethearts, and now, even if the squad leader is disabled, they will never leave each other. Who says soldiers don't deserve love? It's just that a woman like Lin Zixiao, who is always in a hurry, doesn't know what true love is at all. Lin Zixiao's eyes were filled with tears, and her rising eyes were full of dissatisfaction. What do these young soldiers know about true love? In these people's eyes, apart from training, It is just a task, and they don't even have the most basic companionship time. How can they count as love? Two people who love each other want to be together. When they are unhappy, the other person will comfort them. When they are sick, the other person will take care of them, often take them to play, create all kinds of romance. That is true love. I and Wang Yadong truly love each other, and he can satisfy everything I want. However, now because of what this young soldier said about area, he was beaten away in broad daylight. Call the police. These people must pay the price and go to military court. Even soldiers cannot cover the sky with one hand. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to refute, and Ran strode over and said to Chen Jun in a deep voice, "She is still young. If she makes a mistake, society will teach her a lesson and she will grow up in the future." And Ran said, then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "However, what he said is indeed right. It is difficult for Yanyuo soldiers to take care of the country and their loved ones at the same time. I can only say that we understand each other. There are many passionate love affairs among Yanyuo soldiers, just like the love between Chen Jun's squad leader Shiguo and him. They will never leave each other in life or death. There are also many love affairs that have died on the way, because not every daughter can maintain that loneliness. After all, a soldier has a special status. He can take care of the country, but he can only neglect his own family. Since ancient times, the dilemma of loyalty and filial piety." With tears on her face, Lin Xiaoxiao choked and cursed, "What do you know? Who are you? Why are you speaking for him?" And Ran looked serious and said, "He is my man." "No, you lied to me. How could soldiers like them have girlfriends?" Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, her mouth trembling. "The woman in front of me is not only beautiful, but also has such a good figure. The most important thing is that her temperament is very outstanding. But she is even more outstanding than the first-line female stars. How can she be the girlfriend of this cold-looking bastard in front of her? Impossible." He Changwon was stunned for a moment, with a surprised expression on his face. Chen Jun actually has a woman? When did this happen? You know, Chen Jun was a waste a month ago. If his squad leader Shiguoli hadn't protected him, he wouldn't even know how to raise pigs in that company at this moment. Ever since the incident in Area 1, Chen Jun seemed to have become a different person. Now, the entire Iron Fist regiment knew that Chen Jun was the commander of the 4th Gun Company and a lunatic. But when did he have a wife? He Changwon looked at and ran in surprise. He was generous, decent, gentle and beautiful. The key was his understanding of Chen Jun's status as a soldier. Compared with himself, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. We are all men, why is there such a big difference? Before he Changwon could realize the relationship between An Ran and Chen Jun, 2 law enforcers came over with serious faces and ordered Chen Jun, "You come with us." Chen Jun didn't say anything. He knew he was summoned by Mr. Wen, because according to the plot, Chen Jun knew that Mr. Wen actually knew Wang Yadong's identity all along, but in order to use Wang Yadong to fish out the big fish behind the opponent, Mr. Wen chose to sacrifice Lin Xiaoxiao and watched the opponent jump into Wang Yadong's fire pit. However, this made Yi Changwon pitiful. But Chen Jun felt that Lin Xiaoxiao was asking for it, and no one could blame her. She didn't deserve the passionate, simple and beautiful love of a soldier. Chen Jun immediately said to Yi Changwon, "Go back and become stronger first. Women will affect the speed of drawing your gun." "Yes." Yi Changwon immediately stood at attention and saluted, with an extremely determined expression on his face, and Ran staggered and almost lost his balance. She twitched her mouth. These 2 guys are super straight men. What does this woman have to do with the speed of drawing a gun? Bullshit. At this time, An Ran was worried about Chen Jun. After thinking for a moment, she followed Chen Jun. There was a car parked on the roadside. "Wait here for a moment." A slightly taller law enforcer stopped An Ran. Yuan Ran just wanted to speak out. Chen Jun nodded to An Ran and reassured her that he would get in the car without any nonsense. The person sitting in the car was Mr. Wen. He looked at Chen Jun, his sharp eyes fell on the other person's face, and asked seriously, "What is your identity?" At this moment Mr. Wen was also holding back his anger. He knew Wang Yadong's identity. The other party has contact with Scorpion, and he has laid a dragnet around the other party. As long as the other party contacts Scorpion, he can close the net. As a result, all previous efforts are now wasted. It was all because of the young soldier in front of him who messed up all the plans he had laid out. You know, Scorpion is a big fish. Now that Chen Jun has alerted the snake, it will be even more difficult for him to find Scorpion's whereabouts. Chen Jun had no expression on his face and said in a cold voice, "Captain of the 4th Company of the Iron Fist Group Shark Guns. Company Commander?" Mr. Wen was stunned for a moment, with surprise in his eyes. He often cooperates with the troops to perform tasks. Even in the Special Operations Forces, they cooperate a lot. But a young company commander like Chen Jun has never been seen even in the Special Operations Forces. This guy looks so young, he must be just 18 years old. Unexpectedly, he is already the company commander. Once such an identity grows up in the future, it will not be easy. Mr. Wen is worthy of being a man who has seen the world. He quickly adjusted his emotions. The trace of surprise in his eyes was quickly suppressed by him. He said in a deep voice, "According to what you just said, do you know Wang Yadong's identity?" This is what he is most curious about. You know, he also discovered Wang Yadong's identity accidentally, and only a few people know this secret. Chen Jun looked at Mr. Wen and said, "Not only do I know his identity, I also know that you were willing to sacrifice the girlfriends of my soldiers in order to perform meritorious service. You were taking advantage of other people's happiness to hold Wang Yadong in order to find the international militant scorpion." Chen Jun's voice was full of sarcasm. "How do you know?" Mr. Wen exclaimed in surprise. "The operation of tracking Wang Yadong is the highest secret in the Budo. Even his superiors do not know these details. How does this guy know? Who is he?" Mr. Wen's nerves suddenly became tense and he stared at Chen Jun. Chen Jun didn't seem to notice anything strange about him. Because of He Chengwang's incident, anger was burning in his heart. He said coldly, "A soldier protects his family and country and his lover is sacrificed. This is not just a deception. It's still an act of leaving a hole for one's ancestors." Mr. Wen's mouth twitched. This guy seemed to know everything? Also, this guy's mouth is poisonous too. However, he couldn't argue with it. This topic was debated for a long time, but he finally made the decision. It was worth sacrificing Lin Ziaxiao to get close to Wang Yadong and fish out the big fish. This is Chen Jun stared at him indifferently and said coldly, "Scorpion is my enemy. I will kill him personally so I won't bother you. Also, just don't trick other soldiers in the future." After saying that, Chen Jun opened the door and got out of the car. Chapter 47. He is a ghost. Mr. Wen looked at Chen Jun's back as he got out of the car and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In the car, Captain Gao, the captain of the law enforcers, said with dissatisfaction, "You are too arrogant, Mr. Wen. Do you need to arrest him for interrogation? It seems that he knows a lot of information. At least he needs to know where he got this information from. So frustrating. When did the 18-year-old recruit Danzai dare to look down on them?" If Mr. Wen hadn't been silent just now, he would have almost reprimanded him. What about the 18-year-old company commander? Do they still have little cooperation with the army? Even Chief of Staff Fan of the Special Forces was very polite when speaking in front of Mr. Wen. The key is that this guy seems to know all their plans, including their failure to stop Lin Ziaxiao in time, and the other party knows it. Maybe the other party knows more about Wang Yadong and Zai Zai. Mr. Wen was silent for a moment and sighed. "Forget it, he's our helper. Besides, you don't have the qualifications." After Mr. Wen finished speaking, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. What Chen Jun said just now makes sense. If he had taken action in time, it would have been too late for the further development of the relationship between Lin Ziaxiao and Wang Yadong, and there would have been no tragedy for Lin Ziaxiao later. A freshman female student was impregnated by someone sleeping with her, and this person was still a suspect. Even though she knew it, she still didn't stop her. Am I really wrong? A trace of hesitation arose in Mr. Wen's heart, and soon he was covered by firm eyes again. In the face of the overall situation, what do personal interests count? What's more, it was Lin Ziaxiao who was blind and ignored her good boyfriend He Chengwang, but actually fell in love with an old man in his 30s. Captain Gao immediately smiled and said, "Yes, 20 years old is not enough. The company commander is a bit scary. There must be a lot of energy behind him. You know, at the age of 20, everyone has just joined the army. What's more, it is peacetime now and it is too difficult to achieve military merit. This is the first time Captain Gao has encountered a company commander as young as Chen Jun. This guy is not simple. Who is he?" Gao Dui sighed. Mr. Wen thought for a while, nodded and said, "I know who he is." "Who?" Captain Gao asked in surprise, with a puzzled expression on his face. Mr. Wen took a deep breath and said in admiration, "He is the famous ghost. He was alone in a group of militants and killed more than 20 militants. None of Scorpion's men caught him. It turns out it's him." Captain Gao was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration, "Awesome. You know, after so many years of battle of wits and courage with Scorpion, they couldn't even touch each other's shadow, and the undercover agents who arranged to lurk next to each other died one after another. Otherwise, Mr. Wen would be so forbearing to Wang Yadong this time. The other party was really awesome. They actually killed one of the other party's militants in Area 20 and escaped unscathed. Team Gao and the others heard about the deeds of the border guard in Area 1. At that time, the other party was so scared that Scorpion's people did not dare to leave alone in Area 1. They were worried that at some point, the ghost's gleaming dagger would come. It will fall on your neck. Unexpectedly, this young man is a ghost and he is still so young. When Chen Jun got out of the car, and Ren came up to him and lowered his voice, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Chen Jun shook his head and said, let's go. And Ran knew some of the procedures of the law enforcement team, and was worried that the other party would detain Chen Jun. If after a while, Chen Jun was not seen getting out of the car again, she would ask her superiors for help. However, Chen Jun is a soldier and the commander of the 4th Gun Company, and Wang Yadong is a suspected militant. It won't be a big deal, but the procedures will be troublesome after all. What's more, I heard that those in the army wearing white hats have been eyeing Chen Jun. In a sensitive period, it is better to do less than to do more. What can happen? I'm still helping him. Chen Jun said confidently, turning to and Ran, by the way, aren't you an agent? Do you know that Scorpion is near the border guard? And Ran was stunned for a moment. Scorpion's whereabouts were confidential, but thinking of the grievances between the other party and Scorpion, he lowered his voice and said, I do have insider information. When you investigated that area before, it was indeed a den for Scorpion. That guy's real nickname is Red Scorpion, and he cooperates with the Liu family organization. I also heard that scorpions occasionally appear on Island No. Because Island No is a gray zone and a no zone. Scorpions use that den as a base to enter the Yan Kingdom. But this time, you, the ghost, killed many of them, and the other party also had a hard time. I heard that Scorpion has never suffered such a big loss at the hands of anyone. I have been investigating them for another month recently. Since they exposed their den, Scorpion has become very vigilant and ordered a retreat. Scorpion has also lost information. However, it is certain that they are involved in the affairs of Area 1, but it is not particularly clear what purpose they want to achieve. Scorpion is not a person who gives up easily. He is very vindictive. If you ruined his plan, he will not let it go just like that. You have to be careful. After An Ran finished speaking, he looked at Chen Jun worriedly. According to An Ran's investigation, they knew that Zai Zai was a madman, but he was also an extremely smart and tolerant madman, otherwise he would have been squatting in prison. This time, Chen Jun ruined their plan and killed many people on the other side. If he could swallow this breath, he would no longer be called Scorpion. Suddenly, a murderous aura swept through Chen Jun's body like a flash flood, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped several degrees. Chen Jun's eyes burned with raging anger. He clenched his fists tightly and said coldly, I'm waiting for him. What a murderous aura. And Ran couldn't help but glance at Chen Jun again. Just now, he felt the hair on his back stand up again. Although it was just fleeting, her feeling was unmistakable. There was still some fear in her mind. He got stronger again. Let's go buy fruit. My squad leader lives nearby for the time being. Chen Jun took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said softly, It is good. The two continued walking side by side, and suddenly, Chen Jun's phone rang. Chen Jun took out the phone and saw that it was Kang Tuan calling. He immediately pressed the answer button. Soon Kang Tuan's serious voice came over the phone. Are you the one who beat me up? They asked me to go to the headquarters for a meeting. Chen Jun's face remained unchanged and he said calmly, in a normal competition, their skills were inferior to others and they lost. Haha. Kang Tuan suddenly laughed loudly and said loudly, well done, I will support you. Don't put any psychological burden on you. I have long wanted to kill those special forces with their nostrils turned upward. This Chen Jun was stunned for a moment. Kang Tuan's 180-degree change was so fast that he didn't even react. Chen Jun hesitated for a moment and said, Chief, I'm causing trouble for you. Kang Tuan was stunned for a moment and said, it's too much trouble. I already disliked them. But it's really a bit troublesome. Regarding your border defense matter, Officer Fang Tangjing of the picket team has been keeping an eye on you. That guy is more difficult to deal with. Many people have fallen into his hands. He has a bad temper and is often picky. Bones. Kang Tuan's voice became a little heavy. Forget it, you are on vacation. We will talk about it later. I will go to the meeting and the soldiers will come to cover up the water and the soil. I will take care of it. You don't have to worry about anything. After saying that, Kang Tuan hung up the phone. Chapter 48 Anger and Unwillingness. Kang Tuan hung up Chen Jun's call, sighed and frowned slightly. As for Chen Jun beating up the Thunder Commandos, he was not worried at all. However, it was not a good thing for Chen Jun to be targeted by the pickets. In the army, those passionate soldiers would rather go to the line to kill the enemy than face those formal pickets. As long as you were targeted by the opponent, you will have to shed your skin even if you don't die. What's more, Kang Tuan also received news that it was Feng Tangjing of the picket team who was eyeing Chen Jun. Everyone knows that those who were targeted by Feng Tangjing will have no good results. The unlucky guy who was targeted by Feng Tangjing last time was even sent to a military court. No matter, Chen Jun is a soldier that I have secured. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it will be useless. I don't believe it. The superior leader is blind. Kang Tuan clenched his fists and his eyes became extremely determined. Picket? Chen Jun couldn't help but frown after hanging up the phone. Those who should come, those who should not come, have come. Soldiers all know that the white helmets love to arrest people. In the army, especially recruits like them, the thing they hate to deal with the most is these guys wearing white helmets, who will always label you as having bad ideas. But Chen Jun didn't care, it was just a little troublesome. Anyway, he didn't do anything bad like Wen Tiankang, so those guys could investigate as they wanted. 10 minutes later, he and Ran had already appeared in the community where the squad leader's family lived. They were not in a hurry and walked slowly. Squad leader. Suddenly, Chen Jun saw squad leader Shiguo Zheng sitting in a wheelchair with a satisfied look on his face. Behind the wheelchair was Mrs. Yang, pushing him forward slowly with her belly puffed out. Under the setting sun, this scene is full of tenderness. Chen Jun looked at this scene, his heart moved and he was suddenly filled with a warm feeling and his mind couldn't help but recall the scenes when he was in the army with the squad leader. The happiest thing in my life is meeting your sister-in-law. The person I feel the most sorry for is also your sister-in-law. Did you know? The people who were chasing your sister-in-law at that time almost leveled the threshold of his home. As a result, your sister-in-law only fell in love with this big boss like your squad leader. Haha. This is what I am most proud of. After I retire, I will accompany my wife shopping every day. I will accompany her wherever she wants to go at that time. Chen Jun still remembered the sunny and proud expression of the squad leader. Chen Jun looked at the squad leader sitting in a wheelchair and felt sour in his heart. He was happy for the squad leader. She was indeed a good military wife. Even if the squad leader was disabled, she still would never leave him. But he was secretly sad. This fate was too cruel for the squad leader. At this moment, suddenly, a tall and thin man rushed over from the side and quickly approached the monitor. Murderous. After mastering the Matrix assassination technique, Chen Jun became extremely sensitive to murderous intent. The moment the tall and thin man approached the squad leader, Chen Jun's heart trembled, the hairs all over his body suddenly stood up, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his mind. This man he was heading towards the squad leader, and he exuded murderous intent. He is not an ordinary person, is he? A scorpion? No, the squad leader is in danger and his target is the squad leader. Suddenly, a terrifying name flashed through Chen Jun's mind, and his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, the anger on his body was like a flash flood, his eyes flashed with cold light, his feet suddenly exerted force and his figure flew over quickly like lightning. No matter who dares to harm the squad leader, he will die. At this moment, Chen Jun 4.3 terrifying attributes completely exploded, and he only had one thought in his mind, the squad leader must not die. In the crowd, a tall and thin man had a fierce expression on his face. His slightly narrowed triangular eyes kept letting out a sinister cold light, staring fiercely in the direction of Shiguo, without any emotion, as if he were looking at a dead person. It was this crippled guy who ruined his good deeds. He is a person who must retaliate for his anger. Even if Shiguo is disabled, he will not let him go. Don't you want to be a hero? I will kill you in front of your loved ones and let you die in silence. With a cold snort, a hint of madness flashed in his sharp eyes and a dagger with a cold light was swiped at the throat of Shiguo, who was full of happiness, at an extremely obscure angle. His wife, who was 6 months pregnant, was standing next to him, but as an ordinary person, she didn't notice anything unusual at all. Not good. As a veteran, Shiguo has been on the verge of death all year round. Although his legs are disabled, his vigilance is still there. In an instant, his heart trembled, and the hairs all over his body suddenly stood up. Shiguo's face changed drastically, and he turned around suddenly, and saw a cold light flashing from the corner of his eyes. This was definitely a fatal blow. If he was not disabled, there would still be a chance of evading, but now he had no time to dodge. In the flash of lightning, his whole body trembled, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. He is not afraid of death, but what will happen to his wife if he dies? She said that if she died, she would definitely follow her. Shiguo's pale face suddenly turned ferocious. He would rather die on the battlefield than in front of his wife. He could even imagine that scene. She must have cried to death and then chose to end it on her own. No! Shiguo's liver and gallbladder were split apart, and he screamed silently in his heart. Feelings of helplessness, and despair surged into his heart. At the critical moment, suddenly, a figure flew out like lightning and pushed his wheelchair away a little. What? His wife had been holding onto the wheelchair tightly and didn't react at all. She screamed and slipped to one side uncontrollably. Xiaoping! Suddenly Shiguo's heart rose in his throat. Xiaoping had a big belly now. If she fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would rather die than see anything happen to the woman he loves so much. In the lightning flash, the black shadow suddenly twisted its body at an angle that ordinary people could not understand, and stretched out its hand like lightning, firmly pulling his wife. Before Shiguo had time to breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment, with a plop, the black shadow had been plunged into his waist by the gleaming dagger, and blood suddenly rushed to Shiguo's face. Shiguo's expression became more solemn than ever before. He wiped the blood on his face and shouted in surprise after seeing the face of the visitor clearly. Chen Jun! The tall and thin figure who took action just now turned around and left with a cry. He obviously did not expect that the fatal blow to Shiguo was actually blocked, and it was too late to strike again. As a first-class killer, he knew that if he missed a hit, he had to run away. Therefore, even if he did not complete the task, he would immediately escape from the scene. The injured person was Chen Jun. In the flash of lightning, he pushed the squad leader away. He had a chance to attack him, but if the sister-in-law fell down, she is already pregnant with Liujia. This is the monitor's child. The monitor is like this now. It's not easy to have a child, so he held her back forcefully and he could only bear the blow. A sharp pain came from his waist. Chen Jun's face was distorted, and his angry eyes were mixed with a trace of unwillingness. He stared at the disappearing figure and shouted sternly, "Scorpion, don't run away if you have the guts." Chapter 49. In Run crashes. The running figure paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around, just in time to see a figure covered in blood rushing towards him. Madman! Scorpion cursed in a low voice, and immediately accelerated into the crowd. A firm roar came from behind him. "Scorpion, I will definitely kill you." Scorpion didn't turn his head back. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Kill me? You survive first." He came to look for Wang Yadong, but when he saw that the other party had been taken away by the law enforcement officers, he knew that his line was broken, and immediately carried out the second mission, killing Shiguo. It was this Yan Guo, soldier who led more than a dozen soldiers who forcibly resisted the attack of dozens of armed men led by him, and delayed the time, which led to the failure of the first mission. Wang Yadong broke up with him because of this, so Shiguo must die. It's just that he didn't expect that Cheng Yejin would kill him halfway, and he used his body to block his fatal blow. Looks like he's a ghost. Only a lunatic like Phantom can do such a thing. The lunatic who had been assassinating Red Scorpion like a ghost in Area 1 flashed in Scorpion's mind, and it was said that he wanted to avenge his comrades. In the last fierce battle, kill a full 20 of them. Such a result forced Scorpion to rearrange a new plan. Scorpion is a decisive person. If he stabbed himself just now, even if the ghost survived enough, the impact on his future combat power will definitely be reduced to half, and he is no longer a threat to him. As for Shiguo's trash, Scorpion will find another opportunity to kill him, and the ghost too, and give the boss an explanation. But now you must leave immediately, otherwise once the surrounding area is blocked, quick, push me over. Shiguo quickly pushed the wheelchair to the front of Chen Jun, saw that Chen Jun still wanted to chase Scorpion, and immediately pulled him back. Blood gushed out from Chen Jun's wound crazily, staining his military uniform red. Shiguo burst into tears. "Chen Jun, why did you block this knife? You will die, you are still so young, it is not worth it." His voice was choked up, tears had blurred his eyes, and the hands that grabbed Chen Jun were trembling. Chen Jun watched Scorpion's figure disappear at the end of the street, smiled bleakly, and said to Shiguo, "Squad leader, I owe you this. You don't have to feel guilty, but it's a pity that bastard let him escape. He is the one behind killing our comrades in arms." Murderer. In an instant, the people around him exploded. Looking at Chen Jun's red-stained military uniform, everyone panicked, but they all understood. This is a soldier catching bad guys. That guy just now was a killer? Fuck. Why didn't I react just now? This knife is heavy. He used his body to block that knife on purpose. He really used his life to save people. What a good boy. This is the soldier who guards us. Everyone's eyes were full of admiration and respect. Among the soldiers they know, whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, the soldier is at the forefront. When the flood came, they used their flesh and blood to cast steel dams. When the earthquake came, they supported the sky with their spines. When the fire was burning, they used their blood to cast real gold. The most important point is that they guard the gate of the country and carry all the dangers on their shoulders, making this society harmonious, Peaceful and peaceful. As for their comrades in arms, they all use their own lives to protect each other. In the army, a common saying is that on the battlefield, let your back be handed over to your comrades. This is the best interpretation of the friendship between them. Now, in order to protect the disabled squad leader, the young soldiers used their flesh and blood to resist the fatal knife. What kind of guts is this? This is not something ordinary people can do. Soldiers are strong, stabbing their comrades in both sides. The injury is so serious and there is so much blood, call an ambulance quickly. You are so young, don't sacrifice like this, it's a pity. You must hold on. What a soldier. At this moment, Ran rushed in from the crowd like crazy, desperately covering the wound on Chen Jun's body, but the wound was too big and deep, and she couldn't stop it at all. She shouted anxiously, Chen Jun, hold on, don't sleep, Shiguo also shouted, Chen Jun, hold on, you said that you still want to be a special soldier and avenge your comrades, Lao Wu, Lao Yong, they are all watching from the sky, you must persist, if you leave, the squad leader will live in guilt for the rest of his life. The sister-in-law was full of tears and kept blaming herself, it's all because of me, it's all because of me. He did this to hold me and prevent me from falling, it's all my fault. They were confused when they saw Chen Jun injured like this, but Ran had received special training after all, so she quickly calmed down and shouted to the people around, call 120, hurry up, hurry up. A member of the crowd next to him yelled, it's been fought, it's been fought. When they saw Chen Jun fall, some enthusiastic people called 120 immediately. Ran stared at Chen Jun, whose eyes gradually became loose, and shouted, Chen Jun, you can't die, do you know that? You and I have just started, you don't know, you saved me when I was young, I have been waiting when you appeared, you never forgot what you looked like when you were a child. I've been waiting for the day when you stand in front of me. That day, you appeared in front of me like a hero. When I knew it was you, I didn't know how much I liked it. I liked it from the bottom of my heart. My childhood memories have been occupied, and when I grow up, your figure has occupied my atrium again. I'm not impulsive, I'm not some bloody body promise, but I just want to marry you, Chen Jun, don't die. If you die, what should I do? Do you want me to be a widow for you at a young age? You can't be so cruel, hold on, you must hold on. Think about your parents, think about your monitor and the child your monitor gave birth to. Didn't you say you wanted to be the child's godfather? You didn't even see the child born and you didn't even hug him. Also, and didn't you say you want to avenge the squad leader? Don't you say you want to avenge your comrades? If you die, who will avenge them? You can't die, everyone is watching looking at you. Ran yelled, only hoping that Chen Jun could hear it and arouse the belief in living. Chapter 50 Squad Leader. I brought back the relics of my comrades. Ran's body trembled uncontrollably and her mouth trembled as she spoke. It turned out that she didn't know when this young man had broken into her heart. No wonder, even if there was no news about Chen Jun for so many years, her heart could not accept other men. Just like Lei Zhan, everyone else was touched by his dedication to her over the years. But Ran had always kept a certain distance from him. It turned out that he already had this enemy in his heart, and there was no room for anyone else. Otherwise, how could a woman as decisive and resolute as Zile Yuolan be willing to get engaged to someone based on a childhood engagement? When Chen Jun was on the verge of death, the feelings he had suppressed for many years could no longer be suppressed and exploded instantly. Seeing Chen Jun slowly closing his eyes and feeling the blood still pouring out from the wounds on his body, Ran panicked completely. Chen Jun, don't die. Don't scare me, don't leave me alone. Ran looked at Chen Jun, who seemed to be losing his vitality. His heart was cut with a knife and his helpless eyes were full of despair. Shiguo's face was full of anxiety. He struggled to get out of the wheelchair and helped Ran hold Chen Jun's wounds tightly with a guilty expression on his face. If it weren't for him, Chen Jun wouldn't be injured. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? Shiguo's wife looked nervously at the intersection, at a loss. Shiguo's soldiers, the last time her parents objected to her being with the disabled Shiguo, it was the other party who helped resolve the situation. Before she had time to thank the other party, this time, the other party saved the two of them, and now their lives were hanging by a thread. Don't be in trouble. She rubbed her hands together nervously, praying constantly in her heart. Where's the ambulance? Why hasn't it arrived yet? I called Kui just now. They should arrive soon. I'll wait for them at the gate. Quick, this young man is a soldier. He was injured trying to save people. Don't let anything happen. The surrounding people started talking and spontaneously went to the door to help so that the ambulance could arrive at the scene as soon as possible. He had seen the thrilling scene just now. If this young soldier hadn't risked his life to save people, and if the injured person was the man in the wheelchair, More than one person might be lying in a pool of blood at this moment. When An Ran was so frightened that he lost consciousness, Chen Jun's muscles on his pale and bloodless face trembled slightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes and whispered to An Ran with difficulty, "Don't cry, you can't die." An Ran was stunned for a moment, and then started crying even harder. "Ambulance, why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet?" An Ran was immediately frightened out of his wits, and his eyes were full of despair. An Ran felt that this was Chen Jun's moment of return to glory. Even though he was awake now, this was not a good thing. When he closed his eyes again, he might really be gone. Suddenly, An Ran felt a chill in his heart, and his hands and feet were as cold as falling into an ice cellar. Hacking medical skills. At this time, Chen Jun did not have the strength to explain to An Ran, and went through the hacker's medical skills in his mind. Hacker's medical technique involves the movement of the 5 elements of Kai and blood. By cutting off blood vessels and acting on the internal organs, he can completely stop bleeding with his bare hands, but he hasn't had time to apply it yet, so he doesn't know if it will be effective. Just now, Scorpion's knife stabbed so deeply that it had damaged his kidneys. If it weren't for his 4.3 strong physical fitness, he would have actually fainted due to excessive blood loss. Now Chen Jun doesn't know how long he can hold on, but if he doesn't stop the bleeding, he may burp before the ambulance comes. Can only be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Chen Jun frowned. In the surprised eyes of An Ran and others, his bloody palm suddenly turned into a hand and cut it between the acupoints of the kidney meridian of Fuchayan, which is the main meridian. Now we can only temporarily seal the blood vessels and try to maintain the circulatory connectivity of the injured kidneys. If some old Chinese medicine practitioners saw it at the scene, they would definitely worship Chen Jun at this moment. This is a method of stopping bleeding with bare hands that has been lost for many years in Chinese medicine. Even the current national experts in Chinese medicine do not have such ability. As for the wound that An Ran and Shiguo couldn't hold down no matter how hard they tried, what was strange in their surprised eyes was that no blood came out of the wound. This An Ran and the others almost had their eyes popped out with horrified expressions on their faces. Chen Jun's hand knife cut on his body just a few times, and the bleeding stopped. Isn't it amazing? In fact, Chen Jun is not that optimistic. The blood vessels cannot be closed for too long, otherwise the kidneys will slowly die if the blood does not circulate for a long time. Even if he saves his life, he will be a useless person. This was his most serious injury. Mastering the mysterious hacker medical skills, Chen Jun knew clearly that he had injured his kidney this time, and he didn't know whether he could survive it. Thinking of this, Chen Jun struggled to say to An Ran, "That box is in the car. You help me get it." An Ran's pretty face was pale. She stared at him and choked, "You must persevere." After saying that, An Ran turned around like the wind, forced her way through the crowd and ran out. Not long after, An Ran, with tears on her face, ran back panting. He was holding a big box in his arms, but the clothes on his hands and feet were torn. He didn't know how many times he fell, and he couldn't even wipe away the blood. Chen Jun pointed to the box with difficulty, and said to the squad leader next to him, "Squad leader, look, I have got all the relics of my comrades in arms. If I can't survive, help me return them to my brothers due to excessive blood loss." Chen Jun felt dizziness in his head. His vision began to turn black, his consciousness was a little blurred, and his tone of voice was intermittent. Shiguo kept holding his hand tightly, looking at the contents of the box and unable to say a word. This iron-blooded man never shed a single tear even when his legs were blown off by the enemy. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with tears. Hot tears rolled down An Ran's eyes. The young man who was full of energy just now, caught the killer and scolded the woman for being a heartbreaker. Her husband, who had just received the certificate, was about to leave. "Why is this happening? I haven't had time to make the other person fall in love with me yet." Chen Jun looked at the sad An Ran and couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left for him, so he immediately said in a hoarse voice, "That person is Scorpion. He will go to the tribulation field soon. Tell Mr. when to keep an eye on him and kill him." Chen Jun's consciousness was blurred and he murmured intermittently with difficulty. The heartbroken An Ran nodded vigorously and choked with sobs. Don't worry, don't worry." Chen Jun smiled, sobered up a little, and said forcefully, "Well, tell my parents that I am not a disgrace to them by becoming a compulsory soldier." Before he finished speaking, Chen Jun's eyes went dark and he fainted. Chen Jun, don't die. We are already husband and wife. You promised me that you would marry me. Don't die, hold on, don't leave me alone. Husband, I can't do it, I can't do it, tell your parents yourself." Wu Wenran looked at Chen Jun, who had fainted, his pale face without any color, and the vitality was slowly disappearing from his body. Suddenly, An Ran felt heartbroken and shouted these two words for the first time. Chapter 51 The Domino Effect and Ran hugged the unconscious and bloody Chen Jun. It turns out that Chen Jun's figure has occupied her whole body and mind since some time ago. No wonder for so many years, even if she didn't have the slightest news about him, she would not accept any man around her. At this moment, seeing Chen Jun's pale face without a trace of blood, she panicked completely. Even if she was facing life and death in Area 1 that day, she was not as panicked and desperate as she is now. As for what Chen Jun said just now, everyone around heard them, and there was an unexplainable and inexplicable emotion in their hearts. These are the soldiers of our Yan country. Even if they may die in the next moment, they still don't forget the safety of the country. Especially when Chen Jun explained the funeral and asked and ran to help convey to his parents, when he, a conscript, did not embarrass the two elders, he instantly hit everyone's weakness. Everyone slapped, their eyes were red. They all knew why this soldier was injured. He is blocking the knife on behalf of his comrades. This soldier is not afraid of death, but he still has unfulfilled wishes. Soldiers are not cold-blooded machines, they are human beings, they have family members, and they also have concerns in their hearts. As for Ren's words, the people around heard them, and their eyes were full of sympathy. It turns out that this soldier is her husband. No wonder she cried so sadly. The two were a perfect match, but it's a pity why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet. If this goes on like this, the blood on this young soldier will be drained. It's really hopeless. Everyone around looked around with anxiety in their eyes. They are not reconciled to seeing such a good young soldier walking towards death step by step. At this time, a middle-aged man rushed over from the crowd and shouted anxiously, "Can't wait, hurry up, my car is over there, I will take you to the hospital." The surrounding people also spoke out. "Hurry up, the traffic jam is the worst at this time. By the time the ambulance arrives, the daylily will be cold. Don't worry, we will take care of his squad leader and pregnant women. Thank you." It was about Chen Jun's life and death, and Ran didn't care too much, immediately picked up Chen Jun, rushed over, and carried him into the car. The middle-aged man quickly started the car, the engine roaring, and galloped towards the hospital. Time is life. But here is the old city, and the usual traffic is a mess. It's rush hour now, and I just ran out of the community for a few steps, but I was blocked by traffic jams. How to do? Chen Jun, hold on, don't leave me alone. And Ran looked at Chen Jun, who was getting weaker and weaker, and at the densely packed vehicles in front of him. She was so anxious that tears flowed down her cheeks. Beep. The middle-aged driver had an anxious expression on his face, and his eyes were full of anxiety. He honked his horn desperately. However, the horns all over the street were screaming, to no avail. Is this the fate of our young soldier? A sense of powerlessness rose in the middle-aged man's heart. His eyes were full of helplessness and unwillingness, and crystal tears shone from the corners of his eyes. He was not reconciled, thought for a while, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the traffic hotline. But he didn't hold out too much hope. Even the traffic police can't get in at the moment. If the traffic is cleared, it may be 2 hours later. However, in less than 2 hours, maybe 10 minutes more, the body of the injured soldier may be completely cold. Now it's just a fight. Hello? This is the 110 Traffic Police Command Center. May I help you? Soon, the hotline was connected. Hello, I am a driver. There is an injured soldier in my car who has lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. I am currently on Donghai 11th Street. However, the traffic jam here is too serious, and the car cannot be driven at all. Please help. Okay. Are you on Donghai 11th Street? Yes, we are on our way to the military hospital. The correspondents of the 110 Command Center immediately reported to their superiors that the general was injured and blocked on the way to seek medical treatment, but the superior leader looked at the red-hot route in Donghai City, and his face became extremely heavy. This is related to the life of a soldier, but if the traffic is cleared, the daylily will be cold. Try the traffic hotline to get help from the public. In the end, a young staff member was eager to get wise and suggested to the frowning leader. It's the only way. Soon, the traffic channels of all vehicles were playing a voice repeatedly. Hello everyone, I am the traffic helpline. In a silver car on 11th Street, Donghai District, a soldier was injured while saving others. His life is dying. I hope everyone can voluntarily give up a passage of life. What? We have soldiers who are wounded and dying, blocking our streets. Where? Did you find it? We have soldiers who are injured and need help? Everyone who heard the news changed their faces in an instant. They all know very well that there is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone is carrying a burden forward. The soldiers, whether it is disaster relief or emergency rescue, are a group of people who charge on the front line, and they are the backbone of the country. Immediately, the businessmen put down their business, the eaters put down their jobs, and even dragged their children along the streets one by one anxiously. running continuously, shouting, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, some soldiers are injured. Get out of the way, it's a soldier." Clap clap. The windows of the vehicles blocked on the road were constantly slammed by people running around. They were stuck in the road and were already suffocating. At this moment, they were slammed on the car door vigorously and their faces sank immediately. Rolling down the car window quickly, when they were about to speak out to reprimand each other, they suddenly heard that a soldier was injured, and with a swipe, their faces changed. "Damn it, soldier! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Suddenly, the sound seemed to be infected, and it continued to spread from the street to the end of the street. The person who lifted the car, pushed the person, and the person who was pushed just started to scold, but when he found out that it was a soldier who was injured and needed help, he immediately shut up, as if he had been hit by an electric shock, without a single complaint. Follow along and run forward, like a domino effect. Originally, even if the traffic police were dispatched, the problem could not be solved. The cars in the passage spontaneously divided into left and right sides, and miraculously gave way to a passage, which was connected to the express lane. On the other side of the fast lane, there were still people shouting. Overpasses and balconies have shadows of people running around pass. Hess. Ayn Rand hugged Chen Jun, who was covered in blood, looked at the touching scene in front of her, broke down in tears, and murmured, "Chen Jun, hold on, see if you see it. You ghost protected these people, and they are protecting you now. Soldiers, we must trust the motherland and the people. We protect them, but when the soldiers encounter difficulties, the people we protect will not be indifferent. They used to carry the burden and fight with us. Now, they will definitely help us open the passage, for sure." Looking at the miraculous scene in front of her, Ayn Rand felt a firmness in her heart that she had never felt before. The middle-aged driver saw a miraculously appearing passage in front of him, tears filled his eyes, he stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the car flew out. At the same time, some people posted what happened here to the circle of friends, and there were heated discussions everywhere. What? The soldier is injured and needs help. What? He blocked the knife for his comrades and was blocked on the way to rescue. Where is it? I skipped work and will come to help right away. Send the location. Come right away. Together, the soldiers have paid so much for us. I recently heard that the border is not peaceful. This time, it is our turn to contribute. As a result, people nearby kept coming to help in whatever way they could. When Ayn Rand's car got on the road, they were surprised to find that there were many cars on the road, one by one, actively approaching the two sides and spontaneously gave way to a life passage. At some point in front of him, a traffic police car had come out, and they kept shouting, "The passage is unimpeded." Ayn Rand looked at the dazed Chen Jun, and felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart, sobbing softly, "Did you see that? Everyone is protecting you, you must persevere." Chapter 52. This is the People's Revolution. Dripped the siren of an ambulance. An ambulance stopped in front of Chen Jun's taxi. The door at the back of the car was pushed open. Two medical staff jumped out of the car and quickly lifted the cart out. A medical staff hurriedly shouted to the front, "Where are the injured soldiers?" Upon seeing this, the taxi driver quickly stopped the car, jumped out of the car, and opened the door. "Quick!" Two medical staff rushed over, immediately pushing a lying cart. And Rand hugged Chen Jun and shouted anxiously, "Doctor, hurry, hurry." The medical staff immediately moved the unconscious Chen Jun from and ran to the lying car, and then pushed him into the ambulance. And Rand also followed. The ambulance roared towards the hospital. In the car, the doctor quickly gave Chen Jun first aid, and Rand could only wait anxiously, praying in her heart that Chen Jun could persevere. And when she looked out the window, faces outside flew past her eyes, all of them full of concern, and many people were waving and shouting, "Come on." There were people standing on both sides of the road leading the way. They are all people who want to help Chen Jun and hope that Chen Jun can tide over the difficulties. "Come on, come on." Each raised their fists and made a victory gesture. "You must persevere and you must survive. Must." This was the first time Ayn Rand saw such a scene, and he was completely shocked. She didn't expect that so many people would come forward and pay attention to Chen Jun. They are all ordinary people, and they do what they can and can do, but it is the power they gather one by one that creates the situation in front of them. Ayn Rand suddenly thought of the most mentioned sentence in history. This is the People's Revolution. This kind of situation can only happen in Yan country. In other countries, it is impossible to happen. Some time ago, in a certain Western country, a building needed rescue, and the fire truck was blocked by several cars and could not move forward. However, the car owner refused to give way on the grounds that it was my right to park, which made rescue impossible and resulted in the death of more than 10 people. Such things happen too many times in those countries. What they advocate is the right to freedom rather than mutual help. They are more like Yan Guo, who has support from all sides when one party is in trouble. When a disaster suddenly struck, the firefighter said that this was in addition to my 8-hour work. I would work again when it was time to go to work. This is abroad. Like now, letting the entire city make way for Chen Jun is a miracle that can only happen in the Yan Kingdom. Not far away, several foreigners carrying luggage bags saw a car on the road actively giving way to a wide road, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Why? What are they doing? They waste so much time just for a car. What did they think? A gray-haired foreigner looked shocked. I don't know. It's amazing. This would never happen in our country. Yeah, this nation is really weird. Do they really have a lot of time that they can waste casually? Hey, it's really enviable. If I can live in such a country for a long time, I will be very happy. If there is a next life, I want to be reincarnated and become a person in this country. A middle-aged man, the foreigner said with emotion. Because he saw too much indifference in his own country, unlike this Eastern country, where everything is full of humanity. As for why the people here are like this, they don't understand the history of this country and cannot understand what is happening in front of them. At this moment, Anne ran and the carriage was moved. Chen Jun, have you seen it? There are so many people outside paying attention to you. They all hope you can persist. They all hope you live. Chen Jun, you must hold on. The ambulance traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the hospital gate. As soon as the car stopped, the doctors and nurses who had already received the news and were waiting here quickly gathered around. They carefully lifted Chen Jun onto the stretcher, quickly put on a respirator, and attached the probe of the instrument for monitoring vital signs to Chen Jun's body. Hiss! When he saw the ferocious and terrifying wounds on Chen Jun's body, Dr. Mu couldn't help but gasp, and tears welled up in his eyes. He recognized Chen Jun. More than a month ago, Chen Jun was also seriously injured and sent to the hospital in a coma. Dr. Mu personally performed the surgery. What touched him the most was that Chen Jun turned out to be the son of the richest man in Donghai City. At that time, because he helped squad leader Shiguo, it caused a strong sensation at the time. Many people praised Chen Jun one after another. The son of a rich man resolutely joined the military camp, used his actions to explain what it means to be a soldier, and set an example for contemporary young people. Unexpectedly, only a month and a half later, Chen Jun was injured again, and the injury was obviously more serious than last time. Dr. Mu has mixed feelings. He's so desperate. According to the information obtained by Dr. Mu, Chen Jun was so seriously injured because he used his own body to block the knife in order to save his comrades. Last time, he was on the battlefield to save his comrades and almost lost his life, and the same was true this time. Dr. Mu calmed down and began to check Chen Jun's injuries. However, after further inspection, Dr. Mu found out strangely that Chen Jun's injury should have caused a lot of bleeding. After all, the wound was so big and the penetration was relatively deep, but the blood flowing out now was not much and the blood seemed to have solidified around the wound. This made Dr. Mu very surprised. From a medical point of view, when the wound on the human body reaches a certain level, it cannot heal automatically, and bleeding can only be stopped through external treatment. What's going on? Dr. Mu was confused. At this moment, Chen Jun opened his eyes slightly and said weakly, Doctor, I cut off the flow of Qi and blood in my body and temporarily stopped the bleeding. Dr. Mu's heart suddenly trembled and he exclaimed, Cut off the flow of Qi and blood by yourself? How did you do it? Cutting off the flow of Qi and blood is equivalent to sealing the Qi and blood throughout the body and putting the body into a state of suspended animation. Dr. Mu has only heard of this method and has never seen it with his own eyes. This technique is so unbelievable. Being able to achieve such a level in this world can be said to be a kind of skill. Dr. Mu just thought that Mr. Chen was in a state of coma and would never wake up, but the other party not only woke up but could also speak. What kind of healing hand is this? Can you directly cut off the flow of Qi and blood without using any medical tools? Moreover, he still pretended to be unconscious. This is very scary. Chapter 53. Dr. Mu took a breath. Don't talk, you are very weak now. Dr. Mu was preparing to inject special medicine near the wound to prevent infection. However, the needle stuck around several times and found that it could not penetrate. It felt like the blood vessels were clogged. How is this going? Dr. Mu stared at the skin near the wound in surprise. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. If the muscles are tense to a certain extent, infusion will be very difficult, as Dr. Mu knows very well. But a situation like this where even the needle can barely penetrate is a bit too exaggerated. The most critical point is that this is near the wound, and logically there should not be such an overreaction. Chen Jun struggled for a while and said, I have sealed the muscles and bones around me, and my Qi and blood are blocked. As he spoke, he cut off 2 fingers several times around the wound. Dr. Mu saw Chen Jun's technique and exclaimed, "Is this the art of harmonizing yin and yang of muscles and bones?" Although he studied Western medicine, he also has in-depth research on traditional Chinese medicine, and he likes ancient medical techniques the most. The medical skills in modern society were first developed from the witch doctors in ancient times, whether at home or abroad. Yang Yuo has been a world leader in the research of traditional Chinese medicine for a long time, and traditional Chinese medicine actually branched off from witch doctors and became an independent discipline, forming a complete treatment system. However, with the changes of the times, many inheritances of ancient Chinese medicine have been discontinued. In modern times, less than % of them can be preserved intact. With the development of society and the rapid rise of Western medicine, Chinese medicine has gradually faded out of people's sight. However, in recent years, the country has begun to attach importance to the cultural inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine, allowing traditional Chinese medicine to develop again. Dr. Mu also had the idea of revitalizing traditional Chinese medicine and studied traditional Chinese medicine. He happened to see an only copy of traditional Chinese medicine, which happened to mention the techniques used by Chen Jun, and he recognized it. Ancient people have such advanced modern equipment, but many traditional techniques, such as the reconciliation of yin and yang of muscles and bones, the movement of 5 elements of qi and blood, etc., involve the control of meridians and acupuncture points of the human body. Even the acupuncture points mentioned in martial arts novels do exist, but they are just exaggerated by television and become fantasy. Unexpectedly, he saw Chen Jun use such a technique here, and the effect was real. Originally, he had some doubts about some descriptions of ancient Chinese medicine, wondering whether the ancients had exaggerated the effects. Now it seems that the ancients did not deceive me. Dr. Mu is very excited. If the special techniques of ancient Chinese medicine could be used in the modern world, how much impact would it have on the current medical system? If more people mastered this skill, how many wounded people would survive in critical moments? Nowadays, Western medicine is very effective, but there are many restrictions. Methods like Chen Jun's are the real popular medicine. Dr. Mu was excited just thinking about it. After Chen Jun cut off several times in succession, he closed his eyes and said no more. At this time, it was very easy for Dr. Mu to inject the needle again. Amazing! However, Dr. Mu knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't ask any questions and immediately pushed Chen Jun to take the X-ray. When Dr. Mu saw the condition inside Chen Jun's wound, his expression became solemn. The knife penetrated too deeply, causing severe damage to the internal organs and kidneys. Under normal circumstances, such a serious injury would mean death on the spot. Chen Jun was able to persevere, probably because of his special self-rescue technique, which was to cut off the flow of qi and blood and harmonize the yin and yang of the muscles and bones, which produced a great effect. My God, if the hackers in this world are mysterious and sophisticated, then the same is true for these lost methods of traditional Chinese medicine. They are so amazing. They are just competing against the king of hell for time. Dr. Mu's heart was filled with huge waves. He has been studying ancient Chinese medicine for a long time. He only knows the miraculous effects from some records, and what Chen Jun showed is a real example. After Chen Jun gets through this, we must ask him for advice. Dr. Mu suppressed his excitement, turned to Chen Jun, who had his eyes closed, and said, "I'm going to give you general anesthesia. I want to perform surgery on you." Chen Jun suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. "I don't need liquid anesthesia, it will damage my motor nerves. You can just do the surgery." Dr. Mu was stunned. Chen Jun is right. Medicinal anesthesia has a certain impact on the body's motor nerves, but the impact is very small. Therefore, ordinary people will basically not feel anything after anesthesia, and it will not affect normal life at all. But for some special groups, such as professional athletes, the impact is quite large and may directly affect their careers. Some time ago, an athlete abroad received Botox, which was so powerful that it affected his motor nerves and caused his career to plummet. And if Chen Jun is injured to this extent, once he is under general anesthesia, the drug will have a greater impact on his motor nerves. It will be very difficult for him to return to his peak condition in the future. These doctors are very good, but it is very dangerous to perform surgery without anesthesia. You won't be able to bear it without anesthesia, Dr. Mu said. Chen Jun said, "I will use techniques to reduce my nerve sensitivity and achieve the same effect of anesthesia. I can bear it." Dr. Mu was stunned again and his pupils suddenly opened. This technique is awesome. It is a technique that has long been lost in ancient Chinese medicine. It is said that it can numb the whole body. The most exaggerated description is that the magical acupuncture point in martial arts dramas, one click, and the whole body cannot move. If Dr. Mu heard Chen Jun say this before, he would definitely curse him, but now he believes it. After all, the fact that Chen Jun's sealed Kai and blood has persisted until now is incredible. Dr. Mu thought for a moment and said, "You have to think clearly. Even if you can reduce the nerve sensitivity, it will still be very painful." Chen Jun said, "Director Mu, I have a blood feud with my comrades. As you know, my squad leader almost died today. The killer wanted to kill him, and my comrades also died at the hands of the other party. I can't reduce my feelings. Combat strength, no. The pain is nothing. Compared with the sacrifice of my comrades, this is nothing." Chen Jun's voice was so decisive. Dr. Mu is greatly respected. This is our soldier, who has strong willpower and will never forget his comrades. It is this strong willpower that creates miracles one after another. Dr. Mu thought for a moment and said, "Then try. If nothing can be done, I will give you anesthesia immediately." Chapter 54 Carry out the principle of hacking and complete extreme challenges. Chen Jun quickly tapped several major acupuncture points on his body. Because the rotation of his arms affected the injury, a look of pain appeared on his face. This made a female nurse next to her feel pain. She couldn't help but whisper to Dr. Mu, "Director, why don't you just inject anesthesia? It's so painful and very dangerous." When a person's pain exceeds the limit of endurance, shock may occur, which may lead to death, rather than a simple coma. In addition, if the patient cannot bear the severe pain during the operation and moves around casually, it will be even more dangerous. Therefore, the thought of carrying out a major operation without using anesthesia to completely knock the other person into a coma is a nerve-wracking experience. Dr. Mu said, "It's okay, prepare for surgery." The next moment, the female nurse was surprised to find that the bleeding wound was slowing down, giving her the illusion that it was starting to clot. "How is this going?" Dr. Mu ordered. "Start the operation." "Yes." The medical staff present acted quickly and fully cooperated with Dr. Mu in the operation. In fact, Dr. Mu didn't know that even if Chen Jun possessed hacking medical skills, and knew how to harmonize muscles and bones and control the movement of Kai and blood, he would not be able to alleviate the severe pain in his nerves. He just comforted Director Mu, allowing him to perform the surgery without any psychological burden. Of course, Chen Jun is not without confidence. He trained in the jungle for a month, experienced all kinds of crazy battles, and challenged himself again and again. His tenacity of willpower is unmatched by ordinary people. Especially after experiencing the last life and death battle, Chen Jun's willpower increased crazily again. He is not afraid of death, he is afraid of not being able to avenge his comrades and not being able to protect the squad leader. If I hadn't happened to visit the monitor today, what would have happened to the monitor? Chen Jun told himself that he had to survive, to keep getting stronger, and to kill the enemy, so as to ensure that similar things would never happen again. So no matter how painful it was, he had to endure it and persevere. As the operation progressed, Chen Jun's body continued to tremble, sweat continued to seep from his forehead, and his facial expression gradually became distorted. This is the problem with surgery without anesthesia. The female nurse kept wiping the sweat from Chen Jun's forehead. Seeing that his eyelids kept trembling and the corners of his mouth tightened, she knew that he must be enduring severe pain. That was a surgery performed without any anesthesia. It was a cutting of flesh and blood. The pain was so severe that other people would get goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw it, let alone how it felt for me. But even so, the female nurse was surprised to find that Chen Jun could still try hard to smile and his eyes were still so calm. His body was trembling, but he always maintained a stable posture without moving. It was not much different from general anesthesia. Is this the will of a soldier? The female nurse's heart was racing, and she didn't know how to describe her mood at this moment. She knew that soldiers had strong willpower, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. Dr. Mu also noticed Chen Jun's condition and was filled with admiration. Although Chen Jun said that it can reduce the sensitivity of nerves, the severe pain caused by the surgery is still not something ordinary people can bear. Now Chen Jun can still show a smile on his face so powerful. The ancients scraped bones to treat poisons. Dr. Mu didn't know whether it was true or not, and he had no way of verifying it. However, Chen Jun was undergoing major surgery without changing his face. This was the first time he had seen it. This may be the first person in modern history who dares to do this. Time passed little by little, and Chen Jun controlled himself to lie quietly on the operating table without making a sound. Dr. Mu said softly, "Chen Jun, this is the last wound treatment. It needs to be treated in depth. Can you hold on?" Chen Jun's voice trembled slightly. Compared to the sacrifice of my comrades and the disability of the squad leader, this little pain is nothing. Let's get started. Dr. Mu nodded and said, Chen Jun, you are the strongest-willed soldier I have ever seen, stronger than your squad leader. Chen Jun said, no, my squad leader is the strongest soldier in the world. If he faced a situation like mine, he would do better than me. Surgery continues. A huge wave of pain spread throughout Chen Jun's body. Chen Jun's teeth clenched, but he still kept a smile on his face and his eyes were extremely determined. There is only one belief in his mind: stick to it and take revenge. After about 10 minutes, the operation was over. A stream of cold sweat broke out on Dr. Mu's forehead and his back was already soaked. Chen Jun, the operation is over, you held on, Dr. Mu said with admiration. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host implements the hacker principles and completes the extreme challenge. The reward is 100 experience points and plus 0.1 for all attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level, 3 attributes, spirit 4.4, constitution 4.4, strength 4.4, speed 4.4 normal person. 1 hacking skills, hacking assassination dashing, hacking shooting dashing, hacking stealth dashing, hacking medicine Ziacheng experience points, 100/400 with a snap. Chen Jun immediately felt better. After all, this is an attribute improvement of 0.1, which is a lot. After Chen Jun's physical attributes break through to 4, every 0.1 improvement is very difficult. He trained like crazy in the Iron Fist team for a month and a half, and his attributes only improved by 0.3, while any reward from the system increased by 0.1, which is very rare. The most critical point is that in Chen Jun's current very weak situation, an improvement of 0.1 is equivalent to a timely reign, because the improvement of physical attributes will also bring about the evolution of physical strength and speed up the recovery of the body. After Chen Jun felt better, he turned to Dr. Mu and said softly, thank you. This is a heartfelt thank you. Last time, it was Director Mu who performed the surgery on him. If it were another doctor this time, there would be a high probability that he would not agree to perform the surgery without anesthesia. Therefore, Director Mu also bears great risks when performing this operation. Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun in disbelief for several seconds. The other party can still speak and remain so conscious. This Dr. Mu originally thought that after Chen Jun's surgery, as soon as he relaxed, he would immediately go to sleep and recover himself. After all, Chen Jun endured severe pain and persisted in the entire operation, which was extremely draining both physically and mentally. Now should be his weakest time. Who would have thought that he would still say thank you to himself and be in such good spirits? Dr. Mu took a deep breath and finally said with admiration, this is really a miracle, amazing, soldier of the Yan Kingdom. Chapter 55. The model of the times. The operation was successful, and Chen Jun was pushed into the intensive care unit immediately. At this moment Chen Jun's face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. He survived. In addition to his tenacious willpower, the key is his hacking medical skills. The first time he was injured, he had to rescue himself, or even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to die. Due to the operation without anesthesia, although Chen Jun still had a faint smile on his face, he looked extremely tired. But this is also considered normal. He did not insist on completing the operation without using anesthesia. This is tantamount to a life and death struggle. It is already a miracle that he can persist. Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun, who was still clenching his fists tightly at the moment, and heard the sound of the other party's slightly rapid breathing, wiped his own sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief. As the attending doctor of the hospital, he was used to seeing wounded people, but this was the first time he encountered a soldier like Chen Jun in reality. The opponent's steel-like willpower is too terrifying. Dr. Mu always thought it was a legend that Guan Yu scraped his bones to heal his wounds, but now he believes it. A person's willpower can really be so strong. During the operation just now, he was also under great pressure. He had never experienced such a large-scale operation, and the injured insisted on not using anesthesia. In the middle of the operation, Dr. Mu once wanted to give up and wanted to use anesthetics, but seeing Chen Jun's firm eyes and faint smile made him insist on the operation. In the end, it turned out that he was worried that he would not be able to persevere, not that the young soldier would not be able to persevere. During the operation, there were 2 nurses in charge of wiping sweat, and one was to wipe Chen Jun's sweat. After all, surgery without anesthesia, the pain can be imagined. No matter how calm Chen Jun behaved, the pain was unavoidable. The other nurse was in charge of wiping Dr. Mu's sweat. When the operation was completed, Dr. Mu's white coat was soaked with sweat inadvertently. It can be said that this is the most difficult operation he has had in so many years, and the success of this operation is a miracle in itself. Dr. Mu took a deep breath, shook his limp hands and feet, and walked out immediately. Hi doctor, was the operation of our soldier successful? Are you his chief surgeon? How is your situation now? Have our soldiers passed the dangerous period? Doctor. Mu had just walked out of the door, but was immediately surrounded by reporters outside and was taken aback. Doctor, you must rescue our soldier. He was injured to help his comrades block the knife. You have to save him. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. This is Panda TV. I am exclusively reporting that the soldier you are following has completed the operation, doctor. Mu looked at the crowd of people, he heard shouts of concern, and there were concerned faces, his eyes were full of anxiety, and he was also in a daze. What is happening? This is unprecedented attention. He has worked in the hospital for so many years, and this has never happened before. Even some important local officials have not been treated like this. And many times, radio stations such as Panda TV are more concerned about the popularity of the news. But now, he can also see the concern on the faces of these gossip reporters in the past. This is something that has never happened in the past. Dr. Mu didn't know that the case of Chen Jun had been fermented. Everyone knew that there was a soldier who blocked the murderer's sharp dagger with his flesh and blood for his comrades in arms. But now, the soldier is being rescued in the hospital and his life and death are unknown. This matter has also attracted the attention of the media, but this time the starting point of the media is different. In the past, the media paid more attention to the popularity of this news and tried every means to attract the audience's attention, but this time, they spontaneously reported the greatness of this soldier. Because soldiers are the backbone of a country, whether it is fighting floods and rescues, or charging and killing the enemy at the front line, they are the group of people who rush to the forefront. In an era of peace, there is an even greater need for passionate soldiers like Chen Jun, who is a model of the times. Now, there are still many people on the way. And Chen Jun is also positioned as the power of the people in the new era. You protect us, and now we will protect you. The theme is also expanding. Doctor. Mu has been operating on Chen Jun, so of course he doesn't know about these things. At this moment, he was standing there with a puzzled expression on his face. As a result, before he could react, suddenly, a dozen bodyguards, all in black suits, with slender hair, and sunglasses on their faces, he walked over with a cold face. Each of them exudes a terrifying aura. Obviously they are not ordinary people. More than a dozen bodyguards appeared and immediately pushed these people aside. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos. And behind these bodyguards, followed closely by a group of middle-aged men and women with anxious faces. The female is graceful and luxurious, and the male is imposing, but they all have anxious faces and their eyes are full of undisguised tension and fear. Step aside. Step aside. The bodyguard shouted coldly. All of them exuded a terrifying aura. They are all retired soldiers. Those reporters usually use their mouths and pens, but as for the confrontation, how could they be their opponents? Soon, reporters were pushed aside. Who is this? Such a domineering person. Isn't it great to be rich? It's too much, and there is no distinction between first come and first served. This is a hospital, not your home? Compared with our wounded soldiers, it's a world and a world. It's great to be able to afford bodyguards. Photograph them and expose their identities. They are thought to have a few filthy money and can do whatever they want. They are nothing in front of our soldiers. Immediately, the scene was raging. What's more, reporters are not a group of owners who can suffer, and they all shouted out of righteous indignation. Doctor, where's my son now? How is it? I heard that he was stabbed, right? The middle-aged man ignored the reporter shouting and scolding, but looked anxiously at Dr. Mu, his eyes full of anxiety. He is such a son, in case the middle-aged man didn't even dare to imagine, but the middle-aged woman next to him was already streaming down tears. Before Dr. Mu could answer, the crowd exploded. They are family members of soldiers. No wonder they are so anxious. We blamed them. Families of soldiers are coming. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. They deserve our respect. The people who were angry at first became quiet when they knew that the middle-aged men and women were the families of the injured soldiers. Whoever it was would be anxious if his son was stabbed and still lying in the hospital with unknown life or death. Fuck, isn't he Chen Shan, the richest man in Donghai City? Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the crowd. In the last report, the son of the richest man joined the army. Is this the soldier? That's right, it should be. I recognize it. I happened to be there at the time. What a powerful ideological awareness this is. The son of the richest man actually chooses to join the army. You know, my son is not willing to suffer such hardships as joining the army. This is definitely a role model for society. Immediately, the reporters became excited. Click, click, the video recorder in his hand kept pressing the shutter. This is definitely breaking news. Soon, the news spread again. The son of the richest man joined the army and was seriously injured again for his comrades. This is a model of the times, a role model for soldiers. Chapter 56. This is the best era. At this moment, an exciting news came out on the Donghai City Radio News Channel. According to the latest news obtained by our reporter from the Central Military District Hospital, everyone is paying close attention to the heroic soldier who blocked the knife for his comrades. With the help of everyone and emergency rescue, he is out of danger and is undergoing the next step of recovery treatment. I would like to thank the people who have helped the heroic soldiers around me. Your help explains what it means to be united between the military and the people. When they heard this, the people who had been paying attention to Chen Jun's situation couldn't help but cheer. Saved, he made it through. Great. I just said, it will definitely be fine, it will definitely be fine. With so many people caring about him, he will definitely be able to feel it. Our soldiers will never fall down so easily. I finally feel relieved and can do things with peace of mind. Otherwise, I would always feel uneasy. All the people were very excited. They had been praying that Chen Jun was safe and sound. As the report on Chen Jun continued, they were shocked to discover that the soldier who had just escaped from danger had another identity. He turned out to be the combat hero who was injured in the last heroic battle in Area 1, that is, the son of the richest man who once caused a heated discussion. The soldier who joined the army. If there was nothing to show for it when it was first reported, after all, that battle was far away from human habitation, and many people still felt it was far away, but this time, it happened right next to them. Can they be less touched? In Chen Jun, they saw that no matter what, as long as the country needs it, people of all identities will go to the battlefield carrying steel guns. For a time, whether it was on the major platforms of the news media or in the streets, squares, tea houses, the topic about Chen Jun became the focus of people's discussion. For the general public, this is the best era of their lives because younger generations of soldiers like Chen Jun are constantly emerging. Powerful public opinion swept across the country like a wave, especially after it became a hot search again. The impact was even greater. At this moment, Director Wang, the head of the Office of the Military Information Department, after finishing his work, opened the webpage and saw hot searches about Chen Jun's incident. This is the first position in the ranking. It is so eye-catching that Director Wang can see it as soon as he raises his eyes. As the head of the Office of the Military Information Department, he is well aware of the complexity and diversity of modern society. Today's society is very different from the past. In the past, only children from better-off families had the opportunity to serve in the military. But now most children from good families go to college and go to college. Only those who fail to take the exam, only young people who go to college choose to serve in the military. As for those whose family conditions are very favorable, such as the children of some wealthy people, they directly send their children to study abroad. Therefore, in real society, it is very rare for children from rich families to serve as soldiers. When Director Wang once again saw that the protagonist on the hot search was Chen Jun, he stood up with excitement. It's him. It has been reported once before, causing strong social reaction. Now it is the second time. The second time, a soldier has been on the hot search twice in a row. This has never happened before. This is a great publicity opportunity. The son of the richest man serving in the army will wake up many people and let those who have become rich know how to educate their children. It will also let more young people in the society see what a place the army is and what it is like. A true comrade. Director Wang has keenly captured this point. If he can conduct an exclusive interview with Chen Jun and use him as a propaganda, let him conduct propaganda, then more young people will definitely be inspired to join the army and join the team of building the army. Yes, there will definitely be a huge wave of people signing up to join the army. It can also inspire some high-level talents to join the army. Director Wang was excited just thinking about it. He immediately sat back on the computer, logged into the exclusive file system, and checked the files about Chen Jun. He has this authority. As the head of the Office of the Military Information Department, Director Wang's military rank has reached level 12. People who reach his level, even the boss of the picket department, must take the initiative to salute when they see him. This is not on the same level at all. After all, they have two different structures, one is internal and the other is external. It is more authoritative to the outside world. If Director Wang reports an idea, the boss of the picket department will write a word report. If the report is not satisfactory to him, he will have to go back and write it again. Therefore, it is conceivable that Director Wang has great power. The soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment. The Iron Fist Regiment is a veteran hero unit. No wonder they can cultivate such excellent soldiers. Call their person in charge first to confirm. After Director Wang inquired about the phone number of the person in charge of the Iron Fist group, he made a phone call. As soon as the call was connected, before Director Wang could speak, he heard an angry voice saying, "Who?" Director Wang frowned and said, "I am Wang Tao, Director of the Office of the Military Information Department." The originally angry voice immediately lowered its tone and said, "I'm sorry, Chief, my attitude just now was not very good. I am Kang Lei from the Iron Region Regiment. My soldier was stabbed, and now the picket department is still looking for trouble for him. My position is not high enough, I can't handle it. If he is punished, whoever dares later, I will kill him." Director Wang was startled and said, "Kang Lei, don't mess around. Where is your current position? I'll be there right away." "I also want to talk to Chen Jun." Kang Lei said, "Yes." It didn't take long for Director Wang to receive the location from Kang Lei. "Picket team, you have nothing to do when you're full, right? Such a good soldier, why bother with him? I want to see who gave them the courage." Director Wang walked out of the office quickly. At this moment, Kang Lei was already standing at the door of the meeting, and people from the picket department were waiting for him inside. Gong Jian had already been waiting for Kang Lei at the door. When he saw Kang Lei approaching, he hurriedly saluted and said in a low voice, "Chief, we are in big trouble now, something happened." Kang Lei's face darkened and he growled, "Bullshit. What the hell happened? Can you speak?" The corners of Gong Jian's mouth twitched and he said, "You are the boss. If you say no, then it is no. The key is how to deal with it now. They are coming fiercely and no one will give them face. It's like igniting gunpowder. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with this time." Kang Lei said, "Who is here?" Gong Jian frowned and said, "Captain Feng from the picket department and several other comrades, as well as Lei Zhan from the Thunder Commando, are also here. Listen to what they mean. That boy Chen Jun went to Langya to cause trouble. It's really not pleasant at all. Don't worry, it's hard enough to mess with the pickets, now it's even messing with the Thunderbolts." Chapter 57 Video Playback. Kang Lei stared at Gong Jian and warned, "Gong Jian, I'm telling you, no matter what others think of Chen Jun, you must be firm in your stance. Do you understand?" "Yes." Gong Jian saluted. He knew that Kang Lei was very fond of Chen Jun and believed that he was a talent, otherwise he would not have directly let him serve as the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. But this matter is the same thing. The matter Chen Jun is involved in this time is probably not small. Lei Zhan's face was so cold just now. Gong Jian was a sensible person and immediately thought that Lei Zhan had been pursuing An Ran suddenly married Chen Jun. But Kang Tuan, why did Chen Lei beat out the thunder and lightning people? How will we explain this later? Kang Lei's face darkened and he cursed, "Hit them. That's because their skills are inferior to others. They still have the nerve to say that Chen Jun is trying to get back the relics of his comrades. Is it wrong? That's right. Go in, these guys." One by one they all used chicken feathers as arrows. After saying that, Kang Lei opened the door directly and went in. Gong Jian looked confused. Are the members of the Thunder and Lightning Commando not as good as Chen Jun? What an international joke. The Thunder Commandos are the ace commandos of the Langya Special Forces Brigade. They are the elite among the elite special forces. They are the number one of the Langya. They are all labeled by the wolf head of the Langya. How could such a combat force, which excelled both in exercises and in actual combat, fail to defeat Chen Jun? Chen Jun is awesome. Among the new recruits, there really isn't a more outstanding soldier than him, but he's not as good as the special forces, and he still kills the enemy at his doorstep. Gong Jian shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Kang Lei is good at everything, but he is too protective. His soldiers must not be bullied. But what happened now has alarmed the picket team. If he doesn't handle it well, Kang Lei himself will get into big trouble. This is no joke. After appointing Chen Jun as the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, Gong Jian made a point of finding out that Chen Jun was imperfect in terms of procedures. Although it is not a big problem, if the pickets insist on holding on to him and charge Kang Lei with negligence, it will be enough to make him suffer. Now the picket team is clearly coming for Chen Jun, and they will definitely find out the problem. Lei Zhan also ran away in person. Isn't it obvious that they are joining forces? Kang Lei's temper was so hot that he might slam the table when he was interrogated. At this time, Kang Lei walked in and immediately saw Lei Zhan and Captain Feng Tangjing of the picket team and others. Kang Lei didn't care about Lei Zhan. No matter how awesome the opponent was, they were only awesome in his territory. How to deal with Chen Jun was beyond his control. After all, the Iron Fist group and the Thunder Commandos were two different lines. But Feng Tangjing of the picket team is very difficult to deal with. He is the captain of the White Helmets. Whoever he keeps an eye on will cause trouble. He has the code name by Wuchang. Kang Lei didn't expect that the other party would come in person. When Feng Tangjing saw Kang Lei walking in, he immediately stood up, saluted and greeted each other. After the greetings were completed, Feng Tangjing said, "Kang Tuan, Chen Jun is your soldier, right? Kang Lei nodded and said, yes. What happened to him? Fang Tangjing said with a cold face. Let's watch the video first. As he spoke, he clicked on the prepared playback device. Soon, a scene appeared on the screen. Chen Jun, who was dressed in military uniform, took off his uniform in front of everyone in the Thunder and Lightning Commandos. He also pointed at the Thunder and Lightning Commandos and called them cowards. Then he turned around and rushed into the jungle and disappeared. Not see. And the location there is exactly the gray area outside Area 1. After the video finished playing, Fang Tangjing said, Kang Tuan, this soldier, I have been staring at him for a long time. He is undisciplined and crosses the bottom line without permission. This is a very serious violation of discipline. Just for this, the picket team will see him. His military uniform was stripped off. Kang Tuan, I believe you understand the seriousness of this matter. You are a veteran. You must know the importance of discipline in our army. Without rules, there can be no rules. If every soldier is like him, acting on impulse, how can we maintain discipline in the army? How can we maintain strong combat effectiveness? Such soldiers must be severely punished when they return to the army. I thought he didn't plan to come back. I would deal with him as a deserter after a while, but he came back and ended up returning to your Iron Fist Regiment. The Iron Fist Regiment is a veteran force with special honors. Doesn't Kang Tuan know that accepting such soldiers will damage the honor of their Iron Fist Regiment? Fang Tangjing's voice was very cold, and he pulled off his big hat directly, saying that Chen Jun was a deserter and affected the discipline of the army, so he must be severely punished and his uniform should be stripped off. Anger surged in Kang Lei's heart and he clenched his fists. If he hadn't tried his best to control his emotions, he would have slammed the table by now. He did not answer Fang Tangjing's question directly, but looked at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan noticed that Kang Lei was looking at him, his face still expressionless, and he didn't say anything. Seeing Lei Zhan remain silent, Kang Lei immediately looked disappointed with him and said, Captain Lei, why is Chen Jun scolding people? I'm afraid you should know the reason better than anyone else, right? Also, last time Chen Jun rescued Zai Yuolan, you were the one who came to rescue him. Chen Jun killed many militants. It is said that he has killed more than 100 militants and became a famous ghost in the gray area. You know that, right? Lei Zhan remained expressionless. If it were in the past, he would admire Chen Jun, because Chen Jun did what he couldn't do and he was an ordinary border guard. But when the King of Hell said that An Ran and Chen Jun had received the certificates, he felt there is no need to say anything nice for Chen Jun. The picket team is like a clingy dogskin plaster. Anyone who is targeted will have to shed a layer of skin. Chen Jun was targeted by them. That was because he was unlucky and could not blame others. As for what Chen Jun did, it is one thing and another. The discussion now is about disciplinary violations, not meritorious matters. Thinking of this, Lei Zhan glanced at Lei and said, Kang Tuan, I know you support him, but be realistic and do whatever you want. When Kang Lei heard Lei Zhan's ambiguous answer, his anger became even stronger. He wanted to rush over and kick the opponent a few times. What does it mean to seek truth from facts and just do what you want? By saying this, aren't you trying to make things clear and create ambiguity? In the past, Kang Lei looked down on Lei Zhan a little, thinking that this guy was small-minded, but now it seems that is indeed the case. Although Fan Tanlei always cheats on himself, he is never ambiguous when it comes to major matters of right and wrong, and he will definitely stand on the side of the soldiers without making people feel cold. Kang Lei took a deep breath and said, I heard that this was the report you made afterwards, and you also mentioned that you went to your Thunder Commandos to cause trouble, right? Kang Lei pressed forward step by step. Chapter 58 Trial of Chen Jun. Lei Zhan did not deny it and nodded. Yes, I followed the procedure. There is nothing wrong with it. Kang Lei said, Really? I don't know how Captain Lei's report was written, but what a coincidence. I also have a video here to see if Chen Jun went to your Thunder and Lightning to cause trouble. With that said, he walked to the player, took out a USB flash drive, inserted it into the player, and then clicked on the video. The video in the USB flash drive was sent to him by An Ran. That day, Kang Lei called Chen Jun. Chen Jun explained a little, and soon he received a video from An Ran. An Ran was an agent and knew that making trouble in the Thunder Commandos could be big or small, so he used the mini camera he carried to record the entire process, just because he was worried that one day Raiden would catch on to this matter. Now it's really in use. Soon, pictures of Chen Jun, the Thunder Commandos, and others appeared on the screen. Chen Jun came in to negotiate with them and finally held a discussion. Lei Zhan couldn't help but frown when he saw the beginning, and even Fang Tangjing looked surprised. The first battle in the picture was between Chen Jun and Tan Lang. In less than 5 seconds, Tan Lang was defeated by Chen Jun. This is totally explosive. When comparing firearms, they started with disassembly and then assembly. Chen Jun's amazing skills completely defeated the King of Hell. In the 100-meter rapid fire, Harley was also completely beaten. In the end, when shooting from a long distance, the King of Hell saw Chen after the army's shooting, he immediately admitted defeat. During the entire competition, Chen Jun absolutely dominated the entire Thunder Commando team and taught them a vivid lesson. At the end, Chen Jun only left after winning the respect of everyone in the Thunder Commando. Where is the trouble? Anyone with a discerning eye can't see that this was a competition, and in the end the Thunder Commandos lost. Watching the video, Lei Zhan's temples kept bulging. So embarrassing. The Thunder and Lightning Commando was asked to have their head shaved. What made him vomit blood even more was that they proposed 3 projects, but the Thunder and Lightning people kept adding more drama. In the end, they didn't even dare to challenge, and they sent Chen Jun off very politely. Go out with and ran. This is so humiliating. It's like people come to your door to challenge the restaurant, and in the end the sign is torn down. You send them out respectfully. What's your face? The Thunder Commandos disgraced them all. Ever since Lei Zhan brought out the Thunder Commandos, they have been invincible. Now is the time when the sun is at its peak, and even old Wolf led by Staff Fan dare not attack them. Fortunately, now, a little-known border guard kid broke into their Thunder and Lightning base and completely tortured them in fighting, shooting and other events. This is a naked slap in the face. Lei Zhan was speechless after being beaten and did not dare to say a word. When we get back, let's see how I kill them. Lei Zhan is also a very thick-skinned person. His expression remains unchanged and he sits as firm as a mountain. And Ran's protective attitude towards Chen Jun made Lei Zhan feel as if his head was covered with green grass. And Ran has really changed. I have never seen her treat a man like this before. She obviously has special meaning for Chen Jun. Lei Zhan didn't think he was a narrow-minded person and was very generous, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to endure Ran's neglect of him for so many years. But now the veins on his arms bulged under his clenched fists. But it's no wonder that Lei Zhan's heart was filled with anger. The Thunder Commandos he led were tortured by the opponent, and the woman he liked was poached away. This is tantamount to ruining his career and taking away his love. I am really not a narrow-minded person, but can I bear this? Fang Tangjing, who was sitting next to him, was very surprised after watching the entire video. Fang Tangjing is very clear about how powerful the Thunder and Lightning Commandos are. If they say that they are the second most powerful commando of the Wolf Fang, then no one dares to say that they are the first. Even if they compare the major commandos in the country, the Thunder and Lightning Commandos are very powerful. The Commandos were also among the top 10 teams. Such a strong team was actually beaten by Chen Jun alone, and the beating was so admirable that they all admired it. One can imagine Chen Jun's strength. And he is just a recruit who has been in the army for less than half a year. Fang Tangjing really couldn't figure it out. How could this kid become so powerful in such a short period of time? After the opponent left the army, he deliberately investigated Chen Jun's performance in the recruit company. Chen Jun's assessment results were very poor. He was at the bottom of the company and had the worst performance in recruit training over the years. In the report Lei Zhan wrote to him, it was written that Chen Jun's Thunder and Lightning Commando team caused trouble and forcibly took away the belongings of his comrades. This obviously does not match the image in the video. Fang Tangjing was silent for a moment, then stood up and said, Kang Tuan, no matter what, it is illegal for him, a soldier of the regular army, to break into the Special Forces base to cause trouble. Moreover, he took off his military uniform and disappeared for a month. No one knows what happened to him this month. It is possible that he did not rebel, but it is also possible that he defected to some kind of force. There is currently no evidence to prove this, and he is not suspected. As a soldier, obedience is your duty. If everyone is like him, what discipline will there be in the army? And as a soldier who once ran away, he must go through approval and investigation before he can return to the army. After Kang Tuan and Chen Jun came back, why were they able to join your Iron Fist regiment without any approval? Are you just a little bit don't you doubt his identity? This is a violation. So, I think you also have a problem and need to make a deep inspection. As the captain of the picket team, Fang Tangjing was not afraid of offending anyone. So what if Kang Tuan's military rank was higher than his own? The division of labor is different, you have the right to picket, and everyone is equal before discipline. Fang Tangjing knew that Kang Lei was a calf protector, so he came to give it a beating this time. Grass! Kang Lei was furious and slapped the table, causing the entire table to shake. In addition to being tough with fists, a soldier must have a bloody spirit. Without his bloody spirit, he is just a coward. He only wants to get back the relics of his comrades in arms. What's wrong with that? He keeps saying that there is something wrong with him. What's wrong with him? Question. If you have evidence, bring it out. Kang Lei stared at Fang Tangjing. Fang Tangjing said indifferently, The matter about his comrades has not been finalized yet. He himself has not explained clearly. Why can he take those things? As for the evidence, if he really betrayed the country, I will be able to find it sooner or later. Bang! Kang Lei clenched his fist and punched the table hard. The thick solid wood countertop seemed to be cracked by the smash, and because of the excessive force, blood burst out from Kang Lei's fist. For a moment, Kang Lei's fist was dripping with blood, and he couldn't help but roared, "Director Fang, do you know what he did when you were discussing how to judge Chen Jun here?" Chapter 59. The small universe in Kang Lei's heart completely exploded. Chen Jun almost lost his life in order to save squad leader Shiguo. These guys here actually doubted his motives, his character, and even his loyalty to the country and wanted to put him on trial. Kang Lei can tolerate anything, but this is absolutely unacceptable. His roaring voice rang out in the conference room. Do you know that when my soldiers were discussing how to judge him, he went to visit his injured comrades, and a killer suddenly appeared, and he used his body to block his comrades' knife. His life was in danger, and in order to save him, the people in the city put aside their work and took to the streets to clear a way for him. All major news media are reporting that this is the revolution of the new era of the people. It was Chen Jun who ignited all the people, triggered their hearts, and made them feel what it means to be a contemporary soldier. Where were you at that time? Why didn't you go find the killer, but you were here to try him? Maid, I have fought so hard that I am not a good soldier. I am going to complain to my superiors. You are all sitting here arrogant, and who are you showing me? If you are capable, go and fight with the enemy. I don't have any other skills, but I know how to deal with my own people. How many times have I emphasized that in that situation, he temporarily took off his military uniform and chased the enemy for the sake of his comrades? What was wrong with him? The only mistake was that he didn't care about his life and didn't care about anything. How many bloody soldiers like him are there in the army now? Swish! Kang Lei pointed at Lei Zhan and cursed. You Thunder Commandos are responsible for supporting. Why did you arrive late? If you could have arrived earlier, would such a tragedy have happened? Why, you didn't even explain a word. Squad leader Shiguo is disabled. Has any of you Leiden ever seen him? No. Are you Thunder Commandos amazing? That's bullshit. Why are you fighting a war if you don't even know how to do it? The wolf head is not here today. If he were, I would risk my life and ask him how he led the troops. And Captain Lei, I know you like Ran and Zile Yuolan, but he also likes my instructor Gong Jian. Kang Lei's words suddenly came to this point, which made Gong Jian's face suddenly turn dark. The conversation changed too quickly. Why did you mention this so suddenly? It's so embarrassing. Kang Lei didn't care about it anymore and shouted loudly, if you like it, but you have to distinguish between public and private affairs. One code belongs to the other. Chen Jun is now Gong Jian's company commander. Did he say anything? No. Because this is a matter of the army and has nothing to do with individuals, he fully cooperates with Chen Jun's work and takes charge of the company's training. Captain Lei, don't you special forces have to be kind first? What are you doing with your personal emotions? You haven't even figured it out. There is no distinction between public and private matters. No wonder the Thunder Commandos you brought out are so bad. They don't even dare to admit they did something wrong. Lei Zhan suddenly stood up, with a livid face, and said, That's nonsense, Kang Tuan, pay attention to what you say and be responsible for your words. Kang Lei snorted coldly and said, Did I make a mistake? Don't you just dislike Chen Jun and Ran getting married? Snapped. Lei Zhan slapped the table, his eyes full of anger. Kang Tuan, don't talk about those nonsense. Chen Jun blocks the knife for others. That's because he is not good at it. Why doesn't he just kill the assassin? Kang Lei's face was ashen. Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a loud voice shouted, I'll tell you why. Fang Tangjing, Lei Zhan, and others immediately turned around and saw a man with a 12-star military rank on his shoulders walking in. This is an absolute boss. Director Wang. Fang Tangjing stood up hurriedly. He was not afraid of anyone but Wang Tao. The picket team is to observe the internal discipline of the army. They will arrest any soldier or officer who violates the discipline without giving any face or fear of any resistance. They have Sheng Fang's sword in their hands. Director Wang is different. He is not only external but also internal. He grasps both sides and is strong with both hands. Especially in the area of ideological education, that is the top priority. If your ability is not good and your work is not done well, it is a problem of professional ability which can be gradually improved. However, once it is said that there is a problem with your thinking, the problem will be big. Just mentioning someone whose ideological and political consciousness is not high enough will definitely bring you down. Fang Tangjing immediately saluted and said, Director Wang, why are you here? Director Wang said expressionlessly, I've been listening at the door for a while. That Chen Jun, he was seriously injured just to save his comrades. As for why he didn't kill the killer, it was because the incident happened suddenly and he didn't arrive before he could. The killer has already taken action, and the most critical point is that he does not want the assassin to hurt the fetus in the belly of his comrade's wife. As he spoke, he looked at Lei Shan. Are you satisfied with my answer? Lei Shan didn't dare to say he was dissatisfied. He immediately stood up and tensed his body, looking like he was being trained. Regarding Director Wang, Lei Shan knew very well that, let alone him coming, even if the wolf head saw him, he would have to treat him with caution and not dare to show any slights. But Lei Shan was surprised. Why did Director Wang pay attention to Chen Jun's affairs? Director Wang turned to look at Fang Tangjing and said, the purpose of our army is to serve the people wholeheartedly, and we cannot allow the people to be harmed in the slightest, even at the cost of our own lives. As for taking off your military uniform and pursuing the enemy in gray areas, it is to avenge your comrades, not as an individual. Why is our army invincible and invincible? It is because there is a group of soldiers in our army who can fight for their comrades. No matter at any time, they first think of their comrades, not themselves. Chen Jun pursued the enemy and finally killed many of them. I think this behavior reflects the bloodiness that our contemporary soldiers have gradually lost. Shouldn't such soldiers be worthy of praise? Don't you think so? This Fang Tangjing hesitated. No matter what Chen Jun did was against the rules. Why was he praised? Seeing Fang Tangjing's hesitation, Director Wang's face darkened and he scolded. Director Fang, I think there is something wrong with your thinking. You focus on the rules and regulations and I focus on the thinking. If there is a problem with your thinking, everything will stop. Chen Jun's, I'll handle the matter. You go back and write me 10,000 words, no, 100,000 words. Starting from every task you perform, give me detailed writing and detailed analysis. 100,000 words, not a word less. In 10 days, you will deliver it to my office in person. Fang Tangjing's expression suddenly changed. If you can write a word analysis report, you can write a novel. He won't just admit it. Chapter 60 Visiting, the best model. Fang Tangjing would not just admit it. Director Wang, Comrade Chen Jun's situation is quite special. I have not forgotten the purpose of soldiers serving the people wholeheartedly, but the two do not conflict. Judging from the situation we have, he did violate discipline. Discipline is the criterion for the formation of combat effectiveness of the army. If discipline is lax, thinking will be affected. I think Comrade Chen Jun has certain problems in his ideological consciousness. Fang Tangjing argued hard, not for anything else. If Director Wang really felt that there was something wrong with his thinking, he would be in big trouble. Writing a word report is a small thing. Director Wang was silent for a moment, then took out his mobile phone, clicked on a video, handed it to Fang Tangjing and said, look for yourself and see what kind of identity Chen Jun is. Is his ideological consciousness not high? Yours is? After saying that, he also looked at Lei Shan. Let's watch together? Lei Shan very wisely leaned over and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. When the video opened, a striking title popped up. The son of the richest man in Donghai City joined the army and was injured again. Below the title is an enlarged portrait of Chen Jun, the son of the richest man in Donghai City. What's the situation? Chen Jun is the son of the richest man in Donghai City? Lei Shan and Fang Tangjing were both a little confused. The two of them know very well what kind of society today is. In the inherent concept, it is often children who do not study well who become soldiers. This is why when they enlist in the army, most of them are junior high school students and young people who have graduated from high school. As for the proportion of college students, they are very small. As the son of the richest man in a provincial capital city like Donghai City, would such a super-rich second generation become a soldier? Will you rush to the front line of the battle and fight the enemy desperately? This is something that is difficult to understand in the eyes of ordinary people, and the same is true in the eyes of Lei Shan and Fang Tangjing. The comments below the video exploded. The sons of the richest man are all soldiers, and they all go to the front line to fight the enemy. Brothers, what else can we say? This is the best era and the best example. Damn it, I'm far behind compared to him. It's a pity that I'm past the age to enlist in the army, otherwise I would join the army too. The sons of the richest man all have this kind of ideological consciousness. They rush to the front, but I am still decadent in the game world. Damn it. When does the military recruitment start? I want to sign up. I picked up the broom silently and looked at my old son. Fang Tangjing looked at the comments below. His face was burning, and he felt like a pair of slaps were being slapped on his face. He now finally understood why Director Wang was angry. This person has set an example, but he is doing the opposite and looking for faults in the other party. If there is something wrong with his thinking, what is it? The son of the richest man in Donghai City, a second-generation super-rich man, joins the army. How much ideological awareness does this require? Director Wang continued, I have specifically checked and found that 3 generations of the Chen family are soldiers. What kind of ideological awareness do you need? They can inherit hundreds of millions of dollars in property, become celebrities on the internet, drive luxury cars, cruise on cruises, and live a life of fine clothing and fine food. Why do you want to be a soldier and shed your blood? Our country does not impose compulsory recruitment, but voluntariness is the principle. People can just enjoy themselves and even move overseas. Are you trying to chill their hearts? Try to judge him. Director Fang, I'm not threatening you, I'm here to save you. As soon as your report comes out, you will have to wrap yourself up and leave tomorrow. You are doing this to the people. Fang Tangjing's heart felt like a basin of cold water was poured on him, which made him wake up immediately, saluted, and said, Yes. Thank you, Director Wang, for the reminder. I almost made a big mistake. I will go back and write a 20-word review now. No, 10,000 words, give me half a month. Director Wang nodded, then turned to look at Lei Zhan and said, Captain Lei, what do you think? Lei Zhan felt like he was critically hit by tens of millions of points. What do you think? I am not Yuan Fang. Lei Zhan said subconsciously, Director Wang, that's not what I meant. Besides, I don't have the power to punish him, do I? With Director Wang, the big boss in charge of ideological work, the pickets had to get out of the way, let alone others. Lei Zhan is not the kind of person who is short of brains. He knows that if he continues to hold on at this time, he will definitely be in bad luck. This time I am really embarrassed. Director Wang waved his hand and said, Okay, I know Captain Lei is a good comrade. Let's go back and write a word ideological report. In addition, I will tell you Langdu that I will go to Langya for military ideological education in the near future to prepare him. Damn, Lei Zhan's legs trembled and he almost lost his balance. It's over. If the wolf head knew that he had caused the trouble, he would definitely skin him. Who doesn't know that ideological education is the most troublesome thing? If we come to Langya to carry out education, there will be a lot of work afterwards, and Langtu is definitely very nervous. Lei Zhan felt like he wanted to cry without tears. He could already imagine how furious Langtu was after hearing the news. Lei Zhan did not dare to stay any longer and immediately saluted Director Wang, and said, Director Wang, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the army first. Go. Yes. Lei Zhan left quickly with a few people. Feng Tangjing and others didn't dare to stay any longer, so they followed suit. Suddenly only Kang Lei and others were left in the conference room. Director Wang looked at Kang Lei, who was stunned, and said, Is your hand okay? Forget it, let's go see Chen Jun together. Let's bandage it when we get to the hospital. Kang Lei said excitedly, Yes. He really didn't expect that Director Wang would come forward and suppress this matter. Otherwise, according to the way the picket team handled it before, Chen Jun would definitely be in trouble and might have to take off his military uniform. In the military system, the news and general affairs line can suppress the pickets. This time Director Wang came forward to suppress it, and the people on the picket team should not come to trouble Chen Jun again in the future. If Director Wang works vigorously and resolutely, he will quickly follow Kang Lei and others to the hospital to visit Chen Jun. When they arrived at the hospital and arrived at the entrance of the inpatient department, they found a large group of people blocking the door, all wanting to enter to visit Chen Jun. Are you here to see the injured hero too? Yes, I want to express my feelings and take a look. I feel at ease. These are the flowers I prepared for him. I wish him a speedy recovery. This is a native chicken raised in my home. It has been killed. It is particularly nourishing for the body. I can only express it this way. This fruit is very fresh. Drinking it as juice is best for your health. Director Wang and Kang Lei, who came from behind, were at the back of the queue and couldn't squeeze in. Director Wang said sincerely, This model is great. I came to the right place. Kang Lei glanced at Director Wang a little confused. Why did he feel that it was not that simple for him to come here? Chapter 61. Kang Lei was a little nervous, because on Director Wang's face, Kang Lei thought of Fan Tanlei's expression when he saw Good Seedling. It's like a weasel seeing a chicken coop. No way, if he poaches people, even gods can't stop him. Kang Lei suddenly felt sick all over. Director Wang's strength just now, Kang Lei witnessed with his own eyes. People like Feng Tangjing were subdued by him, and he didn't even dare to fart. He was supposed to clean up Chen Jun, but ended up accepting 20 words. Report. This is Director Wang's strength. As for Lei Zhan, it was even worse. Not to mention the word report, the entire Langya had to engage in ideological education. Don't mention how troublesome those jobs are. They are more torturous than holding an annual military exercise. During this time, the wolf's scalp is probably going to be numb. Is it difficult for such a great man to recruit a soldier? No one dares to stop it. The most important point is that everyone knows that going to the news general affairs is not much different from making a career in the sky. The more Kang Lei thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The two finally squeezed to the door, but couldn't get in. The medical staff said there were too many people and it was not suitable for too many people to visit the patient at this time. Director Wang said directly to Kang Lei, "Kang Tuan, is there someone from you inside? Let him come out and pick us up." Originally, Kang Lei was thinking about whether to let it go, but when he heard what Director Wang said, he could only take out his mobile phone and call and ran. "I'm Kang Lei. What's going on with Chen Jun now? I'm at the gate downstairs of the inpatient department and I can't even get in." And Ran said, "I'll go down and pick you up." Kang Lei lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry, I have something to do." As he spoke, he covered one end of the phone, turned to Director Wang and said, "Director Wang, do you have a 24-hour nucleic acid certificate? You need this." Director Wang was stunned and said, "Need this? Is it so troublesome? Isn't it already solved?" At this moment, Chen Jun, who was in the rehabilitation ward, didn't know that a big shot like Director Wang was visiting him and was using hacking medical skills to harmonize the muscles and bones of his body to speed up his body's recovery. I saw Chen Jun's fingers constantly pointing back and forth on his body, while Dr. Mu and others stood beside him, watching carefully. Chen Jun put his fingers together to form a hand knife, which fell on his shoulders, chest, abdomen, legs and other parts, and as the hand knife fell, his muscles and bones shook. Dr. Mu and the others don't know how the effect will be, but his whole body must be in excruciating pain from beating him back and forth like this. You must know that Chen Jun has just finished a major operation, and even moving the wound will cause severe pain. Chen Jun looked expressionless and tried to endure the severe pain. Such willpower is terrible. If it were other patients, they would have been lying motionless on the hospital bed long ago, wishing to become a wooden man. Dr. Mu couldn't help asking, "Chen Jun, will you hurt the wound by doing this? It will be very troublesome if it shatters. After all, the wound has just begun to heal. At this time, the vibration can easily crack the wound, leading to secondary injury and aggravating the injury. Because of this, patients are generally not suitable for exercise after major surgery and need to rest in bed." Chen Jun said lightly, "No problem. What I use is the coordination of muscles and bones, and the 5-element Kai and blood puncture technique, which can quickly recover from my injuries." Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun in surprise, feeling horrified. He was only skeptical before, because the method was very similar to what was described in the book, but now that he confirmed it from Chen Jun, Dr. Mu was still extremely shocked. There really is such a thing. After about 5 minutes, Chen Jun stopped. Dr. Mu hurriedly said, "Let me check your body." Chen Jun nodded. After the muscles and bones were reconciled, Chen Jun felt that the blood in his body had recovered a lot and his complexion was no longer as weak as before. He had a feeling that if he used this combination treatment continuously, he would be able to recover from his injuries in a short period of time even without using drugs to treat his body. Hacker medical skills are really good. At this moment, Dr. Mu began to conduct a comprehensive examination on Chen Jun. The heartbeat is normal. Blood pressure is normal. Dr. Mu used image forming to conduct an in-depth inspection of the wound. After about 5 minutes, he compared and analyzed the picture formed from the wound with the original picture of the wound. He was shocked to find that the injury was % better. This recovery speed is more than 4 times that of normal people. Too frightening. If Dr. Mu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was true. He has never seen such a terrifying recovery speed in most of his medical career. Without the aid of medicine, he can achieve such a recovery effect just by stimulating the body's muscles, bones, Kai and blood. It can be described as a miracle. No wonder in ancient times, even without all kinds of advanced equipment, there were many successful cases in the treatment of serious injuries. The ancients never deceived the later generations. At the same time, what surprised Dr. Mu was how can you, a soldier who fought in war, know such superb medical skills? He has studied ancient Chinese medicine. This subject is very difficult to get started and requires a lot of experience accumulation. It is difficult to achieve great achievements in a short period of time. Unlike Western medicine, which can be mastered after a few years of study in medical school, Chen Jun is so young, where does he have the time to study? In addition, these methods have been lost. How did he know? Dr. Mu took a deep breath, suppressed the curiosity in his heart, looked at Chen Jun and said, "Your injury is recovering well. As long as you don't do strenuous exercise, the problem will be fine." Chen Jun nodded and said, "Thank you, Director Mu." Dr. Mu said, "You're being polite, but in fact my role is not that great. It's mainly because of your self-help, which saved you." He hesitated for a moment. "When you get well and want to change your job, you can come to our hospital. The comprehensive strength of the military hospital ranks among the top 10 in the country, and it has a great reputation in the world. Don't waste your medical skills. Doctor. Mu paused and then said, if you come to our hospital, I can assure you that you will get the best training and the best treatment here. There will be a house dedicated to you, and the annual comprehensive income it will not be lower than 50. As he was talking, he suddenly stopped talking. Only then did Dr. Mu realize that Chen Jun is the son of the richest man. Will he be short of money and house? Is he short of money? There is no shortage of hair. You said that these conditions are very generous in the eyes of others, but to Chen Jun, they are not worth mentioning at all. In the end, Dr. Mu said with a little embarrassment, why don't you do this? I will take you as my teacher. Can you teach me traditional skills? The assistant doctor next to him was stunned, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. When Director Mu threw an olive branch at the other party just now, the assistant doctors were very surprised. After all, this is a large hospital ranked in the top 10 in terms of comprehensive strength in the country. The people who want to become doctors here must at least graduate from graduate school. Even so, it is also necessary to start with the most basic assistant. Listening to Director Mu meant that Chen Jun would be directly employed as a doctor here. This has never happened in a hospital. Now, Director Mu actually wants to learn art from him? Crazy. Chapter 62. Several other assistant doctors around were stunned. Director Mu is the #1 surgeon in the hospital. He is the oldest and most skilled among all the doctors. He is famous not only across the country, but also abroad. Every year, many people studying medicine come to seek advice from him. When have you ever seen him ask for advice from others? Moreover, he is still a young soldier and wants to apprentice with him. This is unbelievable. But it's not their fault. They don't have Director Mu's discernment and can't see the uniqueness of Chen Jun's treatment techniques. This is why people always say that 1,000-mile horses often exist, but Bolt does not always exist. After Chen Jun mastered the hacker medical skills, he can be said to be the top medical expert in the world today. At this moment, Dr. Mu looked at Chen Jun expectantly. Chen Jun did not expect that Director Mu would put down his identity and become his disciple. For Chen Jun, he doesn't mind more people learning this medical skill. After all, it is about saving lives and healing the wounded, and the more people who master it, the better. Director Mu, can my monitor's leg be restored? Maybe I can open up the meridians in his leg and resume walking. Dr. Mu was stunned and asked in surprise, is this okay? Chen Jun said, theoretically, it is possible. As long as the qi and blood flows smoothly, it will naturally break through the atrophy and blockage problems in the tendons. Dr. Mu was silent for a while, then shook his head helplessly, and said, Squad Leader Shiguo had a section of his right leg amputated. It's impossible. The injury was too serious and it was all necrotic. Chen Jun's eyes turned red. If he had obtained this ability earlier, maybe the squad leader wouldn't be like this. The matter has reached this point, there is nothing we can do. Director Mu said. Chen Jun looked at Director Mu and said, Director Mu, I can teach you my techniques. As for becoming a disciple, I hope you can help more people. Director Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly took a step back, bowed to Chen Jun, and said, on behalf of those patients, I would like to thank you. You are so honorable. For such a precious traditional craft, whoever learns it will immediately gain wealth and freedom. Therefore, those closest to you will generally not teach it to your direct disciples, especially in this modern society with impetuous people. It can be imagined that Chen Jun is able to teach so generously and has a broad mind. Director Mu, my technique emphasizes vision and hand strength. It is not just traditional techniques, but also requires strong hands to reach the peak. You may learn % at most, Chen Jun said. After all, Director Mu is getting older and his physical fitness has kept up. The muscle and bone regulation of the 5 elements qi and blood technique requires strength to assist. Although Chen Jun does not seem to use much effort when performing it, in fact, the power explodes in an instant. To achieve the stimulating effect, Director Mu is not strong enough now, but of course he still has good eyesight, so Chen Jun said that he can learn %. Of course, after you master these %, you can teach it to other young people. Director Mu nodded and said, that's enough. That's enough. It's just a pity that you don't want to be a doctor. Otherwise, you will definitely be famous all over the world and become a famous doctor. Director Mu, you know, my ambition is not here, Chen Jun said. Understand. Director Mu chatted with Chen Jun for a while and then left. After Chen Jun recovered a little, he would come over to learn this craft from him. About half an hour later, Kang Lei knocked on the door and walked in. There was no Director Wang behind him. Director Wang was assigned to do nucleic acid testing. As soon as Kang Lei came in, he saw Chen Shan, the richest man in Donghai City, Lu Hong, a graceful and luxurious woman, and ran surrounding Chen Jun. Chen Jun said to his father, "Dad, if my comrades in arms are not avenged, it is impossible for me to retire and return home to inherit the family property." Chen Shan looked at his son with embarrassment. He was the one who forced his son to join the army. In addition to hoping that he would get rid of his problems, he also hoped that he could establish a career in the army to fulfill his old man's wish. But who would have thought that in less than 2 months, Chen Jun has been seriously injured twice and almost lost his life. Chen Shan was frightened. He wanted his son to have a future in the army, but he didn't want him to risk his life. This was his only son. If he died, who would inherit such a huge family fortune? That's why I came up with the idea of letting Chen Jun apply for retirement early, but Chen Jun refused. Chen Shan is a bloody person, and it is understandable that Chen Jun wants to avenge his comrades. As a soldier, his father must also support it, but he doesn't want his son to die like this. Last time, Chen Jun disappeared for a month, and the troops said he had been sacrificed, which almost broke down the 2 elders. Fortunately, Chen Jun came back alive in the end, and they regained hope. However, they almost died this time. How can a parent not be worried? Son, this time mom is on your dad's side. Let's retire and go home. We won't serve as soldiers, otherwise you will really die. Lu Hong said. Chen Jun said, "No, parents, you don't need to say anything anymore. This is my own business and I make the decision myself." The second elder saw Chen Jun being so decisive, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Finally, Chen Shan sighed and said, "If it really doesn't work, it's okay if you don't retire. You and Ran sleep in the same room, give me a grandchild, and I will raise it myself. You can do whatever you like and I won't care about you anymore." "Ah," Ran said out of surprise. Kang Lei showed a smile and coughed softly. Only then did Chen Shan and others notice Kang Lei walking in. "Hello, you are Chen Jun's parents. I'm Chen Jun's tea director Kang Lei, come to see him." Kang Lei took the initiative to introduce. Chen Shan was also a soldier. When he saw Kang Lei's epaulets, he immediately recognized him and said hurriedly and enthusiastically, "Hello, Kang Tuan. Thank you for your hard work. I asked you to go there in person." Kang Lei said, "This is what it should be. Chen Jun is a good comrade and a role model for our soldiers. I am proud to be able to follow such a soldier." Chen Shan immediately put on a smile. Hearing Kang Tuan say this, as an old man, of course he was happy. "But this child is a bit troublesome," Chen Shan said. Of course Kang Lei understood Chen Shan's thoughts. It is human nature. If he were the other party, he would probably do the same thing, so he didn't say anything more and turned to look at Chen Jun. "Chen Jun, how are you feeling now?" Chen Jun said, "Report to the leader, it's okay." Kang Lei laughed loudly. "I feel relieved when I hear your angry voice. Some comrades from the Ministry of Military Affairs will come to you later and ask you where to retire. You will be promoted very quickly. Do you want to think about it?" When Chen Shan heard this, he immediately decided, "This is good. There is no need to retire and there is no danger. It is most suitable for Chen Jun to go now." Kang Lei was speechless for a while. How could the richest man be so arbitrary? Chen Jun said firmly, "I won't consider it. I want to avenge the squad leader and my comrades." When Kang Lei heard this, his eyes showed excitement. He had found the answer he wanted. "You guys discuss it, I'll pick up the comrades from the Military Affairs Department." After saying that, Kang Lei went to find Director Wang. Chapter 63 Soldiers Never stars. When Lu Hong heard that Chen Jun could go to such a good place, she began to persuade Chen Jun again, saying that if Chen Jun went there, he could not consider having children for the time being. But no matter what she said, Chen Jun wouldn't let go, which made her so anxious that she almost cried. "Son, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your mother, okay? You want to avenge your comrades and the squad leader, and your mother won't stop you, but this will take time. You go to the Military Affairs Department, there will be opportunities in the future. If something happens to you, how will your dad and I survive in the future? Otherwise, just do what your father said just now, and you and Ran will have a baby as soon as possible, so that we can have hope, and then you can go ahead and go for it." Lu Hong gritted her teeth and said, and Ran's face suddenly turned red. Why did she mention this matter again? It was at this time that Director Wang and Kang Lei walked in. When Ran saw the other party, he immediately saluted forward and said, "Hello, Chief." She knew Director Wang, an absolute big shot. Kang Lei had to salute when he saw him, but this was not the most important thing. Director Wang was responsible for the ideological education of the troops, and he had too much power. This is a big boss that even the pickets dare not provoke. She didn't expect that it was Director Wang who came to visit Chen Jun in person. The level of attention he paid to Chen Jun was extraordinary. When Chen Shan met Director Wang, he was also extremely polite. After everyone briefly greeted each other, Director Wang walked towards Chen Jun. When Chen Jun wanted to stand up and salute, he was stopped by Director Wang and said, "Yes, you are the soldier with the highest ideological awareness I have ever seen. As the son of the richest man, you joined the army to kill the enemy. You took off your military uniform for your comrades and hunted down the enemy. Now he is blocking the knife for his comrades. This is the best soldier I have ever seen." This made Chen Jun feel a little moved. Director Wang said, "Before coming, when I was queuing up, I had already applied for second-class merit for you from the Ministry of Military Affairs, and my superiors have already approved it." Then, he said seriously, since Comrade Chen Jun stepped forward when his comrades were in crisis, risking his own life to save his comrades and save a family, it aroused strong resonance in society, and became a model of the new era. Military Affairs, the ministry has discussed and decided to award the individual a second-class merit medal. I hope that in the days to come, you will continue to fulfill your oath as a soldier, kill the enemy bravely, and defend the country. After speaking, Director Wang took out a small, delicate red box from his pocket. After opening it, there lay a glittering second-class merit medal inside. Director Wang said, "Comrade Chen Jun, among the young generation now, there are really not many young people with such high ideological consciousness as you, very few. Originally, because of your military exploits, you were promoted to lieutenant. It won't be a problem, but you are not from the Ministry of Military Affairs yet. As long as you go to the Ministry of Military Affairs, I will immediately apply for a military rank for you, starting as lieutenant." Director Wang's fierce operations made Kang Lei standing aside stunned. He had already guessed that Director Wang wanted to poach people, but he didn't expect that he would be so ruthless. In less than an hour, he directly crossed department and gave Chen Jun a second-class meritorious service, and promised to start as a lieutenant. Who can bear this? A normal young soldier. If it were young Kang Lei, he would definitely be tempted. Kang Lei is a little worried now. Can Chen Jun bear it? And Ran's mouth opened wide. If I remember correctly, this was the second time Chen Jun had received second-class merit, and she had only won it once after being a soldier for so many years. Director Wang continued, "Cause an explosion of public opinion and lead young people in the right direction. Who else are you? Just go and you will be greeted with applause and flowers. I want to make you a military model in the new era and the largest Yan country. Star, let young people worship you and learn from you. This will have a very positive effect on the construction of our army, and I believe that as long as you take this step, it will have a significant impact on your life in the future. Our army needs more outstanding soldiers like you. Come on, the Military Affairs Department is definitely a place where you can show your talents. Promise him, son," Chen Shan said excitedly next to him. When Chen Shan asked Chen Jun to serve as a soldier, wasn't he hoping to change his bad habits? Now Chen Shan has completely changed. He fights the enemy bravely on the battlefield with great passion. He is even braver than his father back then. Now, the big boss of the Ministry of Military Affairs has been alerted and is preparing to make him a military model in the new era. This is a matter of honoring the ancestors. Now Chen Shan wants to go back and burn incense for his ancestors, and then tell Chen Jun's grandfather that his grandson Chen Jun has become successful. Lu Hong suddenly felt like she was in a dream when she heard Director Wang praising her son non-stop and wanting to make her son a model in the army and the biggest star in the country. Is this my son? When he was sent to serve as a soldier, Lu Hong was worried that he would not be able to hold on, and even mentally prepared his son to become a deserter. But now, in the blink of an eye, my son has become a hero, and a lesson that young people across the country must learn from. Lu Hong was so excited that she couldn't help but shed tears. Son, listen to mother, listen to the chief, and go with him, Lu Hong said. At this moment, Kang Lei tightened his heartstrings and looked at Chen Jun. He was worried. What if Chen Jun couldn't withstand the pressure and agreed to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs? That is a place from which there is no return. It was rare for Kang Lei to meet such a good soldier, and he wanted him to bring out more outstanding soldiers. It would be a pity if he left. What's more, Chen Jun can definitely join the special forces in the future, where he can also show off his talents and achieve great things. It is definitely no worse than going to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and maybe he can go further. Now it depends on what Chen Jun chooses. Chen Jun received the medal, and the laughter of his comrades and the look of the squad leader flashed in his mind, but Scorpion's arrogant look suddenly appeared in his mind. He wants to kill the squad leader. No, I won't go. Real soldiers are never stars. They are all unknown guardians, not heroes. If I become one, I will feel sorry for my comrades who sacrificed their lives, as well as the martyrs who made greater contributions in the past. Chief, thank you for your regard for me. I will not go to the Ministry of Military Affairs. I will stay in the combat force. I will become a special soldier. I will avenge my sacrificed comrades and avenge my squad leader. Wang Tao was stunned. He had such a high level of ideological consciousness, so suitable for the Ministry of Military Affairs. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host has obtained second-class merit once and will be rewarded with 1 experience points. The host sticks to his principles and is rewarded with 100 experience points. Because you upgrade the host to gain a hackerspace, you will be rewarded with an opportunity to strengthen. Chapter 64. Hackerspace. Chen Jun was overjoyed. But what is this hackerspace? Fusion. Hackerspace. In the hackerspace, time is stopped for existing enemies or upcoming dangers, and the host can foresee the future. So powerful? Can you predict the future and make predictions? The next moment, a large amount of information about hackerspace poured into Chen Jun's mind. In just a few breaths, he immediately understood what a hackerspace was. As long as he opens the hackerspace, enemies around him will be able to sense it. Even if Chen Jun didn't sense it in advance, when the crisis came, he would predict it in advance, as if time had stopped, and the action time was 4.4 seconds. This time will be extended as his physical fitness improves. In this way, hackerspace can be described as awesome. With Chen Jun's current physical fitness, he can make time stand still for 4.4 seconds. This is 4.4 seconds. For example, when the enemy's bullet is fired, Chen Jun has 4.4 seconds to make a judgment and dodge. Chen Jun has not become a true soldier king, but the delay time of 4.4 seconds is enough for him to save himself. Unless it is a sniper bullet at close range or a powerful explosion in a large area, he cannot dodge within 4.4 seconds. This is definitely Chen Jun's strongest way to save his life. If Chen Jun had obtained hackerspace when fighting Scorpion before, with the 4.4 seconds extension, it would be enough for him to dodge or launch a counterattack, and he would not almost lose his life. One more powerful way to save life. Now with the addition of hacker medical skills and hackerspace, these 2 auxiliary skills will enable me to easily handle even more dangerous situations in the future. Chen Jun, who was originally feeling a little heavy, suddenly felt much more relaxed. He has become stronger again, which brings him closer to Scorpion. The next time he meets him, he will be more confident in killing him. By the way, there is another chance to strengthen. Strengthen. Chen Jun didn't hesitate. Only through continuous strengthening can his physical fitness improve most quickly. After escaping from death this time, the body is at its weakest, so it would be best to strengthen it. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged through my body again. After a few breaths, the system in my mind prompted, the host's body has been strengthened, and all attributes are plus 0.5. It turned out to be an increase of 0.5. Sure enough, even when the body is extremely weak, it can also achieve the maximum enhancement. This is a comprehensive attribute of 0.5, which is equivalent to a 50% improvement in a normal person's physical fitness. After Chen Jun's physical fitness breaks through to 4, it will be very difficult not to improve by 0.1. Now it is commendable to directly increase it by 0.5. In just this moment, Chen Jun immediately felt that his body became much more relaxed and his injuries improved again. According to this recovery speed, Chen Jun feels that it will not take long to return to peak condition. Intensifying it once is equivalent to the best treatment, and it has no side effects. Treatment without medication is infinitely better. Chen Jun secretly made plans in his mind. After all, these are the roots of his strength, and they must be understood clearly so that they can be utilized to the maximum extent. The sudden appearance of Scorpion gave Chen Jun a strong sense of crisis. The opponent's target is the squad leader. He can appear once, and then he can appear a second time, a third time, and the squad leader is disabled and has weak combat power. Once he encounters the Scorpion, he will definitely die without help. The Scorpion must be killed as soon as possible. Chen Jun glanced at the list of personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun. Occupation, soldier level, 3 attributes, spirit 4.9, constitution 4.9, strength 4.9, speed 4.9. Normal person, 1 hacking skills, hacking assassination Desheng, hacking shooting Desheng, hacking stealth Desheng, hacking medicine Zhou hacker space Zhou 1000 meters experience points, 0/500. The action time of the hacker space reaches 4.9 seconds, which is almost equivalent to being able to dodge the bullets fired by 2 snipers continuously. The range of hacker space Zhou is 1000 meters, which means that within this 1000 meters range, any danger can be sensed. This is equivalent to installing a bioradar on the body. Now the hacker space is only a small success. When it reaches medium success, it will be 2000 meters, and when it reaches dazzling success, it will be 3000 meters. Dashang is 3,000 meters, which is considered a long distance. This is definitely a cheating weapon for searching for enemies. It is more terrifying than drone reconnaissance. The time is 4.9 seconds and the range of action is 1,000 meters. For now, it is very good. No, this is not enough. We must make hackerspace reach success as soon as possible. The earlier the enemy is discovered, the better it will be for ourselves. Chen Jun is already thinking about how to use hackerspace. Afterwards, Chen Jun clenched his fists calmly and immediately felt a surge of power and judged that his injuries had healed by %. Very good. Less than 4 hours after the operation, my body has recovered to such an extent. It's amazing. Chen Jun now has a feeling that if he encounters a scorpion next time, even if he is passive, he will definitely be able to make the scorpion fly. No one knew that in just 10 seconds, Chen Jun's body had undergone earth-shaking changes. When Chen Shan and Lu Hong heard that Chen Jun directly rejected Director Wang's invitation, their hearts skipped a beat and their minds almost went blank. Did you reject such a good opportunity outright? That is a matter of honoring the ancestors. Shen Shan's stomach twitched and he wanted to take out his belt and hit someone. When Kang Lei heard what Chen Jun said, he felt relieved and became more and more pleased with Chen Jun. This kid really didn't disappoint me. It's not easy for him to make such a decision so decisively. It's not easy. He's much better than when I was young. Director Wang kept nodding, with admiration in his eyes, because when Chen Jun said those words, his whole body seemed to be glowing and he became more energetic. Such soldiers are good soldiers. Although the other party refused, Director Wang was not angry, but instead appreciated it even more. For such a young soldier to remain unmoved in the face of such a huge attraction is the true demeanor of a soldier. Director Wang said, "Comrade Chen Jun, I respect your decision, but I still say the same thing. If you want to come to the Ministry of Military Affairs in the future, you can come at any time. I will wait for you." Chen Jun said, "Thank you, Chief." At this time, Kang Lei turned to Director Wang and said, "Director Wang, Shen Yungan needs to rest after the operation. You are also busy with your affairs, so you won't go back first. I will send you off." With that said, he took Director Wang's arm and wanted to go out. Director Wang is a little confused. "I hadn't wanted to leave yet. Are you trying to drive people away?" Chapter 65 It's him. Director Wang took away Kang Lei's hand, looked at Chen Jun with a smile, and told him a few words, telling him to have a good rest, not to think too much, and to take good care of his body first. Director Wang has been engaged in the ideological education of the army for so many years, and this is the first time he has met a soldier who satisfies him like Chen Jun. It is really rare for the son of the richest man in Donghai City and the second generation of the super rich to have such an ideological consciousness. Let's look at the sons of other richest men. Almost all of them are playboys. They are exposed to all kinds of gossip every day. If they are dating this internet celebrity today, they will drive a luxury car to a nightclub tomorrow, or they will go fishing on a cruise ship. In short, Director Wang's eyes are full of extravagance. Chen Jun is different. He has set an example for the new generation of young people. So Chen Jun is like a luminous body attracting Director Wang, like a man and woman in love. It's a pity that such a soldier refuses to go to the news general affairs. Otherwise, he will definitely become a big star in the army and cause a greater reaction in society. However, the opponent naturally chooses to stay in the combat unit and vow to avenge his comrades to the death. This is also worth learning. Therefore, Director Wang did not force it. Otherwise, with the ability of the Military Affairs Department, he would directly give a transfer order to the Iron Fist Regiment. Even if Chen Jun didn't want to go, he would have to go. After a few simple conversations, Director Wang asked Kang Lei to send it out. After waiting at the door, Director Wang's face instantly became serious and said, "I have to go to Langya." When did the special forces become so useless? A hero who takes off his uniform to fight with his comrades. We must focus on their ideological education and do it very hard. Otherwise, why would we still be called soldiers if we are soldiers? Kang Lei staggered and almost lost his balance. He wanted to persuade Director Wang not to go. That was a wolf. If you went to catch education, wouldn't it end up hurting Caillou and burning my head? But Kang Lei didn't dare to persuade him. Director Wang was so angry now that he was so optimistic about Chen Jun that he even gave him second-class merit, but Chen Jun didn't go. How angry does this make him? So I definitely have to vent. Langya can't escape this time. 3 days later, at 6:30 in the morning, the group meeting room of the Langya Brigade headquarters. The dark crowd was filled with dozens of people, all of them sitting upright, with solemn expressions and extremely serious faces. The entire conference room gave people a feeling that a storm was about to come. And He Jun, who was sitting in the chief position, looked like a storm, and an invisible coercion radiated from his body. Anyone who came closer to him felt like he could not breathe. This was the first time they felt such a powerful aura from He Jun. On his desk, there is a rectification list given by the Ministry of Military Affairs after a comprehensive inspection of Langya. It lists dozens of issues that need to be rectified, and an ideological rectification report that needs to be written, which exceeds words. This is crushing. As the founder of Langya, He Jun is naturally powerful. The information on him studied by foreign military forces alone fills a room. When he was young, he participated in countless competitions, large and small, and won various honors. It can be said that He Jun is full of legend. However, I have never written a word ideological report, and I specified the requirements. The report must be profound, signed by He Jun, and delivered to Director Wang's office in person. He Jun glanced at everyone with sharp eyes and said angrily, "Who called the Ministry of Military Affairs? They are not a picket department. They rarely come down to inspect in person. How could they fall on us?" Sitting under the stage were Fan Tianlei, Lao Gao, Lei Shan and Langya, officers of all sizes. Fan Tianlei and Lao Gao shook their heads. People from the Ministry of Military Affairs suddenly came down to check. They are still confused. How do they know what is going on? But one thing is certain. He definitely didn't know that that guy had provoked people from the Ministry of Military Affairs, otherwise they would never have come to his door. Lei Zhan looked aggrieved and felt as if he was constipated, but in the end he stood up honestly and said, "Report to the chief, the situation is like this. A few days ago, people from the picket department went to the Iron Fist group to investigate Chen Jun's affairs. The picket department asked me to participate in the investigation. I couldn't refuse, so I went along, but for some reason, Director Wang of the Military Affairs Department suddenly came. He asked Director Fang, who was leading the team, to write a 20-word ideological report." He Jun's body trembled and he almost cursed. 20 words? Is this still giving me face? Exclamation. He Jun felt a sudden rush in his heart and really wanted to beat him up. "Chen Jun?" Fan Tianlei asked. "That Chen Jun?" Lao Gao immediately became interested. "Is it the Chen Jun that the whole city is reporting and making a fuss about? The son of the richest man in Donghai City is a soldier? This matter is now abuzz in society, and many people regard Chen Jun as an idol." Lao Gao had also paid attention to this matter, but he was on a mission later and had no time to continue to pay attention. Who expected Lei Zhan to provoke him? No wonder the Ministry of Military Affairs would find trouble with Langya. This is a problem of ideological style. Fan Tianlei immediately showed an ant-like smile on his face and said, "It's him, it's him, it's him. I have long thought about taking Deju roast chicken and Liao Jiao to find Lao Kang and let him live in Langya, but Wang the director was one step ahead of me. Needless to say, he must have poached Chen Jun to go to the Military Affairs Department, otherwise he would not have been able to stand up for him. Needless to say, the matter is already very clear. Director Wang just wants to use my wolf fangs to perform surgery. This is a meeting gift for Chen Jun. Captain Lei, you are really an assist this time. You directly pushed away a good young man like Chen Jun. Went to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and by the way, they made us wolf fang very restless." Lei Zhan's face was livid and he felt unspeakably aggrieved, but what could he say? "Why, I still have a word ideological report to write." He Jun glanced at Lei Zhan, who was silent, and wanted to give him a good beating, but he held it back when he thought that he had just had a relationship problem. In any case, Lei Zhan is already a teenage mutant ninja turtle. If he continues to attack, he will probably collapse psychologically. He Jun thought for a moment and said directly to his secretary, "Tell Kang Tuan of the Iron Fist Regiment that when Chen Jun is discharged from the hospital, I will go to the Iron Fist Regiment. Lei Zhan and Lao Gao will also go together." Lei Zhan and Lao Gao responded, "Yes." Fan Tianlei immediately shouted, "Langdu, I'm going too, I miss my brother." He Jun shook his head and said, "Just don't go. Your intention is too obvious. I can't afford to lose that person. By the way, the pig farm is sending a batch of new piglets there. Please take someone to make arrangements. Pork is expensive these days. The brigade's funds are tight." Fan Tianlei's face suddenly solidified, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 66 Salute to the Military Spirit. Chen Jun didn't know that he had been targeted by Langya. At this time, in the special care ward, he handed an envelope to the monitor and said, "Squad monitor, this is 1 yuan in cash. This is the pocket money my mother gave me. You know I won't need it. This is for my future godson or goddaughter, so I must keep it." Chiguo didn't answer, but stared at Chen Jun with red eyes. If it weren't for Chen Jun, all his family would have died long ago. "You are my soldier not because you are Chen Jun. I am good to you. Zaojun, after I retired after being injured, I did not take the initiative to ask for a penny from the country. If I applied for a subsidy, it would be hundreds of thousands, so why do I care about your pocket money when you receive my due salary? Chen Jun thought that the squad leader had misunderstood and hurriedly said, Squad leader, I have 100 million pocket money a month. As long as I am a qualified soldier, my mother will transfer the money. If you hadn't always encouraged me and helped me, I would have been. He became a deserter in one day. I have accumulated 300 million in the 3 months in the recruit company. If it were not convenient for me to withdraw cash now, I would have withdrawn 300 million and given it to you. Monitor, this money is not for you. It is pocket money for my future godson or goddaughter. Don't refuse. In Chen Jun's mind, he simply wanted to help the squad leader, and the only way to help the squad leader now was to give him money to help him get through this difficult time. After all, the family will have no income until the squad leader recovers. There is a transfer bonus when you retire, but there are times when you are left with nothing. My sister-in-law has a big belly now, and it will be difficult for her to find a job in the next 2 years. In addition, the monitor will not be able to move easily in the future and will need more care. Therefore, you can imagine how difficult the life of the monitor and his family will be in the future. Chen Jun would never let the squad leader live such a hard life. The corner of Shiguo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. $1 million of pocket money a month really limited imagination because of poverty. Many people could not save so much money in their lifetime, but it was just other people's pocket money. However, what surprised Shiguo was that Chen Jun had such a good family condition and chose to be a soldier. This kind of ideological awareness was really beyond the reach of ordinary young people. If the vast majority of young people today were rich, they would probably only think about how to enjoy life. How could they think of being a soldier? To fight the enemy to death? Shiguo took a deep breath, looked at Chen Jun seriously, and said, Chen Jun, the squad leader's feet are disabled, but I still have my own hands. I can also use a computer and can do many things. Chen Jun, save the last bit for the squad leader. Dignity, I will support my family, not you or the country. Hearing this, Chen Jun was speechless, with tears in his eyes and red eyes. The squad leader is such a person. When he decides on something, no one can change it, including when Gong Jian and Lao Hai persuaded the squad leader to give up Chen Jun and not to affect his future, because of Chen Jun. The squad leader still insisted on protecting Chen military. This is the squad leader, a man who is upright and upright. When fighting the enemy in Area 1 to the end, the squad leader could have retreated, but he did not. He used his actions to fulfill his oath as a soldier. Even if he can't stand up now, he will use his hands to live a strong life and support his family. This is the monitor. Without the persistence and encouragement of the squad leader, Chen Jun would not be where he is today. Squad leader Chen Jun whispered, Shiguado, Chen Jun, you are the squad leader's biggest hope now. You don't have to worry about the squad leader's future life. You just have to follow your own path. The squad leader is watching you from behind. Not only the squad leader, but also Lao Yang, Lao Wu, they are all watching from the sky. Yes, Chen Jun said. Swish! Shen Shan, who was standing nearby, suddenly straightened his back and saluted Shiguo. He is also a veteran and respects the true military spirit of the Yan Kingdom. Shen Shan heard it. If it weren't for squad leader Shiguo's help to his son in the army, Chen Jun would have been a deserter instead of a fighting hero. It was squad leader Shiguo who changed his son and turned him into an upright man. This salute is Chen Shan's gratitude to Shiguo as a father for everything he has done for his son. Shiguo chatted with Chen Jun for a while and Chen Jun asked him to go back. After all, his legs were inconvenient and his sister-in-law couldn't be too tired. Son, you have met a good squad leader. Shen Shan said seriously. Chen Jun nodded and said, the squad leader is a person worthy of everyone's respect. Shen Shan said, it's necessary, don't worry. Son, your squad leader's affairs are your father's affairs. I will make arrangements for him after he is discharged from the hospital. Chen Jun looked at Chen Shan in surprise. Squad leader, he is a very persistent person. He doesn't want to owe anyone. Chen Shandao, of course, don't worry, I won't hurt your squad leader's self-esteem. Are you still worried that I can't do this little thing? You are the richest man in Donghai City with more than employees under you. Are you worried that you can't arrange your squad leader? Chen Jun nodded and said, thank you, Dad. Okay, don't be polite to me. If you didn't meet such a squad leader, you don't know what you would have become. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You can recover well. We will discuss the future matters slowly in the future. Chen Jun thought of everything the squad leader had done for him, with a firm look in his eyes. When I improve my hacker medical skills to the ultimate level, I might be able to cure the squad leader's leg. In the following time, Chen Jun's parents and An Ran stayed to take care of Chen Jun. In the blink of an eye, a month later, Chen Jun could get out of bed and move around freely, but of course he could not do strenuous exercise. This made director Mu sigh with emotion, because it was a miracle that Chen Jun could recover to such an extent in 3 months, let alone a month. How did he know that Chen Jun could recover so quickly, mainly with the help of hacker medical skills? After being able to move freely, Chen Jun recovered faster, because under the influence of hacker medicine, he could speed up various attempts to harmonize his body. During this month, Chen Jun also passed on the muscles and bones coordination and the 5 elements Kai and blood movement techniques in the hacker medical technique to Director Mu. But as Chen Jun said, Director Mu only learned %, but it was enough for him. A week later, Chen Jun opened his personal attribute list. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level, 3 attributes, spirit 5, constitution 5, strength 5, speed 5 normal person, 1 hacking skills, hacking assassination dashing, hacking shooting dashing, hacking stealth dashing, hacking medicine medium, hacker space Zhaochang, 1000 meters experience points, 0/500 chapter 67 hacking medical skills have finally reached mediocrity. During this period of time, Chen Jun was unable to exercise vigorously, so he put all his energy into researching hacking medicine. He keeps using the healing techniques from hacking medicine on himself, that is, he heals himself. Physicians do not heal themselves, that is for some quack doctors. There is another saying in the old saying that a long illness becomes a doctor. Chen Jun is using himself as a carrier, constantly exploring and treating himself. During the treatment, Chen Jun gained a deeper understanding of hacking medicine, and at the same time accelerated his body's recovery. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Chen Jun would have to wait for more than 3 months to recover. This is the horror of hacking medicine. And after Chen Jun's hacking medicine reached moderate success, he added an even more terrifying ability, that is hacking disguise. This is a way that he can change his appearance without resorting to any disguise. In other words, as long as Chen Jun wanted to, he could completely transform himself into another person in a short period of time. You can make yourself extremely ugly, or you can make yourself more handsome, absolutely no worse than any first-line male star. This is definitely another breakthrough for Chen Jun. For Chen Jun, he will eventually become a special soldier, and it is common for special forces to infiltrate behind enemy lines. In this case, camouflage is the most important thing. Only when you hide yourself seamlessly can you complete the task perfectly. To escape from danger, you have to rely on camouflage. Chen Jun possessing this ability will be of great help to infiltrating the enemy's interior in the future. In addition to this extra ability, Chen Jun's physical attributes increased by 0.1, and his total attributes finally reached 5. Don't look at this as an improvement of 0.1, which allows Chen Jun to reach 5 attributes, which is equivalent to a further step on the basis of the King of Soldiers. This is a breakthrough, and this kind of breakthrough does not rely on training, nor does it rely on strengthening, but through the treatment and conditioning of the body through hacking medicine, which stimulates the potential of the body while curing the disease, achieving the effect of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With Chen Jun's physical fitness of 5 attributes, the elite special forces are no longer his opponents. After Director Mu's last physical examination, it was confirmed that Chen Jun's body had fully recovered, and he could be discharged from the hospital. Chen Jun didn't stop there and chose to leave the hospital and go to the army. Chen Jun's parents naturally hoped that Chen Jun would go to the Ministry of Military Affairs, where it would not be dangerous to work, and he would honor his ancestors, but Chen Jun flatly refused. Seeing that Chen Jun disagreed, they proposed to let Chen Jun go home and inherit the family property, or to have a child with Ren earlier, so that they could feel at ease. Standing by the side, Ren couldn't help blushing. Naturally, Chen Jun would not affect his speed of drawing his gun because of these. Mom and Dad, don't worry, my son won't be sacrificed so easily. I will definitely follow your wishes when I avenge my squad leader and my comrades in arms. These are the last words Chen Jun said. There is nothing wrong with his parents' thinking, and Chen Jun can naturally understand, but he knows what he should do most now. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be both, Chen Jun chose the latter. Chen Jun went directly to the Iron Fist group, but the person who came to pick him up was actually Gong Jian. In the car, Gong Jian said to Chen Jun very calmly, Chen Lion, I apologize to you, I also liked Ran, that is a flower in the army, a gentle lady, and a gentleman, but don't worry, naturally you are married, I will stop thinking, and there will be no other thoughts. Chen Jun nodded and said, it's okay, there are many people who like her, and you are the only one. The corner of Gong Jian's mouth twitched, what a straight man of steel. In fact, The reason why Gong Jian apologized and expressed his thoughts to Chen Jun was more because Chen Jun blocked the knife for his comrades, and he was the squad leader Shiguo's family. Squad leader Shiguo is also a veteran that Gong Jian is optimistic about. Shiguo's name is on the list he recommends for promotion. Unfortunately, in addition, he also heard from Kang Lei that Chen Jun rejected the fragrant bun from the Ministry of Military Affairs and continued to stay in the frontline combat troops to avenge his comrades. For many people, it is very difficult to refuse the invitation of the Ministry of Military Affairs. If they invite themselves, Gong Jian may not be able to resist. But Chen Jun refused without any ambiguity. This deserves Gong Jian's admiration. He really underestimated Chen Jun before. Gong Jian immediately shifted to other topics. Spike has issued a notice. 1 month later, the selection of special forces will start. What are your plans? Or how are your preparations going? But after asking this, Gong Jian suddenly wanted to slap himself. Isn't this self-inflicted? Chen Jun went to the Thunder base to fight a game, and the 3 major events made the entire Thunder and Lightning people get down on the ground. Will he fail the assessment? That is impossible. With Chen Jun's current physical fitness and combat ability, I am afraid that he is already much stronger than special soldiers. Seeing that Chen Jun did not answer, Gong Jian said with a little emotion, I will be the chief of staff of the commando team in this period. There is definitely no problem for you to join the commando team. However, if you go, I will still be your leader and your uncle will still your uncle. In the company, the instructor is in charge of thinking, and the company commander is in charge of training. To put it bluntly, although the 2 positions are at the same level, strictly speaking, the instructor is half a level higher, because grasping the mind is actually managing people, and the company commander also needs thinking educate. So there was nothing wrong with Gong Jian saying this. Of course, at this time, it is said that there is a bit of showing off in it. Chen Jundao, I'm not going to assess the special forces, and I won't let you take care of them. You can't be the staff officer. I went there to tell those special forces what kind of special forces are, and what is the real king of soldiers in the Yan Kingdom. Anything else is meaningless. Gong Jian really wanted to burst out. You guys will die if you don't brag. But Chen Jun is really awesome. He put down the entire Thunder and Lightning people. Who has this ability in Langyanli? He dared to say such arrogant words. Gong Jian took a deep breath and said, I support you. If you have a dream, everyone is great. The 2 of them stopped talking all the way. To put it bluntly, Chen Jun is a straight man of steel. As long as Gong Jian talks to him, he will definitely be suffocated to death. It is better not to talk like this. Chen Jun had no objection to Gong Jian, he simply didn't want to talk to him. After returning to the dormitory, the first thing Chen Jun did was to offer incense to his comrades in arms. Brothers, I'm back, you watch from the sky, I will avenge you. Chen Jun tidied up the room, then changed into training clothes, ready to start training. It can be said that Chen Jun has held back for more than a month, and now the preparation is his craziest start. However, when he was about to go out, Kang Lei knocked on the door and came in. Chapter 68 Chen Jun's anger. Chen Jun immediately saluted Kang Lei. Chief. Kang Lei smiled and patted Chen Jun on the shoulder, looking up and down, a bit like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more satisfied she became. He said, I thought I would never see you again. Just come back. Just come back. Not bad, it feels stronger than before, good. Chen Jun felt slightly warm in his heart. Even though Kang Lei talks carelessly, you really make him admire you. His attitude is like that of an old lady, and he treats you from the bottom of his heart. In this aspect, he is a bit like squad leader Shiguo. Captain, I will always be your soldier. Chen Jun said. Kang Lei nodded and said, your words are enough. I went to see your squad leader Shiguo. When I left, he refused my funding. Although he was disabled, he still maintained the style of our soldiers. This is worthy of our admiration. He is a man of iron bones, but his life is not easy. It's so easy. Looking at his back pushing the wheelchair back alone, I can't relate to the tough soldier in the past. Shiguo is the best squad leader I have ever seen in my many years as a soldier. Originally, his name was mentioned in this promotion. It is a pity. I hope he can live a smoother life in the future. For him, this road of life is still a long time coming. However, I firmly believe that he will not collapse like this, and he will still be able to make a career in society in the future. Chen Jun's eyes were red and he said, the squad leader is an upright man. No matter where he is, he will do his own business. There is no doubt about this. Of course, I have $1 million pocket money a month and I keep it for his children. Kang Lei was stunned and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was indeed the son of the richest man. Even a month's pocket money was a wealth that ordinary people could not accumulate in a lifetime. With so much wealth, to come to serve as a soldier, to fight the enemy to the death, and almost never come back. No wonder Director Wang takes it so seriously. As for what Chen Jun said about keeping it for squad leader Shiguo's children, he definitely didn't say it casually. Kang Lei nodded and said, "Let's deal with the squad leader's affairs first. He has left the military camp, but his spirit has always been in the military camp. You can continue to move forward in the footsteps of your squad leader and fulfill his wishes." Chen Jun said, "Yes. You just came back, take a good rest first, don't practice too hard, understand?" Kang Lei saw that Chen Jun had changed into combat uniforms, and he looked like he was about to fight. Chen Jun said, "Yes. Another thing I want to tell you is that Jun, the wolf leader, said that when you return to the Iron Fist Regiment, he will bring people to the Iron Fist Regiment to inspect the work. Whether the inspection work is fake, let's see if your kid is real." Kang Lei said. Chen Jun asked doubtfully, "What are you looking at me doing?" Kang Lei chuckled and said, "You haven't heard, right? Director Wang directly punished Langtu to write a word ideological report because of your matter. The brigade headquarters has been undergoing comprehensive rectification for more than a month. Staff Fan has he called me no less than 10 times, and he looked like he was about to collapse. The rectification of ideological education is not implemented in place, and even if you don't die, you have to peel off the skin. This is also caused by you, so you think the wolf head should come to see you?" Chen Jun was surprised and said, "Why would Director Wang do this?" Kang Lei thought for a while and said, "Actually, you should really thank Director Wang. If he hadn't come forward to solve your matter, I'm afraid it would be really difficult for you to stand here. When you went to visit squad leader Shiguo, the picket team, and he recounted the interrogation process by Feng Tangjing and others regarding Chen Jun in the conference room that day, including the final arrival of Director Wang." Chen Jun clenched his fists and said, "These guys have time not to track down the murderer, but they have time to track themselves down. Want to interrogate me? Are they that urgent?" Kang Lei hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard that Lei Zhan took the initiative to approach the picket department. They happen to be investigating your affairs in Area 1, so they overturned the word report I wrote for you before. We came down again to investigate, and this is what caused such a fuss." Chen Jun's clenched fists rattled. Kang Lei said, "I'm not trying to attract hatred for you. What he did is actually in compliance with the regulations. Your situation does need to be verified by the organization in terms of procedures. It's just that there is something wrong with their attitude and their thinking is too subjective. Lei Zhan is actually not a bad person at heart. He's a good soldier. Hey, let me tell you this. After all, your kid dug someone else's wall." "That and Ran." Chen Jun interrupted Kang Lei, "And Ran and I were engaged when we were young. He wanted to poach me." Kang Lei was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, "No wonder, and Ran has so many suitors, but none of them have taken a liking to him. It turns out that his heart is with you." "Not bad, not bad." When Chen Jun saw Kang Lei looking so happy, why did he feel like he was a little gloating? Kang Lei stopped laughing and said, "This time, we are here with Langtu, Lao Gao, and Lei Zhan will also come. If you want to become a special forces soldier in the future, you must have a good relationship with them. Individual strength is more important than collective strength. It's important, you have to solve the Lei Zhan matter, otherwise it will become a hidden danger. Lei Zhan is the captain of the Thunder Commando and is Langtu's favorite general. He is currently performing very well in all aspects and is the most promising person to succeed Langtu in the future. Therefore, it is necessary to have a good relationship with him. Of course, it's not about being a grandson. We should always speak our minds first. If he is arrogant, we will speak with our fists. This day is not his, do you understand?" Chen Jun was silent. He did have a grudge against Lei Zhan, not because of An Ran, but because of the squad leader and the sacrificed comrades. If one day they had not arrived too late, the tragedy might not have happened. This is a hurdle that cannot be overcome. Seeing Chen Jun's silence, Kang Lei laughed loudly, patted Chen Jun's shoulder again, and said, "With the power of one person, he inspired Langya to carry out the rectification movement. How awesome is this? It's unprecedented, especially in Langya. That is the top combat unit of the military region, and it has always been a flaunt. Maybe the halo has been worn for too long. It's time to brainwash some people. Otherwise, if you put yourself on a high pedestal all day long, problems will arise sooner or later." "Okay, I won't say so much. Get some rest early. I'm leaving." Kang Lei said no more and left Chen Jun's dormitory. After he left, Chen Jun did not rest. Instead, he went to train until midnight and rested. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Chen Jun blew the assembly whistle on time at the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. The sound of dense footsteps sounded in the corridor of the dormitory, and the people from the 4th Company quickly ran out of the dormitory to gather. When they saw Chen Jun standing there like a god of war, their eyes lit up and were full of excitement. Chapter 69 Powerful Seed. Holy crap. I was wondering who would call the rally at this time. It turns out that Chen Lion is back. I have just been relaxed for more than a month. The good days, haha, have passed and the crazy days are finally coming again. I'm going to say, brother, don't you miss him? Now you say this? You kid doesn't mean what you mean. Look at the other brothers, they seem very excited. Ask them what they think. Don't tell me you don't want to become stronger. Wang Yanbing glanced at everyone, his stomach twitching. This is a comparison. I used to take the lead in scolding, but now Chen Jun appears. What's going on with that expression? It's all excitement. Why does this feeling sound like that of a strong man who has been holding back for a long time and sees his young wife coming to visit? In fact, Wang Yanbing himself knows that who in the military doesn't want to become stronger? Who doesn't want to be the king of soldiers and the strongest soldier? Especially in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Chen Jun, a madman, took the lead for them. He was crazier and better than any of them. He also regarded each of them as brothers, and he was always leading the charge. His current identity is the company commander, the boss of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, so he doesn't have to do that at all. In the more than a month that Chen Jun has served as company commander, he has been the strongest role model in the company. In the army, the strong are always respected, and whoever is stronger is the yardstick in everyone's mind and the target of their pursuit, so Chen Jun himself doesn't know that he has planted his own seeds in everyone in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Those are powerful seeds. When He Changwon looked at Chen Jun, his eyes were full of gratitude. If Chen Jun hadn't helped out that day and exposed that bastard, Lin Xiaxia would have been even worse. Although she betrayed him, no matter what, they grew up together, and that kind of relationship doesn't mean that there won't be any. And after knowing that Chen Jun almost lost his life to save his squad leader, He Changwon finally understood what Chen Jun said to him. Men must be strong, and soldiers must be strong even more. He Changwon's eyes were burning with fire. I heard that Chen Lian went out for more than a month and did not come back. A comrade in arms blocked the knife and almost died in the hospital. This incident was reported by the media and caused a strong sensation in the society. Chen Lian became a military model in the new era. That's right, the last time I talked to my family on the phone, they specifically mentioned it and asked me if Chen Lian was from our army. If so, I must learn from him. Yes, I also heard that Chen Lian is the child of Chen Shan, the richest man in Donghai City, and his wealth exceeds 1 trillion yuan. Can you believe it? I'll go. I became a soldier because I was poor and couldn't go to college. I'm really ashamed. This person's ideological consciousness is incomparable. Hey, if my family has trillions of assets waiting for me to inherit, I will definitely be in trouble. How can I still be a soldier? This may be the gap. People are different. There is a gap. When everyone looked at Chen Jun, their eyes showed admiration and admiration. Who would have thought that the recruits they looked down upon the most turned out to be the 2nd generation of super rich people? And isn't the 2nd generation of super rich people synonymous with playboys? But what did Chen Jun do? From the most useless soldier to the strongest soldier, the craziest company commander, and a hero who can defend his comrades. From that moment on, Chen Jun was their most admired idol. At this moment, squad leader Lao Hai also ran out. Hearing everyone's whispered remarks, he couldn't help but feel admiration. No wonder he was so weak as a recruit. It turns out he grew up with a golden key in his mouth. Lao Hai naturally knew that Chen Jun blocked the sword for Shiguo. It was a fatal blow when he almost died. From that moment on, Lao Hai admired Chen Jun from the bottom of his heart. He no longer regarded him as a new recruit, but as the true captain of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. The team quickly lined up and assembled and roll call was taken. Reporting to the company commander, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters should have 125 people, and the actual number is 125. The assembly is complete, please give instructions. Lao Hai reported to Chen Jun loudly. Chen Jun returned the greeting, although he glanced at everyone. Stand at attention. Take a break. Chen Jun's expression was serious, still as cold as before, and he shouted loudly, there is no special training today because the leaders of the Langya Special Forces Brigade are coming down to inspect the work. You all know that in Area 1, my 3rd squad, the soldiers from their Iron Fist Regiment, during that sneak attack, due to various information checks by the Special Forces, the final support was slowed down, and they lost every last drop. Blood didn't even wait for support. Then they came, because the enemy had already rushed into the gray area and they could not fight across it. I could understand that, but instead of continuing to hunt down the enemy, they spent their energy investigating my sacrificed comrades, and even suspected them. Maybe they are right. They think further, think more deeply about the problem, and know more truths than me. But today, I hope you will show your special skills and let them know that our sharpshooter company is tough enough. Strong, you don't have to think that they are special forces so you can doubt our strength. Fourth company of sharpshooters, kill. Chen Jun roared like a wild beast roaring in the forest. He just blamed them for leaving late and why they couldn't arrive earlier, so that the third shift wouldn't have to fight to the last drop. It is honorable and right for soldiers to die on the battlefield, but if they can survive on the battlefield, who wants to die? The squad leader's legs do not need to be disabled. He can continue to go to the battlefield, become the best squad leader, and bring out more outstanding soldiers. Why couldn't they have come earlier? And why should they still doubt their comrades who have died? Why? Chen Jun felt a fire in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone roared in unison, their eyes burning with fire. What happened in the No area of class has spread to the fourth company of sharpshooters. When they learned the news, they were all extremely angry. They already understand why Chen Jun is so desperate and why he has become so strong. This is because he carries the third class on his shoulders. Because he has a blood feud on his shoulders, and he wants to avenge his comrades. Why did Chen Jun say on his first day as the commander of the fourth company of sharpshooters that he would take the strongest soldiers of the fourth company of sharpshooters to Linia in 3 months to show those special forces whether they were strong enough and tough enough? Exclamation now, here's your chance. Go! Chen Jun waved his hand and took everyone to the weapons depot to collect weapons and went directly to the training ground. Old Black Squad leader, prepare live ammunition for me, send it over and press a few more magazines. Lao Hai twitched the corner of his mouth and shouted, yes. What's more, he has become Chen Jun's full-time bomb suppressor. Chapter 70 The Rival of Love is coming. Not long after, squad leader Lao Hai sent the ammunition to the training ground. At the entrance of the training ground, Chen Jun and the members of the fourth company of sharpshooters stood next to a huge stone. This big stone has a huge word hard carved on it. The word hard is painted with red paint, which is extremely passionate. This is the purpose of the Iron Fist Regiment. No matter what it is, we must maintain the strongest state and become the hardest soldier. Lao Hai looked at the word hard, then looked at Chen Jun standing next to him, and suddenly felt a trance. The Tresh from a few months ago has completely transformed into the toughest soldier in the Iron Fist Regiment. Shiguo still has the vision, I'm not as good as him, Lao Hai murmured. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 2 military vehicles drove into the Iron Fist Regiment station. After entering, one of the vehicles accelerated suddenly as it headed towards the exercise ground, charging straight forward like a steel beast. The huge roar sounded like a beast roaring. When the car rushed in front of everyone, the cars suddenly swerved. The sound of sharp wheels rubbing against the ground resounded on the field, followed by dust on the ground that rippled in front of the soldiers of the 4th Sharpshooter Company, almost covering all of them. However, the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters stood like javelins one by one, without moving at all. There was anger in each of their eyes. Bang! The car door was pushed open, and a tall major officer with an arrogant expression jumped out of the car and slammed the door shut with a wave of his hand. This is the crazy driver who just drove. Chen Jun recognized the opponent at a glance, Lei Zhan. It is the so-called love rival mentioned by Kang Lei. You once pursued and ran crazily, but according to the original plot, if Chen Jun had not appeared, and Ran would have died. Chen Jun is a person with clear grudges. He would not care how Lei Zhan pursued and ran in the past, but he can't do it now. If he wants to use and ran against him, he can't. Also, Chen Jun will not forget the sacrifice of the 3rd squad, but the Thunder Commandos arrived too late. He didn't care which link in the process had the problem, whether it was Fan Tanlei or Lei Zhan. In short, the problem occurred with these special forces. Therefore, Chen Jun would not tolerate it. What Kang Lei said is that we must unite, but we will not give in. When the truth does not make sense, then it depends on whose fist is stronger and uses fist to solve the problem. Chen Jun chose the latter. Lei Zhan glanced at the 4th Gunner Company. His poker face was like a hard stone. His eyes were particularly sharp when he glanced at Chen Jun. Chen Jun looked calm and stood steadily. The old black man saw this scene with the corner of his eyes, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Lei Zhan is here anyway. Who in Langya doesn't know that Lei Zhan has been pursuing Ran, but Ran ended up marrying the little-known Chen Jun? Is Lei Zhan here? When Gong Jian saw Lei Zhan also present, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood that today's inspection might not be that simple. Before, Chen Jun came to Langya and tortured the whole Lei Dian. Now that Lei Zhan came, he probably wanted to retaliate. Looking for a place. Then another military vehicle drove over. After it stopped, a strong colonel wearing a beret and sunglasses stepped out of the vehicle. His aura was very strong and an invisible coercion was instantly released. This was the tall, strong colonel. captain of the Lone Wolf Squadron. Immediately following him out of the car was Chen Jun, the leader of Langya. Tread after Kang Lei saw the car stopped, he trotted over, saluted Chen Jun and said, "Hello, Chief." Chen Jun returned the greeting, then glanced at the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters and laughed loudly. "Old Kang, these soldiers are good and very impressive." This is not flattery from Chen Jun, but telling the truth. The first thing to look at when looking at soldiers is their momentum. These soldiers in the training ground all have a murderous aura, and it is the condensed force of the entire team, not a single soldier. They are like a group of warriors preparing to go to the battlefield to fight the enemy. This is rare in conventional troops. But just now Lei Zhan drove over and tested them, and all of them looked calm and steady. This shows that this is a well-trained army. Kang Lei is indeed a veteran who has emerged from the Wolf's Fang, and he has a way of leading troops. At this time, facing Langtu's praise, Kang Lei observed Chen Jun's expression calmly. You know, this time the wolf head came over, it was not as simple as an inspection. Indirectly speaking, it was Kang Lei who tricked the Langya Brigade and lured Director Wang over. The final result was that Chen Jun wrote a word ideological report. The whole Langya was tortured for more than a month before it returned to calm. With Langtu's ability, it is impossible not to find out that Kang Lei caused the matter. This incident seemed to be caused by Director Wang, who was attracted by Chen Jun, but it was Kang Lei who lit the fuse. How could the wolf head not cause trouble for him? So when Kang Lei received the notice that Wolf Head was coming to inspect, he was so nervous that he was already prepared to be beaten. Kang Lei said calmly, "The chief has given me a reward. This is routine training and is not worth mentioning." Chen Jun smiled and said, "This is true for regular training, but if we take it seriously, wouldn't it be even more amazing?" The dog-headed old man took off his sunglasses and said with a smile from behind, "Kang Tuan, you are so humble. Ordinary soldiers do not have this psychological quality. In such a dusty environment, they did not sneeze at all. It is very good. If it were us lone wolves, if you were not a human being, you may have to frown. Look at them. They stand like javelins one by one without being affected at all. This is a sign of willpower. In this way, when you go to the battlefield as a soldier, you will definitely not be a coward." Kang Lei smiled slightly and said, "High school team, why are you here too?" Lao Gao put his hands behind his back and said, "I'm here with Langtu to take a look. I have nothing to do. I just want to try out your food." Kang Lei chuckled and said, "You are little wolf dogs. Do you care about our Yuan treatment? It's not like I have never been in the special forces. I have 4 types of stoves and everything. I miss it all the time, and I often still think about it. I wonder when I can go there again and try it." Lao Gao smiled and said, "Okay, you are welcome at any time. I will cook it myself when the time comes. You can order whatever you want." Kang Lei said, "That's what you said. Don't deny it when the time comes." The silent Lei Zhan came over and said, "Why are you talking about eating, drinking, and defecating? I want to see if your soldiers are, as Director Wang said, modern military models and heroes of the times." Kang Lei's face tensed up instantly. Lao Gao gives you more face and speaks nicely. This guy is just like Cheng Yao Jinlun with an axe, and he smashed the door directly. With this temper, I wouldn't like it even if I were in Ran. Chen Jun is handsome and rich. He doesn't talk much, but he is tough. Chapter 71 Lei Zhan's arrogant words made the atmosphere at the scene become heavy instantly. Chen Jun didn't expect Lei Zhan to be so direct, but it was okay, so he laughed, looked at Kang Lei, and said, "Old Kang, I heard Director Wang said that the soldiers in your Iron Fist regiment are good, better than the special forces. Lei Zhan, you know, this man is arrogant, you should teach him a lesson." Kang Lei had long been unhappy with Lei Zhan and immediately shouted, "Yes, Chief." He turned around and shouted to Chen Jun, "Company Commander Chen, you can start." Chen Jun shouted, "Yes." The next moment, Chen Jun turned around and shouted to the men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, "He Cheng Wang, Wang Yanbing, come out." Lei Zhan, who was standing on the side, looked at Chen Jun. His body was a little stiff, a little angry, and he felt a little cuckolded. Who would have thought that the border guard who scolded him in Area 1 actually married and ran, and even went to their Thunder Commandos to torture them? In the end, because of him, he wrote a word ideological report and was scolded by Wolf Head. The dog's head is bloody. Lei Zhan's mood was indescribably complicated. This kid seems to be in conflict with me. Lei Zhan came here just to cause trouble. The last time he went to the Thunder base, he tortured the King of Hell and the others, and he had already become a joke to Langya. If I don't deal with this kid severely this time, where will Lei Dian's face be? Lao Gao looked at Chen Jun, his eyes narrowed, with a smile on his lips. He lightly bumped Lei Zhan with his shoulder, and said softly, "Is it him?" Lei Zhan nodded. Lao Gao looked at Chen Jun carefully and said with a surprised look on his face, "It's strange. I can't tell how powerful he is. He's not strong at all. Instead, he looks like a pretty boy. With his body and bones, can he torture your thunder and lightning commandos? Is your Raiden's food not good enough recently? The corner of Lei Zhan's mouth twitched and he said, one code is one code. Don't be fooled by his appearance. I did see him kill many armed men. He is the ghost of the border. If he hadn't witnessed the corpses of those militants with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a recruit could achieve such a record. Lei Zhan carefully watched the fighting contest between Chen Jun and Tan Lang. The opponent's fighting skills were really strong and Tan Lang's defeat was not unfair at all. Lao Gao looked at Chen Jun in surprise again. There are too many definitions for Chen Jun, a model of the times, a heroic soldier, the son of the richest man. Lei Zhan's love rival. Everyone is focused on him, making people feel a bit fantasy. Lao Gao chuckled, but he was very straightforward and said, I made a mistake. This guy is not simple. It would be great just to make Violet willing to marry him. Lei Zhan's face darkened and he said, what do you mean? Lao Gao touched his nose and said, tactical analysis. Don't mind. Ayn Rand is a flower in the army. There are many officers who admire her, but Lei Zhan is not the only one. Lei Zhan is the one who has spoken out the most strongly, but after so many years, Lei Zhan has not caught up with her. This only shows that Ayn Rand's requirements are not generally high, and Lei Zhan is very good in the eyes of others. He is the king of soldiers for 3 consecutive terms and the captain of the Thunder Commando. Although he is not very handsome, he is still masculine and has a so-so temper. Such an officer is actually quite popular with female soldiers. But Ayn Rand just didn't like it and Chen Jun suddenly appeared and in just a few months, he had a flash marriage with Ayn Rand and took away this military flower in the army. Needless to say, it was Ayn Rand who was attracted by Chen Jun when she saw something outstanding about Chen Jun and was willing to marry him. This guy must be interesting. Lei Zhan said, this kid is very strong, but he is a sharp-headed soldier with a very hot temper. If you want him, you have to be careful. Lao Gao chuckled and said, the more I like the cross-country soldiers, the more interested Staff Fan is in him. Why don't you try to win over your thunder and lightning? Put aside the old grudges. Lei Zhan snorted coldly and said, do we, Leiden, need him? It's not that easy for special forces. If I kill a few militants and my comrade blocks a knife, he can become a special forces soldier. Those who can pass the test will be sent to the sea. Lao Gao curled his lips and said, that's what I say, but if someone is really capable, you can't stop him. Langdu is very interested in him, and he will make a special trip for him. If he performs amazingly later, Langdu will definitely do it. Have a thought. Lei Zhan said, I can't control what Wolfhead thinks, but if that kid wants to use me as a stepping stone, it depends on whether he has the ability. Lao Gao was slightly startled and said, I'll wait and see. At this moment, He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing had already come out. He Jun was a little surprised and said, how do you let 2 new recruits come out? Chen Jun saluted and said, reporting to the leader, new recruits can better reflect the strength of our 4th company of sharpshooters than veterans. He Jun was stunned for a moment, looked Chen Jun up and down, and said, your boy must be Chen Jun. He is indeed a hero born from a young man and he is good looking. I will see how you were today. The goal of his visit this time was to think about what this kid was capable of. That 100,000-word ideological report turned a few hairs gray because of this kid. You can't tell much from his appearance, but just from his looks and figure, he could be in the honor guard of the 3 armed forces. Chen Jun frowned, looks good? It seems that the wolf head has resentment in his heart. But this is normal. Anyone who is asked to write a word ideological report will feel resentful. Chen Jun didn't care so much and shouted at He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing, start. Yes. He Cheng Wang and Wang Yanbing shouted at the same time. The next moment, the 2 grabbed the Type 95 rifle and rushed forward, rushed to Lao Hai, quickly replaced the magazine that Lao Hai's squad leader had pressed personally, and then ran to the target position as fast as possible, crawling, setting up the gun, and aiming shooting bang bang bang. A series of shots sounded. Quick shot. All bullets accurately hit the chest ring target 150 meters away. He Jun put down the telescope, looked at the time again, clapped and shouted, not bad, 54 bullets shot 10 and 96 rings in 98 seconds. He has the potential to enter the special forces. He has already caught up with the level of the special forces. But Lao Kang, are you sure these 2 are new recruits? This technique and movements look like veterans. Kang Lei saluted. Report to the leader, our Iron Regiment will not engage in fraud. He Jun laughed, looked at Lei Zhan and said, how about it? Can these 2 people enter the Wolfang? Lei Zhan said loudly, reporting to the commander, our special forces have to go through the most stringent selection. They are the top troops in the army. There is no need for relationship soldiers or backdoor soldiers. Not just anyone can join. Just the quality of individual soldiers and simple the shooting is far from enough. They are still far from the standards of our special forces and are useless. Chapter 72 Tit for tat. Lao Gao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard it. This Lei Zhan is really merciless and even more ruthless than himself. But if you come to someone else's territory to attract hatred, aren't you afraid of being beaten by a group of people? All the soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters are very wild, and the word hard is engraved on the big stone next to them. They certainly couldn't help it. As the strongest company among the regular troops, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters has produced many outstanding top soldiers. Lao Fan often brings Deju Liajiao over to dig out the seedlings. This is also known to everyone. Didn't Lei Zhan offend them all by saying this? This guy is indeed a stone from a latrine, smelly and hard. When Jin heard what Lei Zhan said, he frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Why did Lei Zhan become so impulsive? Special forces soldiers like to scold others, but they are also scolding their own soldiers. When do they discipline other people's soldiers? Sure enough, Kang Lei was dissatisfied when he heard Lei Zhan's words. Isn't this tantamount to slapping him in the face in public? Kang Lei knew that this time the wolf head came to ruin things, otherwise he wouldn't have brought Lao Gao and Lei Zhan. But like Lei Zhan, who shouted out his words, this was too obvious. Wang Yanbing and He Chengguang were naturally unconvinced when they heard Lei Zhan say that they were worthless, but everyone in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters clenched their fists and stared at Lei Zhan, their eyes full of fighting intent. As Chen Jun said before, let those special forces know that the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is not a coward. At this time, a sonorous and powerful voice sounded. The special forces must first have the skills. If they don't, it won't be a big deal. It was Chen Jun who shouted. Chen Jun looked at Lei Zhan and said, you don't even dare to chase the enemy, and you still blame your comrades who chase the enemy. What's so great about the special forces? They are not as good as the new soldiers. At least they are not afraid of death. What did you say? Lei Zhan let out a low roar, and the next moment, he walked in front of Chen Jun with a dragon's pace, almost touching Chen Jun before he stopped, his sharp eyes staring at Chen Jun, like a sharp knife. Chen Jun's expression did not change, his eyes were fixed on Lei Zhan, and the voice of the hacker system suddenly sounded in his mind. The hacker system mission, the principle of a hacker is not just to invade, but also to destroy, and use your fists to protect your dignity. Suddenly, Chen Jun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In an instant, there seemed to be two colliding breaths clashing violently in the air. The aura on Chen Jun's body was not inferior to Lei Zhan's at all. He has experienced life and death battles again and again, and has walked through the door of hell several times. The momentum he burst out is naturally no weaker than Lei Zhan. The most important point is that Chen Jun is facing Lei Zhan, who is going to support the people of the 3rd class who were late. Maybe they were right, but Chen Jun was just unhappy. The sacrificed comrades of the 3rd squad are all watching from the sky, and Chen Jun will not retreat even a step. Wang Yanbing watched the scene between the two people and whispered to He Chengguang, according to my experience, such a distance is either fighting or having sex. What do you think their relationship is? He Chengguang lowered his voice and said, it's probably a kiss. Wang Yanbing twitched the corner of his mouth and said, disgusting, two big men. He Chengguang said, Shen Lion is very strong, and the opponent is also very strong. If we fight, who do you think will win? Wang Yanbing said, nonsense, of course it's Chen Lion, it's necessary, but it may not be possible to fight. The opponent is the king of soldiers and Chen Lion is still a new soldier in the end. Bullying the small ones with the big one, no matter whether they win or lose, they will be embarrassed. Just when Chen Jun and Lei Zhan were at war with each other, Lao Gao grabbed Lei Zhan and said, okay, you, a wolf-toothed soldier, are doing a bullfight with recruits from other regular troops. Why don't you lower your price? Lei Zhan shook off the old master and stared at Chen Jun. I know you have killed many militants and think you are very powerful, but in my eyes, you are nothing. Except for you saving Violet, in other respects, I even look down on you. Even if Director Wang of the Military Affairs Department is on your side, I still look down on you. Chen Jun responded tit for tat. You may not know, so what if you are still the Wolf Fang Soldier King? So what if you are a 3-time fighting champion? In my eyes, you are just a coward. It was my comrade-in-arms who died that day, not yours. Exclamation veins popped up on Lei Zhan's forehead and he clenched his fists. But he was speechless. This alone left Lei Zhan speechless. No matter what, when the Thunder Commandos went there that day, it was indeed much darker than usual at night. But even so, this responsibility does not fall on their Thunder Commandos. Lei Zhan stared at Chen Jun and said, If you don't obey orders, no matter whether you are avenging your comrades or not, you will harm others and yourself. Do you know what a real battlefield is and what a real team battle is? Do you think you can win by relying on impulse like you? You think of the battlefield too simply. Chen Jun stared at Lei Zhan and said in a cold voice, "From the moment you received the rescue, you acted slowly and allowed the militants to escape. After that, there was no investigation and accountability. Instead, you investigated my comrades. If such special forces were placed behind enemy lines, or in places like Area 1, you will miss your fighter plane and kill your own men. Of course, what do your special forces do now besides reconnaissance, positioning, and calling people? If I remember correctly, the Sirius of your Thunder Commando fell into the hands of militants for this reason. Am I right, Captain Lei?" Lei Zhan took a step forward, and this time the tip of his nose was almost touching the bridge of Chen Jun's nose. There was anger burning in his eyes, and the aura erupting from his body became even stronger. Too embarrassing. Since Lei Zhan became the king of soldiers, served as the captain of the Thunder Commando, and trained so many soldiers, he has never encountered such a thorn in the side as Chen Jun. He felt that it was not because he was small-minded and that emotional matters could not control his emotions, but this boy instantly criticized him for being useless. Regarding the issue of Sirius, Lei Zhan didn't want to bring it up again. The situation at that time was quite special, but this guy was nitpicking. He actually wants to stimulate himself in this way, so funny. I have received training from foreign military professional institutions and graduated with the best grades. How can I not see through this little trick? Lei Zhan took a step back and growled, "Don't talk nonsense. It's useless to talk. You challenged Sirius and others in my Thunder base, right? Then, let me challenge you and let me see what you are like. How capable you are to dare to despise the special forces." Chen Jun clenched his fists and said loudly, "I also want to see what's so great about the special forces. It's still the same old rules. You can choose cross-country, fighting, or shooting." Lei Zhan growled, "If you lose, you and Zai Yuolan will terminate their engagement. Zai Yuolan's happiness cannot be decided by the older generation, it should be decided by herself." Chapter 73 Chen Jun stared at Lei Zhan, his face as hard as marble, and said sternly, "Captain Lei, this is a military camp. Public and private affairs must be kept separate. This is not a place for romance. Besides, let me tell you, I will not use a woman as a bet. What you want to do is your own business and has nothing to do with me. As for the matter between Iran and me, it's not your turn to make the decision for her. We are a legal couple and there should be no distinction between public and private matters. Otherwise, you are not worthy of being the captain of the Thunder Commando." A black line suddenly appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead. He kept telling himself that he was not a petty person, but this guy repeatedly challenged his bottom line. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Please pay attention to your identity." Lei Zhan said coldly, "Since you are so confident, let me see what abilities you, the son of the richest man, have besides ideological awareness." "Lao Gao, bring out the liquid bomb." Lei Zhan suddenly yelled. "Damn it, why are you yelling so loudly?" Lao Gao was startled, but a smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that the show was finally about to begin. Lei Zhan remembered that violet too deeply, and it exploded at the first moment. This hit his tipping point. Chen Jun is a good talker. Lei Zhan is untenable in every aspect and becomes more and more interesting. Lei Zhan, a fierce tiger who had been the king of soldiers for 3 years, was getting increasingly temperamental and had some problems with his thinking. Women can only affect the speed at which a man draws his gun. Shouldn't we have understood this simple truth a long time ago? You see, I'm a long time old single and happy all the time. At this time, squad leader Lao Hai ran over, saluted Lao Gao, and said, "Do you need help? I am also a bomb suppressor." "Bomb pressing man?" Lao Gao nodded in surprise. "Old Hai, there are still people asking you to suppress bombs. How awesome is that?" In terms of seniority, Lao Haijin is just lower than Lao Gao and higher than Lei Zhan, but to let him take over, who was so proud? Lao Hai was a little embarrassed and said, "It's a long story. I'm a professional now. It's just a traditional craft. I'm getting used to it gradually." Lao Gao laughed. The two quickly walked towards the off-road vehicle and took out 4 large boxes. The so-called liquid bomb is a beer bottle. When their special forces were training for shooting, they often used them to move targets. For no other reason than throwing them was easy, a bit like throwing grenades. Lei Zhan looked at Chen Jun and said, 30 of them, 100 meters away. Throw them up and fight them. Whoever finishes them first and beats them more wins. Remember, I will persuade Zilualan to terminate the engagement." Chen Jun said in a deep voice, "Why do you keep talking about women? Traditional handicrafts are suitable for you. Let me tell you, Violet is my wife now." Pay attention to your identity. Otherwise, the ideological report will be in vain. Also, Captain Lei, our fourth company of sharpshooters all start at 200 meters. Do your special forces have a 100-meter standard? Lei Zhan's poker face darkened a little, and everyone in the 4th Sharpshooter Company was as excited as if they were chasing a new novel with words, as if they were celebrating the new year. Chen Lion is so crazy. Crazy is right. Aren't special forces awesome? Arrogant? Chen Lion is crazier than them. This is the real tough guy. In the past, every time the special forces came to compete with them, they would act condescendingly, like an adult seeing a child. The members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters had long been unhappy, but they were helpless as the opponent was indeed stronger than them. They can only endure it, hold it back, and then train like crazy, hoping to defeat each other when they fight again. Now, Chen Jun stood up, facing Lei Zhan, the captain of the Thunder Commando, the 3-time military king of Langya. Even facing such a master, he still became tough. This is the spirit of the Iron Fist. Lei Zhan snorted coldly and said, "Is that so? It seems that I underestimated you. Let's see what kind of trump card the famous ghost has." Chen Jun said nonchalantly, "Don't talk nonsense. Our relationship is not that good and we need to talk." "What the hell?" Lei Zhan shut up, his face covered with black lines. He is really not a narrow-minded person, except for in Ron's matters, but this guy is too arrogant. This guy must be taught how to behave. At this time, Chen Jun roared, "Old squad leader Hai, go and throw it away. Throw it away as quickly as possible and then bring 3 more soldiers with you." Lao Hai stiffened for a moment and muttered in a low voice, "Here we go again, this is fate." Then he shouted loudly, "Yes." There was no way. Chen Jun's contest with Lei Zhan was no longer their personal problem, it was related to the honor of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters and even the Iron Fist Regiment. Even if Lao Hai breaks his arm, he still has to come. As for throwing the beer bottle, I shed tears just talking about it. Soon, Lao Hai took people to set up the venue. Chen Jun and Lei Zhan had their backs facing each other, facing different planes. Suddenly, the two people attracted the attention of everyone present. The soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters are all full of fighting spirit, and their eyes are full of belief in victory. Because this is Chen Lion. Lao Gao glanced at the men of the 4th Gunner Company, and all of them had confidence in their eyes. Okay, it seems that they quite trust Chen Jun as the company commander. A new soldier serves as their company commander, and these veterans are actually convinced. This guy is getting more and more interesting. Lao Gao gradually became excited. Start! Accompanied by Lao Hai's roar. Lao Hai and others started throwing beer bottles into the sky. Chen Jun and Lei Zhan raised their guns, locked on, and fired almost simultaneously. Gunshots continued to ring out at the shooting range. Lao Gao and He Zhijun both listened with their ears pricked up, but their attention was all on Chen Jun. They were so familiar with Lei Zhan that they knew what he could do without even looking at him, but it was different with Chen Jun. This time they came here just to see Chen Jun's performance. So fast. How can this kid shoot so fast? How many years does it take to practice such a skill? Can he maintain accuracy? Lao Gao frowned, "Don't shoot all the way into the wall behind you." Chen Jun's shooting speed was too fast. He just raised his hand and shot. It felt like he didn't have to aim. On Lao Hai's side, he was throwing beer bottles into the sky as fast as he could. The bottles were thrown into the sky one by one, like a goddess scattering flowers. As for Lei Zhan, he is obviously half a beat slower than Chen Jun, but very stable. This is Lei Zhan's style. Chen Jun stopped shooting around 30 seconds, while Lei Zhan was a full 10 seconds slower. Soon, the news came. Captain Lei, time is 45 seconds, all 30 bottles have been smashed. Lei Zhan nodded slightly. This result was within the normal level of his performance. He was a sure winner. Although Chen Jun's shooting speed was faster than his own, in such a short period of time, the accuracy of the opponent's shooting was difficult to control. Shooting is a traditional skill, fast, accurate, and ruthless. It's just that you can shoot fast, but it's not accurate, and you can't hit it for a long time. A man with a fast gun is useful. He is doomed. Although Lei Zhan did not meet and ran, he believed that he would be able to convince him. Fast food relationships are useless. Apart from a fairer face, a better figure, and a little money at home, what good is that guy? Chen Lion, all 30 beer bottles were smashed. Lei Zhan, who was still in YY, his face instantly stiffened. He is 10 seconds faster than me, and his hit rate is the same as him? It's impossible to cheat. Chapter 74 New Challenge. Lei Zhan clenched his fists, and suddenly looked up at Chen Jun. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host implements the hacker principles and completes the task, and will be rewarded with 100 experience points. 100? Very good. Chen Jun felt Lei Zhan's blade-like eyes, but he didn't care at all. If looks could kill, the world would be empty by now. Lei Zhan said, I am willing to admit defeat. I was careless this time. However, this is not a real war. If it is a real war, you will not win. Chen Jun looked at Lei Zhan indifferently and said, Real war? Huh, it has been proven already, so you are not qualified now. There are 2 more competitions. You can propose them. Hurry up. Our 4th company of sharpshooters still needs training. I don't want to waste time. Lei Zhan's clenched fists clenched, and his poker face was so gloomy that it was dripping with water. When had the captain of the Thunder Commando been so despised? He suddenly turned around and shouted to Hijijin, Report to the leader, there is no need to compete later. I apply for a real war with them to prove that our special forces are not cowards. Hijijin stared at Lei Zhan and said, You get in the car first. I don't want to see your face. It doesn't matter if you lose. It's a common thing for military officers. Don't get involved in personal feelings. Yes. Lei Zhan saluted, immediately turned around, walked to the car and got in directly. This time I was embarrassed, it was a bit big. Originally, Lei Zhan came to play a game and wanted to teach Chen Jun how to behave. However, the game failed and instead he taught Chen Jun a lesson. Carelessly lost Jingju. However, Lei Zhan was not discouraged and would definitely make his opponent look good next time. At this moment, Hijijin said to Kang Lei, Yes, Lao Kang and your 4th company of sharpshooters are getting better and better. I believe that if I give you some time, you will be able to make a bigger breakthrough. Kang Lei said happily, Thank you for the compliment, Chief. We will definitely work harder to live up to the Chief's expectations. This time the 4th company of sharpshooters is proud of themselves, not Chen Jun. In front of so many people, in front of Langdu, he had defeated Lei Zhan, the king of soldiers. This had never happened before. Who was Lei Zhan? That was Langya's military king for 3 consecutive terms. Now at the peak of his strength, he is even stronger than Lao Gao. Chen Jun crushed him directly, which was an awesome thing. Hijijin nodded and said, Lao Kang, let me tell you something in advance. There was indeed an exercise recently. This is what I have revised and included. According to the plan, the scale of the exercise will be larger than before, and Lei Qiming will also participate. When the time comes, we will encircle and suppress your red side. Kang Lei was quite happy at first. After all, Lei Zhan came to play this time, kicked the iron plate and was pressed down. In this way, he did not need to promote it. The Iron Fist group was definitely famous for its powerful hard work. The Iron Fist had not been so proud for a long time, but when Kang Lei heard this, he couldn't get excited. That guy Lei Qiming is the most insidious and cunning Special Forces commander, and the Black Tiger Commando led by him is a frontline commando that is even stronger than the Thunder Commando. In past records, they have completely destroyed conventional combat troops. So far, he has never been defeated on the battlefield. Did they also come here to join in the fun? Kang Lei said, Chief, you are putting an extra burden on our Iron Fist regiment. Lei Qiming is even more of an old fox than an old fox. I'm not sure at all. Hijijin chuckled, patted Kang Lei on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, do what you can, use your own strength. Break through your limits, we are not afraid of losing in a war. It's still the ghost who raised the ideological awareness of the soldiers to a very high level. He is a model of the times. Lang's rectification report is 100,000 words. This is the longest ideological report I have ever written in my life. It is better than what I have written decades before. That's a lot of reports combined. I heard that Director Wang also went to Lei Qiming's Black Tiger Commando to carry out a rectification campaign against this commander with a background in literature and art. The rectification report required 20 words, which can be used to write a novel. Haha, such a comparison, Director Wang is being polite to me. You should be more careful these days. I won't eat any food. I have to go to other groups to see you. Let's go. Kang Lei immediately saluted Hijijin and watched him off. Lao Gao gave Chen Jun a thumbs up and shouted, Director Wang said you were great, but I don't believe it. Lao Fan also praised you for being very good. I didn't believe it at first, but today I saw it. It is indeed possible. You have unlimited potential. After the exercise, Langya is conducting selection again. I'm waiting for you to come. Chen Jun nodded and said, Thank you for the high school team's compliment. I will definitely go, but it may not be a selection. Lao Gao was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, If I were Violet, I would also like your confidence and cheerfulness. She has a good vision and did not choose the wrong man. By the way, your gun is really good, a real man, fast enough. Admire. Chen Jun's face darkened and he shouted, I'm still going to last. Lao Gao laughed, showing a smile that every man knows, then turned around and left, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Pay attention to Lei Qiming, don't lose too badly in the exercise, otherwise you probably won't be qualified to come to Langya to teach Lei Zhan how to behave. That guy has always been thinking about your wife, so you have to be careful and don't get poached. After saying that, Lao Gao strode towards the off-road vehicle. Soon, the off-road vehicle that he Zhizhen and others were riding in quickly left. As soon as the car disappeared from everyone's sight, cheers of "Long live Chen Lian" sounded immediately behind Chen Jun. It can be said that this is the most exciting day for them as soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Every one of them wants to be a special force, and they all want to be the king of soldiers. They don't want to look at the faces of those special forces anymore. Think about it, every time those old guys scold them and call them rookies, who wouldn't be angry? But in the past, they had to endure it because they were not as strong as each other. If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to hold your head up. Today is a lesson for Lei Zhan, a lesson for the arrogant king of soldiers, and a lesson for everyone in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Special forces are nothing special. Chen Jun turned around, raised his hand and was about to press it down, hoping to calm them down. But before he could speak, a group of them rushed over and threw him into the sky together. Ooh, the crowd cheered loudly, with excited smiles on their faces. Chen Jun was thrown into the air again and again. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, he couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Chen Jun truly integrated into the 4th Company of Sharpshooters and became the craziest and toughest company commander in their hearts. Lao Hai stood aside, looking at Chen Jun, who was constantly being thrown up. He rubbed his numb fingers and smiled. Maid, traditional handicrafts are worth it. These pests are interesting. Chapter 75. The coming of war. Kang Lei saw the members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters cheering with excitement. He was also very happy, but it was not obvious. There was just a smile on the corner of his mouth, mainly because he was frightened by He Zhizhen's words just now. Lei Qiming wants to fuck him, and Langya Jubing will also fuck him. This is directly offending 2 great gods, and he was beaten to a bachelor at the beginning? It's absolutely possible. Langya's 20-word ideological report, Black Tiger's word ideological report, damn, that guy Director Wank is smiling, but I didn't expect him to be hated everywhere. Is it because you tricked him into getting a checkup? 20 words is really cruel. However, Kang Lei is not a person who is afraid of trouble. Is he really afraid of this? Kang Lei shouted at the crowd, let's have a celebration party. Long life Kangtuan, long life Kangtuan. Suddenly, strong cheers sounded again, and one by one rushed over, throwing Kang Lei up. While the Iron Fist team was cheering, in He Zhizhen's car, Lei Zhan had a gloomy face, as if it was going to rain, and he was worried. He Zhizhen stared at Lei Zhan and said, do you know where you went wrong? Wrong? Lei Zhan was stunned for a moment, then said immediately, Langtu, I have lost face with Langya. He Zhizhen shook his head and said, no, victory and defeat are common things in military affairs. There is nothing wrong with it. A shrewd person like Lao Gao also drank the foot-washing water of the overnight tiger during the exercise. Lao Gao lay innocently with his gun and said hurriedly, Langtu, are you rude? Why did you pull my head off when you were so good? He Zhizhen ignored him, looked at Lei Zhan seriously and said, winning or losing doesn't matter, but the pattern must be big. Women's matters should not be magnified among comrades. One code is the same. I have no objection to you challenging Chen Jun next time. But if you bring up Violet's dissolution of the engagement as a bet again, I'll give you a hard time and never find a woman for the rest of your life. Lei Zhan subconsciously clamped his legs and said with embarrassment, Langtu, you know, it's not that I'm small-minded, but Chen Jun is too arrogant. I have to rub his skin, otherwise such a little thorn will become a thorn in the future. Not great. At that time, his mind was in a fever and he didn't think too much. When he calmed down, he realized that something was wrong. Now that he was pointed out by the wolf, he was naturally a little embarrassed. Lao Gao chuckled and said, oh, Lei Zhan, you are still thinking about Chen Jun's future. Your ideological consciousness is high enough. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes and said, get out of here. He Zhizhen then said, okay, when you go back, write me a word review, which is what Director Wang proposed for rectification, plus your thoughts and a summary of today's failure. You can also write it, you will have a deeper experience. Damn it, Lei Zhan turned into a black face and almost burst into tears. If he could curse people, he would have sold discs a long time ago. I'm afraid Wolfhead has had this plan for a long time, but is it just an excuse now? Exclamation Lao Gao couldn't help but sprayed when he heard it. This trick of Langtu's trick is really cruel. Lei Zhan must be scolding his mother in his heart, but this is what he asked for. If he hadn't been so aggressive, he would have proposed breaking off the engagement as a bet. Wouldn't this undermine the unity of the army and violate discipline? It would be strange if the wolf's head doesn't deal with you. This time, Lei Zhan must be at odds with Chen Jun. It's interesting, let's see who beats who in the end. If Chen Jun is fast and hard enough, it depends on whether he has enough staying power. However, the first two are very potential, and the staying power is definitely not bad. Haha, let's wait and see. Let's be lively. Lao Gao looked gloating, which made Lei Zhan very dissatisfied. But what could be done? Who will clean up the trouble you caused? Not myself. Time passed day by day, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Jun led the 4th company of sharpshooters to train frantically, always preparing for the coming military exercises. Everyone was holding their breath, and they didn't let Chen Jun urge them to train, and they frantically trained themselves more. The entire 4th company of sharpshooters has never been so crazy. But this week has passed, and there is no news from the regiment headquarters, as if there is no such thing. However, Chen Jun is not in a hurry. Improving his strength is the most important thing. He glanced at the list of personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level, 4 attributes, spirit 5.1, constitution 5.1, strength 5.1, speed 5.1 normal person, 1 hacking skills, hacker assassination dashing, hacker shooting dashing, hacker stealth dashing, hacker medicine mid-level, hacker space mid-level. 2000 meters experience points, 0/500. Just 1 week later, Chen Jun's physical attributes increased by 0.1. This increase was terrifying. You must know that his body has broken through to 5, which is the physical fitness threshold of the king of soldiers. At this stage, without strengthening, it is very difficult to improve at all. After a general soldier reaches this level, he needs to improve a little bit, and the time spent is calculated in units of half a year. Chen Jun was able to break through quickly mainly because of the pressure from Lei Qiming and Lei Zhan. Once the exercise starts, it is the time for the real competition. As the old man said, if the performance is too poor, there will be no chance to teach Lei Zhan how to be a human being. Chen Jun trained like crazy, and at the same time used hacking medical skills to continuously stimulate his body's blood and stimulate his potential, so that his physical fitness would rapidly improve. The hacker space has reached a medium level and can detect enemies within a range of 2000 meters or upcoming dangers, stop time, and predict the future. After this period of hard training and pondering, Chen Jun had a deeper understanding of hacker space. It is impossible to make time stand still. That is the theory of relativity, which allows Chen Jun to predict the arrival of some dangers in advance. The time can be advanced to 5.1 seconds. This is already very awesome. The capabilities of the hacker space are very powerful. However, people like Lei Qiming are not simple. In a battle, one person killed 32 armed enemies and brought back the leader's head. His sense of danger must also be the same. Hackerspace kind of thing. This is the sixth sense. Some powerful special forces, especially snipers or observers, also have such a sense of danger. Once on the battlefield, when the enemy and we are unknown, the advantages of special forces will become more and more prominent. Lei Zhan has very strong actual combat capabilities, and the Thunder Commandos are actual combat troops with very rich combat experience. Their combat effectiveness on the battlefield will far exceed their usual training performance. Chen Jun felt a lot of pressure when he thought about this. Suddenly, a whirring siren sounded at the Iron Fist Regiment station. Lao Hai, who was suppressing the bullet, raised his head, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly. War is coming! Chapter 76 Thunder God. As secretary, Kang Tuin killed in battle. Lao Hai listened to the rapid siren and shouted, "This is the first level alert, the drill has begun." Chen Jun roared at everyone, "Sprint all back, as fast as possible, fast." Suddenly, everyone in the 4th company of sharpshooters rushed towards the station like a rushing cheetah. Chen Jun brought them out for training, but he didn't expect that the exercise would start as soon as it was announced, without any prior notice. Yijin mentioned it only a week ago. During this period, who knows whether this period of time will be a week or a month later. By the time they sprinted to the station, the large force of the Iron Fist Regiment had already set off. Gong Jian did not leave, but he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. His eyes were red with anxiety. When he saw Chen Jun coming back with his men, he immediately shouted, "Quick, change the equipment immediately," and set off. The large army has already set off. Come on, if you slow down a little bit, the blue team will bomb this place directly, and you will get your lunchbox at the beginning. Chen Jun also understood this truth, and there was no nonsense. He immediately led people to quickly change equipment. Kang Lei is the commander-in-chief of the Iron Fist Regiment and is responsible for the operations of the entire regiment. There is no way that waiting for Chen Jun's company will delay his rush to the front line. Therefore, after the first level alarm sounded, they quickly led the large troops straight to the front line. At this moment, the Wolf Fang Special Forces Brigade, the Thunder Commando Station, and the command center. Tread the King of Hell strode up to Lei Zhan, stood at attention, and saluted. Report to the captain. We have locked the position of the Iron Fist Regiment's main force. Do you want to launch an attack? He looked at Lei Zhan worriedly. Ever since Lei Zhan followed Langtu back from the Iron Fist group, he hadn't eaten properly, trained, or played games with him for a whole week. He just coded words on the computer every day. When I couldn't help but ask him, he said he was writing a novel. This made everyone speechless for a while. How can a majestic soldier write a novel? Is he writing a special forces novel? If you are really writing a novel about special forces, you don't even need to conceive of it, just describe all the processes they carry out when they perform their missions, and that's a novel. But what's the point of doing this? Could it be that Lei Zhan was possessed by Wen Guoxiang? In short, everyone is very worried. It is very abnormal for a military king to stop holding a gun after training and switch to typing on the keyboard to write novels. The King of Hell made a special trip to see Lao Gao and found out that Lei Zhan had been defeated by Chen Jun. Everyone seriously suspected that Lei Zhan had been hit and his spirit was a little abnormal. After hearing the report from the King of Hell, Lei Zhan removed his hands from the keyboard, looked at the 5 words he had just written, and muttered, "Mad, you can't write words in a day, you are really a waste." The King of Hell was stunned and looked at Lei Zhan with strange eyes. Damn it, writing less than words a day is a waste. What the hell, Lei Zhan is crazy. Thunder God, what are you? The King of Hell couldn't help but ask. Lei Zhan suddenly stood up, with a sharp look in his eyes, and ordered, "Go ahead, blow up the Iron Fist Regiment into a battalion for me first, no, a company, don't waste bullets, blow it up for me, it's best to kill them all at once." "Yes," said the King of Hell. When the King of Hell was about to go out, he secretly glanced at the screen in front of Lei Zhan, and was very curious about what he was writing and whether it was really a novel. "I saw written on the screen, report on the ideological rectification of the Lange Special Brigade." What the hell? The King of Hell staggered and almost lost his balance. Didn't Thor say to write a novel? Why are you writing an ideological rectification report? It's still from the Wolf Fang Brigade. Isn't this the report the Wolf Head wants to write? Well, that's 100,000 words. Is he writing this week? When did he become a secretary? Even if someone wanted to write about Wolf Head, they would have to use the pens from the brigade headquarters. How could they find a big-headed soldier like Lei Zhan to write about it? The King of Hell is a little confused. I just feel that this period of time for Thor is too difficult. No wonder I sit at the computer from morning to midnight, typing non-stop. Writing words a week, holy shit, if I were the King of Hell, I would be bald on top of my head. However, the King of Hell did not dare to ask why. You must know that even a dog cannot let go of an old man in love. 10 minutes later, the convoy of the main force of the Iron Fist Regiment quickly drove on the main road and headed for the forward position. Suddenly, rockets flew down from the sky and hit the middle of the team as if they were not money. Boom, 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 there was an explosion and clouds of smoke spread in all directions. Although it was a practice artillery shell, the shockwave formed during the explosion shook the surrounding trees violently, and all the flowers and plants on the ground were affected. The convoy all stopped amid constant explosions. There is no way, all the rockets are covering the convoy, which is equivalent to carpet bombing. Can the convoy escape? Get out of the car and spread out. Get down. Don't mess up. Soldiers jumped out of the car one by one, but many of them were covered in smoke. The shell exploded at close range and the heat was sensed by the equipment on his body, and he was immediately judged to have been killed in action. After a round of bombing, Kang Lei had just jumped out of the car and was about to curse, when more than 10 rockets fell from the sky, causing smoke to rise from his buttocks. Fuck. You're too much of a bully. Kang Lei was furious and punched the front of the car. You idiot, what kind of war are you fighting? What are you fighting for? This is a waste of national ammunition. The special forces are amazing and have unlimited funds. The regular troops are all sons of bitches. Kang Lei's lungs are about to explode. This exercise has just begun. The troops have not even arrived at the scheduled location. They are directly attacking with rockets. Is this an exercise? Fuck it. Tread the staff officer rushed over and said, Kang Tuan, we have suffered serious losses. What should we do? Kang Lei yelled unkindly, you're blind, I'm already smoking, don't ask me, by the way, how much is left? The staff officer trembled, hesitated, and said, the 4th company of sharp guns did not follow us and we are the last company. When the large force moved out, the opponent's artillery shells were accurately covering the entire area, making it impossible to hide. Many people had no time to jump out of the car, and the shells exploded on the car, and they were immediately declared dead. Some people jumped down, but before they had time to move, another round of shells came down and wiped them all out. This is the best calling attack method of the special forces. Needless to say, They must have watched the Iron Fist Regiment station in advance, followed them all the way, then called for positioning, and bombed directly at the doorstep. Too bad. The corner of Kang Lei's mouth twitched. He looked at the thick smoke all around and the soldiers with smoke coming out from their bodies. He said helplessly, I am here to bring hatred to others. I hope Chen Jun will have better luck. This kind of artillery fire coverages you turtles and bastards must all die. I am the leader who suffered the most tragic death in battle. Dozens of rockets exploded like a shrew. Who can withstand it, you bastard? You don't have any martial ethics. Chapter 77. The men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, who were chasing the main force behind, received the news that Chen Lai had been killed. Gong Jian looked silently at the place where explosions continued to sound in the distance. His eyes were red and tears welled up in his eyes. Kang Tuan was killed in battle. He died so miserably. We are useless. Damn it, it must have been done by the special forces. Only they can do it. The ground was plowed with artillery fire at the beginning. Kang Tuan was the deadliest and fastest in the history of the exercise. The leader of the group, such a shame has been recorded in the history of the Iron Fist group, which is heartbreaking. Kang Tuan, you died so unjustly, you are so miserable, those bastards. What is the hardest and the strongest? In my opinion, we are the softest, fastest and weakest. Gong Jian's voice almost roared, pointing to the sky, pointing at Sang and cursing Huai. They have participated in so many exercises, but they have never been so cowardly. They were bombed at the doorstep of their home. This is not giving them any chance. Chen Jun looked at the drones that were constantly swooping down from the sky, sending rockets to the ground as if they were free, and his face instantly turned livid. It must have been done by people from Thunder and Lightning, and they called weapons. Precise positioning. No one can use tactics in such a battle. The rockets that keep whizzing down are striking the ground with precision. Once the ground troops are exposed, there is no possibility of survival. In a short period of time, a regiment can be easily wiped out. This is the horror of modern warfare. With tears in the corners of his eyes, Gong Jian clenched his fists and said, it must have been done by Lei Shan. This is his style. Last time, our Iron Fist group suffered a big loss. Today is purely revenge. It's so disrespectful of martial ethics. There are so many rockets, it's like fighting a brigade. Is there anyone who fights like this? Lei Shan is a fucking bastard. Even if I were in Ren, I wouldn't marry him. Monitor Lao Hai shouted anxiously, Instructor, stop crying, what should we do now? Gong Jian, who was still crying, suddenly stopped crying. He turned to stare at Chen Jun and said, Chen Lion, you caused this incident. What do you think? The Iron Fist group has been targeted before and beaten like a target, but it has never been so cruel. This is a slap in the face right at home. This is something that can only be done by the hatred of seizing your wife. Lei Shan wanted revenge and took out his anger on the Iron Fist group, so he just beat Chen Jun to see. You're being petty, anyone with a discerning eye can see it, but you can't tell others. In the words of their special forces, they use their advantages to strike. Chen Jun said coldly, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Just go fuck them. Gong Jian was stunned. Who are you doing? Do you have a partner? They are drones, you fly to the sky and do it. Chen Jun said, if they kill our regiment headquarters, we will kill their headquarters. The squad leader Lao Hai nodded vigorously and said, it's a good idea. He is indeed the person who can let me suppress bullets. Do you know where the headquarters is? Let's fight them together. Chen Jun looked at Gong Jian and Lao Hai. One was hiding his evil face and the other was playing the innocent role. They both had smiles on their lips. They were both Shady and the Sixth Child, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Gong Jian stared at Chen Jun and said, you are the company commander, tell me what to do. I agree to attack their headquarters and avenge Kang Tuan. We cannot let him die so tragically. This tone must be spoken, otherwise we, the Iron Fist group, will be blamed for the rest of our lives. If we don't keep our heads up, others will tell us to shrink our heads. Squad leader Lao Hai shook his head and said, there are drones in the sky, both for reconnaissance and bombing. The rats on the ground can't even be hidden. The exercise area is so big and the opponent's headquarters is not labeled with labels, waiting. Let's go, Kang Tuan, I think our death was in vain, hey. There is no leader and we are the only ones left in the whole group. How can we play? Let's end it as soon as possible and die more simply. Gong Jian scolded. What are you talking about? If you keep telling me I'm going to kill you, since when did our 4th Company of Sharpshooters send out cowardly soldiers? If we can't do it, we have to do it. Kang Tuan is still counting on us, counting on our new company commander, to lead. We are on the road to victory, and only in desperate situations can we train a person and clearly see his strength. Our Kang regiment has so much confidence in Chen Lion. We said before the exercise that he is our Iron Fist regiment's greatest hope. You must also have confidence in our Chen Lion. The two of them were singing in harmony, and what they were saying was not just to say Chen Jun, you will be the leader, the whole regiment depends on you. Whether you can avenge the regiment leader, and whether you can prove yourself depends on you, the company commander show. This exercise is for you. We are all studying with the prince. If you don't come up with something to reverse the defeat, you will be the center of the Iron Fist group. How could Chen Jun not know the little thoughts of these two old men? Abandon your vehicle, move forward lightly and face the enemy's artillery fire. That's what the big shot said as well. Chen Jun said. Big shot? Gong Jian and Lao Hai were both stunned. They couldn't remember any great man saying such a thing. There are too many big figures in the world. However, Chen Jun's decision also makes sense. For drone reconnaissance, the target of the vehicle is too big. Traveling lightly and using the cover of the mountains and forests will be more concealed, safer and faster. You are the company commander, you have the final say, Gong Jian said. Soon, the 4th Company of sharpshooters abandoned their vehicles, turned off all radio stations, and entered the most primitive contact method. Under the leadership of Chen Jun, they quickly dispersed and marched towards the forward position. For Chen Jun, he has a hacker space which can analyze the enemy within 2,000 meters and have a sixth sense and can lock the opponent's position in advance, including the locking of drones. Go on, everyone must not make any sound except footsteps. No one is allowed to fall behind. It's just feces and urine, all in my pants. Chen Jun acted as a vanguard and rushed to the front of the team, leading the team to weave left and right in the complex terrain. He managed to dodge the drone inspections more than 10 times without any danger. 2 of these were the most thrilling, as reconnaissance planes flew over their heads. Fortunately, Chen Jun warned them in time and made everyone hide in the low shrubs. If you draw a map on the ground, you can clearly see that the members of the 4th Company of sharpshooters, under the auxiliary command of Chen Jun's hacker space, are like a stroke of genius, darting through the gaps in a thrilling manner, just like greedy snakes. In this process, the slightest difference will cause the entire army to be destroyed. This is the awesome thing about hacker space. It is like having a highly accurate bioradar on Chen Jun's body, which can accurately locate all dangers within a 2,000-meter radius. Time passed little by little, the sky finally darkened, and night fell. With a strong sense of danger, Chen Jun led the company to the front of a checkpoint under Wall on Fengchu's questioning. This is a machine gun camp. On the front sandbag defense, there are 2 heavy machine guns mounted there, locking the only passage around. At the heights on both sides, relying on the judgment of the hacker space, Chen Jun knows that there are still more hidden ones. Sniper. If they force their way through, they will surely die if they are exposed. At this time, Wallong Gong Jian quietly lurked next to Chen Jun and said in a low voice, Shen Company, there is machine gun fire in front and artillery fire behind us. If we can't get through, we will be sacked. Chapter 78. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to walk in the mountains. Chen Jun spread out the hacker space to cover the surrounding area of 2,000 meters. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, this command post is not simple. You guys wait here. You can turn on the radio and maintain communication. I am alone. Go in and take a look and wait for my orders then. Damn it, Chen Lion, don't take any chances. Feng Chu and Lao Hai stretched out their hands to grab him, but Chen Jun's hacker stealth technique was so fast. He stepped down a little, and his figure flashed several times in succession before disappearing in the surrounding darkness. The whole process is silent at all. As expected of a ghost, it's too fast. Gong Jian actually wanted to tell Chen Jun not to take risks, but it was too late. He had no choice but to give the order. Send the order. Everyone is on standby. No sound is allowed. Wait for Chen Lion's notification to turn on a radio station. Yes. Lao Hai quickly went to convey the order. After a while, Wang Yanbing, a little thorn in the side, sneaked over and said to Gong Jian excitedly, Instructor, the art of war is to take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and attack the unprepared one. It's all about carrying one head on 2 shoulders. Who is afraid of whom? He Changwan was much more discerning than him, and lowered his voice. Use your brain. This command center is surrounded by mountains and against walls. It is definitely not simple. The other party is a master and knows how to take advantage of natural dangers. Even the monkeys on the rock wall cannot climb up. Unless ordinary people use high-end climbing equipment and pull the line from above, otherwise you won't be able to get up at all. In addition, there are 2 heavy machine guns set up at the intersection. In a small space, the firepower that burst out can be said to be that one man can block the way and 10,000 people can't get around it. If you attack it by force, you will almost die. Wang Yanbing said disapprovingly, That's what I say. but if this danger is guarded by people, it is a big taboo to be careless and careless. They will definitely not think that we can penetrate here enough. This is our opportunity. Otherwise, at dawn, there really is no chance at all. Instructor, I think Gong Jian suddenly turned his head and stared at Wang Yanbing, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you poop and piss your pants? Have you dealt with it?" Wang Yanbing said without changing his expression, "It's all done." At this time, Chen Jun used the hacker stealth technique to run wildly in the mountains and forests, because it was dark and it was the world of hackers. Back in Area 1, before he had integrated the hacker stealth technique, he was already able to lurk and kill militants like a ghost. Now after integrating the hacker stealth technique, he is even more like a real ghost. Even as he approached the checkpoint, no one could detect him, not even the snipers lurking at high places. However, Chen Jun obviously couldn't pass through the intersection. After all, there is a blank area of more than 10 meters close to the checkpoint. Let alone a person approaching, even a mouse can be easily noticed by the defender. Chen Jun looked around. If he wanted to sneak in, he could only climb over the rock wall. Climbing skills? Chen Jun didn't. The opponent's headquarters relies on a steep rock wall of more than 300 meters, which can be said to be easy to defend, but difficult to attack. There is no other way, just fight. Chen Jun didn't hesitate and ran directly to the bottom of the rock wall. He has experienced life and death battles, and his comrades have sacrificed one after another in front of him, so he knows that there can be no hesitation on the battlefield, otherwise he will lose or die. At this moment, Gong Jian, who had been observing Chen Jun's movements, put down his telescope in surprise and said to Lao Hai, "He's crazy. Shen Lion is crazy. Look, am I wrong?" Lao Hai immediately took the telescope and looked in the direction of the rock wall. The next moment, his pupils suddenly opened. Because he saw a figure climbing the cliff that Cheng Wang said was insurmountable even for monkeys. It looked like Chen Jun. The figure looked cautious, very slow, and obviously not sure. With Chen Jun's physical fitness, he is so cautious, which shows how difficult it is to climb this cliff. Isn't the company commander married? He wants his wife to be a widow. It's too dangerous. There's no protection. Lao Hai's voice trembled a little. It's at night again, so I can't see clearly. What if I go crazy? A drill, how can you be so desperate? Gong Jian's palms were sweaty and he said, if he fights to the death in the exercise, that bastard Lei Shan will definitely have another chance. Lao Hai hesitated for a moment and said, do you want a communication reminder? This is too dangerous and not worth it. Are we putting too much pressure on him? Gong Jian shook his head and said, respect his decision. He is a real soldier. He is no longer the Chen Jun of the past. We continue to wait and have confidence in him. Lao Hai sighed. Company commander, this is fighting with your life. Behind Gong Jian, Lao Hai and others, although the members of the 4th Sharpshooter Company did not see it, they all heard it. They had always admired Chen Jun, but now they knew that in order to win, he climbed the steep cliff alone without any protective measures, and they all had tears in their eyes. Everyone knows what this means. Looking at the high cliffs one by one, they gave people a heavy sense of oppression in the darkness, as if they could swallow people up at any time. Chen Jun was climbing on such a cliff and he might fall off at any time and turn into a ball of meat. There was nothing they could do now but pray. If you could climb up such a steep cliff, would anyone else lean their headquarters against the cliff? Impossible. The opposing commander must have taken this into consideration. Chen Lion worked so hard that he really treated the drill as actual combat. During daily training, what Chen Lion shouts the most is, exercises are actual combat. You must remember. Don't have any slack mentality, because once you go to the battlefield, any possibility exists. I originally thought this was just a slogan he shouted, but no one really took it seriously. But now Chen Lion is using his actions to explain what a real drill is, and what a drill is actual combat. At this moment Chen Jun, who was constantly climbing up, was indeed careless. His physical fitness is 5.1, which is indeed strong enough, but he cannot withstand the sharp rocks protruding from the cliff. Without any protection, after grabbing the palm of his hand, the skin is immediately scratched and blood gushes out from the palm. The blood that flowed out dyed the clenched stone red, and the stinging pains made Chen Jun's mouth twitch uncontrollably. The scene in Area 1 reappeared in Chen Jun's mind. In an instant, his eyes were red and he roared in his heart, no, I can't lose. I will definitely be able to climb up. I can definitely do it. It was at this time that the system prompt sounded in Chen Jun's ears. The host implements the hacker principles and knows that there are tigers in the mountains, so he prefers to travel to the Tiger Mountains. He will be rewarded with 100 experience points. Chapter 79. You are a human or a ghost. Suddenly hearing the system prompt, Chen Jun perked up and flashed in his mind the disabled squad leader, and Ran who received the certificate with him. And what Lei Zhan had said to him, I haven't killed the scorpion yet, how could I fall here? Chen Jun gritted his teeth and stretched out his hands to climb up inch by inch. Every time he grabbed a raised stone with his hands, a blood-red fingerprint immediately appeared. As Chen Jun climbed up, his clothes were scratched bit by sharp stones and then cut into his flesh and blood. The wound was not deep, but every time he moved upward, it was like countless knives cutting into his chest. The blood continued to overflow, dyeing his military uniform red, and then leaving bright red bloodstains on the rock wall where his body passed, all the way up. If a person does not have strong willpower, there is no way to climb up. Of course, facing such a dangerous cliff, it is not enough to rely on willpower and strong physique. If Chen Jun did not have the hacker space, he could judge whether the landing point is dangerous in 5.1 seconds, otherwise Anron would have become a widow long ago. Chen Jun climbed a little slowly, but very steadily, and there was no room for mistakes along the way. In this way, Chen Jun kept climbing up. Time passed little by little, and Chen Jun's bloody hands finally grasped the edge of the top of the mountain, turned over and climbed up. Breathe. Chen Jun took a deep breath and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. This is a battle between physical strength, will and nature. Chen Jun climbed to the other end of the mountain and looked down. Underneath the darkness, it looks like a black beast with its bloody mouth open. But the next thing will be much easier for Chen Jun. He can use the hacker space to find a foothold in advance, and crawl down easily. Swish! Chen Jun seemed to have a pair of invisible wings, which allowed him to fall cleanly and swiftly every time, and his speed was obviously much faster than when he climbed up. When Chen Jun was about to approach the ground, hackerspace suddenly fed back a dangerous information source. There is a sniper hidden on the rock wall about 12 meters away from the ground. Chen Jun immediately looked in the direction of the source of danger, and sure enough he saw a hole there. He immediately adjusted his posture and quietly approached the entrance of the cave. The moment Chen Jun approached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly kicked his feet, exerted force on his waist, and jumped like a monkey, rolling directly into the entrance of the cave. At this moment, the sniper leaning against the cave wall was resting with his sniper rifle. At the beginning of the exercise, the red side should not have penetrated so quickly. In addition, there were checkpoints along the way and there were drones in the sky for reconnaissance. It was even more impossible for the opponent to arrive here so quickly, so the snipers had no chance to shoot until now. Suddenly, the sniper's pupils suddenly opened wide, and he saw a black shadow rolling in like lightning. Swish! In a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared on his neck. The next moment, a cold voice came, "You were killed in battle, remember the principle of corpses." Only then did the sniper come to his senses and cursed in a low voice, "Mad, I thought it was a ghost. How did you get in?" This sentence is very artistic. The sniper used props and spent nearly an hour climbing up, but the guy in front of him seemed to have jumped in from above. What the hell is going on here? The next moment, when the sniper took advantage of the moonlight to see the opponent clearly, his body couldn't help but tremble. Are you sure this isn't a ghost? The clothes on the other party's body were stained with blood, his hands were bloody, his mouth was also covered in blood, and there was a strong smell of blood permeating his whole body. Damn it, brother, you don't have to be so desperate, people will die. The sniper couldn't help exclaiming. From the opponent's situation, how could the sniper not guess how the opponent came up? This is playing with one's life. When he climbed up, he used various state-of-the-art climbing tools and took various protective measures. It took him so much effort to climb up the cliff of more than 10 meters, while the other party obviously climbed up from the other end of the cliff with his bare hands. Climb over. Terrible. Because snipers have climbed it, they know how terrifying this cliff is. Definitely challenging the limits of mankind. He really didn't expect that someone could climb over it with bare hands. This was a cliff that even monkeys had climbed. Chen Jun said coldly, "If you don't want to see your brother die on the battlefield, you have to fight hard now." The sniper was stunned for a moment, stared at Chen Jun for a while, nodded and said, "That's true. You have a high level of ideological consciousness. Who are you?" "I am Wang Hu of the Black Tiger Commando, sniper, please let me die with some understanding." But the next moment, he saw Chen Jun jump out. Wang Hu rushed to the edge of the cave entrance and saw a monk-like figure jumping back and forth on the rock wall, quickly going down. His eyeballs were wide open. Ghost! Wang Hu's face was full of astonishment. He was destined to die in an unknown way. Who is this kid? How did he climb up with bare hands? He must have shed his skin even if he is not dead. Is he a monkey? He dares to jump down like this crazy. Wang Hu was not angry, but was stunned, then shocked, and finally completely admired. Because he saw that figure falling to the ground very easily. What the hell, how can there be such a master in the regular army? Wang Hu shook his head vigorously. I was careless and I got into trouble this time. I hope brothers will be more vigilant. Otherwise it will be embarrassing and embarrassing. At this moment, after Chen Jun fell to the ground, he quickly lurked on the back of a rock and immediately communicated. I have crawled over, attack immediately when I hear the gunfire. On the other end of the communication, Gong Jian heard Chen Jun's voice. His body trembled suddenly for no reason, and he hurriedly replied, yes. After hanging up the communication, Gong Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead. His heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally settled down. He was really worried about and ran becoming a beautiful widow. How many people would care about him? Okay, Chen Jun is fine. Lao Hai, the squad leader, was very excited and said, as expected of the person who can make me suppress bullets, Chen Lion is awesome. There is really nothing he can't do. Whether it's chasing girls or fighting, this is a real man. Gong Jian waved his hand and said angrily, okay, Duck Egg Man, give me the order. Yes. Lao Hai quickly turned around and said to the warrior behind him, everyone be on alert and prepare for war. Suddenly, everyone who had already held their breath began to lurk towards the checkpoint. On the other side, Chen Jun used hacker stealth to approach the headquarters without anyone noticing. After all, this was on the back of a cliff. No one expected anyone to be able to come over, and the opponent's defense focused on the front. This allowed Chen Jun to take advantage of the loophole. Of course, the hacker stealth technique made him like a ghost in the dark, and it was also very difficult for others to find him. Chen Jun took out his dagger and carefully cut open the tent. The principle of hackers is to remain invisible. Chapter 80. This guy is more sinister than himself at this time. The lights in the tent were bright. Lei Qiming was typing seriously on the computer screen, while standing in front were the chief of staff, political commissar and other military officers. All of them were waiting in bewilderment. They had been standing for half an hour, but Lei Qiming was only focused on typing and didn't care about them at all. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, wanting to speak, but they dared not make a sound. They are all very clear about Lei Qiming's temper. Don't look at him wearing a pair of glasses, looking gentle and harmless to humans and animals. But when you have seen him go crazy, you will understand what it feels like to want to die. In their words, Lei Qiming's ruthlessness is in his bones, not on his face. The most ferocious tiger refers to Lei Qiming. And when he was doing things, what he hated the most was when others disturbed him. Even if the sky fell, he had to wait for him to finish his work before talking. There was a newly transferred officer who didn't understand this rule. As a result, he packed up and left the next day. Finally, the staff officer couldn't bear it any longer and said, Captain, are you still writing a novel? How long will it take to finish the book? There are shells washing over the Lengya. Why are we just waiting like this and doing nothing? During this period of time, many people have asked Lei Qiming more than once, what do you do with the computer all day long? His answer was to write novels. This answer, awesome. A dignified team leader has trained without a name and has changed his career to rewrite novels. Is this preparing to develop into a master of online novels? Can writing novels make money? It is said that food delivery is more profitable. Lei Qiming still tapped his fingers on the keyboard quickly. His hands were fast. Without raising his head, he said, I need to hand in this, 20 words within a month, will you write it? Everyone fell silent immediately. 20 words a month, might as well kill them. Who has money and still writes novels? It is said that they can only survive by relying on readers' rewards. No wonder Lei Qiming just sat in front of the computer and kept typing on the keyboard. Even if he was practicing now, he didn't forget about it. 20 words, my scalp tingles just thinking about it. If they had this ability, they would have become gods long ago. Lei Qiming continued, I'm wondering, what kind of ability does that Chen Jun have, so that the Ministry of Military Affairs came to rectify me? A literary soldier, and you stay here to guard? Don't worry. Let Lei Zhan pay for the fight. The fish that slipped through the net must go here, and when they come, we will just collect the net. This is called waiting for the rabbit. By the way, Lang Tu gave Langya a song from the radio, called Moscow Night. Lei Qiming spoke slowly, his fingers still tapping the keyboard. His tone is really awesome. However, Lei Qiming has the qualifications. He was born as an art soldier, and he was looked down upon by He Zhijin at the beginning. At the beginning, he applied for enlistment as a combat member several times, but was rejected by He Zhijin. What can art soldiers do on the battlefield playing the violin at the enemy? But it is such a literary soldier who was underestimated by He Zhijin, who has grown into a person who can stand up to He Zhijin step by step. Lei Qiming and He Zhijin are old friends, but they also have a competitive relationship. The two belong to different military regions, and it is common for them to compete with each other in the arena. However, a man named Chen Jun suddenly appeared recently, which broke the balance a bit. He Jijin called Lei Qiming himself, specifically talking about this kid, saying that his growth trajectory was very similar to his own, but crazier than his own. Lei Qiming was born as a poor art soldier, and he was the son of the richest man in Donghai City. His ideological awareness is higher than that of the literary soldiers, and his potential is also greater than him. They have already made a ghost name in the No. 1 area. Although Lei Qiming also became famous in the first battle, he did not leave a name. Lei Qiming suddenly cursed, "What the fuck is this son of the richest man? It's just too much publicity. A big soldier? Let me write a 20-word novel. Those guys from the Ministry of Military Affairs, what are they doing when they are full? If you have the ability, come down and practice with me for a few days. Will you talk about the context every day and your ideological consciousness is high? Can you win the battle?" Gam. Thinking of this, Lei Qiming became furious, feeling as if disaster had fallen from the sky. What the hell is 20 words? Is this a thought report or a novel? Lei Qiming has been a soldier for so many years, and he has never seen such a ridiculous thing. And the source of this lies in Chen Jun, the big soldier. After tossing the wolf teeth, he came to harm them, Haihu. This disrupted Lei Qiming's plans for the whole month. So for this exercise, Lei Qiming wanted to see what Chen Jun looked like, to make He Shijin boast to the sky, and to make the Ministry of Military Affairs so rich. At this time, bang 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 continuous gunshot sounded, and the staff officers and other officers next to Lei Qiming were smoking. Lei Qiming suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Who is it?" He subconsciously wanted to touch the gun, and an indifferent voice sounded, "It's the person you miss." Looking at the other party, Lei Qiming suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be impulsive, I'm your prisoner anyway." But his subordinates were not slow at all, and were about to raise their guns. Boom. Lei Qiming's body trembled suddenly, and his mind was confused. What the hell? This bastard just shot his head off. Damn, this guy is more sinister than me. Since Lei Qiming became famous in the first battle, he seldom suffered a disadvantage. Even if he faced his old opponent, Langdu, he would suffer a small disadvantage at most, but this time the opponent directly entered his headquarters and killed him directly. Too embarrassing. Lei Qiming, such a gentle art soldier, was a little annoyed and his whole body was trembling. The glasses on the bridge of his nose moved slightly. "You kid can't leave, you're going to be somewhere here," Lei Qiming said in a sharp voice. This is his headquarters, the center of the Black Tiger Brigade, and the most heavily guarded place. When the gunshot rang out, everyone around him was immediately alarmed. The opponent is hard to fly. But just after he finished speaking, he saw two black objects in Chen Jun's hands and threw them towards the door. Boom! There were two explosions and the soldiers who rushed outside immediately creaked and smoked. At this moment, dense gunshots followed from the entrance not far away. Lei Qiming, including all the officers who died in battle, looked at Chen Jun, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. They still have a feeling of bewilderment. What's the problem? Why did the other party come in so inexplicably, and the guards outside are so bad? When did their Haihu become such a rookie? Chen Jun smiled coldly, and said, "Langya bombed our Iron Fist regiment without money, and I will destroy one of your headquarters. If you don't accept it, you can come to me afterwards. I am what you just said, the son of the richest man, the Iron Fist regiment, the commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooter, the leader who defeated Lei Zhan recently, Chen Jun." Chapter 81. As expected of a ghost, crazier than I was back then. At this moment, the system prompts sounded in Chen Jun's mind. The host implements the principles of hacking. A real hacker is to go straight to Huanglong, kill the enemy leader, and behead one boss, and be rewarded with 1 experience points. Chen Jun's eyes lit up. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. The system is user-friendly and I like it. He glanced at the attribute list and saw that the experience level had reached 200, only 300 short of it. You can gain experience points by beheading the boss. I wonder how much you will gain by beheading the wolf head. Lei Qiming stared at Chen Jun and said, "Chen Jun? I remember you, but I don't like those prefixes in front of you, and I can't remember them either. Let's get to know each other. The former captain of the Lone Wolf Battalion, the current captain of the Black Tiger Battalion, and a former literary and art soldier. The current artistic conductor, Lei Qiming." Chen Jun turned around and left, leaving only one sentence. "I will not shake hands with corpses." Everyone staggered almost at the same time, almost losing their balance. From the staff officer to the political commissar, there was an urge to vomit blood. If you are a Zhanshan wolf, you will be even more aggressive when you succeed. Chen Jun? This guy came out of nowhere. He's so crazy. Why do you think he's even crazier than the king of soldiers Lei Zhan back then? Is this called being arrogant once you gain power? Damn it, those bastards outside, what did they do? They all came in and they don't even know. Shame. Captain of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, is this guy deceiving us? Do they have such a young company commander? This is not a lie to us, is it? But when did the 4th Sharpshooter Company have such a arrogant company commander? Didn't they always only have instructors? A group of political commissars, staff officers, and other officers had studied the previous information about the Iron Fist Regiment before the exercise, so they naturally knew the situation of the Iron Fist Regiment's most ace sharpshooter company, the 4th Company. At this moment, outside, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, under the command of Wallon Fengshu, attacked frantically and quickly wiped out the Guard Company. There was no way Chen Jun launched an attack from the inside. When the Guard Company heard gunshots from the headquarters, they immediately mobilized most of their troops and focused their attention on the inside. Chen Jun's attack was really ruthless, and he kept throwing grenades at them. In the hacker space, every time a bomb was thrown, it exploded, so that they were all a little confused. They didn't understand what was going on and died in battle. Of course, the main reason why Chen Jun did it so easily was that the other party was too careless and thought that it was impossible for someone to climb from behind the cliff. Moreover, there were snipers lurking on the cliff to observe, so it could be said that it was foolproof. But who would have thought that Chen Jun would suddenly appear when Chen Jun suddenly attacked? The men of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters suddenly launched an attack, forming a flanking attack. In addition, there was no unified command from the other side, and the battle ended after a short time. When the members of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters saw Chen Jun approaching, they immediately cheered with excitement, but were interrupted by Chen Jun. How many brothers have been killed in the battle? Gong Jian's face was full of murderous intent, but he was very excited and said, 35 brothers died in the battle, and there are still 90 people. Chen Jun frowned. He lost more than a quarter of his men in one battle. If the battle continues like this, how many will be left in the end? The exercise has just begun. Chen Jun said, the drones are coming soon. We will definitely be located. The people in Langya are always thinking about us. Get out. Gong Jian nodded and said, I think the same as me. I guess it will be Lao Fan who comes this time. Chen Jun looked at Gong Jian and said, tell me about it. Gong Jian analyzed, our whereabouts have been exposed. It is night now, and the one who is best at treating people to eat peanuts at night is Lao Fan. Kang Tuan suffered a lot in the night battles before. How can we get out? All the way through the blue defense line, Gong Jian had to admit that Chen Jun had a good way of leading troops to fight. Killing an enemy headquarters this time is the best proof. Therefore, Gong Jian had implicitly fully recognized Chen Jun's ability to lead troops, instead of treating him as a new recruit. You must know that Gong Jian has gone abroad to drink foreign ink and his vision is very high. There are not many people who can admire him. Gong Jian could not deny that Chen Jun's individual combat ability was very strong, but a strong individual soldier did not mean he was strong in leading an army. Therefore, he had always been skeptical of Chen Jun's ability to lead troops. During this military exercise, Gong Jian also wanted to see what Chen Jun was up to. Sure enough, this guy has his own tricks up his sleeve. Chen Jun pondered for a moment and said, let's just go ahead and wait until the other party enters our 2,000-meter range. Gong Jian, what do these people mean? How do you know the enemy has entered 2,000 meters? Could it be that there is a radar detection on your body and you know it in advance? It's not like that when opening and hanging. Soon, Chen Jun led the remaining people to retreat quickly and disappeared into the darkness. After they left, Lei Qiming walked out of the tent, glanced at his team, and shouted, where is Wang Hu? Is he asleep? Tread Wang Hu, who was puffing out smoke, ran over, saluted, and said, report. Lei Qiming said with a gloomy face, what's going on? They killed me in front of me. Where did you, the sniper, go? Wang Hu said depressedly, boss, this I was the first one to die in battle, but it cannot be entirely my fault. That kid didn't want his life. He climbed over from the other side of the cliff. No one can withstand this. Lei Qiming was shocked and looked up at the high cliff. It was a cliff that even birds could hit and kill. Can you climb over this? The reason why Lei Qiming chose to place the headquarters here is because it is concealed enough and is isolated by natural barriers, making it easy to defend, but difficult to attack. After a long time, Lei Qiming sighed. As expected of a ghost, he is crazier than I was back then. After the exercise, no matter what the result is, I must go to the Iron Fist group to meet him. Yes, Wang Hu said. Lei Qiming frowned and shook his head helplessly. This time I let the wolf head make fun of me. At this time, in the Blue Army Command Center, He Zhijun, who was listening to Moscow Night, suddenly heard the exercise director's announcement that Lei Qiming's team was out. What? He Zhijun stood up suddenly. Tread, the communications staff officer, hurried over and said hurriedly, reporting to the chief, we have just been notified that all members of Lei Qiming's team were killed. He Jin laughed and said, "Speak clearly and detail." The communications staff officer said, "According to the report, Chen Jun of the Th Company of Sharpshooters of the Iron Fist Regiment led the Th Company in a night raid and found Lei Qiming's headquarters. He climbed from the cliff to the rear alone and quickly destroyed the headquarters. The Th Company of Sharpshooters came from frontal attack, total annihilation. The whole process was captured by a drone." He Jin chuckled and said, "Okay, this kid is very impressive. He is really not simple. He is courageous, and he can lead troops. However, this Lei Qiming is also careless. He only cares about writing a 20-word novel. In the end destroyed. This is also a good thing. Tell Staff Fan not to send piglets away. He is better at digging holes at night. Ask him to bring Chen Jun's head to me." Chapter 82. After He Jin's order was issued, it was quickly passed on to Fan Tanlei, who was about to deliver the piglets. Fan Tanlei looked at the dog-headed Lao Gao in surprise and said, "Let me go? Didn't that guy Lei Zhan go out? Why do you want me to go?" Being arranged by the wolf head to deliver the piglets, Fan Tanlei was holding back his anger. This exercise is aimed at the Iron Fist Regiment. In fact, in the final analysis, it is to see what kind of soldiers Chen Jun can bring out and what kind of performance he can perform. Lei Zhan was ruthless towards Chen Jun, and it would be strange if he didn't want to beat him in. With their equipment and strength, if they really fought, the Iron Fist group probably wouldn't be enough for them to squeeze their teeth. Lao Gao chuckled and said, "Lei Zhan's wife was cut off. He used Langya's funds to blow up the commander-in-chief of the Iron Fist Regiment for free and wiped out Lao Kang, leaving only the sharpshooter Cillian." Fan Tanlei immediately became angry and scolded, "Damn, what is this called? Why don't you kill it together? Isn't Cillian, the strongest sharpshooter left, dig a hole for me? I would rather give Piggies not go, no went." The sharpshooter Cillian's bone is the most difficult to chew. In the past, when they fought against each other, they would chew the bone first and then clean up the others. What did Lei Zhan do? He didn't do things thoroughly. You wiped out Lao Kang and left the strongest company. Wasn't it a source of hatred? Lao Gao immediately leaned over and whispered, "Old Fan, I have met that Chen Jun. He is very good and worth your visit. Isn't your specialty drunk Lao Kang? He will be your man sooner or later, and the wolf head is right. Chen Jun also attaches great importance to it. If he can be dug over, Langdu will definitely remember your credit. In this way, you don't have to work part-time in logistics and concentrate on bringing out a super soldier king. You have been suppressed by Lei Zhan all these years. Do you want to get back a little bit? Chen Jun is the best seed, and Lei Zhan is not right with the other party. Lu, you don't want such a soldier? Let me tell you now, if you don't go this time, then I will, but we have agreed that he will be mine by then and you are not allowed to rob me." Fan Tanlei was taken aback, stared at Lao Gao, and scolded, "Old Gao, is I the one who does such a thing?" Lao Gao, in the next moment, Fan Tanlei roared, "Give me the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and I will beat them into dumb with sharpshooters." Lao Gao was speechless for a while. Isn't this the kind of person who was so upright and righteous just now? Lao Gao chuckled and didn't expose it. Fan Tanlei just took a fancy to Chen Jun. He has been planning to form a new commando recently and is looking for good seedlings everywhere. How could he not want a talent like Chen Jun? When Langdu proposed to see Chen Jun last time, Fan Tanlei offered to go and see him too. Wasn't it just because of this intention? He said no, but he wanted to die in his heart. After receiving Fan Tianlei's order, Chen Shanaming immediately activated the drone reconnaissance system and began to search for the location of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Time passed little by little, and about 10 minutes later, Chen Shanaming came to report to Fan Tanlei. "Report, the drone has found the location of the 4th Company of the Sharpshooter." Fan Tanlei yelled, "Call someone, call Miao Lang too." "Okay, put down what you're doing, don't lift that piglet, put it down, and go arrest someone with me." Fan Tanlei's eyes turned green. Lao Gao looked at the situation and said, "Old Fan, why don't I come with you, so that I can take care of you? Anyway, I'm free when I'm idle." Fan Tanlei looked at Lao Gao vigilantly and said, "No, you are watching the wolf den at home. It's not peaceful recently. Scorpions have appeared and are still making troubles and hurting people. I guess he hasn't left yet. Maybe he will make trouble again. Without you certainly not. You have a great responsibility. Just leave the matter of that kid to me, and I will definitely bring him. The lone wolf squadron is also short of people. Who doesn't know let him follow? Who knows if it will poach the wall? This kind of thing has to be nipped in the bud. This Lao Gao is also an inefficient lamp. When he meets a good seedling, can he not be tempted?" When Lao Gao saw Fan Tanlei with a vigilant face, he grinned and said, "Okay, I wish you good luck. Necessary." After finishing speaking, Fan Tanlei immediately rushed to the helicopter with his men, and flew towards the locked position of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Lao Gao put his hands behind his back, looked at the flying helicopter, smiled strangely, and said, "Another careless person. I hope that kid Chen Jun will continue to stop talking about martial arts, and do it again, and do this old fan again. That will be interesting." He didn't tell him the news that Chen Jun killed Lei Qiming just now, he just dug a hole. It's not easy for Chen Jun. Lei Qiming's fierce tiger was wiped out, and Lao Fan's reckless arrest of people will probably end up in disaster. The night was pitch black, although there was some moonlight faintly, but if it wasn't close range, there was no one to see at all. In the jungle, Chen Jun frowned. Under the effect of hacker space, he knew very well that there was no way to turn around this time. Because there are drones in all directions outside the forest, once they lurk out, they will be locked immediately. "Stop." Chen Jun waved his hand to make everyone stop. Everyone stopped immediately and stood by. Gong Jian and Lao Hai left and rushed to Chen Jun. "Shen Lion, why did you stop? Did someone from Langya come?" Gong Jian asked suspiciously. "Shen Jundao, Langya will not dispatch a large force to encircle our company immediately. For them, it is a sledgehammer. They are a sharp knife force, so after they find us, they will definitely behead us." Gong Jian immediately nodded and said, "This idea is the same as what I thought just now. After all, Langya needs face. If we deal with such a small person like us, if we want to make a big move, wouldn't it be a joke for others? The victory is not military, so it is probably Staff Fan be a pioneer. This is the Dark Night, the combat environment that Staff Fan is best at." At the beginning, Kang Tuan was often invited to eat peanuts, and only Lei Shan didn't talk about martial arts. He opened the door and bombed Kang Tuan's ass. His grandfather's. The corner of Lao Hai's mouth standing next to him couldn't help twitching, and he hurriedly covered his face, feeling embarrassed. "You kid licks the dog. Can you change your mouth every time I say the same idea as you, bring your own stereo? Why didn't you see that Gong Jian was so thick-skinned before? Is this Diyumaji possessed? It seems that there are not many masters like me in this world, and you are one of them." Gong Jian ignored the expression on Lao Hai's face, looked at Chen Jun and said, "Chen Lian, what suggestion do you have? You go first." "Shen Jundao, since they are coming, we will not leave, and we will play an empty city plan." Gong Jian immediately raised his hand in agreement, and praised, "Good idea, the same idea as mine." Hearing this again, Lao Hai covered his forehead with his hand and covered his mouth, but he didn't hold back, and the smile on his face became exaggerated. Even 10 Kumages can't compare. Chapter 83 Old fans' experience points are lost by half late at night, when the moon is dim, and the stars are sparse. It is the best time to do something evil. The helicopter was flying high in the sky. In the cabin, Chen Shanaming, who was staring at the lock screen, looked up at Fan Tanlei. "Report, the location has been reached, the prey is resting and recuperating. They probably haven't noticed our arrival yet and have set up a tent. The middle location should be their headquarters." Fan Tanlei showed a deceitful smile and said, "Catch Chen Jun first. Gong Jian is Mr. Wallon. He will soon come to Langya as a staff officer. Give him some face. If you can, arrest him. If you can't, shoot him directly." "I'll go, no." "Are you trying to save Gong Jian's face?" Chen Shanaming said. Fan Tanlei said disapprovingly, "What else? Learn from it, wait for the rockets to clear the ground and then quickly land to catch the person. If you catch the person, retreat immediately, leaving the people behind to attack. We are special forces and what we need is speed. As for the cost of the rockets, remember, the charge is on Lei Deng's head. Anyway, they use so many, and they can't find out who used them. They have to take the blame and wipe their ass. We can't do it in vain." Chen Shanaming nodded and said, "Good idea, I learned it." Fan Tanlei shouted, "Everyone is ready to fight." Suddenly, the person who had squinted his eyes suddenly opened his eyes, checked his equipment again, and entered the battle state. Woo-hoo! The Wuzhai 9 roared, and dived towards the ground, and the next moment, swoosh, the tails of the rocket sprayed out brilliant fireworks, and shot towards the ground. Bang bang explosions continued to sound, and brilliant clouds of fireworks and gunpowder smoke rose from the ground. The ground seemed to tremble. It's really a cannonball attack. After a series of rocket carpet explosions, smoke flew below, covering the ground. Because they were covered in thick smoke, Fan Tianlei and others could not notice the specific situation on the ground. However, according to previous bombing experience, under this wave of carpet bombing, at least half of the opponent's troops must be killed in this palm-sized area, and then a group of people can no longer find the north, south, east, west, and become ants on a hot pot. "Go down!" At Fan Tianlei's order, the armed helicopter rushed to the ground and then quickly landed on the ground. Bang! The hatch was pushed open and Chen Shanaming was the first to rush out. Then a group of people filed out, quickly formed an attack formation, and moved forward quickly. Intensive gunshots suddenly sounded. The soldiers who came out from all sides to block the attack were unable to withstand it. Fan Tianlei and others fired accurately with cross cover and were killed in just one encounter. As expected of a veteran commando, once they take action, they are as fast as lightning, like a sharp knife thrust into the middle tent. Chen Shanming took the lead, unscrewing the explosive bomb and throwing it directly into the tent. Boom! A sharp explosion sounded in the tent. Fan Tianlei, who was already prepared, was the first to rush in. He laughed and said, "Ghost, I'm here to find you." Suddenly, there was a loud bang inside, and smoke came out, covering all the people inside, making it feel like they were in a steamer. "What's the situation?" Fan Tianlei was taken aback. How could someone plot against them under the detonation bomb? It's unscientific. You know, under the power of the blast bomb, as long as it is a person, even if he does not faint on the spot, his mind will go blank, and he will not be able to recover for more than 1 minute. What the hell is going on? Swish! Chen Shanming and others rushed in and watched Lao Fan's helmet smoking. No! It seems we are all killed. Fan Tianlei's face was covered with black lines, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching, as if he had swallowed a fly. Isn't this bullshit? I have smoke coming out of my body, can it still be false? Who can tell me what's going on? Fan Tianlei is a mature man, how could he not see it? This is a trap set by others. The next moment, intensive gunfire rang out again outside, followed by a smiling Gong Jian who walked in and shouted to Fan Tianlei, "Commander Fan, I'm sorry to meet such a big shot like you in this small place. We Chen, do you still like Lion's gift? A gift from your Chen Lion?" Fan Tianlei frowned. At this time, Chen Jun also walked in, and squad leader Lao Hai rushed in immediately, saluting. "Report to the company commander, we have killed 10 suicide squad brothers and killed these careless old agents." "Not bad." Chen Jun nodded. Fan Tianlei looked at Chen Jun and said, "Are you Chen Jun?" He looked at Chen Jun carefully. He had a pretty face, a good figure and a harmless look. He had a good aura, but he didn't see any difference. "Is this the ghost of the border?" "No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it." Chen Jun said, "I don't want to talk to the corpse. He doesn't have a good impression of this big pit." A black line stood up on Fan Tianlei's forehead. "This kid is so crazy. You know I'm going to sneak attack you, are you prepared in advance?" Chen Jun didn't want to pay attention to this old cheater and said neatly, "Who doesn't know that you specialize in cheating teammates? Wherever there is a cheat, lead people to jump there, that is, Kang Tuan pretends to drink and accommodates you, because he is yours old squad leader. Okay, according to the principle of trapping the king, the follow-up blue army troops are coming, so hurry up." He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Fan Tianlei and gave the order directly. Fan Tianlei was startled again and said, "You even calculated this? How did you calculate it?" "Hacker's sixth sense." Chen Jun said casually. "What is a hacker? Are you talking to me about two-dimensional?" Fan Tianlei was confused. Chen Jun ignored them and said to Gong Jian, "You take the main force away immediately. These 80 people are the last honor of our Iron Fist regiment. I will find a way to blow up their logistics base and give you cover." Gong Jian hurriedly said, "Company commander, our Iron Fist regiment is all dead, so we can't let you take risks." Lao Hai also said, "Company commander, we have to fight together. There is no coward in our 4 companies of sharpshooters." Chen Jun waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't cry so hard, I don't necessarily risk my life, let's go." After saying that, Chen Jun turned around and walked out gracefully. At this moment, the system prompts in his mind sounded. The host implements the hacker principles, kills the enemy leader, beheads 0B1 SS, and rewards 50 experience points. Damn it, are they all leaders? Lao Fan even cheated half of the experience points and it's only worth 50. It's such a low price. Chen Jun glanced at his personal attributes. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level. 4 attributes, spirit 5.1, constitution 5.1, strength 5.1, speed 5.1 normal person. 1 hacking skills, hacker assassination desheng, hacker shooting desheng, hacker stealth desheng, hacker medicine jingsheng, hacker space jingsheng, 2000 meters experience points, 250/500 with Lao Fan's help, we reached 250. Chapter 84. Don't think you are a woman, you can do anything at this moment. In the jungle, with the help of hacker space to detect the source of danger, after more than an hour of running, Chen Jun once again shook off the drone. Compared with the large army, it was too easy for Chen Jun to avoid the drones alone. After all, there are nearly 100 people in the 4th company of sharpshooters. When they act collectively, there is a lot of movement, which makes them easier to be exposed. However, there is only one person in Chen Jun. In the vast darkness, it is difficult to detect him by just digging into a bush. What's more, Chen Jun possesses hacker stealth, and what he is best at is lurking in the dark, like a ghost in the dark. Let alone drone reconnaissance, even some snipers hiding in the dark are difficult to detect to his movements. The combination of hacker space reconnaissance ability and hacker stealth technique has greatly improved Chen Jun's field combat capabilities. Coupled with his strong physical fitness, he can travel long distances, so he has enough confidence. Destroy Blue's logistics. It was already late at night and Chen Jun was lurking in a bush. Waves of blue troops passed in front of him, and no one noticed his presence. This is the terrifying thing about hacker lurk. It allows Chen Jun to blend into the surrounding environment and become a whole. His existence cannot be confirmed unless the other party steps on him. Chen Jun's attention has always been on the checkpoints ahead, looking for targets to attack. After all, he had to disguise himself and infiltrate in order to easily destroy the logistics. Otherwise, he would not be able to break in by himself. About 10 minutes after a wave of troops passed by, a separate military vehicle appeared. As it approached the checkpoint, it was stopped by a sentry. A female officer poked her head out and said, "I am Tan Xiaolin from the Fire Phoenix Commando. This is Director Tang from the Scientific Research Office. At the request of the Thunder and Lightning Commando, I sent a hotspot tracker over. This is my ID." When Chen Jun heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Tan Xiaolin and Tang Zini? Aren't these the two eldest ladies in the world of special forces? Chen Jun was deeply impressed by the two of them, because they both acted based on their temper, and the eldest lady had a strong character. Of course, it's no wonder that the daughter of a military region chief has been pampered since she was a child. It's strange that she doesn't have the temper of a young lady. Another elite with high talents has been held up like a moon since she was a child. After entering the army, she was valued by the chief. Naturally have the capital to be arrogant. In short, these two women are difficult to deal with, not how capable they are. Anyway, it's crazy. If such officers were to guard Area 1, it goes without saying that the team would surely suffer a large number of casualties due to their willfulness. I really didn't expect them to show up together. Very good, I'll start with you. Chen Jun immediately moved backwards, quickly took a shortcut and ran towards the direction they must pass. After checking the checkpoint, the sentinels let them go. In the car, the driver, Tan Xiaolin, said, "Director Tang, I asked you to come here so late. Thank you for your hard work. After this exercise is over, I will treat you to dinner." Tang Zini leaned against the car window and said, "It's okay. It just so happens that I can test the effectiveness of this equipment in actual combat and see if there is anything that needs improvement." Tan Xiaolin smiled and said, "Director Tang is being modest. This advanced hotspot tracking is the first of its kind in the military region. The commanders unanimously affirmed it. The experts have all demonstrated it. If there are no problems in this actual combat, it will soon be spread to the entire army." Tang Zini had a somewhat confident smile on her face and said, "Let's wait until the results of the actual battle come out." Tan Xiaolin said, "Don't worry, we guarantee victory. In this red-blue confrontation, the Iron Fist group is no match for Lengya. They are just used as an appetizer. Now that their large army has been wiped out, there are only a few small mice left. Hotspot tracking can just pick them out one by one." Suddenly, a soldier's figure appeared on the road ahead. Tan Xiaolin, who was driving, was startled and hurriedly braked and stopped. "Who is this really not afraid of death? Blocking the road in the middle of the night, don't you take your own life seriously?" Tan Xiaolin opened the car door, jumped out, and walked towards the other party angrily. "That soldier, aren't you afraid of being hit to death? If you want to die, don't harm others." Tan Xiaolin cursed directly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and was not driving too fast, so she didn't hit the other person. It's true, today's soldiers are becoming more and more unruly. Tang Zini stuck her head out and shouted, "He is a soldier in the exercise. Let him get out of the way. We don't have that much time to waste with him here." Tan Xiaolin raised her hand and scolded, "Get out of here, don't delay the important matter, be careful. I will tell your leader to give you a beating." But at this moment, the soldier clenched his fists and looked like he wanted to take action. Tan Xiaolin frowned and scolded, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to fight with me? Get out of here." As soon as her voice fell, she said the next moment, "Oh, you bastard, you hit me in the face." Tan Xiaolin covered her bleeding nose, and in the next second, like an angry female leopard, she attacked Chen Jun. As the captain of the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Warfare Team, Tan Xiaolin's fighting strength is very strong, and ordinary veterans are no match for her. Now she was unexpectedly attacked by a soldier and slapped in the face. Tan Xiaolin's temper was suddenly aroused. Tan Xiaolin directly swept Xiao Bing's neck with a split kick. However, Chen Jun possesses the hacker assassination technique. Within 10 steps, blood will be splattered in 5 steps. This is no joke. Seeing the opponent's fierce attack, Chen Jun advanced instead of retreating. He approached the opponent with a lunge and suddenly hit the opponent's face with his right fist. Tan Xiaolan's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that the other party would act so strangely, approaching her like a ghost. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Snapped? Tan Xiaolan only felt a stinging pain in her jaw, and then her whole body seemed to be thrown into the air and fell backwards. Her mind went blank. She never imagined that the other party would be so cruel to her. She was a woman. Bam! Tan Xiaolan hit the ground hard, blood splattered from her nose, and she fainted on the spot. Chen Jun looked at the car and said, I was borrowing the car from you in peace, but if you insist on forcing me to do it, don't think that just because you are a woman, you can do whatever you want. As soon as his voice fell, Tang Xini in the co-pilot saw Chen Jun knocking Tan Xiaolan unconscious and said angrily, You bastard, which army are you from? If you beat a woman, isn't your mother a woman? With that said, she jumped out of the car and rushed towards Chen Jun. Chen Jun raised his eyebrows. What kind of logic does this woman have? What does beating a woman have to do with my mother being a woman? Seeing Tang Xini rushing towards her, Beardo Chen clenched his fists and immediately faced her. Chapter 85 infiltrated into the base. The wrath of the two women. A minute later, the car bumped in the dense forest and continued to drive forward. The two meat bugs were thrown on the back seat, shaking constantly in the bumps. Tan Xiaolan slowly opened her eyelids and immediately found that she was trapped as the heroine in a short movie. She was about to curse, but she found that her mouth was stuffed with a strip of cloth, which was torn from her regular clothes. At this time, Tang Xini woke up and discovered her situation. The eyes of the two women instantly ignited with fire and they wanted to kill, because they were surprised to find that they were about to become the protagonists of the short video. It's a shame. The two struggled hard, swaying in the small space, whining in protest. Two of them, one is Captain Fire Phoenix and the other is the director of a scientific research institution. They are both powerful figures. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? This soldier is so brave. Woo woo. The two bumped into seats and stared at Chen Jun with angry eyes. If looks could kill, Chen Jun would have died countless times. Chen Jun noticed their movements and said sarcastically, What's the use of chirping? If there was a real war, you would have turned into corpses long ago. You are good looking, but you have been tainted a long time ago. Be quiet and find a way to escape. I want to take you to claim credit. If you scream, I don't mind knocking you out again. Don't know what to do. The two women frowned, and the anger in their eyes became even stronger. What did this bastard say? In other words, are they ugly? As the beauties of heaven, they have been sought after all the way. When have they ever been treated like this? It's not enough to torture them physically, but also stimulate them spiritually. This bastard. After all, Tan Xiaolan was a professionally trained combatant. She was the first to calm down and immediately glanced at Tang Xini. Tang Xini also suppressed her anger and stopped saying anything. After all, it was useless to be angry at this time. After that, she beat the bastard to the ground to relieve her anger. Soon Tang Xini found a dagger on the inside of her calf under Tan Xiaolan's hand. She bit the handle of the knife with her mouth, and then carefully cut the rope around Tan Xiaolan's body. After cutting off, Tan Xiaolan did not launch an attack, but grabbed the dagger and cut the rope on Tang Xini's body. Because they are all pressed under the seats, they can be used as cover. After both men untied the ropes from their bodies, they attacked Chen Jun from both sides at the same time. You bastard! Tang Xini's little universe exploded completely and rushed up from behind, trying to strangle Chen Jun's neck. Tan Xiaolan, on the other hand, immediately grabbed the opponent's steering wheel. Chen Jun's body suddenly hit the car door and rolled out of the car. With a squeaking sound, the car stopped after driving 5 or 6 meters. When we were fighting for the car just now, the speed of the car had slowed down and the speed of the car was not fast. Tan Xiaolan and Tang Xini immediately jumped out of the car and looked for Chen Jun. Asshole, come out. Aren't you awesome? Challenge me again. Tan Xiaolan shouted angrily. She was accidentally attacked by the opponent because of her carelessness before. If she did it again this time, she would definitely beat the opponent to pieces. Tang Xini clenched the dagger and looked around. I'll look for it here. She ran in one direction to the side, while Tan Xiaolan ran in the opposite direction. The two searched around but found nothing and finally returned to the car. Tang Xini said angrily, Let's go to Leiden first. He probably ran away. It's more important to do business first. Tan Xiaolan said angrily, This bastard can be sent to a military court for his actions. I will report to Feng Tangjing from the picket team later. He is my cousin and I hate people who have no bottom line. It is good. The two drove away quickly. What they didn't know was that Chen Jun didn't actually run but was lurking under the car. At this moment, Chen Jun was holding onto the hot chassis of the car. The flesh and blood in his palms were scorched, and the pain was transmitted to his brain in waves. He gritted his teeth and persisted, with large beads of sweat emerging from his forehead and dripping to the ground. With Chen Jun's skills, these two women were naturally unable to plot against him. Even if the other party was able to escape, it was Chen Jun who reminded the other party to calm down and find a way to escape. To put it bluntly, Chen Jun just wanted to let them go, but why? The reason is simple, because when they arrived at the base, Chen Jun couldn't get in at all. Only these two female drivers can enter. So Chen Jun staged this play to confuse the other party. Of course, he also wanted to teach them a lesson, especially Tan Xiaolin. As the captain of the Fire Phoenix Women's Special War, Tan Xiaolin will lead the team to fight the enemy in real battles in the future, not embroidered pillows. If she does not change her mentality, she will definitely suffer big losses in future battles and harm others and herself. Waves of severe pain hit him, causing Chen Jun's expression to become ferocious. Hold on, the squad leader is disabled and can't stand up. I'm in so much pain, it doesn't matter. A man must be ruthless to himself in order to be tough. Men need to be tough. The car drove very fast, and it didn't take long before it reached the base checkpoint. The sentry immediately stopped the car and looked at the two half-dressed women in surprise. What? Tan Xiaolin handed the certificate to the sentry. When the sentry saw the military rank, he immediately saluted and said, "Chief, what are you doing?" Tan Xiaolin said angrily, "I met a pervert on the road and almost lost my virginity. We were careless. Let us go quickly. I want to see Instructor Lei." Damn it, what is going on meeting a pervert on the road? I almost lost my virginity, but we still have two people? There is a lot of information here. The sentry didn't dare to ask any more questions. After a brief inspection, he let him go. The car quickly entered the base and stopped in an open space. Chen Jun, who had been lurking under the car, heard the two women cursing non-stop. Let Instructor Lei send people to arrest him later. If he is caught, he must be hung up and beaten, and then sent to a military court. This is too much bullying. I have never suffered such humiliation before. Yes, he must be severely punished. This kind of behavior is too bad. A little private actually lectured us. This is the following crime. He is so unreasonable to us. After the exercise is over, send him to a military court. No one can save him. It's so abominable. I was in a good mood, but I was so angry when he made such a fuss. If my cousin knew that he would take off his uniform without me saying hello, this kind of black sheep must be eliminated from the army. Don't even try to save him this time, even if Jesus comes. The two women became more and more cruel as they talked, and they felt like they wanted to tear Chen Jun into pieces. Chen Jun was lurking under the car, getting more and more angry as he listened. Are you treating the military camp as your own home? Chapter 86. After the two women walked away, Chen Jun immediately rolled down from the chassis of the car and hid in the dark corner next to him. The severe pain in his palm kept coming. Chen Jun looked around and saw a faucet next to him. He immediately lurked over, turned on the faucet, and rinsed the scalded area directly with cold water. The heat from the scalded area was taken away. While rinsing, massage the muscles and bones near your palms, and use the muscle-bone reconciliation technique in Hacker's medical technique to stimulate the surrounding chi and blood. Immediately, the stinging sensation at the wound began to subside, which is equivalent to applying the best medicine on the burnt area, which can quickly reduce inflammation and relieve pain, promote muscle growth and activate blood circulation. This is the rapid healing effect of Hacker medicine, which is equivalent to carrying a super medical kit with Chen Jun. At the same time, Chen Jun used Hacker space to still locate the two women. After simply treating the wounds on his palms, he lurked in the direction of the two women. At this time, in the Thunder Command Center, Lei Shan was still frantically writing a novel and typing quickly on the keyboard. This is an amount of 10 words. He has only written more than 5 words now. There are too many things to do during the day. He has only written more than 4 words. Now he can only catch up at night. 10,000 words a day is really not something people do. Lei Shan felt that his scalp was going numb, his fingers were starting to become a little stiff, his waist was a little weak, and his eyes were a little dizzy, but he still had to persist, otherwise he would not be able to write the manuscript for Langdu as required, and he would be scolded. Showerhead. The King of Hell and others were waiting aside, and no one dared to disturb them. There is nothing important for them now. Anyway, Kang Lei has been killed, and only the 4th company of sharpshooters is left in the entire Iron Fist regiment. Moreover, Lao Fan has already led people to arrest the people of the 4th company. It is estimated that it will not take long. All the members of the 4th company of sharpshooters will be wiped out. In this way, the great revenge was finally avenged. It's just that the old fox, who was responsible for calculating ammunition consumption, was shocked when he looked at the list of ammunition consumption, and he didn't dare to report it to Lei Zhan. So everyone was spending time inside, waiting for when Lei Zhan would have time, and then make a simple report, and then go back to sleep, waiting for Lao Fan to kill everyone, and then the exercise would be successfully concluded. Report! A female voice shouted outside. Come in! Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xinyi walked in quickly. The King of Hell, Old Fox and others looked up at the door and saw two women walking in with tattered clothes and bloody faces like rags. The King of Hell frowned and shouted subconsciously, "Why did you let two beggars come in?" When Lei Zhan raised his head, his whole train of thought was interrupted and he asked in surprise, "Who is this? Why is he injured like a pig's head?" Tan Xiaolin's eyes turned red, and she felt grievances in her heart, but her dignity allowed her to hold back her tears and responded, "Report, Instructor Lei, I am Tan Xiaolin." Lei Zhan took a closer look and recognized it, saying, "What's going on? Did you overturn the car?" Tan Xiaolin's chest heaved and her small universe almost exploded. "Report, we met a madman on the way here. I was afraid that I would kill him, so I got out of the car to check, but he plotted against me." Tan Xiaolin explained all the good things that happened in detail. Lei Zhan and others were stunned for a moment. How could someone be so bold as to sneak attack Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xinyi? Damn it, you still tortured me like this kid is so brave. Tang Xinyi also said angrily, "Yes, he wants to rape us. I don't know which army he is from. We must find him." Strong J? This nature is very serious, but in the army, such a thing will not happen, let alone during the exercise. There must be some misunderstanding there. The eyes of the King of Hell, Old Fox and others showed complicated expressions. It's very possible to treat them as enemies and beat them up, but it's impossible to say something outrageous. Lei Zhan's face darkened, he looked at the two men and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Soldiers will not do such things. You must trust your comrades." Tang Xinyi said angrily, "He tore the two of me into the heroines of the short video. It's not a bad idea, what is it? He just has the heart but not the courage." Shit. Lei Zhan and others looked at Tang Xinyi and Tan Xiaolin up and down again, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. It's worth mentioning, it's quite tempting. In terms of body shape and appearance, both Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xinyi are considered military beauties in the military, especially Tang Xinyi, who was a proud and arrogant rose. Many single young officers are interested in her. However, Lei Zhan and others knew best what kind of temper this woman had. She was definitely not the gentle and cheerful wife type like in Ran, nor was she a kind aunt. She was the non-violent and non-cooperative type. When Tan Xiaolin entered Fire Phoenix on the first day, she was the arrogant eldest lady, but she was beaten badly by Lei Zhan and others, so she became more honest. As for Tang Xinyi, she is a well-known hot chick with an explosive temper. You have to be careful when you come into contact with her or what you say. In the army, there are not just one or two male officers who have been taught a lesson by her. How could these two women suffer such a big loss? This brother is so brave. Several of the Thunder Commandos were single, but no one dared to provoke them. Tan Xiaolin said, "If we weren't smart, they would definitely be molested. Such people must be found out and sent to a military court." Tang Xinyi also said angrily, "Yes, we must find him out. It was too dark just now, so we let him escape. Captain Lei, now you send people to search and find him. You can't let such a black sheep stay in the army." Middle. Both of them were filled with anger. If the other person were here, they would both want to bite the other person to death. Lei Zhan and others looked at each other. The two women must have said such words out of anger. As for rape, it would definitely not have happened, otherwise they would not be as simple as they are now. As for torturing them like this, it is indeed a bit of a joke. The King of Hell said in surprise, "The person who did this is so courageous and ruthless. Could he be that kid?" Old Fox, Harley and others blurted out in unison, "Chen Jun?" Chen Jun is ruthless and bold in his actions and does not act according to common sense. The most important thing is that he is very powerful. If he infiltrates here and treats Tan Xiaolin and Tang Xinyi as the Blue Army, he will definitely treat them as prisoners. Kang Lei was beheaded. With Chen Jun's temper, he will definitely seek revenge from Lang Yi. Lei Zhan suddenly stood up and said, "If it's not a lunatic like him, who else could it be? Don't say you were beaten, I was cuckolded by him." What? Tang Xinyi and Tan Xiaolin were stunned. Cuckold Lei Zhan? This is outrageous. Chapter 87. Tan Xiaolin looking for someone, the arsenal blows up. Who is Lei Zhan? That was Lang Yi's military king for 3 consecutive terms. Who dares to cuckold him? After all, Lei Zhan's reputation in the military region is too great. Among the younger generation of officers, there is no officer who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He is the candidate with the greatest potential to become the next wolf leader in the future. Even Lao Gao, the squadron leader, was dismissed by him. Press 1 end. Such a person is a popular fried chicken among the officers, who wouldn't give him face. How dare you snatch a woman from him? Tan Ziaolan naturally knew Lei Zhan's temperament. He was a violent man. Instructor Lei, what's going on? Who is this Chen Jun, and why did he cuckold you? Lei Zhan twitched the corner of his mouth and realized that he was being mean. Why are you talking about this? Aren't you asking for trouble? Still saying it in front of lesbians, shame on you. Lei Zhan was silent, but the king of hell was quick to speak. The god of thunder has been chasing and ran for many years. That kid came out of nowhere. He was the son of the richest man in Donghai City. He just joined the army less than a year ago. He cut him off halfway and ended up with and ran. Got the certificate. It is said that it was appointed by the elders. It was an agreement made when we were young. There is nothing we can do about it. Our parents' orders are too great, and there is nothing Ran can do about it. Snapped? Tan Ziaolan slapped the table and cursed. It's too much. Having money is great. Are you using money to beat people to death? Parents can't beat up Mandarin ducks. Such men are the most despicable. No wonder when I saw this guy for the first time, I felt like he is not a good person. I'm going to find my cousin. He's dead. Saying that, she turned and left. The king of hell hurriedly stopped him and said, Captain Tan, who is your cousin? Tan Ziaolan said, Feng Tangjing on the picket team can't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. This incident let him know that he will definitely be dealt with and sent to a military court. I don't believe it. I can't deal with such a bastard. Lei Zhan raised his hand and said, Okay, it's important to do your business. Don't go. It's useless. Your cousin is still writing a novel worth 20 yuan and has to hand it in within a month. How can he have time to care about your nonsense? Now he is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect himself. As for this 20-word novel, it's all because of Chen Jun. Okay, that kid is backed by Director Wang of the Military Affairs Department. No one can touch him. Thinking of Director Wang's attitude toward Feng Tangjing and himself that day, Lei Zhan felt heartbroken. Everyone has set Chen Jun as a role model, and he is on the side of the people. If you make trouble for him, aren't you trying to smear him? Not to mention one Feng Tangjing, even 10 Feng Tangjings would not be used. Tan Ziaolan was stunned and naturally knew the power of the Military Affairs Department and said, No wonder that boy is so arrogant. Tang Zeni frowned and cursed. So what? Is he just capable of being lawless? Lei Zhan and others were speechless for a while. For the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was really their heaven. If someone says that your thinking is not up to par, or your political attitude is questionable, it will be insensitive and will definitely make you lose your skin. These two girls are so tsundere. Tan Ziaolan angrily said to Tang Zini, I can't swallow this breath. The worst is, I will file a complaint with my dad. This is too much bullying. And Ran is also blind. Why does he fall in love with him? He is a scumbag and will be beaten by all women. There will definitely be domestic violence after marriage. Exclamation, let's see. I won't follow your hotspot tracking for now. I'll go find my cousin first and then my dad. I'll put this matter on record first. I don't believe he can keep being arrogant. Tang Zini immediately responded, Okay, I will go to Fire Phoenix to teach you in person later. It is good. Tan Ziaolan turned around and left. Lei Zhan wanted to call her, but the angry Tan Ziaolan was like a crazy female leopard, and no one could stop her, so she hurried out. No one can do anything about it, this is princess disease. Tang Zini, on the other hand, quickly took out the hotspot tracking device from the car, quickly assembled and debugged it, with a sullen face the whole time, as if it was about to explode. The King of Hell and others didn't know what to say, so they could only cooperate fully. Follow that kid first and find him out. Then you cover your faces and beat him up first. Tang Zini said. The King of Hell, the old fox and others looked at each other, just smiled and said nothing. Beat him up? Damn it, last time Chen Jun came to the door alone and tortured them all. Director Tang, let me tell you, that guy is quite ruthless and is not easy to mess with. The future is long, the old fox said with a smile. Tang Zini said, Why, are you still afraid of him? Your boss has been poached, don't you want to try to argue with him? The corners of the old foxes and others' mouths twitched and they fell silent. Isn't this which pot can't be opened and lifted? Chatting, that's not how we talk. Lei Zhan's face had long been gloomy, and the sound of typing on the keyboard had obviously gotten louder. These are all tears. Suddenly there was a roar and a violent explosion. Lei Zhan's expression changed drastically, he jumped up and shouted, There's an explosion in the direction of the arsenal. Quick! Suddenly, the King of Hell and others rushed out in a hurry. At this moment, where the arsenal was located, the warehouse where the arms were stored continued to explode. Smoke emitted from the bodies of the 4 old men, and their faces became even more gray. Dead. They looked at Chen Jun with confused and unconvinced faces. Where did this guy come from? He actually sneaked around their backs without anyone noticing and blew up the arsenal. This was such a slap in the face. An old man suddenly pointed at Chen Jun's palm and said in surprise, "Look at his palm." At this time, Chen Jun's palms were dripping with blood, and he pulled off the broken nails piece by piece without any expression, without even frowning. Hiss! 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 Everyone gasped and felt a chill coming down their backs. This madman is so perverted. Do you feel no pain at all when you tear off your nails like this? The so-called 10 fingers are connected to the heart. If you forcefully tear off your own nail shell, how much pain will you have to endure? How cruel to yourself! This guy suddenly appeared next to them just now, knocking the two of them down with lightning speed, and then the two of them fought back. As a result, the other party punched away the powerful firearms in their hands. One punch and your hand will crack. Wrong. Everyone's pupils opened suddenly because they noticed that Chen Jun's hand was burnt and it felt like it was cooked. All those who died sighed. Madman. What a madman. No wonder he was able to cross the line of fire and enter the base without even realizing it. He is risking his own life. Such a ruthless man is indeed tough. We didn't lose unjustly. They regarded the exercise as actual combat, and we were humiliated. During normal training, they thought they were ruthless enough, but when compared with the other party, they realized what it meant to be dwarfed by the big one. In Chen Jun's mind, the system's voice sounded again. Chapter 88. The system prompt sounded again in Chen Jun's mind. The host implemented the hacker principles, went deep into the enemy's base, and successfully blew up the enemy's arsenal. The reward is 100 experience points. It's 100 again. Chen Jun was overjoyed. These experience points are so important to him. It can be said that they are the basis for his continuous improvement. At this rate of improvement, it won't take long for him to upgrade and acquire new hacking skills. Chen Jun looked at the fallen veterans and said, "Remember, follow the corpse rules." After saying that, Chen Jun jumped to the side expressionlessly, and after several consecutive jumps, he disappeared into the darkness. Fuck you, this lunatic. An old man couldn't help, but cursed, "I have participated in many exercises this time, and this is the most cowardly one. No, we have always bombed other people's arsenals. When did we let others bomb us? This feeling is really uncomfortable. Hey, this guy looks like a new recruit. He's so paralyzed that he was tortured by a new recruit. Damn it. What are you thinking? Can a new soldier have such ability? He must be a veteran. There's something wrong with him. A veteran pretending to be a new recruit to play with us? This is so boring. No, why does this guy look a bit like that ghost? I heard that a month ago, the ghost entered our Thunder and Lightning base and directly tortured all the veterans on the front line. They all fell down and gave up. Damn, are you so fierce? Not only that, I also heard that Thor's girlfriend was snatched away by him and she got married directly without Thor even knowing about it. Fuck you, this guy is so awesome. He even dares to poach Thor's girlfriend? He's awesome, he's absolutely awesome. These people were chatting when suddenly a roar sounded from behind them. What are you doing? Did the gun go off? Lei Zhan and others rushed over quickly. When these old men saw that Lei Zhan and others were coming, they hurriedly stood at attention and fell silent. Answer me, are you mute? Lei Zhan shouted. The team leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "Report, someone infiltrated and attacked us. He blew up our arsenal. It's not that we are incompetent, but that the other party was too fierce and we couldn't resist it." Lei Zhan's expression turned gloomy, and he turned to look at the smoke-filled arsenal. According to the drill regulations, none of the weapons here can be used. This is the munitions used for the entire Wolfang exercise, and it's just gone? Asshole. Lei Zhan's face turned black. He turned to stare at the team leader and roared, "Trash. Still making excuses. Who did this?" The team leader said, "We suspect that the other party is a ghost. It is said that even the frontline veterans can't keep him. We really have no choice." The faces of the King of Hell and others suddenly turned dark, and they almost blurted out, "Chen Jun." Lei Zhan turned to stare at the King of Hell and others. His eyes were about to burst into flames and he growled, "Tell me, how did he get in? This place is heavily guarded. What do you do for food?" The faces of the King of Hell and others became extremely ugly. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the other party to sneak in, but could it be that the other party is really a ghost? The team leader hesitated and said, "Report, we have seen his palms, which were severely burned. We initially suspected that he grabbed the chassis of the car and sneaked in. This madman is too crazy. He just pulled out the injured nail in front of us. It feels a little bit. There's no pain, it's crazy, I can't help but admire him a little bit." The small universe in Lei Zhan's heart was about to explode. Deceiving too much. He stole the woman he loved, struck her with thunder and lightning, and asked me to write a 10-word report. Although the lightning exploded the Iron Fist group, the other party immediately blew up his arsenal in retaliation, under his nose, making the lesbians he invited naked. What the hell, where can I put my old face? Since Lei Zhan became the captain of the Thunder Commando, when has he ever suffered such a big loss? I lost my face to Grandma's house. The King of Hell and others immediately understood what was going on. Most likely, Chen Jun was lurking under the car and followed Tang Zini and Tan Xiaolin in, because they were the only ones who were not subject to strict inspection. At this time, the only vehicles that could enter the base were the cars they were riding in. With the tightness of the base's defense, there is no other way for the opponent to penetrate without being noticed. Good guy. No wonder he tore the clothes of 2 women into uniforms to tempt them. This made the other party furious and lose their cool. This Chen Jun is too thoughtful and too cruel to himself. The bases of military vehicles have been modified so that the places you can cling to will become hot while the vehicle is in motion, and it will be like frying meat if you grab it. This kind of excruciating pain is simply not something ordinary people can bear. Chen Jun was able to endure it. This guy is really crazy. If it were any one of them, he would never be able to do this. As expected of the ghost of Area 1, Lei Zhan said with a dark face, I will go to Lengdu to report the situation. You cooperate with Tang Zini to locate and arrest the person first. That kid must not have gone far. Yes, said the King of Hell. Lei Zhan immediately ran towards the headquarters. The arsenal was bombed. This was a big deal and he had to make it clear to Wolf Head. Soon, Lei Zhan came to the headquarters and happened to meet Fan Tanlei, who was returning. Fan Tanlei immediately turned his face to the side, pretending not to see. There is no way. Fan Tanlei has just been killed in battle. How can he still have the face to see others? If it wasn't necessary, he would have stayed far away. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he found that Lei Zhan didn't say hello to him. Fan Tanlei looked back and saw that the guy didn't even turn to look at him and went straight to the command center. What is going on? This guy has also been hit? Otherwise, why would you not say hello when we meet? Or do you not want to see me defeated and look down on me? Fan Tanlei walked into the conductor bravely. The two walked into the conductor almost at the same time. Report. The two shouted. Hijijin had just received news that the commando team led by Fan Tanlei had been wiped out, and the arsenal at the Thunder base had been bombed. This is so embarrassing. Hijijin pointed at their noses and cursed. Look at you two, you still have the nerve to come see me? Where's your face? You usually brag about being a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick, how awesome you are, but as a result, the war has just begun. In the middle of the night if you attack someone secretly, they will eat you up, leaving no trace behind. An arsenal right under my nose was blown up. I don't know what happened. I think you are just mudbugs. Your fangs are so stinky. What do you think you do for food? A dignified chief of staff, an old man in Langya, a soldier king for 3 consecutive terms, the strongest soldier king in Langya. What about now? That's it? Are you embarrassed to say that you are a special soldier? Fan Tanlei and Lei Zhan looked at each other. Damn it, it turns out that the other party is a stinky younger brother. Chapter 89. Catch Chen Jun at all costs. Hijijin stared at the two of them angrily and growled, Come one by one, tell me clearly, Lao Fan. You speak first. Fan Tanlei's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched several times. If this wolf gets angry, the consequences will be serious. But for this matter, you really can't blame him entirely. Who made that kid so cunning? Report, Chen Jun is very cunning and insidious. He had already predicted that I would launch a sneak attack, so he arranged a death squad to lure the enemy in advance. It was a blind act at the time, and then well, that was it. Fan Tanlei couldn't say any more and saluted. Langdu, I'll go and deliver the piglets. Hijijin's face was gloomy. He didn't know how to say good things to Fan Tanlei. You are a Wolf Fang staff officer who has experienced hundreds of battles. Can you not tell whether the other party has dug a hole? Shame on you. You go straight to raising pigs, and don't come back yet. Yes. Fan Tanlei twitched, his expression aggrieved. Lei Zhan, what's the matter with you? How much did you write for the 10-word ideological report? Hijijin suddenly looked at Fan Tanlei. Old Fan, write another 20-word ideological report and give it to me alone. Fan Tanlei's old face was completely dark and his legs felt weak. I am an old man who has not written for many years and my brain has long been unable to move. How can I write this? Wouldn't it cost him his life? But he didn't dare to reply, otherwise the consequences would be more serious. Yes. Fan Tanlei shouted bravely. Lei Zhan said with an ugly face, the report has been written to 6 words. I promise to complete the task on time. As for Chen Jun's sneak attack this time, the other party used women to sneak into the base. Tan Xiaolin from Fire Phoenix, and Tang Zini from the Scientific Research Office accepted my invitation to participate in this exercise and prepared to use hotspot tracking for detection. Halfway through, they were intercepted by Chen Jun. That guy almost took off all his clothes. The two lost their usual calmness and let him lurk in the car, sneaked in, and finally blew up the arsenal. Lei Shan told the general story of what happened. The key point was that Chen Jun used women to sneak into the base, otherwise he would have no chance. Using women? He Jun was a little dumbfounded. In his impression, Chen Jun was a tough guy. He single-handedly chased down the militants from Area 1. After returning, he rushed directly into the Thunder base and killed all the Thunder people. When he rescued the squad leader, he directly used his body to carry the knife. All these show that Chen Jun is a tough guy and a hero. He shouldn't be as sinister as Lei Shan said, right? When Chen Jun beheaded Lei Qiming, he did so by relying on his own ability. He climbed over a cliff that ordinary people could not climb and fought with his own life. As for knowing that Fan Tunlei would come for a sneak attack 9 times out of 10, he would be prepared, but that was because he was cautious. Lao Fan was a fool himself, did not observe clearly, and was careless, so he rushed into the pockets arranged by others. He didn't complain even if he was killed. He Jun was so angry that his face was distorted. All of them are stinky brothers, and they think Lengya is a vegetable market. He Jun suppressed his anger, stared at Lei Shan and said, "Where is Chen Jun now?" Lei Shan said, "Report, he ran away after blowing up the arsenal. Tang Zini used hotspots to track him. He won't be able to run for long. We must catch him." He Jun slapped his hand on the table. This is a destabilizing factor. No one knows what he will do next. No matter what the cost, as fast as possible, understand. I'm telling you, the head of the military region, Gao Shui, also attended. He is waiting for the report. I will be there soon. Yes. Lei Shan growled. Lei Shan was actually angrier than Langdu. He wanted to find out the bastard Chen Jun more than anyone else. He Jun's face was full of anger. Everyone is a stinky mudbug. I will lose my face to the chief. With that said, he turned around and walked out of the command center angrily. Fan Tianlei and Lei Shan looked at each other. They were brothers this time. Thor God, hey, we are all humiliated, but I am better. I accidentally fell into that kid's way and you were blown up at home. Fan Tianlei shook his head and said helplessly. Lei Shan's poker face was almost full of tears. Stop laughing at the 50 steps and the 100 steps. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Fan Tianlei smiled bitterly and nodded. That's true. But Thunder God, I told you, this kid is definitely not simple. Langdu is angry, but it also shows that that kid is a talent. Langdu will definitely like him, and he will definitely join us in the future tooth. He's going to give you a blow before he comes. If you can't catch him, you don't need to say more, right? I heard that he married and ran? Lei Shan snorted coldly and walked away. Following He Jun's order, piles of blue troops began to spread out around the base and began to search. The mountains and forests are like a frying pan. You team, go over there, you go over here, you must search carefully, don't miss a single place. I've been watching carefully. The wolf head personally gave the order to find out that mouse. Yes. Waves of search troops were densely shuttling through the jungle. In one of the search teams, an old man said, "That guy is a lunatic." It is said that he grabbed the car's territory with both hands and lurked in the base. How would those hands be burned? Isn't that true? Normal people can't do such a thing. I also heard that he took advantage of 2 female officers and beat them so hard that they were treated directly as enemies and showed no mercy at all. Holy crap, no way? This is an exercise, not a real war. Otherwise, how can we say he is a madman? He regarded the exercise as actual combat. I heard that he is the ghost of Area 1. Let me go, that awesome guy? That's the person who cuckolded the god of thunder. It's not easy. Of course it's not simple. Otherwise, the arsenal could be blown up under our noses. I also heard that Staffan fell into his hands and is now being sent to raise pigs by Wolf Head. Damn, it's so exciting, but the amount of information is nothing compared to Thor being cheated on. It's exciting. I didn't expect that the ghost is so powerful both on the battlefield and in love. The story of Lei Shan being cuckolded has completely spread due to the arrival of Chen Jun. As for the source, no one knows, only that everyone knows it now. A team of blue soldiers searched through a bush, and less than 10 meters behind them, drops of blood fell from a tree to the ground, and then seeped into the soil. After the team walked 50 meters, Chen Jun's neat figure jumped down from the tree, ran towards a small river ahead like a ghost, and quickly dived into the water. On the gentle river surface, a bright red gushes out, then quickly fades away and finally returns to its original state, as if nothing had ever existed. Chapter 90 Gao Shui Shock in the Exercise Director's Department. Gao Shui, the head of the military region group, looked at the big screen with a smile. On the screen, several blue dots flashed for a few times before finally disappearing. The disappearance of the blue dot means that a combat unit has been destroyed. Gao Shiwei said loudly. The main force of the Iron Fist Regiment was annihilated, but Lei Qiming's group was destroyed. Now the Langya arsenal was bombed again. The Blue Army first lost its most cunning commander, and then the Langya's logistics base. This is considered its even, but overall, the red side is better. In this battle, the red side's counterattack was very sharp. After just finishing the report, He Jijin looked helpless, and said, "Chief, why did you join the red side's camp? Aren't you from our Langya side? Why did you become a villain?" He Jijin felt that the chief was even happier. Gao Shiwei said with a smile, "This time I am competing with Old Tan. He is commanding your special operations team, and I am commanding the red team. Although the Iron Fist team was bombed at the beginning, our red team also gave you free lessons. This one loss and one gain, this is what makes it interesting and interesting. Otherwise, what's so interesting about a one-sided situation? By the way, it was the little guy named Chen Jun who completed these 2 missions, right?" He Jijin was a little helpless, but also a little lucky. When he came just now, he was prepared to be criticized. After all, Langya suffered such a big loss and it became a joke. It's strange that he, a wolf head, was scolded. As a result, there was such a bet between the military region chiefs. Fortunately, he was facing Gao Shiwei. If he had been facing Deputy Tan, he would have been bloody by now. He Jijin thought for a moment and said, "The leader of the report is indeed Chen Jun, the commander of the 4th Company of the Iron Fist Sharpshooters. I saw him before the exercise. He was very good. He has a sharp head. He also has the nickname Ghost, which is the only surviving intact soldier in the area. He dared to hunt down those militants alone. He fought in the gray zone of Area 1 for a whole month, killing at least 20 militants and earning a reputation as a ghost among the enemies." Gao Shiwei naturally knew about the emergency in Area 1, but the specific details were not clear. Hearing what He Jijin said, he immediately became interested. It's no wonder that he didn't know the details of this matter. After Chen Jun returned to the Iron Fist Regiment, Kang Lei wrote a report of more than 1 words, which included Chen Jun's detailed battle situation in Area 1. However, when it was sent to the top, it was first reviewed and verified by the pickets. After all this back and forth, only a general message was conveyed to the head of the military region. A man fought in a gray area for a month and killed more than 20 militants. This Chen Jun is a tough guy. Such a record is almost as good as Lei Qiming's art soldier. However, Chen Jun has been dealing with the enemy in a gray area for a month. And being able to persevere is more difficult than Lei Qiming. I can't tell. In a few years, a second Lei Qiming will appear. Is there any other news? Gao Shiwei said. He Jijin smiled bitterly and said, "He is indeed a man, but he has had some friction with Leiden recently. He is a regular soldier and went to the Thunder Commando station alone to challenge the unexpected special forces in Leiden without falling behind. He is a good person, so he naturally knows what to say at this time to interest the military region chief." Sure enough, Gao Shiwei was gearing up like a groom on his wedding night. Is there more? Is there more? Tell me quickly. As the head of the military region, what he likes most are naturally the wildest soldiers and courageous soldiers. Such soldiers often have great potential. He Jijin said. This kid also snatched the violet that Lei Zhan had been pursuing for many years. He cut through the mess quickly, unlike Lei Zhan who just got married directly. Of course Gao Shiwei knew Lei Zhan and Ran. Both of them were celebrities in the military region, especially Lei Zhan, who had been the military king of the military region for 3 consecutive terms. The certificates he received were personally presented to Lei Zhan by Gao Shiwei. This kid is awesome. After the exercise, I want to meet him in person, haha. Now let's see how old Tan next door is. Gao Shiwei couldn't help exclaiming. The corner of He Jijin's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the chief to be so gossipy. He liked to hear these gossips. In the army, the relationship between men and women is relatively strict, but the emphasis is on fair competition. Whoever can grab it will be his ability. Lei Zhan, a warrior king, could not catch up with a woman he had been chasing for several years, but was cut off halfway. This shows that this boy must have something special. At least he is better than Lei Zhan in chasing girls. If you are strong in this aspect, you will definitely not be much worse in other aspects. Now the red side is under the command of Chen Jun to reverse the situation of the battle, and the subsequent confrontation becomes even more exciting. So he was able to clean up the Thunder Commandos and snatch away the people Lei Zhan liked. Such an awesome person must be seen. At the Blue Army headquarters, Tan Xiaolin came to the tent angrily. She went to Fang Tangjing's place first, but she didn't see anyone because the guards were standing outside and said that he was concentrating on writing a book and no one was there. If you are the one, don't disturb him. Tan Xiaolin almost exploded with anger. She lost her temper with the guard, but her cousin didn't come out. When you were pursuing yourself, you were called sweetheart, but now you have become Mrs. Niu. When he was young, Fang Tangjing pursued Tan Xiaolin because he was not related by blood, but she refused and married someone else. But not long after, the eldest lady lost her temper. She felt that the man she married was too useless, so she divorced her and went abroad to further her studies. After further training, returned to the army and entered the Fire Phoenix. At the beginning, he was beaten up by Lei Zhan and others, and his temper was a little better. But he didn't expect that he would be beaten so badly just after coming out of Fire Phoenix. That wasn't what pissed her off the most. Lei Zhan found out and didn't help her. He went to find Fang Tangjing himself, but was rejected again. This made Tan Xiaolin feel confused. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She couldn't swallow it, so she decided to find her father. As the second in command of the military region, if his father knew that something like this happened in the army, he would definitely be furious, and investigate the matter thoroughly. Now, the only one who can help him is his father. When Tan Xiaolin thought of Chen Jun's cold face, the anger in her heart rose. In my entire life, I have never suffered such a great injustice. But as soon as Tan Xiaolin approached the tent, she heard her father getting angry inside. The only 4th company left in the Iron Fist Regiment killed Lei Qiming and exploded Lang's munitions. Fan Tanlei, what does Lei Zhan do? Capture a company. Is it that difficult for people? Chapter 91. I miss my comrade in arms at this moment, Mr. Tan inside the tent was blushing, and the breath coming out of his nostrils seemed to be white. It's so embarrassing. Lao Gao has scolded me many times. It's Lao Wank next door who can't keep up with his hawkish thinking. If something like this happened today, isn't it letting him see my joke? Who is the commander of the 4th company of sharpshooters? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? One person can make such a big noise. Deputy Tan walked back and forth, cursing as he walked. This was the most irritating thing for him after participating in so many exercises. They got off to a good start and almost wiped out the Iron Fist group, but in the blink of an eye, their entire family was ruined. What does it look like when a group of Special Forces soldiers are turned around by a new recruit? Are these well-trained Special Forces capable of fighting tough battles? It's all a piece of shit. Recently, Deputy Tan and Gao Shiwei had some differences on the construction of the army, and their opinions could not be completely unified, so they used this exercise to verify some of their opinions. That's why Gao Shiwei commanded the red side and Vice General Tan commanded the blue side. There was a big collision between the two sides. Originally, the blue team fought well, and with their combat power, they would definitely win in the end. However, within 2 days of the exercise, the blue team suffered a huge loss. How could Deputy Tan not be angry? Because Chen Jun from the 4th Sharpshooter Company confused Deputy Tan's good game of chess. Facing Deputy Tan's anger, the other officers did not dare to take a breath. Tan Xiaolin, who was standing outside, frowned and shouted loudly, "Report. Come in." Tan Xiaolin walked in quickly, stood at attention, and saluted. "Report, I know something about Chen Jun of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters." Deputy Tan looked at Tan Xiaolin and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Fire Phoenix was not involved in this exercise. Tan Xiaolin said, "Report, I accepted Lei Zhan's invitation and came with Director Tang. I plan to use hotspot tracking in the exercise to test the advanced nature of this equipment." Deputy Tan nodded and said, "What are you doing here? Do you know the news about Chen Jun?" Tan Xiaolin said, "I know, Director Tang and I are on our way to the Thunder Station." She recounted the situation in which she and Tang Xinyi were tied up by Chen Jun to become the heroine of a small movie, and how she went to picket Captain Fang Tangjing, but the other party ignored her. "The person who bullied me is Chen Jun. He has ideological problems. Such a person should be dealt with seriously and he should not be allowed to act recklessly," Tan Xiaolin said. Deputy Tan looked at Tan Xiaolin in surprise, was silent for a moment, and said, "This is your personal matter, don't talk about it here. Where is Chen Jun now? We must find him." When Tan Xiaolin saw that her father didn't even help, she felt unspeakably aggrieved. Her eyes turned red all of a sudden. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lei Zhan has already gone to find him. We will definitely be able to catch him." Bang! Deputy Tan slapped the table and said solemnly, "This is a destabilizing factor. No one knows what he will do next. Lesbians can take advantage of it, even more cunning than Lei Qiming. Inform the people in the special forces that they must find the people they lost by themselves, otherwise they will be the ones to watch after the exercise is over." "Yes." The chief of staff roared and quickly conveyed the order. As for Tan Xiaolin's matter, Deputy Tan waved his hand and said, "You go out first. What time is it? This is war, public and private must be distinguished." Naturally, you have entered the exercise area, which means entering the battlefield. Whatever the other party does to you, that's how you treat your enemies. Think about whether you have a problem before talking about it. Don't casually characterize other people's motives. Get out. Tan Xiaolin's clenched fists clenched. She didn't expect that her father would not stand on her side either. It was obviously the other party's fault, so why did she become indifferent between public and private matters? Tan Xiaolin has always been a little afraid of her father, but in her opinion, he should care about her very much. Why is she indifferent to the great injustice she has suffered? Bang bang, a huge roar sounded in the air. At this moment, Chen Jun, who was hiding under a big tree, looked up at the sky. The sound just now was not the sound of cannons, but the sound of thunder in the clouds. Dark clouds rolled in from the distant sky and quickly enveloped the sky over the forest, making it feel like a huge mountain was about to press down. The air also became unusually heavy. In less than half a quarter of an hour, heavy rain fell, hitting the branches and making a rustling sound on the leaves. Chen Jun did not take shelter from the rain, but let it fall on his head, face, and body. He was thinking of the time when he was in Area 1, where the weather was also so fickle and more elusive than a woman's thoughts. When standing guard, Lao Yang, Lao Wu, including the squad leader, are like nails and will not change color due to the power of heaven and earth. Chen Jun felt a slight chill on his face and his whole body was a little cold. This reminded him of those brothers who had stood guard with him. Brothers, yours are all watching fight. Chen Jun's fighting spirit once again ignited in his heart, and he lurked into the water. At this time, Chen Jun was not in an easy situation. He was surrounded by blue troops. They were all veterans with rich combat experience, not scattered militants. Under constant pursuit and reconnaissance, they gradually narrowed the scope, formed a dense encirclement, and used their numerical advantage to form a large net. In addition, Chen Jun guessed that Tang Xini had used hotspot tracking for positioning, so he kept jumping into the river to swim, or using mud to reduce the body's heat. As a result, his iron body could not bear it for a long time. If it weren't for his strong physical support, an ordinary person would have been unable to bear it and would have passed out. While Chen Jun got out of the river, let the rain hit him, and walked to the shore. When he came to the shore, he sat down and took off his shoes. He saw that the necrotic toenails were oozing blood. The sharp stabs were very difficult to move. Without any hesitation, he pulled them off with his fingers. Chen Jun didn't even frown. To him, this little pain is nothing. When he was in Area 1, he was even more seriously injured. Didn't he persevere? Chen Jun took a deep breath, and tried to let his body recover as much as possible. With the cover of the rain screen, the opponent shouldn't be able to lock on so quickly. Suddenly, Chen Jun's brows furrowed. The hackerspace fed back information that a dangerous factor was approaching him at lightning speed. Therefore, the long period of running and the fact that his body was always in a cold state made Chen Jun's nerves numb and his reaction was naturally slower. When he realized that the other party was approaching, he had already appeared in the woods ahead before he could dodge. The other party looked at Chen Jun with a murderous expression. The person coming was none other than Lei Zhan. Chapter 92 Thor, and the ghost Lei Zhan wiped the rain off his face and stared at Chen Jun in front of him. With the help of Tang Xini, he finally tracked down this terrifying ghost. At this time, more than 3 hours had passed since the arsenal was bombed, and it was almost dawn. The other party was just an ordinary border guard, who had only been in the army for less than half a year. In this environment, he actually escaped the full pursuit of a bunch of veterans? If it weren't for Tang Xini's hotspot tracking, Lei Zhan wouldn't have been able to find this guy. Therefore, Lei Zhan wouldn't believe it if the other party wasn't cheating. Lei Zhan was about to say something sarcastic to the other party, but he saw that the other party took off his shoes, treated the bleeding toes, and even pulled out the rotten toenails without even frowning. Such a terrifying endurance is beyond the reach of ordinary people. If it was Lei Zhan, in this situation, he could resist pulling out his toenails, but he would never be able to do it as easily as his opponent. This kid is quite capable. No wonder he managed to survive in the gray area for more than a month. Lei Zhan hesitated for a moment, leaned on the tree trunk next to him very gracefully, and shouted to Chen Jun, "I'll give you 3 minutes to rest. Don't blow pillows with," and ran afterwards and say I bullied you. Chen Jun raised his head and looked at Lei Zhan. He was worthy of being the king of soldiers for 3 consecutive terms. He probably had a physical fitness of over 5, but there was something wrong with his brain. If you're a man, don't use women to talk about things. This will make me look down on you, Chen Jun said coldly. Lei Zhan snorted and said sarcastically, "You? Man? Others say you are a hero and the ghost of border defense, but in my opinion, you are more like an anarchist madman. Today is just an exercise, not a real battlefield. Why are you so desperate? Who do you want to show it to? You're still hurting yourself." Exercises are actual combat, that's true, but this is not real actual combat. Your part has been over. Chen Jun slowly put on his shoes, stood up slowly, and used the hacking medical technique to vibrate his muscles and bones, and suddenly the bones and joints all over his body crackled. In this way, the muscles and bones can be relaxed to the greatest extent and the body's recovery can be promoted. The reason why Chen Jun was able to run all the way, constantly lurking, and evading waves of pursuers was not only because of his strong qualities, but also because of the use of hacking medical skills to quickly recover his body. In battle, this is like adding another weapon. In conventional combat, as the battle enters a stalemate, whoever can recover quickly will take the initiative and have a greater chance of surviving. After Chen Jun's hacker medical skill reaches the mid-range level, it can vibrate the body's muscles and bones to speed up the body's recovery, which is more than 5 times that of ordinary people. In other words, Chen Jun's 10-minute break is equal to nearly an hour's rest time for others. Therefore, in the process of crazy evasion, Chen Jun felt like a perpetual motion machine, never stopping the transfer. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult for Lei Zhan to track him even if he is tracked by Tang Zini. Chen Jundao, my principle is that after serving as a soldier, your body, skin, and life belong to your comrades and the country. Maybe you are a good soldier, but your individualism is too heavy and your structure is too small. Just look at your name and you will know. Thor, this is personal worship. Please note that ghosts are fighting machines belonging to the country and are the existence of the undead. This is indeed an exercise, but to me it is a war, because it is my comrade who died, not your comrade, so you will never understand. As for acting? A bird knows the ambition of a swan. Your scope is really too small. No wonder your road is getting narrower and narrower. When Lei Zhan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, unable to reply. This guy is really good at talking. He talks right out of the gate, and he makes it sound like he's talking about it. How can a common code name like Thor turn into a cult of personality? This is even more nonsense than the ideological report I wrote. This guy is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. No wonder Imran was coaxed around by him and confusedly gave evidence to the other party. Could it be that he lacked this? Lei Zhan looks Chen Jun up and down. Apart from being handsome, well, rich, and now adding someone who could say, what could he do better than himself? As for losing face last time, it was because I was careless. Lei Zhan clapped his hands, snorted, and said, it sounds like that, but it's actually just a bunch of shit. Whether my road will become narrower or not is not up to you. And Ran is really blind. He found a little naughty dog like you. Come on, prove that you are a man. When we were in the Iron Fist group, we didn't have any fighting competitions. Today, let's treat ourselves as men. Before the man could finish saying these 2 words, a black shadow was already attacking him at a very fast speed. Lei Zhan clenched his fist and punched the black shadow directly. At this time, compete with yourself in boxing strength and seek death. Bam! A dull crash sounded. Lei Zhan and Chen Jun took 3 steps back at the same time. Lei Zhan was slightly surprised. You must know that he is now at the peak of his physical strength. Although the punch just now did not explode with full force, it was more than 8%, and he was even on par with his opponent. Why does this kid still have such terrifying strength at this time? You must know that Chen Jun has been moving like crazy for more than 3 hours in a row, which must have consumed a lot of energy. He still underestimated the other party, no wonder so many people couldn't find him. Come again. Lei Zhan suddenly rushed towards Chen Jun, and also punched the opponent in the face. However, this move was a feint, and the real killer move was the whip kick from behind. Chen Jun did not move, but suddenly flew up and kicked the opponent directly in the crotch. Lei Zhan's expression changed, and he hurriedly covered his crotch and retreated. Gress! The opponent actually predicted his movements and sneak attacked his own lower body. This kick is really hard. Do you plan to kick me into a father-in-law? The numbness must be because of Imran. This guy must be feeling nervous, for fear that I will take and ran away from him mean. The fire in Lei Zhan's heart suddenly surged, and he suddenly raised his right leg and kicked Chen Jun in the lower abdomen. If this kick hits the mark, the force of the thunderous explosion will instantly make the opponent lose their fighting ability, fall to the ground and shrink into a ball of shrimp, and finally lie in the hospital bed for another 3 months, then everything will be fine. But in the midst of the lightning and flint, Chen Jun suddenly flew up and took the lead to kick Lei Zhan in the crotch. Lei Zhan let out a series of weird screams, clasped his legs, and jumped back like a rabbit. His whole face turned red, as if he had been given chicken blood, and the veins on his forehead were even more bulging and he felt like blood vessels. It's about to explode. His eyes almost turned white. Chen Jun did not continue to attack. Instead, he leaned against the tree trunk with a bang and said calmly, I'll give you 3 minutes to howl. Chapter 93. Lei Shan held back for a long time, wanting to stand up and be a real man, but that kind of sourness, who knows who got hurt. He took a deep breath, tried his best to make his face more natural, bent over, pointed at Chen Jun and said, "It's okay, you boy, you're ugly." Lei Shan, who had recovered his breath a little, turned his mind quickly, analyzing the situation just now. It can be said that his attack just now was very concealed, with a combination of fiction and reality. Even Lao Gao couldn't parry it, but the other party seemed to judge his actions in advance. Always be one step ahead of yourself. Could it be that he is not fast enough and the opponent is faster, or the other party guessed his actions? As the three-time king of soldiers, his melee combat prowess is not for nothing. His 2 consecutive attacks were easily disintegrated by the opponent. There must be a reason for this. I underestimated the opponent's reaction speed and judgment ability. This guy can kill militants in close combat. He must have his own support. He is a master. Don't be careless. After thinking about it for a while, Lei Shan came up with a plan. His physical fitness is strong, and he recovered his combat effectiveness in less than 3 minutes. The opponent's hands and feet are injured. Attack the opponent's weak point. Without any hesitation, Lei Shan rushed towards Chen Jun again. Seeing Lei Shan attacking, Chen Jun waved his right hand and turned it into a hand knife, cutting towards Lei Shan's neck. Lei Shan let out a low growl and blocked it with both hands. Suddenly he felt his body tremble, and the next moment, his throat felt sweet, and Lei Shan was shocked. Fuck, the attack power is too great. Lei Shan couldn't take it anymore, and just about to retreat, Chen Jun took advantage of the situation and launched an attack, directly cutting in with a knife in his hand, ignoring Lei Shan's fist and crazily beating his fist. Chen Jun grabbed Lei Shan's right hand with both hands and pressed it. There was a click, and there was a sound of bones moaning. Lei Shan was taken aback, and hurriedly hugged Chen Jun's right hand to relieve his strength. The two shook off at the same time. As soon as Lei Shan's body stopped, he felt a black shadow flashing over, and Chen Jun rushed forward again. This is a lunatic. He's been hurt like this. He's going to do his best as soon as he comes here. Don't you want to die? Originally, Lei Shan hugged the opponent, fought in close quarters and attacked the opponent's weakness, but now it was reversed and the opponent was even crazier than him. Lei Shan rolled over and rolled on the ground more than a dozen times in a row, then stabilized his body. When he stood up, he still felt a little dizzy with his strong physical fitness. But no matter how he rolls, Chen Jun's hacker space is 5 seconds ahead of time, which means he has 5 seconds of preparation time. This is a very terrifying thing in the fighting process. Lei Shan looked around and frowned, because he could no longer see Chen Jun. Disappeared. Lei Shan's pupils widened suddenly, and with his IQ, he immediately realized that he was cheated by Chen Jun. Chen Jun was seriously injured and his body was exhausted too much. The few fights with him just now were probably at the end of his strength, so he didn't plan to be tough with him. Paralyzed, this lunatic is putting on airs, playing tricks on me. Lei Shan was so angry that his body was shaking. He originally wanted to have a big fight and decide the outcome with the opponent, but Chen Jun feinted his shot and ran away. Isn't this a fool? This is like when the firewood is burning, the pants are all taken off, and the result is that I quit. My aunt can bear this, but my uncle can't. Son of a bitch. Lei Shan gritted his teeth in hatred. Since becoming famous, he has never suffered such a loss, but the next moment, Lei Shan laughed. It's interesting, this guy is really injured. I thought you were made of iron, and you don't know the pain at all, so you are also human. Lei Shan looked around, his eyes full of fighting spirit again, but he quickly rubbed his crotch with both hands. It hurt too much, it probably ruptured. Bear with it first. You can't run away. Lei Shan stared at the ground, observed the traces left by Chen Jun, and then chose a direction to catch up. He guessed right, Chen Jun really planned to avoid Lei Shan and not fight him head-on. Chen Jun has been fighting continuously for a day and a night. Even if he is physically strong, he still consumes a lot of physical and mental strength. The remaining combat power is less than half, while Lei Shan's body is still in peak condition, and his attributes are also above 5. Close combat, the strength also belongs to the Soldier King level. If he fights with him, it will only hurt both sides, which is not worthwhile. Besides, I almost made a profit by turning Lei Shan into a eunuch, so I frantically forced Lei Shan to quit and left immediately. A man can bend and stretch, and it won't be too late to abuse him after his body recovers. What Chen Jun needs most now is to restore his physical strength. The host implements the principle of hacking, and if he can bend and stretch, he will be a man, and reward 100 experience. Chen Jun was slightly taken aback when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. This Lei Shan is not bad. It's not as bad as Fan Kang, and the experience points will be halved. This fight is worth it no matter what. Chen Jun turned his mind and glanced at his personal attributes. Hacker. Chen Jun occupation, soldier level. 4 attributes, Spirit 5.1, Constitution 5.1, Strength 5.1, Speed 5.1 Normal person, 1 Hacking skills, Hacker assassination Desheng, Hacker shooting Desheng, Hacker stealth Desheng, Hacker medicine Jingsheng, Hacker space Jingsheng, 2000 meters experience points, 450/500. It's still 50 points away to meet the upgrade requirements. I don't know if Lei Shan beheaded, can he also get 100 experience points? Chen Jun immediately came up with the idea of thundering. Through the fight just now, Chen Jun felt that as long as he recovered to his best condition, he was more than half sure of killing Lei Shan. Okay, wait for a while. After Chen Jun sprinted frantically for a certain distance, he lay down in a jungle to rest. After all, it was raining now, and the traces I left along the way were easily washed away. In addition, under the hacking latent technique, Chen Jun hardly left any traces as he shuttled through. Chen Jun lay directly on the cold ground to lower his body temperature. He kept panting, using the muscles and bones of hacking medicine to quickly recover his strength. Chen Jun looked at the sky head-on, and the rain kept washing his face and body. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Squad leader, remember that when we were patrolling, the only entertainment we had was to run crazily in the mountains and forests, draining the last bit of energy from our bodies and draining the last drop of sweat from our bodies. It really makes people miss those days. Although I am tired, I am very fulfilled. I feel alive again after being squeezed dry. The taste is very sour. Unfortunately, I will never have the chance to train together again. There was a little sadness in Chen Jun's eyes. Suddenly, Hackerspace reported that Chen Jun felt like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. Lei Shan is so fast now, the sense of crisis is very strong. This is a crisis of death. Although Lei Shan is annoyed at himself, he doesn't want to kill himself. Chapter 94. Change me this time. I will protect you. The hairs all over Chen Jun's body seemed to stand on end, and at the same time, his body shot up. Almost as he was ejecting, there was a whoosh, the sound of bullets piercing the air, shooting towards his original position. Puff. The bullet hit the spot where Chen Jun had just stayed, and a ball of soil exploded on the ground. This is live ammunition. Sniper. All blank ammunition used in the exercise cannot produce such power. Chen Jun's face changed drastically, and thoughts flashed through his mind. Without even thinking about it, when he stepped a little further, his figure flashed behind a big tree next to him like a ghost. At that moment, if Chen Jun's hackerspace hadn't made a judgment 5 seconds in advance, allowing him to react immediately, that shot would have killed him. The next moment, a voice came. I know your name is Chen Jun, and you were one of the survivors of the incident in Area 1. Chen Jun originally wanted to quickly dodge into the jungle, but when he heard this sentence, he stopped. At the same time, Chen Jun's hacker space spread out, locking in the source of the crisis. 5 seconds before the opponent shoots, you have enough time to dodge. Chen Jun did not respond, but observed the mountains and forests ahead. If the other party can call out his name, and can also say that he is one of the survivors of the incident in Area 1, and the other party comes to assassinate him, then it is obvious that the other party must be related to Scorpion, and it is most likely Scorpion. Last time, Scorpion assassinated Shiguo, but was destroyed by Chen Jun. This time, it is not impossible to lurk in this area and conduct a sneak attack. Thinking of this, a murderous intention burst out in Chen Jun's heart. The next moment, the other party's voice sounded again. Don't run away, there are your compatriots here, they are all my hostages, I don't mind killing them one by one. Don't you soldiers always say that your compatriots are more important than your own lives and you must protect them? Now I want to see if you really do it, or if you are just shouting slogans. You really surprised me. Such a deep knife didn't kill you. Your life is really big. Today I want to see how big your life is. Last time, didn't you say you must kill me? Now I'm giving you this chance. I'm here, you come and kill me. Chen Jun clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. The other party is Scorpion, the murderer who ruined the monitor's life. Chen Jun roared, Scorpion. Scorpion's cold voice came from the forest. Haha, the voice is full of anger. Very good, you really want to kill me, want to avenge your squad leader, and avenge your comrades? Okay, as long as you have the ability, I will let you kill me. If you can't kill me, your squad leader and his woman, well, I will let them go see you together. Soon there was movement in a mountain forest. A resident with his hands tied appeared in the forest. His mouth was strangled with a piece of cloth and he stumbled out. Immediately afterwards, the second, third, and fourth people appeared, and a total of 4 people appeared before and after. They were also choked, their hands tied, and they stumbled out. Their eyes were full of fear of death and desire to live. Because it was raining, it was impossible to tell whether it was tears or rain in the corners of their eyes. Their bodies were shaking constantly, and they felt like they might fall down at any time. Fear like never before. They all looked in the direction of Chen Jun, and they could just see Chen Jun wearing Yanyuo military uniform, but their mouths were tied with cloth strips, and they could only make vague sounds. Uncontrollable tears fell from the corners of their eyes. They moved forward step by step, but it felt like every step they took was like a step closer to death, but they had to go. Taking a step back would mean death. The four people's hopes all fell on that soldier. At this moment, Chen Jun stopped completely. The feedback information from the hacker space in his mind told him that he must leave immediately. He could not be the opponent of the enemy holding a sniper rifle. The danger of snipers hidden in the jungle is far more terrifying than that of Lei Zhan. Chen Jun is assisted by hacker latent technique and hacker space, but these are close combat abilities. The opponent has a sniper rifle and is a top sniper. When he was at a long distance, he could rely on the 5-second delay of hacker space to continuously dodge, but when the distance was closer, he had no time to react under the supersonic bullets. But at this time, he couldn't let Chen Jun leave. Those people are all the people of Yan Kingdom. Chen Jun's mind flashed back to what Ayn Rand once told him. When he was sent to the hospital in a coma, hundreds of citizens extended a helping hand to move the car away on the crowded road. They were running down the street one by one, shouting, "A soldier is injured. Quickly make way for him to pass." During this process, a child got up on his own, and then stumbled and shouted along with the adults. It was because of these enthusiastic citizens who extended a helping hand that Chen Jun was sent to the hospital in time for rescue. Behind the scenes, Chen Jun also watched the relevant video that Ayn Rand showed him. There were huge crowds of people running on the street shouting, calling people, shouting to get out of the way, and young people taking to the streets to join forces. The car moved to one side, and the traffic police drove in front to clear the way. Everyone is working hard for him, a person who has nothing to do with them, just hoping that he can hold on and survive. Even if he has been sent to the hospital, there are still many enthusiastic citizens coming to pray and visit. Because Chen Jun is wearing a military uniform, he is their most respected soldier and the most lovable person in their hearts. This is the unity of the military and the people. It was precisely because of seeing this scene that Chen Jun became more determined not to go home and inherit the family property. He wanted to serve as a soldier, at least to finish his youth without regrets. Serving as a soldier is to avenge your comrades, and also to protect your compatriots in this pure land. They are also the cutest people. Now they are looking at themselves helplessly, hoping that they can save them. Can Chen Jun just walk away? No. If Chen Jun leaves now, he will never forgive himself and his life, and he is not worthy of wearing this military uniform. And the enemy is right in front of him. If Chen Jun doesn't fight, when will he fight? Chen Jun said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's me who will protect you this time." Everyone is afraid of death, but sometimes, you have to face it, even if you really die. Chen Jun walked out of the forest step by step, heading in one direction of the jungle, and roared with murderous intent. Is it a scorpion? Be a human being and don't ruin your parents' DNA. This is our grudge. Come out. Chapter 95. The Game of Life and Death. The brave are fearless. No sound came from the jungle. Suddenly there was a hiss. A bullet hit behind these people, and a cloud of sawdust exploded from the trunk of a big tree. The bullet grazed the last girl's ear, and she could feel the air waves on her face as the bullet flew past. Woo! The girl screamed, her eyes filled with fear, and tears welled up all of a sudden. She looked at Chen Jun in horror. The only one who can help her now is Chen Jun. A low roar sounded in the jungle. Come here. Chen Jun immediately understood what the other party was going to do, so he ignored the other party and went directly to the hostages. Scorpion, you are also an internationally famous killer. Just be a human being. As he spoke, Chen Jun took out his dagger and cut off the ropes of these people one by one, and untied the cloth strips. Don't be afraid. I am a soldier and will protect you. I will stand behind you. No matter what happens, you just run forward. Don't look back. Run as far as you can. Chen Jun said softly. Run. As soon as his voice fell few, a bullet whizzed towards him. Chen Jun's position is no longer a blind spot, but under the influence of hackerspace, it has already been predicted 5 seconds in advance. He immediately rolled to his right, dodging the bullet. The bullet almost flew past the collar of Chen Jun's chest, and then hit the soil next to it, bursting out a ball of mud again. A huss sound came from the jungle, full of shock. Obviously he didn't expect that this shot would miss. After all, there was nothing blocking the opponent, and he was not running. He suddenly jumped up to avoid the bullets. To be able to do this, you must know the shooting time in advance in order to complete accurate jump transfers. The difficulty lies in judging the time point. It is impossible to know when the shooter pulled the trigger. Several hostages around them rushed forward desperately when they heard Chen Jun shouting to run away. But just as they ran out, they suddenly heard movement behind them. They couldn't help but look back and saw Chen Jun falling to the ground. "Careful! Fight that bastard and protect our soldiers." Although they were scared, they were not heartless people. Seeing that Chen Jun was exposed to the enemy's gunfire in order to save their lives, regardless of his own life, they would abandon him and run away. When they were about to rush over, Chen Jun stood up again. He had always been serious about his smile, but he smiled brightly, showing his white teeth, and shouted, "Come on, don't you want to kill me? Beat me to death. Won't you lower your price for those innocent, defenseless people? Scorpion, call out." The bullet roared again, this time aiming at Chen Jun's heart. Chen Jun stepped forward, jumped up, and avoided the bullet again. In the jungle, another A sound came. At this moment, Scorpion, who had a painted face, looked at the scene in disbelief. The distance between his position and Chen Jun was about 200 meters. Let alone aiming with a sniper rifle, even if it was shot with an ordinary rifle, Scorpion could hit % of the time. But the opponent actually dodged twice in a row. This is a sniper bullet, several times the speed of sound. By the time the opponent hears the gunshot, the bullet has already penetrated his body. What's more, there is a silencer installed on the muzzle of the gun, so the sound is very small and the opponent should not hear it. If it was luck the first time, then the second time is the same. It is not as simple as luck. The opponent has only one possibility, which is to predict in advance, but the time given to him will not exceed 3 seconds. At such a distance, he didn't even think about it. The bullet was in front of him. How could he hide? Scorpion is a master of sniping, and many masters have died in his hands. He has killed more than 20 people at the level of military kings from all over the world. This has never happened before. This must be someone who is extremely sensitive to crises to have such a reaction. It is rare for such a person to appear among millions of people. No wonder this kid was able to come out alive from the incident in Area 1. This boy is giving himself more and more surprises. No wonder you suddenly appeared out of nowhere to block the squad leader's knife last time. You can probably guess how discerning Scorpion is. This time he sneaked in. His main purpose was to rob the court and kill 2 people at the same time, that is, the soldiers who survived the incident in Area 1. They ruined his plan and caused him a lot of trouble. He couldn't explain it to his employer unless he got rid of them. And the last time we attacked the disabled squad leader, we failed because of the soldier in front of us, Chen Jun. Very good, let me see how sensitive you are to crises and how accurate your predictions are. A cold light flashed in Scorpion's eyes. He turned the muzzle of the gun in his hand, pointed it at the girl among the people, and immediately pulled the trigger. Sure enough, the figure flashed again and a stream of blood splashed out from the shadow. What a terrible ability to predict, what a terrible sense of crisis. Scorpion's sense of crisis and ability to predict are very strong, but compared with his opponent, he is not at the same level at all. If Scorpion himself is bronze, then the other party is the absolute king. Scorpion stood up and looked out of the jungle. The girl was not shot, but the soldier named Chen Jun was shot in the shoulder. That was when the other party rushed out and blocked a shot for the girl. In other words, the opponent can not only predict accurately, but also determine the shooting position, which is quite terrifying. Absolute talent. Scorpion didn't know that Chen Jun had hacker space, which could extend the time by 5 seconds. Chen Jun can do a lot of things during this time. Zai Zai immediately took a keen interest in Chen Jun. Such a person is not only brave but fearless. The key is that he is an extremely terrifying genius. For a killer, the most basic point is to be extremely sensitive before the crisis arrives, so that it is possible to complete the assassination mission perfectly. Chen Jun is the strongest among the many geniuses Scorpion has encountered, and he is n times stronger than Wang Yadong. As long as such a genius goes through some training by himself, he will definitely become the top killer and his greatest weapon. And how much combat effectiveness will his team increase due to the addition of the other party? Scorpions are incalculable. Wang Yadong left the game midway, and now that he has been caught, it is impossible to come back, so Scorpion plans to look for new candidates to join his team. Chen Jun in front of him is undoubtedly the best candidate. As for whether the other party agrees, it doesn't matter at all. As long as he falls into his hands, there will be plenty of ways. Otherwise, he is not a Scorpion. Little guy, your talent has saved you. You will be my best partner. The Scorpion's eyes narrowed, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Chapter 96. Don't move, you will die if you move. A cold voice came from the forest, and then Scorpion slowly walked out with his gun pointed at Chen Jun. With Chen Jun's hacker space, he has the ability to judge in advance for 5 seconds, but at such a short distance, he has no confidence in escaping from the opponent's sniper kill, not to mention that he was shot and his movement speed is slower than before. On many. This is a supreme master, probably better than Lei Zhan. Of course, Chen Jun never thought about running away. He naturally dared to step out and block the shot, but he never thought that he could escape from the opponent alive. He growled at the 4 residents who were still standing stupidly. Let's go. You still have family members, do you want to wait here to die? With Chen Jun's low roar, these people who were already a little frightened woke up a little and subconsciously ran towards the distance. In such a battle, if they stay, they will be a burden. They will not be able to help at all, but will drag the other party down. The girl who escaped the injury looked back at Chen Jun and saw that the militant had a gun pointed at his head, and then tied him up with wires. A thought flashed through the girl's mind. Don't he have a family? I just ran away. What should I do with him? He will die. It was he who saved me just now after all. He was a young man and his thoughts were relatively simple. He turned around and wanted to go back to save Chen Jun, but he was held back by his companions next to him. Go quickly, we can't save him and his efforts cannot be in vain. We will report the information to the border guards. His comrades are there. Only they can rescue him. The girl was anxious. He also has a family. What if he can't hold on? He will die. We also want to save, but we can't help it. At least call someone and there is still some hope. Otherwise, it will be meaningless, and we will live up to his good intentions. Hurry! The girl was forcibly pulled away with hot tears. The soldier's figure disappeared from the girl's eyes, but his appearance will be engraved in her memory forever. At this moment, Chen Jun stared at Scorpion, who was raising his gun, and said sarcastically, dignified Scorpion, an internationally famous killer, considered the #1 figure, is actually afraid of a few ordinary people? You still want to kill people and silence them, you are worse than a woman. Scorpion's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He really wants to kill all these people, because they will definitely reveal his whereabouts, which will bring him a lot of trouble. Of course, it doesn't matter if he doesn't kill them. It's just a little trouble and he has plenty of ways to solve it. Zai Zai looked back at Chen Jun and said, Do you know me? There are relatively few people who have seen Scorpion's true face. He has disguised himself every time he takes action. As for Chen Jun, he only saw him once when he attacked the squad leader last time, and he was also disguised at that time. The other party just concluded that he was a Scorpion at the first moment, which is very unreasonable. Chen Jun said, I know everything about you. I am your god. Do you believe it? Zai Zai snorted coldly, and said, I only believe in myself, don't pretend to be gods and ghosts with me. Yu Yanguo believes in this. I don't believe it, even God is a piece of shit in my eyes. You are a good boy, your crisis sensitivity and sports his ability is the best I have ever seen. You are very good. The knife didn't kill you last time. It shows that you have strong recovery ability and are suitable for being a killer. If you want me not to kill them, I can let them all go, including your squad leader and his family. You follow me, be mine, and let's do it together. If you follow me, I can ensure that your family and friends will not be in any danger, and I can even help them get in touch with various potential crises. As for your benefits, you can satisfy whatever you want. You are still so young and you are not good at serving in the military. No matter how capable you are, for the sake of ordinary people, you must put down your gun and do what others ask of you. This is the principle of you Yanguo soldiers, isn't it? This is very sad, and it is sad for you soldiers. Scorpion's disdainful tone was precisely because of this that he prepared 4 hostages, and it really worked. Otherwise, with the opponent's skills, it would be almost impossible for him to capture the opponent alive. It is impossible for something like this to happen in other countries, because your life is your own, and you cannot risk your own life just to save others. It is not worth it. These are their values. Chen Jun grinned and said, It seems sad to you, but this is the principle of our Yanguo army. This is our belief, and you have no belief. Zai Zai said indifferently, My belief is myself. If you don't do it for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. This is an old saying of yours. Obviously your ancients are much smarter than you. Now that you fall into my hands, as long as I pull the trigger, everything will be over for you and you will turn into a corpse with a headshot. What kind of faith is there at that time? No one will care about you. Even if you die, even if so, what if I give you a bunch of honors? Dead people mean nothing. I ask you again, do you want to follow me? Scorpion stared at Chen Jun, his sharp eyes as if he wanted to see through the other person's heart. What kind of person has never seen a scorpion that is always in the middle of killing? Therefore, another of his powerful abilities is the ability to guess the other person's inner thoughts, which means that he is comparable to a top psychologist. Chen Jun is a young boy, and Scorpion is naturally confident of psychologically breaking down the opponent and seeing through the opponent. Suddenly, Chen Jun grinned and said, That's it, let me do it for myself once, untie it for me, and I will follow your belief and do it together. Scorpion was stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is so unreasonable. Would Yongnuo soldiers talk like this? Zai Zai has had a lot of contact with the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom and knows their temperaments very well. They are all tough-minded. Even if they are tortured to the point of inhumanity, they would rather die than bow down. Does this kid agree so easily? Impossible. In order to avenge his comrades, he even risked his own life. Just now, in order to save others, he used his own body to block bullets. Just now I was swearing. What kind of belief is this? Now I turn around and my belief has changed? Scorpion was silent for several seconds, then stared at Chen Jun seriously again and said, Chen Jun, don't play tricks with me. There are many people who play tricks with me, but in the end they will trick their comrades and their own families to death. In the face of absolute strength, there is no conspiracy. I can arrest you once today, and I can arrest you a second time, and a third time. And I have ways to deal with your squad leader and your family, including your family. You'd better think clearly before answering. Chapter 97 Actions of the Parties. The Scorpion touched Chen Jun's reverse scale. For Chen Jun, his comrades, relatives, and friends are the people he cherishes the most, but Scorpion actually threatened their lives. This life is a mortal enemy. It was impossible for Chen Jun to collude with Zai Zai, and Zai Zai's invitation made him think of Fan Tanlei. Fan Tanlei is a trap. He will trap anyone who gets close to him. Even someone like He Changwang, who has the aura of the protagonist, was almost trapped to death. What Chen Jun has to do now is to delay as much time as possible and let those people run away. As for his own safety, Chen Jun never thought about it. Only when they were safe could he put down his burden and fight the opponent with all his strength. Chen Jun smiled softly and said, You know everything. Why are you talking so much? You are just like a woman chirping, reminding me of a comrade who was a fool. There was a black line protruding from Scorpion's forehead. As expected, I really wanted to shoot a big hole in this kid's head. However, a scorpion is a scorpion after all, and what a sniper is best at is controlling his emotions. Scorpion said without any expression on his face, I know you want to delay time and wait for someone to rescue you, right? Or do you want those people to run away so they will be safe? Don't you know that if I come out and take action? Maybe just one person. Chen Jun's face changed slightly. It was indeed possible. Scorpions are known for their cunning and never put themselves in dangerous situations. I said, don't play tricks with me, otherwise it won't be good for you at all, and my patience has its limits. You have great potential. But in my eyes, it doesn't mean you must. If you were drawn into my team, you are either a friend or an enemy. You have to think clearly. Chen Jun chuckled and said, I have thought clearly, I am with you, but you don't believe me after I told you. In the jungle on the other side, Lei Zhan tracked for a moment, but there were bursts of tingling pain in his lower body, making him feel very uncomfortable. Paralysis, it won't explode, right? A trace of cold sweat broke out on Lei Zhan's forehead. It hadn't hurt so much during the fierce fight just now, and now this sour feeling made him feel unspeakably aggrieved. If this breaks out, wouldn't I become a modern father-in-law? He endured the labor pain, and while running, he communicated with Tang Zini. Director Tang, how is the tracking going? Are you sure where you are? Tang Zini said. His hot spots are intermittent and cannot be pinpointed accurately, but the strange thing is that there is an extra hot spot next to him. Has he found his teammates? Lei Zhan said in surprise. It's impossible. His 4 companies of sharpshooters have been restrained. How could there be others? Tang Zini said with certainty. It's true, there is another hotspot next to him. It's not from our blue side. This guy is very cunning. He should use the surrounding rain, mud, etc. to lower his body temperature and cause the signal to be interrupted from time to time. They should have agreed on where to meet. When Lei Zhan heard this, black line stood up on his forehead, and he cursed in a low voice, Mater, this kid is cunning enough, send me the specific location. Yes. Soon, Tang Zini sent the location of the red dot to Lei Zhan's communication. After Lei Zhan received it, he looked at the distance and said, damn it, he can fly. Because the straight line distance between him and the red dot is more than 5 kilometers. How long has it been since? Lei Zhan gritted his teeth and immediately communicated to the King of Hell. King of Hell, please bring people to my location now and start tracking from me. Bring more people with you. I will go back for treatment. I can't run anymore. The King of Hell said in astonishment, Thunder God, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Lei Zhan didn't have the nerve to say anything, so he growled, stop talking nonsense and act quickly. After saying that, he hung up the call directly, then moved his feet and walked back cautiously. His posture was like a figure 8. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise he would have laughed out loud. In the wolf's lair, the dog-headed Lao Gao was eating chicken wings and watching the feedback from the exercise. He suddenly saw Fan Tanlei leading the assault team and wiping out the whole army. He almost choked on the bones and hurriedly spit out the bones. He couldn't help laughing. That boy Chen Jun can do it. With 2 boys, I really have a good eye for it. Old fan, I have warned you not to be careless. Now he has capsized in the gutter. I have seen that boy. His eyes are like those of a little wolf dog, full of sadness and murderousness. How can you be such a sinkhole for retirement? It can be killed. Lei Qiming's black tiger has suffered a big fall. I guess you have to raise the piglets now before you can come back. They told me to follow you to check. Do you still want it? I'm afraid I'll take that piggy. It's like the kid was poached, now you have to swallow the bitter pill. Lao Gao had a smile on his face and felt particularly comfortable. It's been a long time since I've seen Lao Fan lose his temper. This time he was so embarrassed. This joke has been going on for a while. Looking at it from the looks of it, I estimate that if Lei Shan is careless again, he may be deposed and become a father-in-law. Lao Gao's face was full of excitement. For no other reason, they will not participate in this exercise, and are responsible for exploring the surrounding areas to prevent emergencies from happening. This makes Lao Gao very unhappy. While others are having fun beating him, he can only have fun doing it by the side. Isn't that a feeling? Now seeing Lao Fan and others being defeated one by Chen Jun, can Lao Gao be unhappy? The more thoroughly Chen Jun cleans up, the happier Lao Gao will be. This kid is a talented person. We must find a way to attract the lone wolf. We can't take advantage of Lao Fan. Lao Gao began to think about it. After all, Chen Jun's performance this time far exceeded many people's imagination. No one would have thought that his counterattack would be so sharp. This is even more special than the old special. Suddenly, a correspondent shouted, "Report, there is something strange in Area 3, there are abnormal fluctuations." Swish! Lao Gao stood up suddenly and ordered, "Check carefully to determine the cause." Yes. Lao Gao's main task is to prevent cats from getting in and affecting the drill. This kind of situation has not happened before. 3 years ago, a lurker appeared during the exercise. Fortunately, it was discovered quickly and the crisis was nipped in the bud. Therefore, there will be a dedicated person responsible for guarding each exercise. The correspondent immediately adjusted the focus, zoomed in on Area 3, and carefully observed the picture that appeared. Less than 5 minutes later, on a high ground, 4 residents wearing local costumes appeared, running wildly. They were obviously stimulated and very frightened. Lao Gao stared at the screen and immediately noticed something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted to the gray wolf motor who was eating melon next to him, "Fuck you, take action, something happened in Area 3. Chapter 98 The Arrival of Thunder and Lightning. At this time, in the jungle, Scorpion pushed Chen Jun into the jungle, which was outside the exercise area. He said indifferently to Chen Jun, "In half an hour, those people can escape from my control. That is to say, within half an hour, you don't even think about resisting. Of course, you can't resist." As he said that, a needle suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it directly towards Chen Jun's neck. He said in a cold voice, "This is a drug that destroys willpower. The name is very long. I can't remember it, but there is a nice nickname, called Obedient Agent. I don't know how you will feel." Chen Jun's expression twisted instantly, his eyes were bloodshot, but his eyes were full of murderous intent as he stared at the scorpion. "Don't let me look down on you, continue." Chen Jun growled like a beast. The moment the medicine melted into Chen Jun's blood vessels, he immediately felt stabbing pains all over his body, like a knife cutting, and then sprinkling salt on the wound. This severe pain is far 10 times higher than the severe pain caused by the bullet piercing the shoulder blade. Scorpion took a step back, leaned against the tree trunk, crossed his hands, stared at Chen Jun and said, "No hurry, I'll give you 3 minutes to react. I've always been generous to my own people." Chen Jun's face began to twitch, his whole body began to tremble slightly, his clenched fists rattled, and in the jungle on the other side, Lei Zhan walked forward with a gun on his back. His posture was really not related to a soldier king at all. People who didn't know thought he was crippled. Tread Hades, Harley and others rushed over. Seeing Lei Zhan's embarrassed look, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Lei Zhan was actually injured. It doesn't feel right. Walking like this, is there something wrong with that place? Yan Wang was surprised and said, "Thunder God, what's the situation? Are you all right?" You know, after so many years of exercises, or even actual combat, when did Lei Zhan get injured? Last time he performed a dangerous mission, he only had a little skin on his arm. Why are you walking so differently this time? Lei Zhan sat directly on the ground and scolded, "Maid, I hurt my bottom, I accidentally walked, fell down, pulled my balls, it hurts. The ground is too slippery when it rains, it's slippery." Lei Zhan added. Everyone was stunned. "Bone broke. Are there any bones there? It's not right. Is it?" Everyone's eyes instantly became weird. You looked at me, I looked at you, they all thought of that. Yan Wang subconsciously asked, is it a eunuch? A black line stood up on Lei Shan's forehead, and he scolded. The eunuch is paralyzed. Don't talk nonsense, that kid is facing southwest, let me chase him. When I was chasing him just now I accidentally split my fork, it hurts. Shit, Lei Shan's movement was a little big, and he pulled it immediately, causing another stabbing pain. The pain made him twitch, and he didn't want to speak for a moment. The king of hell, Old Fox, Sirius, and others subconsciously looked at Lei Shan's crotch, and all of them subconsciously tightened their legs, causing a stream of cold sweat to break out on their backs. How painful is this? Everyone knows that that thing is a very fragile thing, and when it hits it, it's indescribably mixed feelings. No wonder Lei Shan walks like that. When they were practicing fighting, they would experience this feeling from time to time, so they felt the same way. It's really Thor who can endure until now, amazing. Yan Wang yelled. Maid, I grabbed that kid and beat him to a broken third leg. The old fox also scolded. That's right. You can't take advantage of that kid and make our thunder god become a father-in-law. Harley's voice was the longest. That kid is such a bastard. Thor, don't worry, we will help you deal with him. Dare to make our boss shit like a father-in-law. Lei Shan's face turned dark and he almost jumped up to hit someone. When did I become a father-in-law? At this time, a signal came from Lei Shan's communication, and he saw that it was sent by Lao Gao. I'm Thor. Lei Shan suppressed his anger. Lao Gao's voice came immediately. Thor, are you in position 3? Lei Shan's voice was slightly groaning. Yes, what's wrong? Lao Gao was surprised. Thunder God, why is your voice so strange? The signal is not good. If you have something to say, let it go. Lei Shan gritted his teeth and said. You have monitored the situation. Old Fan said that the scorpions have been active recently. It may be that the scorpions have come in. The exercise is temporarily suspended. You take people to investigate. Lao Gao said. Scorpion? The internationally notorious hired killer scorpion? Lei Shan suddenly seemed to have forgotten the pain below, and stood up with a swish. Tell me, where is he? A scorpion is a big fish. He has always been Lang's #1 tracking target, especially Lao Fan, who pursues him relentlessly. Over the years, Lao Fan's energy has almost been focused on Zai Zai, and the last incident in Area 1 was related to Zai Zai and his group. The last time Lei Shan couldn't catch up with his people, he kept worrying about it. The most important thing was that he made Chen Jun look down on him and scolded them for being late in supporting him, which led to the tragedy. Lei Shan was holding back his anger. If it wasn't for Lao Fan, this time the scorpion appeared again, and Lei Shan's nerves were immediately stimulated. Lao Gao said, that's him. I arrived at your place in 10 minutes. You first lead people to spread the search area. By the way, have you found Chen Jun? Why is your voice so strange? Does it hurt? Lei Shan scolded directly. Mada, I was whipped to the crotch by that kid. Do you think it hurts? If you have the ability, try this taste, it will make you feel sour. I reckon he encountered a scorpion. No wonder there are red dots around him. Lao Gao was stunned for a moment and said, you became a eunuch? Lei Shan scolded. Old Gao, are you cursing me? Hang up. He immediately cut off the signal. Lei Shan turned his head to look at the old fox and the others, who were about to announce the order, but saw Hades, the old fox, Sirius, and the others looked at him strangely. Yan Wang asked suspiciously, Thunder God, did that kid Chen Jun explode your ass? The old fox glanced at Lei Shan's crotch meaningfully, and said, that kid Chen Jun is really the 6th child. Is he planning to completely kill Lei Shan? No hope at all? Harley said with a long accent. Of course not. Maybe someone was careless. Don't think too much about it. The little bee didn't seem to react and said, didn't you say it was raining and the ground was slippery? Dinyu patted the back of the little bee's head lightly and said, Thunder God said it nicely, but you can't even hear it? Sirius scolded, shut up. Can you give the captain some face? Even if you are an eunuch, you can't say it. Lei Shan has black lines all over his face. Chapter 99 Upgrade, Hacker Disguise. When Lei Shan and others began to search for Chen Jun, Chen Jun's head began to feel dizzy after a series of stinging pains, as if he was going into coma. The next moment, Chen Jun worked hard to vibrate his muscles and bones, and his joints made a crackling sound. This is the coordination of muscles and bones and the movement of the 5 elements of Kai and blood separated by hacker medical skills, which can minimize the damage of invading drugs to the body. Sure enough, after the 5 elements of Kai and blood circulated, Chen Jun's consciousness became much clearer, unlike before, which felt a bit like a walking zombie. At this time, Zai Zai stared at Chen Jun and said, Are you willing to come with me? Chen Jun growled, Your father and I are from the same profession, and your mother and I are in charge of Bao's friendship. Scorpion learned Chinese well, but he still frowned instantly. What does it mean? He understood every word, but he had no idea what they meant when they were put together. Can this kid still remember such profound words? Can you pronounce words so clearly? Scorpion was secretly surprised by such terrifying willpower. If other people were under the influence of a potion, their consciousness would be blurred and they would gradually lose their intelligence. Even the special forces who have received special training will have their willpower destroyed. I didn't expect that the opponent would be so strong at such a young age. No wonder this guy could wander around the gray area for a month and kill so many people. Such a person is a lunatic. Such a terrible person, if he cannot become his own, must be destroyed, otherwise he will definitely become his terrible opponent in the future. Scorpion expressionlessly took out a needle, stabbed it directly into Chen Jun's body, and said, "After this needle, if you can't resist, you will die." Chen Jun roared again, "Your father and I are of the same profession, and your mother and I are in charge of Bao's friendship." Madhu, when Scorpion heard this again, a burst of anger surged out. Although he didn't know what it meant, it was definitely not a good word. He remembered it and looked up what it meant afterwards. If you ask Chen Jun now, he will definitely not tell you. Chen Jun's expression was distorted and he kept repeating those words. After a while, the surrounding bushes made a splashing sound, and 7 or 8 people with oil paints rushed over. One of them said to Scorpion, "The other party will arrive in 10 minutes, and we must retreat." Scorpion stared indifferently at Chen Jun, who was still repeating the same words, and said, "I don't believe in evil." Swish! Scorpion stabbed the potion into Chen Jun's body again. The next moment, Chen Jun's body kept shaking, foam began to appear in his mouth and his eyes gradually turned white. This is the reaction when consciousness begins to fade away. What a pity. Scorpion shook his head helplessly. This was the young man with the greatest potential he had ever seen. It was a pity that he couldn't use it for himself and could only let him die like this. Let's go, this guy is a tough guy and deserves euthanasia. No one can withstand 3 consecutive injections of medicine. The other party's reaction is no longer able to bear it, and death is inevitable. Zai Zai ignored Chen Jun and turned around to leave, leaving Chen Jun to wait for death. Now even if he is sent to the hospital for rescue, it will not help. Fortunately, he may survive, but he will also become a vegetative state because all the brain nerves have been destroyed and cannot be reversed. However, Scorpion would never have imagined that just when they turned to leave, Chen Jun's mind sounded a system prompt. The host implemented the hacker principles and risked his life to save the hostages. He will be rewarded with 100 experience points. Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade conditions and being promoted to the first level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the hacker disguise technique. Do you want to fuse it? Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to strengthen. Do you want to strengthen? Continuous sounds kept ringing in Chen Jun's mind. In a daze, he became more energetic, knowing that the hostages were completely safe. Strengthen the body. Chen Jun didn't hesitate. In an instant, an electric current surged through the body again to stimulate the whole body, continuously strengthening the internal organs, bones, tendons, muscles, epidermis under constant stimulation. The drugs injected into the body were continuously diluted, and Chen Jun's consciousness gradually became clear. Sure enough, Chen Jun gradually felt comfortable, and his originally dizzy brain finally became clear and returned to the level of a normal person. So close. If he didn't just gain experience points, meet the upgrade conditions, and get the opportunity to strengthen, even if Chen Jun had the hacker medical skill to shake his bones and use the 5 elements Kai and blood technique, it would be difficult for him to withstand the devastation of 3 consecutive medicines, and he might eventually become a vegetative state. Exclamation! Now the strengthening effect is exactly the countervailing effect. This is luck and strength. The host has been strengthened, all attributes +1. Chen Jun's spirit suddenly trembled. Add 1. Adding 1 to all attributes is very scary. It usually increases by 0.5, and even after continuous strengthening, it even becomes lower. Could it be that this is a great success and a rebirth? Suddenly, Chen Jun felt a huge force surging in his body again. His strength increased significantly, his speed also skyrocketed, and his reaction speed. Chen Jun could clearly feel that his strength had obviously improved to a higher level. Is this the strength of a post-6 physical athlete? There was a strong confidence in Chen Jun's eyes. There was another time when the hacker's disguise technique didn't fuse. Fusion. In an instant, information about hacker disguise was continuously integrated into Chen Jun's mind. The biggest regret is that real hackers don't know the art of disguise. This is a method that turns corruption into magic. A real hacker can look like anyone. As the magical effect of hacker disguise was integrated into Chen Jun's mind, he could feel that if he had enough auxiliary materials, the plastic surgery of Banzi country, the makeup technique of Goopy country, the transsexual technique of Yaoran country, etc. would all be the same joke. After just a short while, Chen Jun completely integrated the hacker disguise technique. With his current disguise ability, he can definitely rival the top disguise masters in the world today. Chen Jun suppressed his excitement, because this hacker disguise technique would definitely play a huge role for him in the future. The next moment, the list in my mind popped up automatically. Hacker, Chen Jun occupation, soldier level. 5 attributes, Spirit 6.1, Constitution 6.1, Strength 6.1, Speed 6.1 normal person. 1 hacking skills, hacker assassination dashing, hacker shooting dashing, hacker stealth dashing, hacker medicine medium, hacker space medium. 2000 meters, hacker disguise minor experience points, 50/600 including Scorpion. There are a total of 9 people. Naturally, you are here, so don't even think about leaving. Chen Jun closed his eyes, and under the influence of hacker space, he quickly locked the location of Zai Zai and others. He clenched his fists and shot a fierce killing intent in his eyes. It was time to fight back. Chapter 100 Chen Jun's Anti-Killing, Broad and Profound Chinese Boom. Chen Jun directly broke free from the steel wire binding his hands. Because it was pulled off roughly, the muscles were scratched and blood gushed out. His 2 palms became bloody, but he seemed not to feel anything. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swish! As soon as Chen Jun stepped down, his body immediately shot out like a cheetah and rushed toward the last militant. At this time, Chen Jun just wants to kill people. When the wire fell to the ground, the militants running at the rear heard the sound of metal falling and looked back subconsciously. He saw a black shadow rushing toward him at an alarming speed, and his expression changed drastically. Within 10 steps, no one can kill as fast as Chen Jun. The militants hurriedly raised their guns, but Chen Jun slashed the opponent's neck with a click of his knife. The other party felt a stinging pain, his body trembled suddenly, his reaction slowed down instantly, and his body fell down at the same time. At the moment of falling, Chen Jun reached out to grab the opponent, pulled out the saber from the inside of the opponent's calf, and stabbed the opponent's temple fiercely. What? The other party's screams were short, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to bulge out. Call out. Chen Jun pulled out his saber. Blood spurted out from the wound on the opponent's head. The smell of blood instantly filled the surroundings. At this time, Chen Jun was like a devil, with only killing in his eyes. Swish! Chen Jun's figure was like a ghost in the forest, killing the militants who turned around. Hacker assassination technique itself is a combination of speed and weirdness. When Chen Jun explodes with all his strength, it will naturally unleash its maximum power. You must know that Chen Jun's current physical fitness has exceeded 6, which is already the physical fitness of the middle stage Soldier King. When combined with the assassin's body skills, the lethality is naturally huge. The 2 militants, who had just turned around, saw a flash of cold light, and felt a stinging pain in their necks. They hurriedly covered their necks with both hands, and at the same time, their bodies fell weakly, and blood flowed rapidly. There was only the fear of death in their eyes. Gunshots suddenly rang out in the forest. Dense bullets were fired like raindrops towards the position where Chen Jun was just now. The surrounding trees collapsed one after another, with sawdust flying and branches and leaves flying. In just a few breaths, the area within a dozen meters was already a mess. As soon as Scorpion raised his hand, the gunfire stopped immediately. He looked at the 3 corpses lying on the ground with an ugly expression. 1 had his brain pierced, and 2 had their necks cut. They were too dead to die anymore, and the Yang Yuo man was missing. There was someone nearby just now. Impossible. Scorpions are very vigilant, and it is impossible for the other party to hide from their ears and lurk around them. Is that guy okay? This is even more impossible. Scorpion injected 3 doses of medicine into the opponent. Let alone a human, even an elephant would die. How could the opponent recover in such a short period of time, and kill 3 of his subordinates? Scorpion looked closely at the bloodstains on the ground, stretching into the jungle. He is injured. There! Shouted one militant. On a horizontal beam in the distance, a man held a knife in front of his neck and made fierce gestures. Scorpion suddenly raised his gun, and the opponent's figure flashed and disappeared into the jungle nearby. The next moment, a low growling voice came from inside. Come here. Arrogant, crazy, provocative. Zai Zai had already seen clearly just now that it was Chen Jun, the soldier who was injected with 3 medicines by himself. Not only was the opponent fine, but he also killed 3 of his subordinates, and now he is provoking himself. Is this kid still a human? If Scorpion hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there were still people in this world who could do it. Even the monsters who fight black boxing in the underground world couldn't withstand 3 doses of medicine. This kid is horrible. Scorpion did not move because he knew very well Chen Jun's crisis sensitivity and ability to predict, and it was very difficult to kill him. Suddenly, another voice came from the forest. Scorpion, your father and I are from the same way, and your mother and I are in charge of Bao's acquaintance. Scorpion frowned and said to the man next to him, what do you mean? The deputy next to him was very familiar with Chinese. The corner of his mouth twitched and he said seriously, boss, he probably means that he and your father fucked your mother together. What are you talking about? You're talking nonsense. Scorpion's expression instantly turned ferocious, and he raised his foot and kicked the opponent over. Kill him and then retreat. He's injured and can't go far. Scorpion was rational, but when faced with such irony, he became angry. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The potential that guy has is too terrifying. If you don't take the opportunity to kill the other party, it will definitely become your own nightmare in the future. You must kill him before he grows up. Yes. The deputy who quickly got up looked depressed. This is the original meaning of this sentence. Didn't you ask me to translate it? I translated. Why are you still kicking me? It's not me scolding you, your other party is scolding you. Heck, isn't that what it means to be a person of the same lofty ideals and a close acquaintance? Did I remember it wrong? Looking back, I found that the Chinese language is so profound that even scolding an individual can have such connotations soon. Gunfire rang out in the woods again. In a mountain forest 2 kilometers away, Lao Gao, Grey Wolf, Coyote, and others were sprinting madly through the forest. Suddenly, the Coyote stopped suddenly, his ears twitched and he immediately said, there is gunfire in the northeast, about 2 kilometers away, hurry. As soon as the sound fell, the Coyote immediately turned around and ran toward the northeast. Lao Gao and others quickly followed, all with serious eyes. Intensive gunshot sounded, indicating that fire had already been exchanged. Chen Jun did not have a gun in his hand. Even if he did, he would use blank ammunition. How could he fight Scorpion? That Scorpion, one of the top 30 killers in the world. Lao Gao and others had fought against him many times and never gained any advantage. How likely was Chen Jun to win when he fought with his bare hands? Now I just hope it's not too late for support. Lao Gao is anxious, for no other reason than Chen Jun is his favorite soldier and has great potential. As long as he undergoes systematic training for a period of time, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds and he will become the top soldier king in the future. If he dies now, it will be a huge loss to the army. Swoosh, their figures shuttled back and forth quickly, like a pack of running wild wolves, full of murderous intent. Not long after, when they passed through a jungle, 4 panicked local residents ran out. One of the women saw the clothes Lao Gao and others were wearing, and she seemed to have grabbed the last glimmer of hope and shouted loudly, save your comrade, he is trying to save us, he fell into the hands of the enemy to save us. Go and save him quickly, he is a good man and cannot die.